Ah, isn't this our flying immortal sect's foremost thunder cultivator, the esteemed Su Chun? In such a hurry, where might you be off to? Beneath the oppressive dark clouds atop the verdant Qingzhou peak of Tsiyun Mountain, along a scarcely trodden path, Su Chun had just received 3 spirit stones allocated by the sect for the month. Before he could even warm them in his grasp, he found himself targeted. The moment he caught sight of the 4 individuals casting predatory glances in his direction, his expression darkened. Li, once again, it is this pack of insufferable rascals. Having been a member of the Flying Immortal sect for a full year, Su Chun had become accustomed to such encounters. Each month, when the sect distributed spirit stones to the outer disciples for their cultivation needs, he invariably found himself embroiled in such predicaments. The theft of spirit stones from the outer disciples had seemingly become an established norm, an act intolerable even in the secular world, yet the Flying Immortal sect turned a blind eye. This was simply the nature of the path of cultivation, where only the fittest survive amidst brutal competition. Furthermore, as mere outer disciples of little standing, as long as no lives were lost, the sect remained apathetic to their plight. It is Senior Brother Li. Just now, the elder of the refining department sent word that a batch of ores has arrived at the mountain gate, and I am to refine them. I was just about to head there, Su Chan thought to himself, though he cursed inwardly. Nevertheless, a smile adorned his face as he hoped to leverage the elder's name to evade a calamity this time. Hey, stop right there. The elder of the refining department sent word. Isn't he currently busy crafting flying swords? You dare to lie in front of me? Do you take me for a fool? As Su Chan attempted to slip past with his head bowed, Li reached out to block his path. As per our usual custom, you must personally submit your offerings. I will allow you to keep 1 piece resist, and you will forfeit 3 spirit stones without exception. But, Senior Brother Li, I am on the brink of a breakthrough and urgently need spirit stones. Could you possibly show some leniency this time? I promise to submit everything next time, Su Chen pleaded. As he spoke, Li reached for the storage pouch hanging from Su Chen's waist. No, you cannot touch my spirit stones. In a moment of panic, Su Chen pushed him away with a palm. Well, Su Chen, how dare you lay hands on me? Although it was merely a push, Li's expression darkened immediately. Attack him. It seems he has forgotten the taste of beating. With a mere gesture, the other 3 did not hesitate for a moment, launching their fists and feet toward him. Thuds echoed as blows rained down upon him like a torrential downpour. Su Chen curled up, tightly clutching his head. At that moment, fury ignited within him, yet he found himself powerless to resist. His cultivation was far too weak, and he was severely outnumbered, with no chance of turning the tide. With a cacophony of sounds, Su Chan realized that the contents of his storage bag had been unceremoniously spilled out. Accompanied by a sense of satisfaction, an empty storage bag was flung at Su Chen's face as the 4 individuals departed with contented expressions. After a prolonged moment, the dark clouds above thickened, and a fierce wind began to rise on the mountain. Su Chen, lying on the ground, stood up in a daze, his spirit in disarray. His vacant gaze fell upon a heap of scattered objects on the ground, resembling a soulless being. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen collected the items and stowed them back into his storage bag before vanishing along the mountain path. Inside the cave, Su Chen grimaced as he bandaged the wounds on his hands, suppressing the pain. Li, you scoundrel, if I, Su Chen, ever rise again, I will make you kneel before me and beg for mercy. Gazing at the blood-soaked bandage wrapped around his injury, a glimmer of ferocity flashed in Su Chen's eyes. However, recalling his own cultivation level, he could only manage a bitter smile. The title of the foremost thunder cultivator of the Flying Immortal sect felt achingly ironic. Each time he reflected on this, Su Chen felt the unfairness of fate. It had been over a year since he joined the Flying Immortal sect, yet his cultivation remained at the first level of Qi refinement. The path of cultivation is divided into several realms: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, integration, and ascension. Each realm presents its own inner demons or minor tribulations, and beyond the integration stage, one must endure the 9 heavens thunder tribulation to ascend as an immortal. Among these tiers, apart from the 9 levels of Qi refinement, all other realms can be categorized into early, mid, and late stages, with the difficulty of cultivation increasing significantly as one progresses. For an entire year, Su Chen has failed to transcend the first stage of qi cultivation, a phenomenon unprecedented in the annals of the Feitian sect. This stagnation is not due to a deficiency in his spiritual root quality. On the contrary, Su Chen possesses an exceptional innate talent, unmatched within the sect. The issue lies within the nature of his spiritual root. In the realm of cultivation, the forces of nature are categorized into the duality of yin and yang and the five elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which are considered the orthodox spiritual roots. However, the cultivation world is not limited to these five. It also encompasses various mutated roots, such as wind and ice. Su Chen's spiritual root belongs to the rare category of mutated roots, specifically the thunder root. The probability of such a root materializing is so minuscule that it defies description, while individuals with mutated roots may be considered 1 in 10,000. Those with a thunder root are akin to a phenomenon that occurs only once in a millennium. Its rarity is unparalleled by any other spiritual root. Nonetheless, this scarcity does not render it a favored child of destiny. On the contrary, the thunder root has been thoroughly suppressed by the forces of nature. Thousands of years ago, practitioners of the thunder root were hailed as the mightiest cultivators in existence. Yet in the present day, they are universally regarded as inferior. Over the millennia, the world has undergone significant transformations, and the elemental forces of thunder have dwindled to near extinction, perhaps a consequence of the destructive power wielded by thunder cultivators, compelling even the cosmos to impose restrictions that in a realm devoid of the element of thunder. Even with Su Chen's exceptional aptitude for cultivation, a year of arduous training had still left him at the first level of qi refinement. Alas, a year has passed without a breakthrough into the first level of qi refinement. At this rate, when shall I truly join the ranks of the immortal cultivators? How can I avenge the grave injustice suffered by the 300 souls of my Su family? Gazing at the pitch-black expanse outside his cave dwelling, Su Chen let out a deep sigh, shaking his head in resignation. Chapter 2. The Secret Art of Unity. A low hum resonated as dark clouds loomed ominously outside the cave, heralding an impending tempest. Today had witnessed the unfortunate incident of the spirit stones being stolen again, leaving Su Chen in a state of despondency, just as he yearned for a moment of respite. The communication jade pendant at his chest trembled, emitting a resonant buzz. Su Chen, you are to tidy up the cave at the precipice of the rear mountain. I have urgent matters to attend to in a few days. Ah, poor stone table. I wonder if you have felt the weight of solitude through the endless passage of time. Today, I shall keep you company. Surveying the cave, Su Chen found nothing to occupy his time, so he approached the stone table with a sigh. What is this? As he pressed down gently on the surface of the table, he keenly sensed a slight tremor. Uneven lengths? Lowering his head, Su Chen examined the underside of the table. And when he stood upright once more, a book had mysteriously appeared in his hand. The Secret Art of Unity? He brushed the dust off the cover. And upon seeing the 4 prominent characters, a frown creased his forehead. True secret arts are those cultivation techniques that yield extraordinary effects. Even some advanced methods dare not claim such a title. Typically, these secret arts are treasured like precious gems, often regarded as more valuable than life itself. Yet, this tome of the Secret Art of Unity was merely propping up the table leg, leaving Su Chen thoroughly perplexed. In the realm of existence, the 5 elements converge. Ordinary cultivators select but one. However, the path of cultivation is fraught with peril. Countless individuals have met their end before achieving immortality. If one could harness all 5 elements, would it not be a boon for our kind? The heavens and the earth share a common root, and all laws originate from the same source. Why is the transformation of the 5 elements impossible? After dedicating a decade of my life to this pursuit, I have finally devised the technique of unity. Yet, the time has come. The calamity of thunder looms ominously before me. I leave this technique here for those fated to encounter it, as I ascend to the heavens. Upon opening the first page, Su Chen nearly had his eyes pop out in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. He was astounded. This was indeed a legacy left by an ascended immortal. His heart raced, further ignited by the audacious and arrogant tone of the text. To transform the 5 elements? The notion that one could simultaneously absorb the energies of the 5 elements from the cosmos and, through a secret method, convert them into spiritual power compatible with one's own spiritual root was utterly preposterous. Su Chen's skepticism was profound, Not only was the transformation of the five elements implausible, but the absorption of these elemental energies was also fundamentally flawed. For instance, a practitioner with a single element fire spiritual root would be incapable of absorbing energies other than fire, although they may sense the presence of these elements. Without a corresponding spiritual root to guide them, they cannot harness such energies for their own use. This is common knowledge within the realm of cultivation, even understood by laypersons. Yet, this individual's theory completely subverts such understanding. If this were indeed possible, Suchun would not still be at the first level of qi cultivation after an entire year. Regardless of the veracity of these claims, it merits further exploration. With a heart full of anticipation, Suchun fervently hoped for the truth of this miraculous technique. If such a heavenly secret truly existed, it would be a boon beyond measure for one with a thunderous spiritual root like his own. Nothing. There is nothing at all. With a flurry of motion, Suchun swiftly perused the thin notebook, yet found it entirely blank, devoid of even a single word. Indeed, it was merely a trivial jest by some bored predecessor. With a wry smile, he cast the notebook aside onto the stone table, pondering how such a remarkable technique could be relegated to the space beneath the table. Suddenly, a thunderous clap reverberated through the air, and a massive bolt of lightning illuminated the cave as bright as day. The sudden brilliance forced Suchun to squint and turn his head towards the cave's interior. A fleeting glance at the notebook on the stone table revealed something astonishing. Under the illumination of the lightning, certain golden inscriptions emerged from the previously blank pages. Thinking he was perhaps imagining things, Suchun hastily rubbed his eyes. However, with each flash of lightning, those ethereal words vanished into thin air. Could it be that this notebook harbored a secret? He leaped forward to the stone table, gently caressing the spots where the golden letters had appeared. A realization dawned upon him, and he clutched the notebook, making his way to the cave entrance. The dark clouds loomed ominously, and the entire Tsiyun mountain was intermittently struck by lightning. Each time the brilliant light from the thunderbolts illuminated the notebook, the golden inscriptions would materialize, only to fade away moments later. Capture it. At that moment, Suchun was wholly engulfed in astonishment. He retrieved paper and pen from his storage bag, his eyes fixated on the golden notebook, determined to seize that fleeting moment to transcribe the hidden content. Scarcely pausing to consider what he was writing. At last, as the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and amidst the final flash of lightning, Suchun completed his notes, and the entire volume vanished from his grasp the moment he inscribed the last character. He had not anticipated that an entire night could slip away so swiftly. The eastern horizon had already brightened, yet Suchun paid no heed to the vanished notes. Instead, he cradled the fruits of his labor from the night, his excitement unmistakably illuminating his countenance. Should the esoteric technique left by this ascended immortal prove effective, Suchun believed it would present him with a chance to alter his destiny. With the skies now clear, he cautiously secured the recorded unity technique within his bosom and swiftly departed from the location. Chapter 3. The choice between life and death indeed. What a madman. Only a lunatic could conceive such a method. Within the cave, Suchun gazed at the unity technique before him, his face a portrait of inner turmoil. To practice or not to practice? The cultivation method of this unity technique transcended Suchun's comprehension, as it required the reversal of meridians, a process that could lead to either death or disfigurement. Furthermore, it necessitated the innate spiritual energy contained within one's root to stimulate the five organs, thereby awakening their elemental attributes. For the five organs are inherently aligned with the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, yet they had never been awakened before. Once the elemental properties of the five organs are ignited, using the root as the core and the organs as the five elemental foundations, one could harness the laws of interdependence among the elements to forge a transformative array, converting it into the desired spiritual energy. However, the reversal of meridians could lead to certain death or grievous injury, and considering that this unity technique had likely never been practiced before, might I not be unjustly condemned to death should it prove futile? Whispering softly, Suchun, confronted with such a momentous decision, refrained from hastily choosing the path of cultivation and instead succumbed to deep contemplation. After all, each step taken could either alter his fate or lead to his demise, or render him a complete failure. After a moment's struggle, a fierce determination illuminated Suchun's gaze. What fear is there in death? Does he possess any alternative? After a year in the mountains, he remains at the first level of qi cultivation, having endured countless humiliations over the past year. Were it not for the weight of familial vengeance urging him forward, he would have long lost the will to live. Yet, how can one seek revenge while merely existing in a state of despair? Moreover, what distinguishes him from a worthless being at this juncture? With these thoughts in mind, Su Chen settled into a meditative pose and began to reverse the flow of his meridians according to the techniques of the return to one's secret art. Reversing the meridians is a grave taboo among cultivators. Should one fail, they risk total destruction of their meridians, or worse, death. To embark on this path signifies the birth of either a failure or a corpse. Gritting his teeth, Su Chen concentrated his energy in the dantian, summoning a trace of lightning power to flow along a route entirely contrary to his usual practice. However, as the lightning energy barely entered his meridians, an excruciating pain engulfed his body. I cannot falter. I must not fall. The completion of the reversal is imminent. I cannot succumb. With each utterance, blood flowed from Su Chen's lips, yet his eyes remained resolute. His frail body struggled to rise, as though the strength had been siphoned from his limbs, leaving him devoid of the power to support himself. How could this be? Is this truly my end? No, that shall not be. The profound enmity of the Su family remains unavenged. I cannot succumb. A glint of ferocity ignited in my eyes as countless haunting images flashed before Su Chen's mind. In the pitch-black night, the howling winds raged, and the immortal cultivators traversed the Su estate with their swords. The ground was strewn with corpses, and the heavy stench of blood lingered, refusing to dissipate. My parents, in a desperate bid for my safety, clung tightly to the merciless assailant even as the flying sword pierced their bodies. The formidable masterman, who had guided Su Chen in body refinement since childhood, sacrificed his life to divert the pursuing cultivators, unleashing his ultimate technique, the drill, to perish alongside his foe, leaving only dismembered remains. Finally, a blazing inferno consumed the once magnificent Su family, reducing it to ashes overnight. At last, as Su Chen's body crumpled to the ground, his meridians obliterated by the reverse lightning force, he lamented, I have done all I could. With wide open eyes, the overwhelming fatigue and pain flooded his mind, and Su Chen ultimately closed his eyes. Am I not dead? Time slipped away, and when Su Chen reopened his eyes, he found himself bathed in the brilliance of a sunny day outside the cave. From the parched bloodstains on the ground, he surmised that he had been unconscious for at least 2 days. Despite the fortuitous escape from death, every inch of his bones and skin felt as if they were fracturing, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Gripping his teeth against the agony, Su Chen rose to his feet. Within his hollow body, he sensed not a trace of spiritual energy. His meridians lay utterly shattered. The destruction that precedes rebirth has been achieved. If I cannot rise anew, I shall truly become a mere shell. A bittersweet smile appeared on Su Chen's face as he realized he had truly reached a point of no return. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, he hastily tidied his ghostly appearance and prepared a meager meal before immersing himself once more in the cultivation of the secret arts. His meridians severed. Although his spiritual roots remained intact, Su Chen found himself unable to sense any elemental forces, not even the faintest trace of lightning energy. With the spiritual root as the focal point and the 5 organs representing the essence of the 5 elements, heart embodying fire, liver symbolizing wood, spleen denoting earth, lungs representing metal, and kidneys signifying water, he began with the heart. Following the cultivation techniques outlined in the Unification Secret Arts, Su Chen concentrated all his attention on the spiritual root in his abdomen, channeling the innate lightning energy of his lightning spiritual root to stimulate his heart. The agony was excruciating. As the innate lightning force surged upward towards his heart, the pain felt like his 5 organs were ablaze, causing cold sweat to pour from his body. At last, when the lightning energy made contact with his heart, a searing pain threatened to convulse him. The next target was the liver. Gritting his teeth against the torment, Su Chen summoned another surge of spiritual energy from his roots, directing it forcefully towards his liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys. With each connection established between his spiritual root and one of the 5 organs, the light in Su Chen's eyes dimmed further. Once all 5 organs were linked to the spiritual root, his haggard visage and lifeless gaze resembled that of a man nearing his twilight years, his vitality seemingly on the brink of vanishing. The final step was to establish a connection among the 5 organs. After completing all of this, Su Chen's eyes began to blur, and his consciousness started to fade. The only thought that remained clear in his mind was the desire to establish a connection among the 5 internal organs. The heart fire connected to the spleen earth, the spleen earth linked to the lung metal to the kidney water, the kidney water to the liver wood, and the liver wood to the heart fire. The elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, through mutual generation and restraint, aim to achieve transformation among the five elements. As heaven and earth give rise to yin and yang spawn the five elements. The transformation of these elements can manifest any form of spiritual power. The connection between fire and earth, between earth and metal, between metal and water, between water and wood, and between wood and fire. Boom. Ultimately, at the last moment, Su Chun could no longer endure. His patience had reached its limit. A resounding boom echoed in his mind, and an overwhelming darkness enveloped him. Was he destined to fail at such a critical juncture? As the darkness surged in, this was Su Chen's final thought. Unbeknownst to him, although his conscious guidance had dissipated, the connection between the liverwood and heart fire persisted. Finally, shortly after Su Chen collapsed, all five internal organs had established their connections. In an instant, 5 beams of radiant light representing the 5 elements emanated from the internal organs, awakening the power of the 5 elements. An unending stream of elemental energy interlinked and transformed, resembling a formation, as the elemental forces of the world surged violently into Su Chen's body. They converged, transformed, and ultimately coalesced into thunderous spiritual power, which was directed into the core of Su Chen's dantian. Chapter 4. The fish leaps to become a dragon. Gurgle, gurgle. After a pot of clear water was consumed, Su Chen felt invigorated and brimming with vitality. Twice I have narrowly escaped death. It appears that fate is unwilling to let me perish. With a resolute glimmer in my eyes, I set my water kettle aside and seated myself upon the ground. Sinking into a meditative state, suddenly, a startling realization jolted me awake. I was taken aback, my expression frozen in disbelief. Had I succeeded? A wave of astonishment washed over me, for I had presumed that I had failed when I lost consciousness. Yet, in that fleeting moment of tranquility, I distinctly sensed the interconnection among my internal organs. The elemental energies of the universe flowed ceaselessly into me. Through the transformative processes of mutual generation and restraint, all converged into the essence of lightning, gathering within my dantian. Remarkably, even the meridians that had been shattered had begun to re-establish themselves, allowing the lightning spiritual energy to circulate effortlessly through them, without any need for further cultivation on my part. Compelling myself to remain seated upon the stone bed, I inhaled deeply, striving to maintain composure and not allow this joyous revelation to cloud my judgment. If such news were to circulate, it would not bode well for me. The secret technique. The secret technique. Yes, it must not remain. Once I regained my calm, my foremost thought was to obliterate the unification secret technique. Should it fall into the hands of outsiders, I could not guarantee my own survival. As I watched the records of the unification secret technique, which I had meticulously transcribed throughout the night, turn to ash in the flames, a deep sigh of relief escaped my lips. The gateway to the path of immortality has now been opened. The journey ahead is mine to traverse. Father, mother, rest assured. I shall avenge the grievances of the Su family, and those who have wronged us shall surely face their reckoning. Before the gradually extinguishing flames, Su Chen clenched his fists tightly. A month had swiftly passed, especially the days spent in cultivation, which seemed to fly by. In the dawn light, before the sun had risen, the sound of practiced punches echoed from the rear mountains of Chiju Peak. Amidst the hazy white mist, a shadow of azure appeared, reminiscent of a dragon emerging from the sea, moving with the speed of thunder yet remaining as still as a rock. Each peculiar punch unleashed a gust of wind, which curiously intertwined with the distant rumble of thunder. The surrounding leaves had fallen thickly to the ground, yet with the shadow's wild dance, countless leaves soared into the air, swept away into the distance. The strikes became increasingly rapid and fierce, the silhouette transformed into a phantom. From the initial faint sound of thunder, it crescendoed to a resounding clarity, each punch and kick reverberating with the rolling thunder. With a final cry, the figure leaped into the air, executing a perfect 360-degree flip, landing a powerful punch upon the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a violent tremor beneath. The area around the fist fractured into a web-like pattern, radiating from the point of impact. Phew! The distinction between the first and fifth levels of chi refinement was indeed profound. The dragon subduing fist I now practiced possessed at least tenfold the power compared to before. Even if Master Man were present, he would surely commend me. Task complete. Su Chen gazed at the ground, now reduced to shattered stones, a slight smile gracing his lips. In the course of the past month, Su Chen has undergone a transformation that can only be described as monumental. Within just a brief span of time, His cultivation has surged to the 5th rank of Qi refinement, an unprecedented feat within the Feishan sect. Reflecting on this, Su Chen cannot help but marvel at the whims of fate. Previously, he had spent an entire year without advancing beyond the 1st rank of Qi refinement, setting a dismal record for the sect. Now, having ascended to the 5th rank in merely 1 month, he has established an unparalleled achievement in the history of Feishan. Is the selection for inner disciples about to commence? Upon hearing the resonant chime of the bell, Su Chen turned his gaze toward its source, a glimmer of yearning evident in his eyes. He ardently wishes to become an inner disciple, for the benefits afforded to them far surpass those of outer disciples. Inner disciples are granted the opportunity to learn more profound cultivation techniques, receive guidance from esteemed masters, and, most significantly, enjoy the sect's substantial support in accessing the resources necessary for their training. Regrettably, Su Chen currently finds himself at the 5th rank of Qi refinement, merely an average among the many outer disciples of the Qingzhou Peak lineage, rendering him ineligible for the selection process. Alas, how wonderful it would be if the selection could be postponed by 3 months. In that time, he is confident he could prove himself worthy. With a sigh of regret, Su Chen resignedly made his way toward the direction of the bell's toll. Regardless of their circumstances, all disciples must gather at the sound of the bell, as per the rules of Qingzhou Peak. Moreover, witnessing the selection of inner disciples presents an invaluable opportunity for learning. As the selection competition approached, all disciples exerted themselves to the utmost, for there were but 3 coveted spots, and each individual aspired to secure one of them. Such fierce contention allowed Su Chen to witness the cultivation levels of his fellow disciples. His pace was neither hurried nor slow. He remained indifferent to matters that did not concern him directly. Upon his arrival, he found the expansive area around the 3 towering platforms already teeming with disciples from the outer circle of Qingzhou Peak. Chapter 5. The Inner Sect Selection Battle. Thus, the annual selection for the Inner Sect disciples of Qingzhou Peak officially commenced. The bustling crowd buzzed with lively discussions, speculating on who might ascend to the Inner Sect in this selection. However, with a resounding crack akin to thunder, silence descended upon the assembly. It was the esteemed transmission elder of Qingzhou Peak. Gazing skyward, they beheld a venerable elder with a white beard descending gracefully from the peak summit, landing softly upon the central platform. Awe was palpable in the eyes of all present. Qingzhou Peak is home to 3 distinguished elders: the transmission elder, the refinement elder, and the alchemy elder. Each of these elders possesses late-stage foundational cultivation, yet the transmission elder holds a superior status within Qingzhou Peak, being responsible for guiding the inner sect disciples' training. With brilliant, sparkling eyes, the transmission elder slowly surveyed the quiet crowd, nodding with evident satisfaction. According to the traditions of the Qingzhou Peak sect, today marks the selection day for the inner disciples of our lineage. Any disciple whose cultivation has reached the 6th level of Qi refinement or above is eligible to participate in this contest. The significance of entering the inner sect is self-evident, and I need not elaborate further. Furthermore, in preparation for this event and the 3 coveted spots, the Elder of Weapon Forging has crafted 3 mid-grade flying swords several days prior, while the Elder of Alchemy has prepared 3 bottles of Peiyuan pills, hoping that all of you will perform admirably. At the utterance of the Elder of Transmission, the crowd erupted in excitement. The rewards this time are indeed extraordinary. A quality magical weapon, such as a flying sword, signifies a second life for cultivators, while Peiyuan pills can enhance one's cultivation and even assist in overcoming bottlenecks. Each of these items is enough to incite envy among the outer disciples. Upon hearing these words, Su Chen inhaled sharply, taken aback by such grand gestures. He was indifferent to the pills, as his current cultivation speed did not necessitate them, and due to his unique mutated Thunder Spirit root, he could absorb only a fraction of the power from ordinary pills. However, the mid-grade magical weapon stirred his desire. In the journey of cultivation, weapons are categorized as magical, precious, or spiritual, with each type further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. A mid-grade magical flying sword is precisely what he urgently needs. I shall go first. Finally, someone could no longer contain their excitement. A voice resonated through the crowd as a young man in green robes soared into the air, landing gracefully on the central platform. In the midst of the gathering, a young cultivator named Zhuang Tong, at the 6th level of Qi training, humbly sought guidance from his fellow disciples. With a firm embrace of his fists, Zhuang Tong's gaze slowly swept over the crowd, an air of resolute confidence emanating from him. Ha ha ha. Since no one wishes to grace us with their presence, allow me, Iron Bear, to spar with Brother Zhuang, boomed a coarse voice from the throng. Suddenly, a robust man with a powerful physique leapt onto the stage, his fierce countenance and piercing eyes capturing attention. Armed with a pair of gauntlets, he was greeted with astonishment from the onlookers, many of whom recognized him as a formidable opponent. Iron Bear? You. Zhuang Tong's expression shifted to one of discomfort as he beheld the challenger. The absence of others on the adjacent platforms made Iron Bear's challenge feel like an unwarranted provocation. What, are you afraid? Iron Bear taunted, a smirk playing on his lips in response to Zhuang Tong's changing demeanor. Humph, what a joke, would I fear you? Prepare yourself. Provoked by Iron Bear's words, a flash of anger crossed Zhuang Tong's face as he brandished his elegant cloud-patterned sword, charging directly at his opponent. Indeed, his speed was commendable. Yet his movements appeared overly airy and ungrounded, particularly against a steady adversary like Iron Bear. It was evident to Su Chen, observing from the sidelines, that Iron Bear was the type of opponent one could not confront head-on. Zhuang Tong's speed was likely his Achilles heel. Thus, the young cultivator's reckless advance seemed nothing short of foolish. A resounding thud echoed as the confrontation commenced. As predicted by Su Chen, a resounding crash echoed through the air, and the rushing Zhuang Tong was sent flying like a bird with a broken wing. In a single move, Su Chen felt a twinge of astonishment, for it was utterly inconceivable. He had witnessed the entire scene unfold before his eyes, executed with just one strike. When faced with Zhuang Tong's lunging sword, Tai Xiong merely grasped with his left hand, pulling with force, and then unleashed a powerful punch directly to Zhuang Tong's chest. It was not that these individuals were holding back. Rather, their martial skills were truly abysmal. The disciples in the Qi refinement stage, though they claimed to be cultivators, had yet to truly distinguish themselves from the mundane world. Their contests lacked the sophisticated spells of higher-level practitioners, relying instead on the basic martial arts and reflexes derived from the secular realm. However, once one enters the realm of immortality, who among them does not endure rigorous training? Thus, their martial prowess lacked any distinctive flair. In Su Chen's eyes, they were pathetically inadequate. It is essential to recognize that Su Chen, once the young master of the Su family, had not merely indulged in the luxuries of life. From a young age, he had several martial masters guiding him in body refinement techniques. Later, he even hired renowned instructors from the secular world at a high price. Although he did not acquire the true teachings of these masters, his perception far surpassed that of these ordinary individuals. To him, their competitions were simply beneath contempt. Sighing, Su Chen intended to turn away, yet a sudden soft exclamation captured his attention. Since Brother Tai Xiong is so solitary, I, junior sister by Su, have come to seek guidance. Clad in a flowing, pristine white dress, she resembled a celestial fairy descending from the heavens. Accompanied by a gentle exclamation, a female cultivator soared forth from the crowd, with delicate brows like willows and eyes resembling phoenixes. Her exquisite nose and cherry-red lips complemented the silky strands of hair that cascaded down her chest, swaying gently in the breeze. Had it not been for her austere countenance, many would undoubtedly have been captivated by her ethereal beauty. Chapter 6, A Playful Encounter. Junior Sister by Su. It has been a while since I have heard the esteemed name of Iron Bear. I humbly request your guidance, Brother Iron Bear. In the blink of an eye, she had ascended the stage, and with a graceful sweep of her dress, Bai Su conjured a cerulean ribbon into her hand. Ha ha ha, it is indeed Sister Bai Su. I have long heard of your reputation. To be able to spar with you today is a delight, even in defeat. It is far more engaging than entangling with those lesser beings. Please, proceed. Rising swiftly from the ground, Iron Bear regarded the seemingly delicate Bai Su before him with a burgeoning spirit of battle igniting within his eyes. Observing this scene, Su Chen felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Although he had entered the mountain a year ago, he was not particularly familiar with the outer disciples. He was aware that several female cultivators had entered alongside him, yet their appearances and names remained unknown to him. However, witnessing Iron Bear's palpable interest in Bai Su indicated her formidable prowess, especially with his subsequent words, which seemed to imply an early concession. With a sharp shout, as Su Chen still pondered in astonishment, the two combatants atop the platform had already engaged in battle. As he beheld their clash, Su Chen's heart surged with excitement. Truly, the remarkable individuals were all positioned at the forefront. Watching Bai Su dart forward in a fleeting shadow towards Iron Bear, Su Chen promptly resolved to continue observing the spectacle. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the silk ribbon in Bai Su's hand lashed out towards Tai Xiong, only for him to evade by rolling away, causing her strike to land on the ground and instantly send countless fragments of stone flying, at least at the 8th level of Qi training. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, elevating his regard for Bai Su. Although her display suggested she was only at the 6th level of Qi training, the sheer destructive power she wielded was beyond what any practitioner below the 8th level could achieve. Ha ha ha, Bai Su indeed a heroine. Take this punch. With a twist of his waist, Bai Su exerted a slight effort, and Tai Xiong was directly pushed off the platform. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. Thank you, Bai Su, for showing mercy. I, Tai Xiong, humbly accept my defeat. With his fists clasped together, Tai Xiong seemed unfazed by his fall from grace, parting the crowd and departing from the scene. As soon as Tai Xiong left, the crowd erupted in excitement, clearly astonished by Bai Su's prowess. However, indifferent to the fervent discussions surrounding her, Bai Su chose to sit cross-legged, entering a state of quiet meditation. Evidently having expended a considerable amount of her spiritual energy during the earlier skirmish, the ensuing battles were undoubtedly exhilarating, aside from Bai Su's platform. Where no one dared to ascend again, the other two platforms were dominated by familiar faces. Once Su Chun entered the arena, he faced only one opponent, whom he intimidated into submission with a mere glance, leaving no one else to challenge him. With the outcome seemingly predetermined, Su Chen's interest in spectating waned. The subsequent confrontations left a profound impression on him, reinforcing the urgency of enhancing his own cultivation. Oh, behold, is that not Su Chun? Just as Su Chun contemplated turning away, a furtive voice emerged from beside him. It was none other than Li Yi and his band of rascals. With a darkened expression, Su Chun immediately recognized the voice. Ah, is he not the foremost thunder cultivator of our flying immortal sect? Let us send him up to compete with Brother Wang Meng. Shall we? Splendid. It would certainly bring honor to our esteemed Brother Wang Meng, allowing us to witness his discomfiture. A nefarious plot began to take shape, quickly garnering the support of those around him. Since he has willingly walked into our midst, allow me to administer a small lesson first. Upon overhearing Li Yi's intentions, Su Chen, who had initially intended to leave, halted in his tracks. Su Chen, a voice called from behind. Pretending to be oblivious, Su Chen turned around. Oh, Brother Li Yi, what brings you here? He feigned terror, lowering his head in a submissive manner. Oh, it's nothing much. My brothers simply believe that as the premier thunder cultivator of our flying immortal sect, it is only fitting that you grace the stage for a competition. We intend to lend you our support. A wicked smile crept across Li Yi's face, and with a gesture, several individuals swiftly encircled Su Chun. Suddenly, they lunged forward to seize him, intending to propel him onto the stage. Ah! A scream pierced the air, and Li Yi, caught off guard, felt a sharp slap to his face. Stars danced before his eyes, followed by an exhilarating sensation of weightlessness. Thud! Who dares to betray me? He seethed, filled with rage. As the solid object fell to the ground, a surge of anger ignited within Li Yi. Cursing under his breath, he lifted his head only to swallow the latter part of his words. For before him stood Wang Meng, his furious gaze fixed intently on Li Yi. What are you trying to do, Li? The coldness in Wang Meng's voice instantly made Li Yi aware of his precarious position on the high platform. At that moment, a chill of fear gripped him. He had intended to throw Su Chen up there, yet found himself in that very spot instead. Turning his head to survey the scene, he noticed the crowd surrounding him, their faces alight with amusement, as if they were witnessing a grand spectacle. Gritting his teeth, Li leaped down. The crowd erupted into laughter, a cacophony that echoed his folly and arrogance. With Su Chen present, Li Yi felt the heat of embarrassment as he faced the jeers of those around him. He wished he could vanish into the ground. Even in his foolishness, he realized he had been manipulated by Su Chen. Yet, he could not comprehend how this perceived weakling had become so formidable. He's leaving, Li muttered, prompting those nearby to search the area. Ultimately, they spotted Su Chen's solitary figure retreating along the distant mountain path. Leaving? Humph. One can evade the first day of the month but cannot escape the 15th. I shall deal with this worthless fool. A glint of malice flickered in Li Yi's eyes as he watched Su Chen's retreating silhouette. Chapter 7. Bestowing Wisdom and Resolving Doubts. Bang. 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 In the gray dawn light, on the back mountain of Qingzhou Peak, Su Chun continued his routine, executing a series of dragon-subduing fists. His body enveloped in a steam of exertion. 2 days have elapsed since the selection of the inner disciples, yet this event has left no discernible impact on Su Chun. After all, it was not he who gained entrance to the inner sanctum. However, from the previous observation, he did glean a wealth of insights. Over the past 2 days of practicing the dragon's subduing fist, through his diligent rehearsals and reflections, he has witnessed a notable enhancement in its potency. Nonetheless, he remains acutely aware that he has yet to grasp that elusive essence, as if some aspect prevents him from manifesting the state he envisions. It appears I must seek guidance from the elder of artifact refinement. Sitting cross-legged upon the ground, Suchin immersed himself in the repetitive practice of the dragon-subduing fist within the confines of his mind. Yet, each iteration failed to meet his expectations, which he suspects may be related to his current level of cultivation. Ah, Suchin the immortal, where might you be headed? A mocking voice interrupted Suchin's reverie, and soon 4 familiar figures obstructed his path. Li Yi? Suchin's brow furrowed, a flicker of unbidden anger flashing in his eyes. He was acutely aware that after having toyed with Li Yi during the inner disciple selection, the latter would not let the matter rest. To his surprise, he encountered them here, in a place devoid of any passers-by, surrounded by dense thickets. Suchin could not help but wonder if these 4 were perpetually lurking in such secluded spots, waiting for opportunities to engage in their unsavory antics. You have quite the audacity, daring to mock me before so many during the inner disciple selection. Chapter 8. The troubles of harvest break my legs? Do you possess such capability? At this remark, a mocking expression surfaced on Suchin's face. Do they still regard him as the Suchin from a month prior? It is utterly ludicrous. Among the 4, only Li Yi had reached the 5th level of Qi training. The other 3 were merely at the 3rd or 4th level. Could they possibly match his prowess? What did you say? Suchin's words left Li Yi momentarily stunned, questioning whether he had misheard. According to the usual script, Suchin should be pleading for mercy at this juncture. Yet what had he just heard? Suchin was actually resisting? I said, get lost. With a smirk gracing his lips, Suchin unleashed a punch enveloped in spiritual energy, striking Li Yi squarely in the face. Bang! Without a hint of suspense. At such close range, Li Yi had no time to react, and Suchin's fist collided with his face, sending him hurtling backward. You little brat, seeking death. Suchin's sudden assault astonished the other 3, but within moments, they regained their composure and launched a flurry of punches and kicks towards Suchin. Rascals! In the face of their onslaught, Li Changfeng merely scoffed, then unleashed his own barrage of strikes. The sound of thunderous roars accompanied Suchin's movements, after 3 anguished cries. The other 3 were sent flying as well. Do not let me see you on the mountain again. For every encounter, I shall strike you. Suchin's gaze swept over the 4 on the ground, ultimately resting on Li Yi, who was clutching his nose. At this moment, Li Yi found himself drenched in blood, his nose bleeding profusely, and as he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a dazzling array of golden stars. A singular question plagued his mind. How could this happen? How had Suchin become so formidable? Li Gu, are you all right? The shimmering golden stars still danced before his eyes, and only when he was helped to his feet did he realize that Suchin had already departed. Gone. That brat is certainly quick on his feet, or else. Wiping the blood from his face, Li Yi intended to utter some fierce words, but the moment his gaze fell upon the 4 storage bags on the ground, his expression shifted to one of sheer terror. Where are the items? My belongings? He scrambled towards the bags, frantically rummaging through each one, but to his dismay, all 4 were utterly empty. Not even a single hair remained. Ah, Suchin, I will make you pay for this. Observing the 3 others around him frozen in fear, Li Yi comprehended the entirety of the situation. With a fierce glare, he hurled the empty storage bag to the ground and let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens. I never anticipated that embracing villainy would yield such substantial rewards. Unbeknownst to Li Yi, Suchin, the very subject of his wrath, was completely unaware of the turmoil. Inside the cave, Suchin beamed with satisfaction as he gazed at the dozen or so spirit stones laid out on the stone table, his face radiating joy. What delighted him even more was the jade slip he had discovered within Li Yi's storage bag, which contained precisely the information he required, the foundational techniques for harnessing spiritual energy during the Qi refinement stage. Thus, he no longer needed to report to his master, alleviating a multitude of troubles. After all, if outsiders were to discover that he had already attained the 5th level of Qi cultivation, it would undoubtedly pose significant risks to him. Hence, mitigating such inconveniences was undoubtedly a fortunate occurrence. What is this? Suchin joyfully tucked the jade slip into his storage bag, his gaze inadvertently drawn to a wooden box on the ground. Blood ginseng? Upon opening the box, Suchin could not contain his astonishment his eyes widening as he beheld the vibrant red ginseng nestled within. He never anticipated that such a treasure would be found on Liyi. Blood ginseng, a superior spiritual herb known for its restorative properties, could be utilized in alchemy or consumed directly. Due to the stringent growth conditions required for blood ginseng, it is a rarity seldom encountered by ordinary individuals. Many would not even recognize it if presented. However, Su Chen had partaken of it during his childhood. Hailing from the once illustrious Su family as the sole heir, Su Chen's upbringing was far from exaggerated. In his youth, he was not particularly robust and even exhibited signs of frailty. Consequently, he often consumed potent tonics to bolster his health, with blood ginseng leaving an indelible impression on him. He recalled how his father had expended nearly half of the family's fortune to procure a single root of blood ginseng, which ultimately revitalized Su Chen's constitution, liberating him from his previous weakness. It was utterly unexpected that such a precious item would be found in the possession of Liyi. Surprised, Su Chen hastily placed the blood ginseng into a jade box, for it was only within such an exquisite vessel that the medicinal properties of the ginseng could be preserved unaltered. After all, he had no intention of consuming it just yet. Yet another letter? After securing the blood ginseng, Su Chen glanced once more into the wooden box and, to his astonishment, discovered a letter nestled at the very bottom. Addressed to Wang Ming, he retrieved the correspondence, and a slight frown creased Li Changfeng's forehead upon realizing it was a missive intended for Wang Ming. But how could it have ended up in Li Yi's possession? With this perplexing question in mind, Su Chen unfurled the letter. Dear Senior Brother Wang Ming, I trust you have been well lately. I have conducted a thorough investigation and found that Bai Su comes from an ordinary background, with only an elderly grandfather to her name, lacking any substantial family connections. Therefore, I implore you to cast aside any lingering doubts. Simply bring her to me, and I shall handle the rest. Upon the successful completion of this task, a generous reward will await you. Wang Ming? Bai Su? After carefully perusing the letter, a sense of foreboding washed over Su Chen. He felt as though he were about to be ensnared in a web of intrigue. Though he was unaware of the nature of any agreements Wang Ming had forged, it was evident from the letter that its author intended to lay hands on Bai Su. Yet what could possibly render her a target? The letter had explicitly stated her humble origins, devoid of any notable lineage. Did she possess some hidden treasure? Reflecting on the events of 2 days prior, when Bai Su had valiantly contended against the Iron Bear and secured one of the 3 coveted inner sect disciple positions, Li Changfeng shook his head in bewilderment. To speak candidly, he held a favorable impression of the woman named Bai Su, yet the secrets she might harbor remained an enigma, for he knew her not at all. Chapter 9. Silencing witnesses. Please repeat that the items were indeed taken by someone named Su Chen? At this moment, within another cavern of Qingzhou Peak, Wang Ming glared furiously at the 4 individuals before him, namely Li Yi and his companions. Brother, it is true. Our belongings were genuinely seized by Su Chen. And your items as well. Fools. With a sharp rebuke, Wang Ming's hand swiftly struck out, causing Li Yi to tumble to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The sight sent a shiver of fear through the other 3. You 4 were bested by a mere wastrel? Do you still have the audacity to stand before me and explain? Get out, now. His roar echoed through the cave, prompting Li Yi and his companions to flee without hesitation. As he watched their figures vanish from sight, Wang Ming's expression transformed into one of ferocity. Su Chen? Alas, I am but at the 5th level of Qi training, only able to manifest my spiritual energy externally. Should I reach the 6th level, I would be capable of employing minor spells. Then I could truly showcase the advantages of my spiritual root. With his fist raised before his chest, Su Chen gazed at the layer of electric web enveloping him, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he retracted his spiritual energy, returning to a state of normalcy. Is junior brother Su Chen present? I, Wang Ming, have come to pay my respects. Just as Su Chen intended to savor the moment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed from outside the cave. Upon hearing this voice, Su Chen's expression instantly darkened. It was indeed as he had feared. They had come. Since the moment he laid eyes on that letter, Su Chen had known that Wang Ming would inevitably arrive. Yet he did not anticipate that Wang Ming would come so swiftly. Contemplating this, Su Chen adjusted his attire and stepped out of the cave. Ah, it is you. Senior brother Wang Ming. What a pleasure to have your esteemed presence. I wonder what insights you may impart? Upon exiting, Su Chen realized that the day had already turned to dusk, and before he knew it, time had slipped away. Ah, Su Chen, my junior brother, do not jest. We are but fellow disciples. I have no wisdom to share. It is merely that since you joined the sect, I have yet to pay you a visit. I came solely for a chat, Wang Ming replied with a warm smile. The two exchanged pleasantries, fully aware of the pretense. Before Su Chen invited Wang Ming into the cave. Senior brother Wang Ming, I suspect your visit is not merely for idle conversation. Please, feel free to speak candidly. A bowl of clear water was placed before Wang Ming. With no one else around, Su Chen had no intention of continuing the charade. Well, since you are so forthright, let us dispense with the subtleties. I believe you are aware of the reason for my visit, are you not? Wang Ming glanced at the clear water but did not touch it. Instead, he posed a question back to Su Chen. Is it regarding that letter? Su Chen nodded gently. So, you have already read it? Wang Ming inquired, seeking confirmation. Is it only about that letter? Su Chen reiterated his disbelief, seeking assurance. Indeed, I only require that letter. I can assure you with my integrity that if you surrender it, you shall not face any difficulties from me. However, you must promise to keep this secret. After some contemplation, Su Chen deemed this arrangement acceptable, for he had unwittingly found himself entangled in this affair, yet he wished to remain uninvolved. Very well. But prior to that, I wish to ascertain one matter. Su Chen, has this information already been disseminated? Upon hearing Su Chen's agreement, Wang Ming's expression relaxed noticeably. Of course not. Regarding this matter, you need not worry, brother Wang Ming. I am quite self-aware. No one is privy to this information as of yet. Nodding slightly, Su Chen intended to retrieve the letter when an unsettling sensation washed over him, as though he were being targeted by a venomous serpent. Brother Wang Ming, what are you planning? His countenance darkening, Su Chen instantly leaped back several paces. The transformation in Wang Ming was stark. His eyes now glinted with murderous intent. What do you think I intend to do? With a derisive laugh, Wang Ming drew the sword from his back. Do you truly believe I would take your words at face value? Since this matter remains concealed from outsiders, the most effective way to ensure its silence is to permanently seal your lips, Su Chen. You erred by knowing what you should not. Accept your fate. With a swift motion, Wang Ming's sword lunged towards Su Chen's throat like a striking serpent. Scoundrel! As the expression on his face shifted, Su Chen swiftly evaded the long sword thrust by Wang Ming and dashed towards the cave's exit. It is not merely that Su Chen was no match for Wang Ming. If he were truly cornered within the cave, he would have no chance of escape. Run? Where would you run to? Just as Su Chen emerged from the cave, a figure leaped overhead, with Wang Ming landing directly before him, blocking his path. There is no one within several miles of here. I suggest you surrender quietly. If you do so, I shall grant you a swift end. However, should you choose to resist fiercely, I will ensure your demise is painfully prolonged. Dream on. Fury ignited in Su Chen's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly, a surge of lightning energy shimmering upon them. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched his electrified fist towards Wang Ming. 5th level of Qi cultivation? Observing the crackling energy enveloping Su Chen's fists, surprise flickered across Wang Ming's face, though it quickly gave way to composure. What does it matter if you are at the 5th level? Today, I will demonstrate the chasm that exists between the 5th and 8th levels of Qi cultivation, a disparity beyond your imagination. As Su Chen charged forward, Wang Ming flicked his sword, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade of flames. Chapter 10. A life hanging by a thread, especially those movements that defied the limits of the human body. He could scarcely believe that someone could execute such feats. With a thunderous roar, accompanied by an eruption of flames, the fiery blade shot forth, striking the rock behind Su Chen and exploding. While Su Chen closed the distance to Wang Ming, no wonder he was able to subdue Li Yi and the others. He truly possesses remarkable skills. The disdain on Wang Ming's face vanished, replaced by a serious expression. He could discern that although Su Chen was merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement, his true strength was undoubtedly comparable to that of individuals at the 6th or even 7th level. Bang! As Su Chen charged towards him, Wang Ming struck out with one hand, their palms colliding with a resounding impact. Following the explosive sound, both men took a step back, a sight that left Wang Ming increasingly astonished. Truly, he was the strongest spirit root. He never anticipated that Su Chen, with only the 5th level of Qi refinement, could engage him, who was at the 8th level, on equal footing. Moreover, there was another alarming aspect. The lightning spiritual energy possessed a paralyzing attribute. In their earlier clash, Su Chen's lightning energy struck with the swiftness of genuine lightning, rendering Wang Ming's entire arm numb in an instant. He had originally intended to unleash his internal fire spiritual energy to incapacitate Su Chen, but unexpectedly, he lost control of his arm upon impact. This individual cannot be spared. He must be eliminated. This realization solidified Wang Ming's resolve to eradicate Su Chun. If left to grow, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. With this in mind, Wang Ming saw no need for further testing. He executed a flourish with his longsword, forcing Su Chun to retreat once more before hurling the weapon towards him. Go! With a soft command, the longsword flew directly at Su Chun. Humph! As Su Chun observed the longsword hurled by Wang Ming hurtling directly towards him, he let out a cold snort and swiftly executed 2 rolls to evade the attack. However, to his astonishment, the sword followed closely behind, relentless in its pursuit. It was, in fact, a magical artifact. A sudden realization dawned upon Su Chun. He recalled that the inner disciples selected this time would each receive a mid-grade flying sword crafted by the artifact elder. After all, ordinary weapons could not be controlled in such a manner. This situation had become troublesome. As he continued to dodge the oncoming sword, Su Chun noticed that the speed of the flying sword far surpassed his own. Despite his best efforts to evade, he found himself narrowly avoiding injury multiple times. Su Chun felt disheartened, and at the same time, Wang Ming was not faring any better. Having possessed this flying sword for merely 2 days, he had yet to familiarize himself with its control. Under such strain, his internal spiritual energy was depleting rapidly. He had initially thought that summoning the flying sword would easily allow him to eliminate Su Chun, but to his surprise, Su Chun was as elusive as an eel. Time and again, he had the chance to strike Su Chun down, yet each time, at the crucial moment, Su Chun's body would contort in ways that defied belief, narrowly escaping each perilous encounter, which only fueled Wang Ming's anxiety. Here it comes again. With another roll, Su Chun evaded the thrust of the flying sword once more. Yet, the sword pivoted and charged at him again. Witnessing this, Su Chun abruptly leaned back. However, his foot unexpectedly slipped, causing him to fall to the ground. This was bad. A sudden dread engulfed him as he watched the flying sword descend menacingly above him, and an ominous premonition gripped his heart. It was too late. A moment's error disrupted all actions, and at that instant, Su Chun realized that even his evasive maneuvers would be futile. Was this how he was destined to perish? As he watched the sword slice toward him, despite his desperate attempts to evade, his sluggish movements rendered him incapable of escape. Whoosh! Just then, a shadowy beam shot forth from the dense forest beside Su Chun, directly striking Wang Ming's flying sword. Clang! With a delicate sound, the sword aimed at Su Chun was deflected mere inches from his body by the dark light. Phew! A close call. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Su Chun flipped himself upright, beads of cold sweat already forming on his brow. Although he had faced death numerous times during his training in the Unity secret technique, this particular encounter was etched in his memory forever. Who dares step forward? The abrupt turn of events provoked an enraged roar from Wang Ming. He had been on the verge of ending Su Chun's life. Just a second, no, half a second, was all he required to deliver the fatal blow, yet someone had audaciously intervened. Igniting his fury, what delightful company we have, engaging in a late-night sparring session. A faint voice echoed through the dark forest as a figure clad in a black robe emerged. Lin Shi? Upon seeing the approaching figure, both Su Chun and Wang Ming exclaimed simultaneously. Yet, though their voices harmonized, their expressions diverged. Su Chun's countenance reflected astonishment, while Wang Ming's bore a grave seriousness. Oh, fellow disciples, in our exchanges, one must adhere to a sense of decorum. I observed earlier that some appeared to be losing control, prompting me to intervene momentarily. I hope I have not caused any disturbance. Noticing the contrasting expressions of the two, Lin Shi seemed oblivious, crossing his arms as he stepped between them. Exchange? Humph. Lin Shi, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Observing Lin Shi's demeanor, Wang Ming's forehead furrowed even deeper. It was evident to any discerning observer that he intended to eliminate Su Chun, yet Lin Shi insisted on feigning innocence, inciting fury within him. Oh, and what if I insist on intervening? A hint of provocation flickered across Lin Shi's face upon hearing Wang Ming's retort. You must consider your decision carefully. Should you choose to defend him, I shall not hold back against you. The glint of murderous intent resurfaced in their eyes. Both were distinguished candidates in this selection of inner disciples. Although they had yet to clash, who feared whom? Who would yield? You want to hold back against me? Ha! It seems I have stumbled upon a jest. A sardonic smirk suddenly graced Lin Shi's face. I am indeed curious to witness how you intend to be unyielding. Come forth and demonstrate your so-called prowess. You very well. You have brought this upon yourself. Provoked by Lin Shi's words, Wang Ming could no longer contain himself. He cast aside his sword and lunged directly at Lin Shi. Chapter 11. The enigmatic Lin Shi. Beware. Su Chen stood in astonishment, watching what was initially a matter between himself and Wang Ming transform into a confrontation between Lin Shi and Wang Ming. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he witnessed Wang Ming's flying sword lunge toward Lin Shi. Yet, in the face of this impending danger, Lin Shi did not flinch. He remained utterly still. Su Chen could not suppress a cry, but the next moment compelled him to silence himself. As Wang Ming's sword approached, almost piercing him, Lin Shi effortlessly waved his hand, causing the sword to abruptly halt midair. Su Chen felt his mind blank as he observed Wang Ming, his face flushed, frantically forming intricate hand seals. However, the sword remained suspended, showing no signs of movement. Truly, it was an amateurish display of skill, leaving Su Chen profoundly disappointed. As if watching a farce unfold, Lin Shi regarded Wang Ming's futile attempts with disdain. With a flick of his wrist, the sword, once aimed at Lin Shi, now pivoted to target Wang Ming instead. To seize a blade with bare hands? Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. If the previous scene had already astonished him, this moment plunged him into sheer shock. The fact that Lin Shi could control Wang Ming's flying sword was nothing short of extraordinary. Do you now grasp the magnitude of our disparity? Lin Shi gazed mockingly at the crimson-faced Wang Ming, the sword hovering ominously in the air, drawing ever closer despite Wang Ming's desperate attempts to reclaim control through his frantic hand gestures. At long last, the flying sword halted mere inches from Wang Ming's throat, and in that moment, Wang Ming ceased his resistance, surrendering to despair. It was then that he realized the vast chasm that lay between him and Lin Shi. You little rascal, this is not how one wields a flying sword. Observing the cold sweat that had begun to bead on Wang Ming's forehead, a smirk curled at the corners of Lin Shi's mouth as the sword began to dart around Wang Ming with alarming swiftness. The whooshing sound of the blade slicing through the air pierced the night, the speed of the sword far surpassing anything Wang Ming could have controlled. Su Chen reflected that had he been subjected to such an assault, he would have stood no chance of resistance. Enough. Depart at once. In a flurry of swift movements, the sword finally embedded itself into the ground. Wang Ming, now clad in tattered rags resembling a beggar, bore the humiliation of the day in his heart. This disgrace will forever be etched in my memory, he vowed silently. Although Lin Shi spared his life, Wang Ming felt no gratitude. Instead, he shot a resentful glance at Lin Shi and Su Chen before retrieving the sword from the earth and leaping away. Thank you, senior brother Lin Shi, for saving my life. Once Wang Ming had departed, Su Chen approached Lin Shi and bowed respectfully. Ah, do not mention it. I merely happened to pass by. Lin Shi replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively at Su Chen's gratitude. Oh no, that simply will not do. Tonight, senior brother Lin Shi has indeed saved my life. And I, Su Chen, shall certainly repay this kindness. If you do not mind, I humbly invite you to my cave abode. Pointing towards his abode, Su Chen expressed his heartfelt gratitude, and Lin Shi, without hesitation, nodded and followed him inside. Oh, so, it is said that a thief has recently emerged on the mountain, specializing in stealing medicinal herbs. You tracked him all the way here. As the two sat across from each other, Lin Shi inquired about Wang Ming's motive for wanting to kill Su Chen, yet Su Chen remained silent on the matter. Regarding this issue, Lin Shi, with a sense of helplessness, struck his palm. After all, such events would irk anyone, especially since the herbs that had gone missing over the past few days were all painstakingly gathered by him. So, did you catch a glimpse of what he looked like? Understanding the sentiment, Su Chen nodded. He could fully empathize with the feeling, akin to being robbed, perhaps even more frustrating. A person? Lin Shi replied with a wry smile and shook his head. If it were a person, that would indeed be simpler. Although I am not a significant figure, I possess confidence. Within the Facian sect, no one below the foundation establishment stage is my rival. Had it been a person, I would have captured him long ago. Not a person? Then what is it? Su Chen was taken aback. A thief that is not human. Could it possibly be something else? Regrettably, it has stolen my medicinal herbs several times, yet I have never clearly seen what it is. All I know is that it resembles a small azure beast, about a foot long, but it possesses astonishing speed. I once attempted to slay it with my flying sword, yet its speed surpassed that of my sword, leaving me helpless as I watched it flee. What? Your flying sword could not keep pace with it? Su Chen was somewhat astonished. He had witnessed the speed of Lin Shi's flying sword, which was akin to lightning. Yet, such swiftness could not match that of the small beast. Just how fast could it be? However, there was nothing particularly surprising about this. The world is replete with extraordinary creatures, many of which possess astonishing abilities to evade capture. Perhaps this small beast was simply one that excelled in the art of escape. In response to Su Chen's bewilderment, Lin Shi appeared unfazed. As time passed, the two engaged in further conversation, predominantly with Su Chen seeking answers to various inquiries, all of which Lin Shi addressed in turn. Before they knew it, the night had slipped away unnoticed. Throughout this evening, Su Chen and Lin Shi found great delight in their discussions, primarily due to their shared past and similar temperaments. Like Su Chen, Lin Shi had once been a direct disciple of a prominent family. However, the treachery and deceit within the clan had soured him on that lifestyle early on. Thus, 3 years prior, he had chosen to depart from home and embark on a life of adventure. Their rapport blossomed to the extent that, before parting ways, Lin Shi presented Su Chen with a gift, the flying sword he had acquired during the inner sect disciple selection. Since Lin Shi already possessed a sword, the heavy one he carried, he found that additional weapons would only serve to distract him. Consequently, he decided to gift the flying sword, a magical artifact obtained during the selection, to Su Chen, as it held little use for him. However, Su Chen possessed nothing of value to exchange, for he was but a destitute soul. Yet, through the course of their conversations that night, he had come to regard Lin Shi as a friend, believing that true friendship transcends such trivialities. Chapter 12. The emergence of spiritual roots. As the sun descended, its golden rays bathed the entirety of Tsiyun Mountain, enveloping it in a mysterious and colorful veil. At the precipice of the back mountain of Qingzhou Peak, Su Chen sat quietly in the twilight, allowing the golden light to cascade upon his face, while he immersed himself in his cultivation. It had been half a month since the incident involving Wang Ming, and during this time, Su Chen had relocated from his cave dwelling to this serene spot, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to his practice. He had come to a profound realization, despite having advanced from the 1st to the 5th level of qi refinement within a mere month. His true strength remained that of a 5th level practitioner. When faced with Wang Ming, he would merely be a lamb to the slaughter. Moreover, Su Chen was certain that Wang Ming would not relent. As an outer disciple, even if he were to be killed, the sect would only conduct a cursory investigation. Even if it were revealed that Wang Ming was the perpetrator, his status as an inner disciple would shield him from any significant repercussions. It must be acknowledged that the path of cultivation grows increasingly arduous. While Su Chen had ascended through the first 5 levels of qi refinement in just a month, he had now spent over half a month striving to break through to the 6th level, yet he remained at an impasse. Would he truly achieve such a breakthrough in just half a month? Though it may sound like a jest, one must not forget that Su Chen possesses the extraordinary ability to absorb the 5 elemental energies of the universe simultaneously. Even though the process may result in some wastage of spiritual power, his exceptional spiritual root endowment allows him to cultivate at a pace 5 times that of an ordinary person without issue. Suddenly, without any forewarning, a peculiar whirlwind began to swirl around Su Chen, centered within a 3-meter radius. As this whirlwind stirred, the elemental energies of the world surged wildly toward his being. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would surely be astounded. The sight of someone conjuring an elemental tempest during cultivation is nothing short of extraordinary. Fortunately, the desolate surroundings, coupled with the limited area of influence, kept this phenomenon unnoticed. As the last rays of the setting sun illuminated the scene, Su Chen felt an unprecedented lightness in his body, as if a binding shackle had been released from his spiritual core, accompanied by the faint sound of a lock being unlatched. With a gentle click, he instantly perceived a heightened sensitivity in his senses. Not far away, a gentle breeze rustled through the grass, and at that moment, every pore of his body seemed to open wide, greedily inhaling the elemental energies of the universe. After more than half a month, he had finally ascended to the 6th level of qi cultivation. Slowly opening his eyes, Su Chen exhaled a breath of stagnant air. The 6th level of qi cultivation marks a pivotal watershed in the cultivation journey, and at last, he is ready to practice some fundamental spells. With no time to fully appreciate the changes within his body, Su Chen swiftly retrieved a jade slip from his storage bag, immersing his consciousness within it. A surge of spiritual energy erupted. Gently opening his right palm, a delicate web of electricity crackled to life in his hand. As Su Chen drew upon more spiritual energy from his dantian, the lightning intensified, eventually coalescing into a luminous orb. Go. With a grave expression, Su-chan parted his lips to utter the command. The lightning sphere shot forth with a piercing sound, striking the stone wall before him. With a resounding bang, debris exploded in all directions, revealing a deep crater the size of a sea bowl upon the wall. He chuckled softly, acknowledging the extraordinary power of the strike, though he could not help but feel discontented by the significant drain on his spiritual energy. Observing the crater left behind, Su-chan's lips curled into a slight grin, only to be followed by a shake of his head in dissatisfaction. The forceful discharge had consumed a fifth of his internal spiritual energy, a depletion far too severe for him. Despite its impressive potency, it could not serve as a reliable resource, but rather as a surprise tactic. As dusk began to settle, Su-chan practiced the dragon subduing fist once more on the precipice before retreating into his cave dwelling. After a simple meal, he extracted a jade box containing blood ginseng from his storage bag, opened it before him, and subsequently closed his eyes in contemplation. Although the blood ginseng, preserved within its jade box, possesses medicinal properties and spiritual essence that can endure for an extended period, a prolonged severance from the natural world will inevitably shorten its preservation time. Thus, each day, Su-chan would take it out to let it breathe. As he closed his eyes for a brief moment, a faint rustling sound captured Su-chan's attention. What could that be? Curiosity piqued. He cautiously opened his eyes a slit and was astonished to behold a small creature resembling a fox, stealthily approaching through the shadows of the cave. Its azure fur, diminutive snout, and fluffy body gave it the appearance of a rolling ball, particularly accentuated by its bright eyes that sparkled with vitality, two purple rings around them rendering it irresistibly adorable. Chapter 13. The Clash of Beasts and Humans. Observing Su-chan's movements, the little beast could no longer contain itself, anxiously spinning in place while emitting pitiful whimpers. It yearned for food, longing for Su-chan to bring it closer. Amused by the creature's antics, Su-chan gently inched the blood ginseng towards it, but the little beast was exceedingly wary. Upon noticing Su-chan's approach, it swiftly darted away. Watching the creature's speed, Su-chan furrowed his brow slightly. How swift! Despite its 4 short legs, the little beast's sudden burst of speed had left Su-chan unable to catch a glimpse of its movements, as it vanished into the distance in an instant. Forget it. If you don't want it, then I shan't offer it to you. A profound shock resonated within Su-chan, prompting him to reconsider the risk of enticing the creature any further. The little beast's speed far exceeded his control, and should it seize the blood ginseng, Su-chan would be unable to catch up, no matter how swiftly he pursued. As he placed the blood ginseng back into the jade box, the little creature, following closely behind, became visibly anxious, emitting a series of pitiful sounds. Call. I shall not grant you that privilege, for you have just fled. You shall not receive it now. Observing the creature's woeful expression, Su-chan playfully made a face at it. Do you desire it? If you wish for it, come and take it yourself. After the initial shock, an idea suddenly blossomed in Su-chan's mind. He feigned nonchalance, lightly patting the jade box beside him, before settling down into a meditative posture, eyes closed in an act of tranquility. Yet, a narrow slit in his eyes remained open, keenly observing the unfolding situation. The little beast, now standing upright, hesitated for a moment before bowing repeatedly. Noticing Su-chan's apparent stillness, its courage began to swell. Gradually, it inched closer, emboldened by the lack of movement from Su-chan, advancing little by little, pausing occasionally to gauge the distance. Closer. Ever closer. As the gap between them dwindled to approximately 1 meter, Su-chan's heart raced with exhilaration. The challenge was exhilarating. Just one more moment, and the creature would be within his grasp. The contest was about to commence, and the next instant would reveal whose speed would prevail, whether the little beast could outrun him, or if Su-chan's hands would prove swifter. Come forth. Just a little closer. As if aware of Su-chan's intentions, the small beast halted just beyond his reach, refusing to advance, regardless of Su-chan's fervent calls within his heart. Was it a test of patience? Then let it be so. He could not believe that the creature's endurance surpassed his own. Su-chan understood all too well that if the small beast remained just outside his grasp, there was no way he could capture it. The moment he made any move, the beast would undoubtedly vanish in an instant, leaving his efforts in vain. After a prolonged moment of growing impatience, Su-chan was taken aback when the small creature let out a pitiful sound. Was it preparing to enter? Observing the beast stretch lazily, a surge of joy filled Su-chan's heart. If his conjecture was correct, the creature was about to make a move. In that instant, he concentrated all his attention on the small beast. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Su Chen was left dumbfounded. He had clearly seen the creature stretching. Yet in the blink of an eye, it had darted forward. He lunged desperately to his side, not even glancing, hoping to pin the small beast beneath him. However, as he tumbled to the ground, there was nothing unusual beneath him. Yet, in the center of the cave, something had changed. There. The azure-hued small beast nonchalantly opened a jade box and eagerly snatched a blood ginseng before scampering away. Su Chen felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Despite exerting all his strength, the elusive figure of the small beast remained just in front of him. He simply could not fathom how such short legs could propel it with such astonishing speed. This was unacceptable. Ahead lies the dense forest of the rear mountain. If it manages to escape into that wilderness, I shall truly be unable to pursue it. As Su Chen ran, he glanced around his surroundings, and the expression on his face grew increasingly anxious. The rear mountain's forest, seldom trodden by human feet, presented a treacherous path, overgrown with weeds and untended by anyone. Should a small beast burrow into it, the likelihood of pursuit would vanish entirely. The only course of action left was to gamble on a dead horse as if it were alive. Resolute, Su Chen swiftly summoned his spiritual energy, channeling it into his right hand. In a moment, a glowing orb of electricity materialized in his palm, gradually expanding until it reached the size of 2 from the afternoon test. Now was the moment. He watched as the small beast attempted to dart between the branches of a forked tree, and with a flick of his wrist, he sent the lightning ball soaring forth. Faster. In that instant, it felt as though the entire world had slowed down. Su Chen watched helplessly as the small creature leaped, aiming to slip through the branches, his heart racing in his throat. Chapter 14. A fortuitous encounter. Where do you think you're running? With a burst of speed, Su Chen lunged at the small beast just as it regained its footing and pinned it down. "Ah, you can't escape now. I shall see you." What the? With a sense of accomplishment, Su Chen lifted the small beast, but before he could savor the triumph, his expression shifted abruptly, and he exclaimed a curse. In a flurry, he wrested the blood ginseng from the creature's mouth, his face paling in shock, gazing at the remaining fragment of blood ginseng in his hand. Scarcely the size of his thumb, Su Chen felt his heart bleed. It was once an entire root, yet now he possessed less than 1/5 of it. Turning to inspect the small beast clutched in his grasp, he noted its disheveled appearance, the azure fur marred by numerous singe marks. However, the little creature seemed utterly unconcerned, happily gnawing with its diminutive mouth and round cheeks. Who could it be at this late hour? With a slight furrow of his brow and a moment's hesitation, Su Chen leapt into the dense forest. "Very well, let us agree on this matter. Should I succeed tomorrow, I shall promptly deliver the fruits of Brother Wang Meng's arduous efforts. In that case, I shall preemptively wish Brother Morong's swift success." It was Wang Meng. Hidden behind a tree, Su Chen felt a jolt of recognition at that familiar voice. Even without laying eyes upon him, he would never forget it, not even in death. In his surprise, Su Chen inadvertently made a sound, only to realize he had been detected. Alongside this astonished utterance, he hastily covered the small beast's mouth. "Shoo!" Meeting the creature's innocent gaze, Su Chen gestured for silence. Seemingly understanding his intent, the little beast nodded in acquiescence. Perhaps I am being overly cautious. Do you have any further instructions?" After a prolonged silence, the voice ahead resonated once more. "Indeed, there remains a rather troublesome matter." Wang Meng's voice echoed forth. "To be candid, the letter you sent me last time did not reach my hands. Instead, it was snatched by an outer disciple from Qingzhou Peak. Apart from you and me, he is also aware of this matter. Therefore, I intend to find a way to have him accompany us tomorrow. And I hope you can discreetly deal with him." "What? Wang Meng, what do you mean by that? Are you not aware of the significance of that letter?" Upon hearing these words, Senior Brother Morong's tone immediately took on a hint of dissatisfaction. Senior Brother Morong, please do not be agitated. You need not doubt me on this matter." Sensing Morong's displeasure, Wang Meng quickly donned a smile. "I initially intended to eliminate him, but at a crucial moment, Lin Shi intervened. To be frank, I am no match for Lin Shi. Afterward, I sought out this individual several times, but he seemed to have evaporated. Among the disciples coming in and out of the mountain gate, there is no record of his movements. I suspect he has likely gone into hiding. So it was Lin Shi. Then there should be no one else aware of this matter, right?" After hearing Wang Meng's explanation, Senior Brother Morong let out a sigh of relief. "Absolutely not. You should also know this person. He is Su Chen, who caused a stir when he entered the sect, and no one is willing to associate with him." Su Chen. "Oh, our Faxian sect's foremost thunder cultivator. I understand now. Leave this matter to me. All you need to do tomorrow is bring him along." Upon hearing Su Chen's name, Senior Brother Morong immediately thought of the foremost thunder cultivator of the Phaeacian sect, realizing that Su Chen's entrance had indeed caused quite a sensation throughout the sect. "Thus, I must trouble Brother Morong. I shall take my leave." As the farewell echoed, accompanied by the sound of two figures departing, the dense forest returned to its tranquil state. Brother Morong? In the cave, beneath the faint glow of luminous stones, Su Chen gazed pensively at the small creature before him, which in turn looked back at him with eager eyes. Naturally, the little beast was more preoccupied with the half of the blood ginseng in Su Chen's hand, as if not being able to consume the whole ginseng was a profound disappointment. Despite Su Chen no longer restraining it, the creature did not flee. However, fleeing was not an option. If I were to escape, I would undoubtedly be pursued as a traitor, and the entire flying immortal sect would come for my life. Where could I possibly run? With a heavy sigh, Su Chen dismissed this notion. The little beast, observing Su Chen's demeanor, let out a pitiable whine. Its gaze fixated incessantly on the blood ginseng. "Report? Are you suggesting that I should report this matter?" Su Chen responded to the creature's lament. Yet, reporting was equally futile. Shaking his head in resignation, he cast aside that thought. Who would believe a mere letter? Furthermore, the information within was exceedingly vague, leaving much unsaid. And who could attest to the authenticity of this letter? What if the sect assumed that the letter was a fabrication of Su Chen's own making? A mere scheme to implicate Wang Meng? In such a case, he would be left with nowhere to turn, as he was but an outer disciple. Lacking substantial proof to corroborate either the letter or his identity, no one would take him seriously. Alas, is there truly no other choice? In a state of melancholic wandering within the cavern, Su Chen contemplated feigning illness or injury as he grappled with a bottleneck in his cultivation and sought seclusion. Yet, such ruses were futile, for any inquiry would inevitably unveil his charade. He resolved to await a more opportune moment to act, recognizing that those who wished him harm would find it no simple endeavor. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as he delivered a powerful blow to the stone wall of the cave, creating a deep indentation in the otherwise unyielding surface. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, and a small beast leaped onto Su Chen's shoulder, its pitiable eyes gazing innocently at him. "All you think of is eating. Here, take it all. Perhaps it will eat itself to oblivion." Faced with the creature's innocent gaze, Su Chen resignedly stuffed the remaining half of a blood ginseng into its mouth, liberating himself from its persistent demands. Chapter 15. The Encounter of Li Not Going? Your words carry weight, I suppose. Observing by Su's departing figure, Su Chen murmured to himself before ultimately deciding to follow. Having entered the sect a year prior, this marked Su Chen's inaugural descent from the mountain. At the entrance of the sect's grand formation, after the trio completed their respective registrations, they truly departed from the Phaeacian sect. Their destination lay over 300 miles away, as the area surrounding the Phaeacian sect, extending 500 miles, was under its jurisdiction. Each year, the affluent households within the secular realm were required to pay tribute to the Phaeacian sect, which served as their protector. Without such support, the vast sect, comprising several thousand practitioners, could not sustain itself amidst the considerable demands of its operations. Could you possibly hasten your pace? At the pace you are maintaining, we won't reach Wangjiazan even by the day after tomorrow. After a whole morning of travel, Bai Su finally grew impatient, realizing that accompanying Su Chen and Li Yi felt akin to bearing two burdens. Fast, Senior Sister Bai, we are already moving at a sufficient speed. If you are so impatient, you could simply fly ahead. Not everyone possesses the ability to soar through the skies like you do. We have covered nearly 100 miles in just one morning. What more do you desire? In response to Bai Su's dissatisfaction, Su Chen retorted indignantly. Throughout their journey, Bai Su had incessantly urged them to hasten. Although channeling spiritual energy into his legs required minimal effort, the cumulative strain over time was significant. Bai Su remained oblivious to the potential dangers ahead, while Su Chen was acutely aware that depleting his spiritual energy at this juncture would leave them vulnerable to unforeseen circumstances, leaving them with no chance to escape. Bai Su's relentless urging only fueled his frustration. Fine, let us take a break. Observing Su Chen panting heavily and collapsing onto the ground, Bai Su's expression shifted. However, upon reflection, she conceded. After all, the two lacked sufficient cultivation, especially Su Chen, who was notorious as the so-called genius waste of the flying immortal sect. Covering over 100 miles in a morning was likely his utmost limit. Upon hearing Bai Su's suggestion to rest, Li Yi and Su Chen immediately sought out shaded spots to sit. Initially, Li Yi intended to sit beside Su Chen, but upon receiving a glare from him, he obediently relocated to a different spot. Sister Bai, I have a question for you. Are there any members of the Murong family in our flying immortal sect? As Su Chen took out provisions and water, he replenished his energy while feigning indifference. The Murong family? Upon hearing Su Chen's inquiry, Bai Su slightly furrowed her brow. I'm not sure. It seems we don't have any here at Qingzhou Peak. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing, just a casual question. Noticing Bai Su's demeanor did not suggest concealment, Su Chen gently shook his head. I see. Just as Su Chen pondered the mysterious origins of this Murong family, Li Yi, startled by Su Chen's sudden presence, timidly spoke up. You know? Su Chen's brow furrowed as if he recalled something. He immediately walked over, gesturing for Li Yi to follow. With a meaningful glance exchanged, the two of them moved into the woods, leaving Bai Su with a look of astonishment. Are you still pretending not to know? Once inside the woods, Su Chen abruptly turned, gripping Li Yi's throat and lifting him off the ground. You know, don't you? Of course, I know you do. Tell me, where do you plan to make your move? Speak honestly, or I will kill you right now. The murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable, and his menacing expression sent shivers down Li Yi's spine. As Su Chen noticed Li Yi's face turning crimson, he threw him to the ground. Cough, cough. Su. Li lay on the ground, clutching his throat and coughing violently. Su Chen's earlier grip had been quite forceful, nearly choking him to death. Brother Su, I acknowledge my past transgressions against you on the mountain, yet I implore you to grant me a chance for redemption. I am filled with remorse now. Regaining my composure, I observed Su Chen's expression, which seemed to suggest he wished to cast me aside. I dared not resist, displaying a visage of earnest supplication. What did you say? Furrowing his brow, Su Chen believed he might have misheard, yet he could unmistakably sense the regret in Li Yi's tone. Brother Su, please refrain from mocking me. I am acutely aware that I was once unworthy of humanity. I do not wish to presume upon your mercy, but I beseech you to spare my life. On the mountain, I have become akin to a despised rat. I implore you to show me pity. Witnessing Su Chen's demeanor, Li Yi feared he was the subject of ridicule, resulting in an involuntary bitter smile. What? A despised rat? Su Chen surveyed Li Yi with keen scrutiny, his confusion deepening. However, through his inquiries, the truth gradually unraveled. It became apparent that all this turmoil stemmed from the incident where Su Chen had seized Li Yi's possessions. Li Yi had long believed that his numerous contributions to Wang Ming warranted a measure of forgiveness for occasional missteps. Little did he know that following that incident, Wang Ming had severed ties with him. Previously, bolstered by Wang Ming's influence, Li Yi could navigate the mountain with some degree of ease. However, since Wang Ming had ceased to acknowledge him and forbade him from leveraging his name for intimidation, Li Yi's standing had plummeted drastically. It is essential to understand that Li Yi had managed to offend nearly everyone on the mountain. One can only imagine the dire fate that awaited him in the absence of Wang Ming's protection. To those who have been wronged, seek retribution. To those who harbor grudges, avenge your grievances. For Li Yi, the past fortnight has been nothing short of a nightmare. He now refrains from stepping outside. For the mere sight of another person invites spitting upon him, and when confronted by a group, they dare to lay hands on him, deeming him a rat in the street, a description that is not entirely unfounded. Chapter 16. Diverging Paths. So this is how it is, I remarked. Surprised at your unexpected honesty today. Observing Li Yi, who was on the verge of tears, Su Chen nodded in understanding, simultaneously lamenting the unreliability of depending on others. It is only through personal strength that one can find the right path. Given Wang Ming's character of utilizing individuals only for his own advancement, and now that he has ascended to the ranks of inner disciples, Li Yi has lost all value in his eyes and would undoubtedly sever ties without hesitation. Thus, you are unaware of what may transpire during this visit? Su Chen inquired cautiously, noticing Li Yi's expression of regret. Things? What things? Isn't this merely a visit to collect tributes for the mountain gate? Li Yi replied, shaking his head in confusion. Well, it's nothing significant. Perhaps we should discuss the matter concerning Murong instead. Su Chen, noting that Li Yi's eyes betrayed no hint of concealment, came to the realization that Li Yi was indeed oblivious to the current situation. It was likely that Wang Ming intended to eliminate him as well, given that Li Yi possessed far too much knowledge about Wang Ming's secrets. Oh, the surname Murong, I am quite familiar with it. Upon Su Chen's renewed inquiry, Li Yi promptly began to respond. It must be said that different individuals indeed possess distinct values. although Li Yi may not be particularly diligent in his cultivation. The breadth of his knowledge far surpasses that of Su Chen. The Flying Immortals sect does have individuals with the surname Morong, though they are few in number, only 2. Neither of whom reside on the Green Bamboo Peak. One of them holds a prestigious position as the alchemy Elder Morong Di of the cloud-piercing peak on Xian Mountain, while the other, Morong Kuan, is Morong Di's nephew, making them the sole bearers of the Morong surname within the entire Flying Immortal sect. Earlier, you inquired, where do you plan to take action? Are we to encounter any troubles during our journey? Did I mention anything? Su Chun feigned ignorance as he gazed at Li Yi, surprised that he remembered his earlier words. You certainly did, Li Yi affirmed, nodding emphatically at Su Chen's obviously pretentious demeanor. Oh, then be cautious, avoid significant errors. Noticing the eagerness in Li Yi's eyes to grasp the situation, Su Chen merely nodded lightly before stepping outside. Could it be that there truly is a threat? As he watched Su Chen's retreating figure, an unsettling thought surged within Li Yi. He was certain Su Chen was privy to some information, yet chose to remain silent. After a brief respite, the trio resumed their journey, only to experience a significant conflict in the afternoon. The cause was simple. Su Chen insisted that his stamina had reached its limit, and, despite Bai Su's relentless urging, he refused to expend any further spiritual energy to continue their travels. Unexpectedly, Li Yi expressed his full agreement with Su Chen's perspective, citing his own physical exhaustion and reluctance to continue the arduous journey. The two formed an alliance of sorts, uniting against Bai Su, which fueled her ire. Although Bai Su possessed the highest cultivation among the trio, she found herself at a loss for how to proceed. Fighting or resorting to violence was entirely unfeasible. After all, in terms of maturity, she was merely an equal peer to Su Chen, and as a woman, she felt uncertain when faced with the combined strength of 2 men. Despite her desire to abandon them and forge ahead alone, she feared the potential consequences should anything befall them on the road. How could she justify such an action? Ultimately, she had no choice but to acquiesce to both men, more specifically to Su Chen, as it became apparent that Li Yi was wholly devoted to Su Chen's counsel. No matter the circumstances, Li Yi would invariably align with Su Chen's plans. Su Chen, have you had enough? Are you even a man? Throughout this journey, you have been fearful of everything, and now you are too afraid to even enter a forest. What exactly do you intend to do? Tensions escalated once more. As evening descended and their paths diverged, the two erupted into yet another argument. Bai Su's intention was to traverse the forest ahead. She believed that if they quickened their pace, they could reach another town to rest before sunset. However, Su Chen insisted that the sky had darkened, and venturing into the mountains at this hour was far too perilous. He advocated for taking the main road, which was broad and frequented by numerous passers-by, thus ensuring greater safety. Even if it meant a slight detour, time was not of the essence in this case. Consequently, the two engaged in an increasingly heated argument, ultimately culminating in a quarrel. Am I not a man? Your judgment is unnecessary. It is you who lacks even a modicum of the caution expected of a woman. You bear no resemblance to one at all. Faced with Bai Su's provocation, Su Chen could no longer contain himself. His intentions were solely for their safety. Was that a fault? Yet this foolish woman persisted relentlessly. What did you say? Repeat that. Bai Su's countenance darkened, and the pent-up anger she had harbored all afternoon finally erupted. Being told one is not at all like a woman may seem a trivial remark. Yet when it is directed at oneself, its impact is palpable, especially when uttered by a member of the opposite sex. It is akin to a woman standing before you, indignantly declaring that you are not a man. At that moment, regardless of her beauty, one might feel an overwhelming urge to strike her. Stop, stop, stop. We are all on the same side. Let us not create discord over such a trivial matter. We can certainly discuss this amicably. There is no need for such an uproar, is there? Let us all calm down. Observing the escalating tension, Li Yi hastily intervened to mediate. If these two were to fall out, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage, especially in times like these. Do not interject. Humph. I have not yet lowered myself to engage in physical conflict with someone of your ilk. The first Thunder Cultivator. I shall ask you once more, are you going to leave or not? With a resentful glare directed at Li Yi, Bai Su cast a fierce look towards Su Chen. I refuse to leave. I will take the main road. In the face of Bai Su's menacing demeanor, Su Chen resolutely rolled his eyes. Very well. Since you are insistent, I shall not press you. And what about you? Gritting her teeth, Bai Su nodded before turning her gaze back to Li Yi. Faced with Bai Su's sudden inquiry, Li Yi was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at Su Chun, then at Bai Su, utterly uncertain of how to choose. He could discern that Bai Su intended to part ways. Yet, Li had already sensed that Su Chun harbored dangerous secrets, and accompanying him might avert peril. However, Bai Su, being an inner sect disciple with formidable cultivation, would provide safety even in unforeseen circumstances. Each choice bore its own advantages and disadvantages, and he truly wished to avoid splitting up the trio. All right, I understand your intentions. I wish you both a smooth journey. I hope I shan't be kept waiting too long in Wanjia town, she huffed, observing Li Yi's indecision. Bai Su realized the outcome and, filled with resentment, turned away, summoning her flying sword, which sliced through the sky as she soared into the distance. Chapter 17. Talismans isn't what we did a bit inappropriate? Li Yi asked anxiously, watching Bai Su's figure vanish into the distant woods. Inappropriate? If you think so, then follow her, Su Chun replied with a sidelong glance at Li Yi, gently shaking his head before departing as well. Follow her. Li Yi scoffed. How could I possibly keep up? Bai Su has already flown far beyond our reach. Fuyuan City, situated within the jurisdiction of the Feishan sect, stands as one of the more prominent cities, ranking at least among the top 3. This is evident from the throngs of people and the bustling market that fills the streets. Su Chun and Li searched through 3 inns before finally securing accommodations. After renting 2 rooms, Su Chun chose not to rest like Li Yi. Instead, he ventured out alone into the city. How was Bai Su faring? Had she already encountered misfortune? As he strolled through the lively marketplace, a sense of guilt welled up within Su Chun. He recalled the conversation from the previous night. From the exchange between Wang Meng and Murong Kuan, he learned of their intentions to act against Bai Su that very day. Su Chun refrained from disclosing this information, driven by a desire to exploit the situation. He understood that, given Bai Su's identity as an inner sect disciple, she would inherently resist such a notion, leading her to heed only the counsel of someone of his outer sect status. Disagreements were inevitable, and separation was bound to ensue. Such outcomes were anticipated by Su Chun, as only through distancing himself from Bai Su could he diminish Wang Meng and his associates' scrutiny upon him. After all, their primary target was Bai Su. Should they indeed succeed in eliminating her that day, when Su Chun and Wang Meng arrived at Wangjia town, Bai Su would undoubtedly be absent, prompting them to conclude that she had met with an unfortunate fate, thus enabling them to notify their sect and await the arrival of their fellow disciples for investigation. Once the matter escalated, at that moment, whether Su Chun entrusted the letter to his sect or Wang Meng and his companions acted cautiously out of concern for Su Chun, they would undoubtedly refrain from hasty actions. For as long as Su Chun could threaten them by stating that upon his demise, the sect would immediately receive that letter, Wang Meng would certainly not dare to take action against him. However, the condition for preserving his life was predicated on an unfortunate incident befalling Bai Su. Exchanging the life of a woman for his own safety, a notion that seemed utterly despicable. Although Su Chun could not be deemed a paragon of virtue, such an arrangement weighed heavily upon his conscience. Yet, what recourse did he have? He simply did not wish to die. It was as straightforward as that. As he wandered aimlessly through the throngs of people, he sensed a significant reduction in the crowd around him. Lifting his gaze, he chanced upon a peculiar shop. A talisman shop? What could it possibly offer? Intrigued by the odd name and the desolate entrance, Su Chun, driven by curiosity, ventured inside. Ah, welcome, esteemed guest. Please, come in. Upon his entry, a shopkeeper who had been tidying up noticed Su Chun, hastily setting aside his task to greet him. Please take a seat. I shall prepare a pot of tea for you. Guiding Su Chun further into the shop, the attendant promptly turned to brew the tea. Wait, hold on. Flustered by the shopkeeper's exuberance, Su Chun called out to him. He had frequented numerous establishments before, but never had he encountered such fervent hospitality. Is there something urgent you wish to see? The shopkeeper inquired, still brimming with enthusiasm. See goods? Su Chun paused, his expression momentarily blank, before he broke into a wry smile. No, you have misunderstood me. I found the name of this shop rather peculiar, yet there were no items displayed inside, which piqued my curiosity, prompting me to come in and take a look. Oh, I see. No worries. Since you are curious, I shall enlighten you. The shop assistant smiled and nodded, exhibiting no discomfort. Instead, he began to explain the meaning of talismans to Su Chun. Talismans are akin to tools used by cultivators, crafted by specialized practitioners who employ unique materials and techniques to inscribe basic spells onto talisman paper. Thus, when utilized, one only needs to channel a small amount of spiritual energy to activate them, as directly casting spells consumes a considerable amount of energy. whereas invoking the magic within a talisman requires merely a modicum of spiritual force. In essence, this talisman shop is exclusively tailored for cultivators. Is it truly possible that such things exist? How have I never known about this? Upon hearing the shop assistant's explanation, Su-chun was momentarily taken aback. Well, of course, a non-cultivator would be unaware, the assistant remarked. Not to mention you. This shop has been operating here for half a year, and most people in the city are oblivious to it. Such matters are not typically accessible to ordinary individuals, so it is entirely understandable that you are unaware. Observing Su-chun's bewildered expression, the shop assistant appeared quite accustomed to encountering those lacking such knowledge. Not a cultivator? He chuckled to himself, uncertain of whether he could truly be considered one. His understanding of the path of cultivation was woefully limited, and it seemed that his prolonged seclusion in rigorous training was not the solution he had hoped for. Good sir, do you have any stock available? I would like to take a look. Discovering something new, Su-chun certainly would not let it slip away. Esteemed guest, your expression has caught me off guard. The shop assistant replied, his demeanor shifting to one of displeasure. In his view, since Su-chun was unaware of talismans, he could not possibly be a cultivator. Therefore, for someone who was not a practitioner, talismans were akin to worthless scraps of paper. He would surely not make a purchase, yet he still wished to examine them? That seemed rather excessive. Rest assured, if the price is reasonable, I intend to buy some. I will not take up your time for free. Observing the assistant's reaction, Su-chun immediately comprehended his thoughts and made a promise. Very well, esteemed guest, please hold on for a moment. With Su-chun's assurance, the shop assistant had no choice but to retrieve the items. After a brief interval, the assistant emerged from the back, cradling an exquisite little box. Please take a look. Esteemed guest. He opened the box and presented it to Su-chun. The fire element is so rich. Upon receiving the box, Su-chun was immediately enveloped by a dense aura of fire element, yet inside, apart from a piece of yellow paper covered in symbols, there was nothing else. May I give it a try? Curiously gazing at the talisman within the box, Su-chun's heart raced with anticipation. Give it a try? The shop assistant was taken aback, then impatiently shook his head. Dear guest, you certainly possess a sense of humor. This talisman can only be activated by a cultivator using their spiritual energy. It is of no use to mere mortals. Moreover, it is a one-time item, rendered useless once utilized. I cannot allow you to meddle with it. You have seen it and satisfied your curiosity. I do not expect you to purchase it. It would be best if you took your leave, as the shop is about to close. Believing Su-chun to be causing a ruckus, the shopkeeper attempted to retrieve the box from his hands. Who says I am not a cultivator? Su-chun, noticing the shopkeeper's outstretched hand, swiftly withdrew the box and extended a finger, upon which a spark of lightning flickered to life at his fingertip. Chapter 18. The Power of the Talisman. Observing the shop assistant's anxious demeanor, Su-chun waved his hand dismissively. To be honest, if you truly wish to try it, I cannot make that decision for you, despite its seemingly modest appearance. This talisman is quite valuable. Perhaps you should discuss it with our boss. After a moment of hesitant deliberation, the shop assistant ultimately led Su-chun to the back courtyard of the shop. As the elder emerged, Su-chun promptly greeted him with a respectful bow and casually mentioned the name Li. My friend, there is no need for such formality. We need not be overly courteous, or else it would hinder our business discussions. Observing Su-chun's demeanor, the immortal Chu chuckled as he stroked his beard, then gestured towards the solitary stone table in the courtyard, prompting both to take a seat. Alas, it has been over 6 months since I entered the world, and I have not encountered a fellow cultivator in quite some time. I wonder, which sect does the young brother Li belong to? After pouring a cup of clear tea for Su-chun, the immortal Chu steered the conversation away from business, engaging in casual dialogue instead. I hail from the Facian sect of Yun Mountain. I am curious, how is it that you, esteemed elder, have ventured into commerce within the mundane world? What, 60 years without establishing a foundation? Su-chun was momentarily taken aback, his expression morphing into one of incredulity. 60 years. What does that signify? Many in the secular realm do not live to see 60. In other words, it is nearly a lifetime. How so? Could it be that my young friend is unaware? Observing Su-chun's countenance, the immortal Chu was slightly taken aback, then nodded in sudden understanding. Indeed, given your age, it seems you have only recently embarked on this path. You may not realize that the journey of cultivation is exceedingly arduous. Among disciples in the Qi refinement stage, it is considered a momentous achievement if even 1 in 10 can establish their foundation within a lifetime. Have you not noticed how scarce are those in the foundation establishment stage? This. Upon hearing Chu's words, Suchin suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. It is indeed true. Within the entire Facian sect, there appear to be but a handful in the foundation establishment stage. Take the Qingzhou Peak lineage, for instance. Among its hundreds of disciples, it seems only a few have reached that stage. Apart from the 3 elders and the master of the Qingzhou Peak lineage, he had truly not heard of anyone else attaining foundation establishment. Could it be that establishing a foundation is indeed so formidable? Reflecting on the circumstances within the Facian sect, Suchin found himself pondering aloud. My young friend, do not harbor doubts. Cultivating one's energy is quite achievable. Even those of ordinary talent, with diligence, can reach the 9th level of cultivation in a mere 5 to 10 years. However, establishing a foundation is a different matter entirely. It requires fortuitous circumstances. Some may find themselves successful after a single night's rest, while others may spend their entire lives in vain pursuit, much like myself. Yet, you are still young, so there is no need to dwell on such concerns at this moment. Noticing Suchin seemed troubled by his own words, the immortal Chu offered a subtle consolation. I apologize for causing you discomfort, senior. Awakened by the immortal's words, Suchin quickly regained his composure and indulged in self-deprecation. It's nothing. A common person would likely react even more strongly to such sentiments. Your ability to recover so swiftly indicates a mind far more resolute than the average individual. Let us shift our focus to the matter of business instead. Pointing at the talismans on the table, the immortal Chu refrained from discussing foundation establishment further. Very well. Suchin nodded in agreement, eyeing the talismans. To be candid, senior, this is my first encounter with talismans. My interest is not merely born from curiosity. I genuinely wish to purchase some. However, I remain uncertain about their efficacy, which is why I seek to experiment. Yet, I heard from the shop assistant that these talismans may not come cheaply. So, what do you think, senior? No worries. Since this is your first encounter and you wish to experiment, it is entirely understandable. Consider this talisman a gift from me as a token of our meeting. Please try it out, and if you find it satisfactory, we can discuss further. The immortal of Chu was quite agreeable. Upon comprehending Suchin's intent, he promptly handed over the talisman. I am most grateful, esteemed senior, Suchin expressed, showing no hesitation as he reached out to accept the talisman and began to examine it. It is quite simple, with just a mere flick of spiritual energy. It can be activated, and there are no attribute restrictions. You will understand once you try it. Observing Suchin scrutinizing the talisman as if attempting to see through it, the immortal of Chu burst into hearty laughter. Well then, with a slight nod, Suchin ceased his pretense, holding the talisman in his hand, and withdrew a thread of spiritual energy from within himself, directing it towards the talisman. A peculiar sensation enveloped him. As the thread of spiritual energy infused the talisman in Suchin's grip, he felt as though a complete fireball had been liberated from its shackles, emerging triumphantly. Go. Noticing this phenomenon, Suchin hastily hurled the talisman away. The moment it left his hand, the talisman transformed into a genuine fireball, hurtling towards the ground not far off. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the spot struck by the fireball erupted, sending soil flying and creating a crater the size of a face. Witnessing this spectacle, Suchin's heart soared with joy. What a triumph. Chapter 19. The exchange of talisman for flying sword. Very well, since you take such a liking to it. I find our conversation quite agreeable. Let us not engage in frivolous negotiations. How does the cost of one inferior spirit stone per talisman sound? What? So expensive? Suchin's expression fell, disappointment etched across his face. He currently possessed only 9 spirit stones, and even if he were to purchase them all, he could acquire but 9 talismans. Yet, he was reluctant to deplete his entire supply of spirit stones. Alas, esteemed friend, you exaggerate. Upon hearing Suchin's words, Chu Xianren shook his head in disapproval. The price was already quite reasonable. To be frank, the market exchange rate valued a low-grade spirit stone at 100 gold coins. However, the materials required to craft a single talisman would cost nearly 70 gold coins. When one considers the potential failures during the crafting process, the infusion of spiritual energy, and labor costs, a low-grade spirit stone is indeed a bargain. In stark contrast to his earlier demeanor, where Dao Feng appeared ethereal, Chu Xianren had now fully assumed the role of a businessman, presenting his arguments in such a manner that Suchin found himself at a loss for rebuttal. Yet, he lamented inwardly he possessed very few spirit stones. Furrowing his brow in distress, Suchin realized the paramount importance of currency. Ah, it matters not. Sell me what you can, for I assure you, I do not seek to profit from you. Observing Su Qin's evident lack of funds, Chu Xianren could only concede. Very well, may I inquire what talismans you possess? I would like to peruse your selection. At this juncture, Su Chun had no other recourse. Of course, young friend. Follow me, Chu Xianren replied with a nod, leading Su Chun to a room. The unassuming exterior of the room belied the wonders within. As Su Chun gazed upon the walls adorned with an array of talismans, he felt an overwhelming desire to collect them all. This one represents fire, this one symbolizes wood, and this one stands for earth. After experiencing the various talismans lining the walls, Su Chin's heart raced in astonishment. How can there be so many varieties? All 5 elements are represented. Esteemed senior, did you craft all of these yourself? Su Chin inquired, his curiosity piqued as he pointed at the talismans on the wall. Hee. Certainly not. Although I have departed from my sect, I still maintain some connections. My former companions, upon learning that I have opened a talisman shop in the mundane world, entrusted me with these items for sale, allowing me to earn a modest side income. In response to Su Chen's inquiry, the immortal Chu chuckled and shook his head lightly. Ah, I see. Nodding gently, Su Chen began to browse through the selections. These two seem different. Drawn by an unusual wave of energy, Su Chen's gaze landed upon 2 talismans radiating with extraordinary spiritual power on the wall. Alas, young friend, those 2 are not suitable. Observing Su Chen reaching for the talismans, the immortal Chu promptly intervened. You may not be aware, but these 2 talismans are extraordinary and beyond your means. Perhaps you should consider other options. Meeting Su Chen's skeptical gaze, the immortal Chu refrained from elaborating further and carefully stored the 2 talismans away. What makes these 2 so special? Su Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled at the immortal Chu's cautious demeanor. They are indeed quite different. In response to Su Chen's curiosity, the immortal Chu smiled and shook his head. Talismans are categorized by their quality. These 2 were painstakingly acquired from 2 senior practitioners at the late Foundation establishment stage when I descended the mountain, and I cannot part with them for a common price. Acquired from the hands of late Foundation establishment experts? Su Chen felt a slight astonishment, yet his desire to comprehend the nature of these talismans compelled him to inquire further. Might I trouble you to elaborate, senior? It would be a valuable opportunity for me to broaden my horizons. Very well, then. Observing Su Chen's earnest gaze for knowledge, Immortal Chu deemed it a trivial matter and proceeded to divulge the attributes of the 2 talismans. One talisman possessed the essence of wind, while the other embodied the element of earth. The wind talisman, a technique for swift movement, would render its user as light as a swallow, significantly enhancing speed to the extent that no one below the Foundation establishment stage could catch up, lasting for a quarter of an hour. Conversely, the Earth Talisman would create a protective barrier, capable of withstanding 5 attacks from any practitioner below the Foundation establishment stage. These talismans were indeed exceptional choices for cultivators in the Qi refinement stage seeking to preserve their lives. As Su Chen absorbed Immortal Chu's explanation, a singular thought echoed in his mind. He must acquire these talismans at all costs. Under normal circumstances, Su Chen might have been indifferent, but given the current predicament, the stakes were dire. To put it bluntly, it remained uncertain whether Bai Su was alive or dead, and whether Wang Ming and his companions had taken action was equally ambiguous. Although Su Chen had formulated a mental blueprint for the situation, the unfolding events remained shrouded in uncertainty. Senior, what price do you intend to ask for these talismans? Su Chen interjected as Immortal Chu was about to stow them away. Are you looking to purchase them? Immortal Chu furrowed his brow, skepticism evident on his face, especially considering Su Chen had previously mentioned his limited supply of spirit stones. Furthermore, these talismans were far from inexpensive. I shall exchange this flying sword. What do you think? Facing the skeptical gaze of the Immortal Chu, Su Chen clenched his teeth and presented the mid-grade magical flying sword gifted to him by Lin Shi. Is this truly a mid-grade magical flying sword? The Immortal Chu was taken aback, his astonishment evident as he gazed at the sword, which shimmered with a faint azure light and emanated an icy aura. Chapter 20. The Wang Residence. In addition to the 2 talismans crafted for the late stages of Foundation establishment, the mid-grade magical flying sword also procured an additional 10 ordinary fireball talismans. Su Chen was certain that the Immortal Chu had not taken advantage of him, yet he felt a profound reluctance. After all, the mid-grade magical flying sword was a cherished gift from Lin Shi, and Su Chen had already reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, making the need for a flying sword pressing. Once he ascended to the 7th level, he would be able to wield the sword, and upon reaching the 8th level, he would attain the ability to fly upon it. For others, the time required to achieve these milestones could span years, but Su Chun was acutely aware that barring unforeseen circumstances, his breakthrough would occur swiftly. Thus, exchanging the sword for talismans at this juncture seemed rather unwise. However, Su Chun deemed it worthwhile. After all, preserving one's life took precedence. The flying sword was, in essence, a material possession. With time, it could be replaced. Yet life is singular and irreplaceable. Should an unexpected mishap arise, this decision would undoubtedly prove to be his most prudent choice. With hopes for a smooth journey ahead, Su Chun carefully stored the talismans, and with a sigh of melancholy, he settled cross-legged on the bed to enter a state of quiet contemplation. At the break of dawn the next day, as the sun ascended, the entire Fuyuan city remained in a state of slumber, casting an air of desolation upon its streets. A solitary carriage traversed the official road, departing the city in the embrace of the rising sun. Without the urging of Baisu, Su Chun chose to decelerate his pace, valuing the preservation of his strength to face unforeseen challenges over the urgency of rapid travel. Li Yi, fully aware of Su Chun's reasoning, adhered to his commands without a hint of dissent, mindful of the power dynamics that had shifted since their days on the mountain. The passage of time had transformed their relationship. Su Chun now towered over Li Yi in strength, leaving the latter at the mercy of the harsh law of survival of the fittest. Fortunately, Su Chun refrained from seeking retribution. Senior brother Su, we are nearing Wangjia town. What is it that you intend to reveal? I have been consumed by thoughts, unable to eat or rest for the past 2 days. At last, on the afternoon of their second day of travel, the shadows of Wangjia town emerged in the distance. After 2 long days, they had finally arrived. Yet Li Yi had implored Su Chun countless times to clarify the events of their last encounter. Su Chun, however, remained resolutely silent. Now, as they approached Wangjia town, Li spoke once more. Do you truly wish to know? Su Chun gently opened his eyes and glanced at Li Yi beside him. Yes, I long to know. Even in my dreams. Upon witnessing Su Chun finally speak, Li Yi was overwhelmed with excitement, nodding his head fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Very well. Remember this. Upon entering Wangjia town, trust no one but Baisu. If you do not encounter Baisu and instead come across other cultivators, say nothing and flee immediately. If fortune smiles upon you, you may escape unscathed. At long last, just before the last rays of the setting sun vanished, Su Chun and Li Yi arrived at Wangjia town. As the name suggests, it is merely a mundane town, significantly inferior to the opulent Fuyuan city. Yet, within this unassuming Wangjia town lies a prominent household, the Wang residence. Among all the townships and estates, few can match the grandeur of the Wang residence, which occupies nearly a quarter of the town's expanse. Such an estate is rarely found even within a 500-mile radius of the Flying Immortal sect, a testament to the Wang family's profound heritage and affluent status. After revealing their identities at the Wang residence, Su Chun and Li Yi patiently awaited at the entrance. In contrast to Su Chun's calm demeanor, Li Yi paced restlessly at the gate, his eyes darting around in trepidation, wary of encountering unfamiliar cultivators, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Ha ha ha, esteemed immortals, my apologies for the delay. Today, I am truly honored to welcome you. A moment later, accompanied by a hearty laugh, a stern-faced middle-aged man, flanked by a retinue of several dozen maidservants, hurriedly approached to greet them. Hee. The head of the Wang family is too polite. It is we who were delayed on our journey due to certain matters, thus arriving late. Indeed, it is our negligence. The smooth, talc-paved path shone brightly, making Su Chun feel as though he were walking upon ice. The vibrant blossoms, exuding delightful fragrances, adorned the vast estate, transforming it into a veritable paradise. Truly, the affluent possess an extraordinary charm. As Su Chun wandered through the Wang residence, he could not help but marvel. In comparison to the Wang family, his own Su family seemed considerably lacking. Although in Su Chun's recollection, the Su family had been regarded as a prominent household, there are always greater heights and more extraordinary individuals beyond one's own experience. Chapter 21. The foolish Li Yi, are you too aware of your arrival? I thought you had encountered misfortune and perished en route. In an elegant courtyard, Su Chun and Li Yi, guided by the servants of the Wang family, had just stepped into the garden when they were met by Baisu's frosty gaze. Ah, but senior sister Bai, you are perfectly well, if you are unharmed. How could we possibly be in peril? As evening descended, the banquet commenced, and the opulence of the gathering left Su Chun in awe. The Wang family was indeed extraordinarily wealthy. Within the spacious banquet hall, graceful dancers swayed their slender waists, creating an ethereal ambience reminiscent of celestial beings descending to earth. The gentle strains of orchestral music added an exquisite touch to the festivity. As the revelry reached its zenith, everyone's spirits were undeniably ignited, particularly that of Li Yi, whose eyes gleamed with a predatory light as they roamed over the dancers. Ingrained habits die hard. The tribulations of the past fortnight had plunged Li Yi into despair. Yet his arrival at the Wang residence enveloped him in a lavish atmosphere that lifted his spirits. A sense of self-satisfaction began to swell within him, revealing how advantageous his identity as a cultivator could be. The sensation of being catered to was far more pleasurable than the petty dominance he had exercised on the mountain. Bai Su had cast several disapproving glances at Li Yi's lewd demeanor, but he remained oblivious, engrossed in indulgence in the allure of beauty. Even Su Chen merely observed silently, uninterested in intervening. As the final notes of the dance faded and the performers gracefully retreated, the head of the Wang family initiated a round of applause. Only Li Yi's countenance betrayed a lingering dissatisfaction, a hint of disappointment clouding his features. With a smirk, the Wang patriarch declared, as the old adage goes, the harmonious interplay of softness and strength, yin and yang, defines us. The Wang family boasts not only women as gentle as water, but men as steadfast as mountains. Should you find yourselves unfulfilled, allow us to entertain you further with a display of martial prowess from our esteemed young men. Glancing around the banquet table, he noticed the expressions of Su Chen and his companions, particularly the hint of discontent on Li Yi's face. The Wang patriarch furrowed his brow slightly and continued, Dear guests, there is no need for such extravagance. Your enjoyment is what truly matters. Upon hearing this, Su Chen promptly refused, fully aware of the underlying implications in the patriarch's words. Having come from a noble lineage himself, he recognized the subtleties of conversation that Bai Su and Li Yi appeared to miss. In the realm of mundane wealth, there exists little that can rival the ascetic cultivators. However, they too are embroiled in the pursuit of face. Su Chen discerned that it was undoubtedly Li Yi's demeanor that had left the head of the Wang family somewhat displeased. While others expressed admiration, he wore a countenance of disappointment, which naturally posed a challenge to his pride. No matter, it is merely for amusement. Fetch the second young master and have him perform a set of fist techniques to enliven the atmosphere. Su Chen gestured toward the void, prompting the head of the Wang family to issue commands to the attendants nearby. Well, it seems there is no alternative. Given the circumstances, Su Chen resigned himself to the situation, hoping that Li Yi would exhibit some discernment. For the head of the Wang family had explicitly mentioned that the visitor was the second young master. Should he fail to show due respect, it would likely exacerbate the head's displeasure, particularly in another's domain. Father, what is the reason for summoning your son? Moments later, a handsome youth strode into the hall. This lad possessed an elegant countenance, with eyes that sparkled like stars and brows that resembled swords, his lips as delicate as those of a refined young man. Yet, as Su Chen observed, the youth moved with a steady grace, exhibiting decisive actions, and there was an undercurrent of fierce energy emanating from him, indicating his extraordinary prowess. This time, a few celestial beings have been sent by the Feishan sect. I am hosting a welcoming feast for them. Do perform a set of fist techniques to enliven the occasion. The head of the Wang family beamed with pride at the sight of his second son, clearly holding him in high regard. Very well. I shall now perform a set of techniques to entertain the three celestial beings. As he clasped his hands in salute, Su Chen distinctly sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the second young master. With both hands slowly raised, the expression on the second young master's face grew serious. His deliberate movements unfolded as if time itself had slowed to a crawl. To Li Yi, this spectacle evoked nothing but disdain. Who could be struck by such sluggishness? He scoffed. Yet, Su Chen observed with a sense of astonishment, it was a return to simplicity. Unlike cultivators, martial artists in the secular world, despite lacking spiritual roots and the ability to practice cultivation, engage in their own form of training focusing on the physical body. Although the second young master's actions appeared languid, a closer inspection revealed that his speed had not diminished. Each punch was executed with uniformity, engaging his entire physique. It is worth noting that maintaining a consistent speed in one's movements is a feat not achievable by all. Human muscles possess varying explosive potentials, and even a single punch can exhibit numerous speed fluctuations. To achieve uniformity necessitates a mastery of bodily control that few attain. Clearly, the second young master had reached such a level. After a lengthy performance of his routine, Su Chun led the applause, with Bai Su joining in, while Li Yi, under Su Chen's fierce gaze, reluctantly clapped twice. Hiki, forgive the child's clumsiness. I humbly request the esteemed experts to offer their critiques. The smile that blossomed on the face of the Wang family head signified genuine happiness. He had managed to preserve his dignity. I observed the second young master's movements. They are commendable, yet undeniably slow. Although it is evident that the head of the Wang family desires a few words of praise. As soon as Su Chen began to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by Li Yi's sarcastic tone. Li Yi, what nonsense are you spouting? The gravity in Su Chen's voice rose as he observed the change in color on the Wang family's patriarch's face. Su Chen felt an overwhelming urge to slap Li Yi. Could he truly be such a fool, utterly oblivious to the basic principles of human interaction? Offending the Wang family here would yield nothing but detrimental consequences, with no conceivable benefits. I am not speaking nonsense. I am merely slow to respond, Li Yi retorted, and upon locking eyes with Su Chen, he suddenly trembled. However, with so many witnesses present, he felt compelled to maintain his facade and voiced his thoughts nonetheless. If that is the case, might I request your guidance, Master Li? Although his smile persisted, Su Chen could discern the undercurrent of dissatisfaction in the patriarch's words. Perhaps it would be best to let this matter go, as my esteemed senior seems to have had a bit too much to drink and is speaking foolishly. Indeed, let us move past this, Su Chen added, with Bai Su also sensing the tension and attempting to smooth over the situation. Chapter 22. The Martial Arts Contest. No worries. Su Chen and Bai Su continued to placate the atmosphere, yet Li Yi stood resolute. Given the Wang family's generous hospitality, I cannot simply partake without offering some insight. Allow me to provide guidance to the second young master. In his speech, Li Yi evidently regarded himself as a figure of superior wisdom, as if receiving his counsel were an unparalleled honor. Fool, completely unaware of how perilous his situation is. At this moment, Su Chen let out a cold laugh. He resolved to withdraw his involvement. They were orchestrating a downfall for Li Yi, yet he insisted on leaping into the pit, a fool beyond redemption. I possess a modicum of understanding regarding schemes, yet I recognize that when it comes to striking, one must act swiftly. Your previous motions were excruciatingly slow, lacking even the finesse of ornamental martial arts. How could one possibly land a hit under such circumstances? With his hands clasped behind his back, Li Yi approached the second young master with an air of authority, as if he were a master himself. Swift, he would not even comprehend how he met his demise. Were it not for the impoliteness of leaving at this juncture, Su Chen would have eagerly distanced himself from this imbecile. He required no further observation of the unfolding drama, for the outcome was already etched in his mind. Although possessing a fifth-level chi cultivation that allowed him to manifest spiritual energy externally, Li Yi stood no chance against the second young master, whose physique had been honed to perfection. How could Li Yi even touch him? Indeed, as the immortally stated. In response to Li Yi's assertions, the second young master displayed not anger, but rather an attitude of receptiveness. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen felt a twinge of concern for Li Yi. Individuals adept at concealment often strike with greater ferocity, while he remained indifferent to Li Yi's fate. The three of them were, after all, a collective unit. If the conflict escalated, Su Chen's own reputation would be tarnished. Well, as long as you understand, I urge you to attack me with your utmost speed. Encouraged by the second young master's demeanor of humility, Li Yi seemed to relish the moment, momentarily forgetting that he was but a trifling presence on Siyun Mountain. But isn't this rather inappropriate? Upon hearing Li Yi's audacity, the second young master hesitated slightly. It matters not. You may come without worry, for you shall not touch me. In response to the concerns of the second young master, Li Yi nonchalantly shook his head. Then I must take offense. With both hands clasped in salute, the second young master assumed his stance. No worries, do come at me, Li Yi continued to feign bravado. Here it comes. With a light exclamation, the second young master lunged forward like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, charging directly at Li Yi. Boom. Before Li Yi could even muster a semblance of resistance, a dull thud echoed as the second young master struck him down to the ground. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Su Chen observed the scene with great clarity. The second young master had unleashed a single palm strike that landed squarely on Li Yi's chest. With the shift of his strength, he lifted Li Yi effortlessly before flipping him and slamming him back to the earth, with but one hand, throughout the entire ordeal. The second young master had subdued Li Yi using only a single hand. Cough, cough. Li Yi's face flushed with embarrassment at that moment. He wished he could vanish into the ground. It was then that he truly comprehended the terrifying prowess of this youth, whom he had previously dismissed as inferior even to flowery punches and embroidered kicks. "Thank you for your graciousness, Immortal Li," the second young master said, standing tall, his expression one of genuine disdain. When he acknowledged Li Yi, he did so without even a glance at the fallen figure on the ground. "I have indulged too much. I feel somewhat unwell. I shall take my leave," Li stammered, his face devoid of any remaining dignity. After hastily bidding farewell, he turned and departed in haste. In the eyes of the numerous spectators within the room, the scene was utterly comical. Although no one burst into laughter, their suppressed expressions unmistakably revealed their amusement. Faced with the provoking gaze of the Wang family head, Su Chun merely chuckled lightly. "Oh, can you discern that I have achieved a state of returning to simplicity?" Upon Su Chen's utterance, a look of surprise crossed the face of the second young master. "Indeed, I humbly admit that before entering the mountains, I practiced some martial arts. However, I observed that your offensive was fierce, yet your defense was somewhat lacking. I hope you can improve upon that." In the presence of the second young master, who had seemingly transformed into a different person, Su Chun maintained a cheerful demeanor. "Defense? What a jest! The best defense is a good offense. Defense is merely a choice for the weak. I shall only focus on attacking." In response to Su Chen's words, the second young master let out a scoff. "Oh, I wonder whose nonsense has led you to such a conclusion?" With a sneer, Su Chun cast a disdainful glance at the second young master. "Defense is defense, and offense is offense. The martial way emphasizes a harmonious balance of hardness and softness, the integration of yin and yang. To solely pursue offense without any defense is the act of a reckless fool. It seems you are still far from mastering the martial arts. What? You dare to challenge me?" The moment Su Chun spoke, a dark cloud settled over the second young master's face. Contrary to the expectations of the Wang family head, Su Chun stood up and boldly approached. Su Chun. At this moment, Bai Su's complexion turned pale. One incident with Li Yi was already embarrassing enough, and now Su Chun was intent on confronting a boulder with an egg. This would undoubtedly bring disgrace to the Fei Xian sect. "Do not worry," Su Chun reassured Bai Su, noticing her distress. He understood what Bai Su was concerned about, yet there was no cause for alarm. For the Su Chun of the past had already leaped over the dragon's gate. The Su Chun who was once a mere victim, easily bullied by others, had long since vanished. Through the purification and enhancement of spiritual energy, the current Su Chun harbored no fear of provocations from anyone. Although he had no intention of intervening in this matter, the arrogance of the second young master was simply intolerable. The martial theory of harmonizing yin and yang, encompassing both offense and defense, had been rigorously instilled in Su Chun by his formidable master since childhood. His master held a significant place in Su Chun's heart, and given that he had passed away, Su Chun could not allow anyone to challenge him in the realm of martial arts. This was perhaps Su Chun's way of repaying his master for saving his life. Chapter 23. The Choice Come Forth. At this moment in the Grand Hall, the two were prepared, their gazes locked, igniting a surge of fervent energy. With a thunderous shout, the second young master lunged forward like a descending tiger, charging at Su Chun. In response to the second young master's onslaught, Su Chun executed a swift maneuver, and the two became entwined in a fierce struggle. At that moment, Bai Su felt her heart plummet to the depths of despair. She had believed that Su Chun would be felled by a single strike. For his reputation as a waste was well known. No one on the mountain was unaware of it. Yet, to her astonishment, Su Chun did not fall with a single blow. Instead, he engaged the second young master in a rapid exchange of blows, leaving her utterly shocked. When had this waste become so formidable? The sound of fists and feet resonated through the hall, as Su Chun, relying solely on his physical prowess, faced off against the second young master without employing any spiritual energy. In the eyes of outsiders, the two entangled figures resembled a fierce tiger locked in combat with a mighty dragon, their struggle seemingly endless. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as the second young master was struck by Su Chun, causing him to kneel on one knee upon the ground. "You are formidable. Yet this is not my true strength." A glimmer of ferocity flashed in his eyes as the second young master forcefully propelled himself off the ground, launching an assault. "Brute." Su Chun scoffed disdainfully in the face of the second young master's charge. With a swift sidestep, he raised his foot and executed a precise upward hook, sending the second young master hurtling through the air. Thud. This time, his landing was far from graceful. He rolled twice upon the ground before coming to a halt. Once more, the ferocity in his gaze intensified as he roared and charged at Su Chen again. Enough! A thunderous shout erupted as the head of the Wang family rose abruptly, the suddenness of his voice halting the second young master in his tracks. I sincerely apologize for the spectacle, esteemed immortals. I must express my gratitude to Su Xianren for his guidance. My reckless son is indeed headstrong. I hope you do not take offense. Once the second young master departed, the Wang patriarch began to smooth over the situation. His earlier disdain replaced by a sense of respect. Not at all, Su Chen replied, waving his hand nonchalantly. The second young master possesses remarkable insight and is a promising candidate for martial cultivation. However, his understanding of martial arts is somewhat skewed. The path of martial arts is not as straightforward as he perceives. If he can grasp its essence, I am confident that even the most ordinary cultivators would not stand a chance against him. Previously, in the past, I engaged in little more than indulging in food and drink, strolling through the streets with my servants, and playfully teasing respectable women. Is that truly the impression you have of me? Bai Su scoffed dismissively, unable to believe that I once fancied myself a young master. What purpose would it serve to deceive you? Time is of the essence. I must rest for our journey tomorrow. Faced with Bai Su's lingering curiosity, Su Chen seized the opportunity to distance himself, swiftly striding ahead and vanishing into the shadows. Su Chen, you are truly insufferable. No wonder no one cares to engage with you. Watching Su Chen's retreating figure, Bai Su, incensed, kicked the ground in frustration. Am I truly that formidable? Indeed. This time you shall choose. Those of timid disposition possess an acute awareness of danger. Given that we carry a considerable burden, which path do you deem safe for our passage? With sincerity directed into Su Chen's eyes, Bai Su spoke earnestly. Am I timid? Su Chen shook his head in resignation, his gaze drifting forward into uncertainty. Choose? Is there even a choice to be made? Regardless of the path we take, trouble is inevitable. As long as I am with Bai Su, calamity is assured. In such a case, does the choice of road even matter? Can we separate our paths? After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Chen found himself at a loss over which route to take, as he wished to avoid Bai Su's company. Separate? Do you wish for your own demise? The official road, though broad and bustling with traffic, remains perilous, as it is the cultivators who take action, unaffected by the common folk. Furthermore, the spaciousness of the official road makes escape exceedingly difficult. As they traversed the mountain path, the possibility of ambush loomed. However, the unpredictable nature of the terrain offered a greater chance of escape, especially since Su Chen possessed a talisman specifically for fleeing. Chapter 24. Ambush the mountain path? Very well, let us take the mountain path. Bai Su cast a surprised glance at Su Chen, yet she refrained from further inquiries and stepped resolutely into the forest. Within the oppressive silence of the woods, not a whisper of wind stirred, nor was there a single chirp of a bird. Only the hurried figures of Su Chen and his companions moved swiftly through the undergrowth. Let us rest here for a moment, Su Chen suggested. Not long after, with his eyes closed, Su Chen suddenly perceived a peculiar rustling sound emanating from the thicket. Though faint, the noise was distinct enough for him to detect. Be cautious. There is an ambush, he exclaimed as he abruptly opened his eyes and leapt from his position, just as a fireball the size of a football struck the spot where he had been seated moments before. Simultaneously, alerted by Su Chen's warning, Bai Su deftly evaded a massive net that descended from above, but Li Yi was not as fortunate. A 1-foot-long ice spike pierced through his chest, pinning him to the ground. Who are you? How dare you assault a member of the Flying Immortal sect? Do you seek death? With a sword in one hand and a silken ribbon in the other, Bai Su cautiously surveyed the sudden appearance of 5 masked figures. At that moment, even she, in her naivety, comprehended the gravity of their situation. They had been targeted, and it was evident that their assailants were well prepared. Had it not been for Su Chen's timely warning, she would likely have fallen victim to the silent net, and now, Li Yi lay dead. Leaning against Su Chen, Bai Su seized the opportunity to communicate discreetly while the men in black were engaged in conversation. What will you do? At that moment, Su Chen realized that Bai Su was not as insufferable as she had seemed along their journey. Do not worry about me, otherwise, neither of us will escape. If you have the chance, flee. Observing the 5 men closing in on them, Bai Su exclaimed sharply and charged at the nearest assailant. Capture the woman alive. Kill the man. As Bai Su surged forward, the leader commanded, and one of the men in black lunged directly at Su Chen. Die. Su Chen, witnessing the oncoming figure, swiftly produced 2 talismans from his grasp and hurled them forth. The talismans transformed mid-air into 2 fireballs, catching the advancing assailant off guard. In that instant, Su Chen's body contorted, resembling a serpent, as he deftly evaded the long sword wielded by the black-clad man amidst his disarray, before leaping into the cover of the forest. He must be eliminated. The leader, momentarily taken aback by the scene, quickly regained composure, his voice brimming with urgency. Rest assured, he cannot escape. Having endured the impact of the two fireballs, the clothing of the black-clad man lay in tatters, yet he merely brushed off his wounds in irritation, brandishing his flying sword as he pursued Su Chen's fleeing form. What a bothersome fly! As Su Chen traversed through the mountainous woods, he resembled a cheetah, effortlessly leaping over protruding rocks. However, the assailant trailing him closely on a flying sword caused him considerable distress. The disparity in their cultivation levels was evident. Had Su Chen not relied on the dense forest and the series of evasive maneuvers to significantly impede his pursuer's speed, he would have been captured long ago. Child, cease your futile attempts. You might as well submit to your demise. Otherwise, I swear to ensure that your end is exceptionally brutal. After a relentless chase, the black-clad figure found himself increasingly agitated, having not anticipated such a stark difference between the individual before him and the description he had received. He had been led to believe that Su Chen was merely a waste at the first level of qi cultivation. This was utterly absurd. From the moment he detected their presence, to casually launching two fireballs, and now to his desperate flight, there was no indication that Su Chen was merely a lowly cultivator. The disparity was too vast, leading him to suspect that he was being toyed with. With a loud shout, Su Chen produced a talisman and launched it. The explosion reverberated as the fireball was shattered by the black-clad man's palm. As he emerged from the fiery blast, the assailant's fury intensified. I hereby solemnly declare your death. Even if you kneel and plead for mercy, I shall reduce you to mere fragments. His low growl resonated with an overwhelming aura of menace. For the black-clad man was now genuinely enraged. If you possess the capability, then speak. As Su Chen observed the approaching figure clad in black drawing ever closer, he abruptly kicked off the ground and swiftly changed direction, darting towards the opposite side. It was precisely this unexpected maneuver that caused the ice spear shot by the dark-clad assailant to miss its mark entirely. After an indeterminate distance of frantic running, Su Chen found himself confronted by a sheer cliff, realizing that apart from facing his foe head-on, he had no escape route left. Run. Keep running. At the edge of the cliff, the black-clad figure, with a mocking expression, blocked Su Chen's retreat, nonchalantly twirling the sword in his hand. Run? I merely find this place quite suitable. Dying here would indeed be fitting for you. Undeterred by the provocations of his adversary, Su Chen deftly retrieved a talisman, discreetly concealing it within his palm. Huh, you wish to kill me? Very well, let me see if you possess the capability to do so. Amused by Su Chen's words, the dark figure pointed into the void, directing the flying sword that danced in the air to streak towards him. As the sword lunged forward, Su Chen scoffed, sidestepping with agility before charging at the black-clad figure. Seeking death, the assailant raised his fist, enveloped in a layer of azure light, and struck towards Su Chen. In response, Su Chen waved his hand, unleashing a fireball that soared through the air. The moment their attacks collided, a resounding explosion ensued, scattering flames in all directions and momentarily obstructing the black-clad figure's line of sight. Stepping back a couple of paces, Su Chen was astonished to find himself face to face with the cloaked figure as the flames subsided. In each of his hands, he held a crackling sphere of lightning. Chapter 25. By Su Captured Die. With a thunderous roar, Su Chen surged forward once more. At such a close range, the cloaked figure could only raise his arms to shield his chest, but it was too late. The lightning spheres were pressed against him. With a peculiar muffled sound, the two spheres detonated upon impact, not exploding like fireballs, but rather swiftly enveloping the cloaked figure's entire being. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as the muscles in his face convulsed. He had not anticipated that these lightning spheres would induce such uncontrollable spasms in his body. Humph. Observing the cloaked figure's plight, Su Chen granted him no opportunity for recovery. With a cold snort, he unleashed a punch that struck the figure's throat, ending his life. After confirming the cloaked figure was truly deceased, Su Chen removed the veil from his face, only to discover he did not recognize the individual. Although he found no useful clues, Su Chen still reaped considerable rewards. After thoroughly searching the figure, he collected over 20 spirit stones, a low-grade flying sword, and a vial of Hunyuan pills. While the Hunyuan pills were not considered high-grade elixirs, they could swiftly replenish the spiritual energy consumed within one's body, despite not enhancing cultivation. After consuming 2 mixed origin pills, Su Chun hesitated as he glanced towards the direction of the flying immortal sect, ultimately turning and delving into the dense forest. He could not simply walk away from this predicament. Had Bai Su not urged him to flee earlier, even if she were to plead for his assistance now, Su Chun would have remained indifferent. However, in that moment, Bai Su prioritized his safety over her own, instilling within him a profound sense of guilt. If a woman could exhibit such noble selflessness, surely a man like him should strive to embody similar virtues. Although he feared death, there existed in this world matters far more significant than mere survival. If one lives solely for the sake of existence, what meaning does life hold? Furthermore, he did not intend to court danger recklessly. He merely wished to ascertain whether there was a chance to rescue Bai Su. After all, he still possessed 2 talismans that could safeguard his life. To abandon the situation would leave an indelible stain on his life's journey. Whether he could ultimately save her remained uncertain, yet he sought to act in a manner that would leave his conscience clear. Thus, he resolved to make an effort, regardless of the outcome. The battle had only just transpired, and the residual elemental fluctuations in the air had yet to dissipate. After a brief moment of determining the direction in which those individuals had departed, Su Chun hastily pursued them. Where's the third one? In a thicket of overgrown weeds and scattered stones, 4 cloaked figures anxiously awaited. Nearby, Bai Su lay on the ground, bound by a red rope, her clothing tattered, and her eyes tightly shut, clearly having been rendered unconscious. Could something unforeseen have occurred? A dissonant voice articulated the unspoken concerns harbored by the group. Impossible. That individual is merely at the initial stage of chi cultivation, renowned within our flying immortal sect as a notorious failure. Such a situation could never arise. Oh no. The jade slip containing Lao San's life essence has shattered. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden voice interrupted him. What? How can this be possible? Expressions of astonishment echoed around, faces adorned with disbelief. This is indeed true. Observing the 3 individuals around him fixated upon him, the man in black produced several fragments of broken jade slips. In an instant, the sight rendered the other 3 speechless. However, they quickly turned their gaze back to the one who had spoken earlier, as if demanding an explanation. You need not look at me like that. Under the scrutiny of the 3, the man began to feel uneasy. The one being hunted was indeed a failure of our flying immortal sect, possessing only the cultivation level of chi initiation, so you need not worry about that information. As for the unforeseen incident, I too am at a loss to comprehend it. That may be so, yet regardless of the circumstances, our third brother has undeniably encountered an accident. You ought to provide some form of compensation. Furthermore, we cannot remain here. Relocating will require funds. When we initially negotiated, how could you possibly renege on the agreement? You stated that no unforeseen events would occur, and now that one has transpired, it cannot be considered the same. Very well. I shall offer you an additional reward, but I currently lack the means. How about in 2 days, once I have concluded my affairs? After a heated exchange, faced with the predatory gazes of the 3, the man ultimately capitulated. It is imperative that we take as much as we can. With the unfortunate incident concerning the third brother, we must depart immediately. In response to his proposal, the 3 individuals outright rejected it. Very well, consider yourselves resolute. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay, and I have no desire to engage in further dispute with you. With a surge of indignation, he swiftly removed his storage bag and tossed it aside before hoisting the unconscious Bai Su and hastily leaving the forest. He did not resort to trickery. We must go. Upon receiving the storage bag, the leader of the cloaked figures inspected its contents, confirming their validity, and promptly departed with his companions. After a considerable time had passed, once he was certain this was not a trap, Su Chun emerged from a pile of rubble. Fools, the valuable items are clearly on Bai Su, yet you remain oblivious. He shook his head in scorn as he glanced in the direction the 3 had taken, then set off towards where Bai Su had been taken. With the 4 now separated, it was an opportune moment. Su Chun felt increasingly confident in his ability to rescue Bai Su. Bai Su, do you realize I have awaited this day for so long? Through the dense thicket, Su Chun pursued relentlessly for over 100 miles. And only as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an amber glow, did he finally catch sight of Bai Su. At that moment, the cloaked figure had lowered his veil, revealing that it was not Wang Meng. Bai Su had regained consciousness, her eyes ablaze with fury as she glared at the unfamiliar man before her. Yet, apart from her eyes, her body remained immobile, her voice silenced, clearly restrained. TSK. Do not regard me with such intensity. In the presence of your first man, should you not exhibit a hint of shyness? Such a scene evokes profound imagery. Observing the intense gaze of Baisu, one could almost sense the desire to consume her, as the figure clad in black extended his hands to grasp her delicate face. So soft, so smooth, like a resplendent bloom. It pained me to act, yet what choice did I have, given that you are of the jade butterfly physique? Reflecting on this matter feels akin to drifting through a dream. Gently shaking my head, I heard the soft murmurs of this individual as he unveiled Baisu's bare shoulders. Unfazed by her fiery glare that seemed to breathe flames, he continued to caress her, descending further. You may not comprehend the significance, but half a year ago, I endeavored to cultivate my foundation for the third time, and I failed yet again. This foretells a grave omen. 3 unsuccessful attempts at foundation cultivation typically indicate that one may find it exceedingly difficult to succeed in this lifetime, unless a great opportunity arises. Yet, such opportunities are capricious, often eluding our grasp. I had resigned myself to the belief that I would never achieve this goal. Who could have anticipated that, in my moment of deepest despair, fate would present you before me? That afternoon, I wandered alone to the lakeside in the back mountains to seek solace. Can you guess what I beheld? A smile crept upon the man's face as excitement began to swell within him. Indeed, it was that. With a sudden surge of strength, he tore apart Baisu's garments, revealing 2 playful white rabbits that sprang forth unexpectedly. Between them, a vividly lifelike butterfly tattoo adorned her skin, a striking contrast to the trembling forms. Chapter 26. The fierce confrontation with Muron Kun. With burning eyes, the man gazed hungrily at the butterfly tattoo adorning Baisu's chest. Unable to resist licking his lips, his expression one of insatiable greed, as if he longed to lean in and take a bite. The jade butterfly physique, a rare gift from the heavens, was evident to me the moment you emerged from the lake's surface. I recognized you as the opportunity bestowed upon me to reach the foundational stage. Although I have failed thrice in my attempts to establish my foundation, I believe that if I can become your first man, the pure essence of the jade butterfly within you will shatter the barriers I face, allowing me to break through to the foundational stage. Haha. The more I spoke, the more exhilarated I became, and by the end, my uncontrollable hands gripped Baisu's ample bosom, reddening it with fervor. Overwhelmed by humiliation and indignation, tears streamed down Baisu's cheeks in that moment of realization. So this was the infamous Muron Kun. Behind the stone pile, Su Chun, who had overheard everything, nodded in sudden comprehension. He had never heard of the jade butterfly physique before, but now he understood why Baisu had caught such attention. She was not merely a treasure. She was a treasure in herself. Very well, Baisu, let us return to the matter at hand. While I cannot release you, I can certainly ensure that you experience joy in your final moments. After all, it would be unfair to allow you to reincarnate harboring resentment. By the way, I am Muron Kun. Calming himself, Muron Kun composed his emotions and subsequently withdrew a black pill from his bosom, placing it into Baisu's mouth. Hate me a little longer. Soon, you may find yourself devoid of the opportunity to do so. Once the effects of the potion take hold, you will transform into a different person, coiling around me like a serpent, pleading for my conquest. But before that, allow me to deal with this bothersome fly. Having delivered these words in a tranquil tone, Muron Kun cast a cold glance toward the place where Su Chun was concealed. Oh no, discovered. A jolt of alarm surged through Su Chun, prompting him to leap away from his position. At that very moment, a soil spike over a foot long erupted from the ground, soaring into the air. Su Chun, it truly is you. Their eyes locked. A hint of astonishment flickered across Muron Kun's face, as he found it difficult to fathom how Su Chun had managed to evade a formidable opponent of the 8th level of Qi training and even mount a counterattack. Of course it's me. Who else could it be? Su Chun replied, not daring to underestimate Muron Kun's incredulity. He swiftly produced 2 talismans, placing them in the palms of his hands. Intriguing. It seems you are not the waste that the mountains speak of. I hadn't anticipated you had reached the 6th level of Qi training. You have concealed your abilities well. Observing Su Chun's remarkable composure, a glimmer of sharpness flashed in Muron Kun's eyes as he discerned Su Chun's true cultivation level. Concealment, huh? When it comes to hiding, one cannot compare to Brother Muron. For you are nothing more than a beast clothed in human skin. No, even a beast pales in comparison. The path of cultivation is one of survival of the fittest. However, since you have unearthed my secret, prepare to meet your demise. Infuriated by Su Chun's words, Mu Ronquin narrowed his eyes, and a circle of earthy light enveloped him as he charged towards Su Chun. Death. You overestimate yourself. With a cold smirk, Su Chun, emboldened since he had slain the black-clad pursuer, faced Mu Ronquin's advancing figure without hesitation. With a resounding crash, as their forms were about to collide, Su Chun unleashed two talismans from his hand and swiftly sidestepped. Two fireballs struck Mu Ronquin directly, creating an explosive eruption that engulfed him in flames. Yet, Su Chun understood that these fireballs would not harm him. After evading, he did not linger for an opportunity, but instead dashed towards Bai Su. Are you all right? Upon reaching Bai Su, he noticed the clear imprints of two large palms on her chest, and he swallowed hard. Drawing forth a sword he had obtained, he aimed to sever the red ropes binding her. To his astonishment, as he struck down, the red cords bore no marks whatsoever. Raising the sword for a second strike, Su Chun was suddenly alerted by a heavy breath that erupted from Bai Su's nostrils, hitting him squarely in the face. This is bad. Realizing Bai Su was signaling him with her eyes to look behind, he understood that Mu Ronquin was upon them. With no time to ponder, Su Chun swiftly produced the strength talisman and activated it. Bang! At the instant the talisman was triggered, an immense force struck his body. Though he felt no pain, the impact sent Su Chun hurtling through the air. He rolled twice before coming to a halt 3 zhang away. To his astonishment, you possess quite a few life-saving items. Let us see how many times you can endure this. Looking ahead in terror, he found no trace of any figure. However, upon realizing the voice originated from behind him, Su Chun was immediately struck with shock. Boom! Without granting him a moment to evade, a powerful force surged from behind once more, propelling him towards Bai Su. This is impossible. The difference between the 8th and 9th levels of Qi refinement is too vast. I cannot even catch a glimpse of Mu Ronquin. Landing near Bai Su, Su Chun wasted no time and swiftly retrieved the speed talisman, activating it without hesitation. The moment the talisman was ignited, he felt his body lighten considerably, as if his senses had sharpened as well. Hearing a whoosh from behind, he had no time for further contemplation. He clapped his hands against the ground and sprang into the air. As he attempted to evade, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a rope's end protruding from behind Bai Su. In that instant, Su Chun made a different decision. Before Mu Ronquin could strike him, he quickly reached out and tugged at the rope's end. Bang! A muffled sound resonated, and this choice sent Su Chun tumbling once more. However, this time, as Su Chun rolled away, he did not grant Mu Ronquin another opportunity. With a swift motion, he fled the scene. Yet, simultaneously, an infuriating realization struck him. The fortifying technique that had enveloped him had inexplicably dissipated. He distinctly recalled having 5 chances, yet only 3 had been utilized thus far, leaving 2 remaining. This thought inevitably brought to mind the enigmatic figure of Chu Xianren. What a scoundrel! It was evident that he was a swindler. The fortifying technique, purportedly offering 5 opportunities, was in reality limited to 3. It followed that the speed-enhancing technique, which was said to last a quarter of an hour, would undoubtedly not endure for such a duration. Observing the vigorous Mu Ronquin and contemplating the uncertain timing of the speed technique, Su Chun resolved to make his escape. He had exerted himself to the utmost. He could not sacrifice his own life for the sake of rescuing Bai Su. Just as the intention to flee emerged, Su Chun, unprepared to depart, caught a glimpse of Bai Su moving out of the corner of his eye. Though her crimson form remained bound, she silently grasped her flying sword, maintaining the illusion of being incapacitated. Excellent. Let us hope our minds are truly in sync. Witnessing this scene, Su Chun promptly altered his course. He would not flee. Instead, he led Mu Ronquin directly toward Bai Su. Chapter 27. Bai Su delivered to his doorstep. The pace was not slow, but did he truly believe he could escape? Watching Su Chun accelerate suddenly, Mu Ronquin clenched his fists in fury, realizing that he could not catch up in such a brief span. As Su Chun's figure remained within his spellcasting range, Mu Ronquin bent low, pressing both hands against the earth. At this moment, a continuous stream of earth elemental energy was channeled by Mu Ronquin into the ground. Su Chun, in the midst of his sprint, suddenly felt the earth beneath his feet becoming soft. Before he could reach Bai Su, his calves had already sunk into the soil, rendering him helplessly stuck. Earth spikes. Witnessing this scene, a hint of amusement flickered across Mu Ronquin's face, as he summoned his spiritual energy once more. Dozens of earthen spikes erupted from the ground around Su Chun, hurtling directly towards him. Damn it! In that instant, Su Chun's heart was filled with curses. Su was clearly unrestrained, yet chose not to intervene at such a critical moment. Did she intend to watch him perish? Though his legs were ensnared in the earth, he instinctively transformed his body into a supple form, swaying left and right like a rubber band in response to the barrage of incoming earthen spikes. As a result, aside from a single spike grazing his left thigh, he sustained only minor abrasions. Once the spell concluded, Su-Chen let out a sharp cry, channeling the ferocious power of lightning into his legs. With a thunderous explosion, dirt flew in all directions, and a massive crater appeared where his legs had been. Die! Accompanied by this furious declaration, his fist, enveloped in yellow spiritual energy, descended from above. As he beheld this oncoming strike aimed squarely at his chest, despair began to grip Su-Chen. Had he known Muron was so formidable, he would never have come. He had not anticipated the sheer might of someone at the 9th level of Qi training, yet his anger towards Su, this foolish woman, was even greater. What on earth was she waiting for? Suddenly, with the sound of a blade piercing flesh, everything came to a standstill. Gazing at the fist, which was less than a palm's breadth from his chest, and the longsword embedded in Muron breast, Su-Chen finally exhaled in relief. At last, he had not been let down. Su had indeed taken action. Thud, thud, before Su-Chen could fully relax. The sound of two bodies collapsing compelled him to spring to his feet. Su, are you all right? Observing Su, who appeared feverish, her body aflame and her face flushed, left Su-Chen at a loss. Hurry, we must go. No, don't worry about me, stay away. Her feeble arms pushed against Su-Chen, her weak tone laced with an undeniable yearning. In that moment, it seemed less an admonition to leave and more a subtle invitation. What nonsense are you spouting? You need to hold on. Gently placing his hand on her feverish forehead, Su-Chen hoisted her onto his back and swiftly departed from the scene. Rest easy, I shall fetch you some water. In the solitude of a deserted cave, Su-Chen felt Su's body temperature rise even further, a sense of foreboding washing over him. This was peculiar. He had encountered numerous ailments before, yet never had he witnessed such an intense fever. No, don't go. As Su-Chen attempted to rise, Su clutched his clothing. What is it? Su-Chen asked, concern etching his features. I'm hot, I'm so hot. Gripping Su-Chen's garment with one hand, Su began to tear at her own clothes with the other. In mere moments, she was left bare. And Su-Chen felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his heart racing uncontrollably. You did it yourself, not me. Swallowing hard, Su-Chen reluctantly turned his gaze towards the entrance of the cave. Ah, it hurts. I feel so uncomfortable. Like a serpent. Su clung tightly to Su-Chen's garment, her body writhing incessantly. Rest assured, I shall not abandon you, but in this state, I cannot fetch water for you. Taking several deep breaths, Su-Chen sensed something amiss. Su was not ill, for the strength with which she held him was far from that of a sickly, feeble person. Yes, love me now. Su-Chen was oblivious to how the strap around his waist had come undone. Yet he realized that his upper body had been bared by Su, and he was unaware of it all. The moment his mouth was muffled, Su-Chen's eyes widened in surprise, but the exquisite sensation made him forget all his reservations. Under the intense stimulation, Su-Chen began to retaliate. Flipping Su onto the ground, he no longer deemed the events of tomorrow to be of great significance. What mattered was the present. Outside the cave, the sun had set, and the last glimmer of light on the horizon had vanished, heralding the arrival of night. Chapter 28. Without strength, there is no reason. At dawn the next day, the chirping of birds in the forest roused Su-Chen, rubbing his sleepy eyes. He had forgotten how long it had been since he had slept so soundly. His hands reached out beside him, and only when he felt the cold, hard stone did he suddenly open his eyes wide. At this moment, the cave was brightly lit. Observing the delicate figure beside him, clad in his own garments and sitting in a daze, Su-Chen was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Could she possibly intend to harm him? Noticing Su's expressionless demeanor, Su-Chen cautiously retrieved a set of clothes from his storage bag and donned them with great care. Su? He called tentatively. But she appeared utterly oblivious to his actions. After he had dressed, he attempted to elicit a response once more, raising his voice slightly. Yet, there was no reaction. Su seemed to be in a trance, her gaze fixated on the ground. Su. Su-Chen raised his voice further, but still, there was no reply. He found himself at a loss for words, and as he observed a stray black hair at the corner of her mouth, he reached out to pluck it away. Though there was no immediate response, this small action prompted Su to turn her head toward him, her eyes filled with questioning disbelief, as if silently asking what he was doing. Hey, it's just a hair. Su Chen sheepishly raised the crooked black strand in his hand. The sight of it caused Bai Su's stomach to churn violently, and her complexion shifted as she clutched her abdomen and rushed outside the cave to retch. After an indeterminate time had passed, and the sounds of her dry heaving subsided, Su Chen cautiously stepped outside. "Are you all right?" Bai Su, now seemingly transformed, bore no resemblance to her former dazed self. An icy aura emanated from her, warding off any approach. "What could possibly be wrong with me?" She cast a sidelong glance at Su Chen. "Last night, As Su Chen mentioned the events of the previous night, Bai Su's expression darkened. "Are you truly so muddled?" "Nothing transpired last night. I merely stood here throughout the night." "Enough. Do you think it is truly so simple? Do you believe that no one is aware?" Observing Su Chen's agitated demeanor, Bai Su interrupted him with an even more fervent tone. "The situation is far more intricate than you perceive." Watching Su Chen momentarily silenced by her voice, Bai Su took a deep breath, calming her tumultuous emotions, and her tone returned to a more subdued state. "Are you familiar with the spring heart pill? It was the very substance that Murong Koan compelled me to ingest yesterday. Its effects are akin to the mundane, yet unlike the latter, which is ineffective for cultivators, this pill renders even the most adept practitioners unable to govern themselves. The concoction is not particularly difficult, but it necessitates a cultivation level of at least the foundation establishment stage, along with rare and precious herbs. Moreover, its efficacy wanes after merely 7 days. The mere presence of such a substance in Murong Koan's possession signifies something profound. Do you comprehend its implications? It suggests that he has, at the very least, the backing of a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Do you truly believe that if we clarify matters, that cultivator will let us go?" In that moment, Su Chen fell into silence. Indeed, he had nearly forgotten. Murong Koan's uncle is the esteemed elder alchemist of the Cloud Ascending Peak. The spring heart pill, with its fleeting potency of 7 days, was clearly crafted for Murong Koan before his descent. It appears he is aware of this matter and supports it. Without power, there is no justification. Several days later, the Flying Immortals sect issued a warrant for the capture of Bai Su, disseminating it throughout the various towns within their jurisdiction. The essence of the proclamation was that Bai Su, a disciple of the sect, had harbored malicious intent while collecting offerings, resulting in the tragic deaths of her fellow disciples, Li Yi and Murong Koan. She then absconded with the offerings. Those capable of slaying her would be rewarded with a foundational elixir for cultivators, or a century of wealth and glory for non-cultivators, alongside various rewards for any useful information provided. In light of such generous incentives, disciples of the Flying Immortals sect eagerly descended the mountains in search of Bai Su. Yet, Su Chen remained seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. Quietly situated at the precipice of the back mountain, they understood that Bai Su had long since fled the sect's domain, her whereabouts now a mystery, with the possibility of unforeseen circumstances looming. In any case, the likelihood of finding her diminished with each passing moment. At last, 2 months later, a surge of spiritual energy once again converged at the cliff of Chiju Peak, marking Su Chen's breakthrough to the 7th level of Qi training after 2 months of arduous cultivation. Chapter 29. An unusual request. A low hum reverberated through the tranquil cliff, shattering the silence of the surroundings. The small creature, curled up beside Su Chen and dozing off, was startled awake by the sound. It leapt onto Su Chen's shoulder, its eyes wide with surprise as it scanned the vicinity. Upon discovering the source of the noise, it swiftly dove back into Su Chen's embrace. Unlike before, the elder of the artifact refinement exuded an unmistakable tone in his message this time. An urgent matter? Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed as to what pressing issue could possibly concern him. Over the past 2 months, he had engaged in no activities, dedicating himself solely to his cultivation at this precipice. Moreover, in matters of significance, he felt utterly incapable of offering assistance. Nevertheless, even if this woman were reduced to ashes, he would still recognize her the moment she appeared before him. A flicker of anger crossed his face, resembling hatred. Yet in Su Chen's heart lingered the memory of that tender night, for Bai Su was his first love, an unforgettable presence. "Very well," murmured Murong Di, nodding with satisfaction at Su Chen's demeanor. Within the room, Murong Di placed paper and ink before Su Chen. His intent glaringly clear. He wished for Su Chen to illustrate the fruit of his fabrication. This gazing at the paper and ink, Su Chen felt a wave of confusion and headache wash over him. What was the connection? He had come here seeking the whereabouts of Bai Su. Yet Murong Di had fixated on an entirely unrelated matter. Elder Murong, I am afraid I cannot recall the details, as I was not paying attention at the time. Su Chen stammered. I vaguely remember it being read. Although he was uncertain of Murong Di's intentions, a sense of unease enveloped him. After all, Murong Di was the elder of alchemy, possessing extensive knowledge of medicinal materials. Should Su Chen's fabricated account be exposed, it could lead to troublesome repercussions. Thus, the most prudent course of action seemed to be feigned ignorance. Is this matter of great significance to you, Elder Murong? Su Chen inquired, perplexed as he received the hefty tome. Is it really that important? Oh, it isn't of great consequence. Rather, it is a matter of personal interest. I harbor a fascination for certain obscure celestial materials and earthly treasures. However, time is of the essence. You may begin your search while I attend to other matters. With a fleeting smile at Su Chen's question, Murong Di departed the room. Personal interest? Su Chen murmured, shaking his head as he observed Murong Di's retreating figure. He sensed that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Murong Di did not strike him as a person easily amused, even if he discovered something. What could be done? The items had already been consumed by Su Chen. Could they be regurgitated? An air of mystery enveloped the entire affair. Yet Su Chen was at a loss to articulate what felt amiss. With a resigned sigh, he began to leaf through the pages of the tome, hoping to uncover something that might provide clarity and allow him to report back, thus avoiding further entanglement. After all, the matter was fabricated. If one were to delve too deeply, it would lead to an endless pursuit, yielding no useful clues. Chapter 30. The Crimson Dragon Fruit. As Su Chen turned the pages of the substantial book, he initially felt a sense of resistance. However, he gradually became captivated by the richness of its content. It was astoundingly comprehensive. This extensive compendium encompassed a multitude of subjects. With all the herbs Su Chen was familiar with meticulously documented within its pages. Furthermore, even those plants he had never heard of were illustrated and described, accompanied by personal annotations from Murong Di. Thus, Su Chen became even more perplexed. In terms of the value embodied by this book, it was undoubtedly extremely precious. Yet, Murong Di had generously entrusted it to him, which was utterly incomprehensible. Nevertheless, regardless of the reasons behind it, the book was now in his possession. After discarding these perplexing thoughts, Su Chen focused all his attention on the text. Since Murong Di dared to leave it behind, Su Chen was determined to commit its contents to memory. Such a splendid opportunity would be sheer folly to squander. With a lamp lit, he immersed himself in reading throughout the night. By dawn, he had finally perused the entire volume. However, he was left puzzled by the fact that the last few pages had been torn out. The significance of this book, which Murong Di had entrusted to Su Chen, indicated that those missing sections were exceedingly valuable, to the extent that Murong Di could not bear to leave them within the book. Creak. After a night of exhaustive reading, Su Chen was just about to step outside for some fresh air when he unexpectedly spotted a figure at the door. It was Murong Di. So have you found it? Without waiting for Su Chen to greet him, Murong Di inquired directly upon seeing him emerge. I found it. Observing that Murong Di did not appear to have just arrived, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback before nodding in affirmation. This revelation was an irresistible temptation for Murong Elder, who had reached the late stage of foundational establishment yet had not been able to condense his stand. Murong Elder? Murong Elder? Noticing that Murong Di was deeply engrossed in the content of the book, Su Chen called out to him twice. Oh. It appears that your fortuitous encounters are indeed remarkable. To stumble upon such extraordinary treasures is a stroke of fate. Awakened by Su Chen, Murong Di immediately feigned indifference. Yet his eyes lingered on Su Chen with an insatiable gaze, as if he wished to devour him whole. It was merely a stroke of luck for the disciple. Regarding the matter of Bai Su, do you think we should? Startled by Murong Di's intense stare, Su Chen awkwardly redirected the conversation towards Bai Su, fearing that if Murong Di pressed further regarding the taste, texture, and reactions following the consumption of the Crimson Dragon Fruit, he would find himself in a truly challenging predicament. Concerning Bai Su, I have already located her. There is no need for haste. She shall arrive shortly. The revelation sent a chill through Su Chen's heart, giving rise to a foreboding sense of dread. Had Bai Su truly been captured? Esteemed immortals, there is a man downstairs who claims to be Heir Zhu, stating he has urgent matters to discuss with you. Do you wish to? In that brief moment, accompanied by hurried footsteps, another figure ascended from below. He was rugged in appearance and robust in stature, yet upon his arrival, he immediately knelt upon the ground. I, a mere mortal, Zhu. Pay my respects to the esteemed immortals. The sound of his forehead striking the ground startled Su Chun. Is such grand reverence truly necessary? Rise, Morong Di replied. You are the one who has discovered the whereabouts of that enchantress, Bai Su. Despite standing, Zhu dared not lift his gaze, merely bowing his head in humility. Well, share what you have witnessed. If the account proves true, I shall certainly reward you. Should it be false, you still have time to regret it now. However, when he arrived, the scene before him was not as he expected. The sounds of an argument emanated from two individuals, an elderly woman and a young girl, both of whom were cultivators. The appearance of the girl bore an uncanny resemblance to the one Bai Su from the Feishan sect. The exact reason for their dispute was unknown to Zhu, yet soon they engaged in combat. The girl was evidently no match for the elderly woman. After a brief confrontation, she was forced to flee, with the woman in pursuit. As for the outcome, Zhu remained oblivious. Let us go. With this soft command, Su Chen and Zhu took flight towards the scene of the incident. Are you certain this is the place? The western mountains were not far from the town, and in mere moments, the trio arrived. Here, the terrain was rugged, overgrown with grass and sparsely wooded, making it an unsuitable hiding spot from any angle. Thus, Morong Di's expression was one of disbelief. Indeed, I would stake my life on it. It is undoubtedly here. In response to Morong Di's skeptical tone, Zhu nodded affirmatively. Chapter 31. A helping hand. Very well. Su Chun, search the surroundings and see if you can uncover any useful information to confirm Bai Su's presence here. With Zhu's unwavering certainty, Morong Di ceased to harbor any doubts. Understood, master. Upon receiving Morong Di's command, Su Chen immediately began to feign a search in the vicinity. In truth, there was no need for a search upon arriving at this place. Su Chen had already discerned that Bai Su had indeed been here. The tattered garment lying on the ground was the very one Su Chen had worn when Bai Su departed. The mere presence of this clothing indicated her visit. And now he could only hope that she had not encountered any misfortune. Elder Morong, the disciple has discovered this. After an unfruitful search, just as Su Chen turned to leave, he suddenly spotted a fragment of a red rope amidst the grass. Upon pulling it out, he realized it was the very rope used to bind Bai Su that day, now inexplicably severed. The binding spirit rope? Upon receiving the fragment from Su Chen, Morong Di's expression darkened immediately. No need to continue the search. It appears Bai Su has indeed met with an unfortunate event. Tossing the severed binding spirit rope onto the ground, Morong Di shook his head in anger. This rope was a protective gift for Kunar. Unless wielded by a practitioner of the Qi refinement stage or above, it cannot be cut. It seems Bai Su has likely encountered a formidable opponent of the Foundation establishment stage, and considering the numerous offerings she bore, she is in grave peril. Grave peril? Hearing Morong Di's assertion, Su Chen felt a wave of astonishment. How could such a conclusion be drawn? Su Chen did not share Morong Di's perspective. Rather, his thoughts were entirely contrary. He believed that Bai Su had not encountered any mishap. He recalled that Zhu had mentioned Bai Su had fled after being unable to overcome the old woman in combat. How could this be possible? If the opponent truly is a foundational level cultivator, how could Bai Su possibly have a chance to escape? It is likely that within a mere exchange, she would be vanquished. As the disparity between the foundational and Qi refining stages is indeed vast. Su Chen, however, sensed a possibility for a turn of events. Perhaps that foundational cultivator had no intention of harming Bai Su at all. What initially seemed a grave matter was abruptly dismissed by Morong Di's remark. Su Chen remained uncertain whether Morong Di genuinely sought vengeance from Morong Koan. There were leads to follow, yet he chose to abandon the pursuit. Nonetheless, this aligned perfectly with Su Chen's own desires. He was eager for the matter concerning Bai Su to conclude swiftly. Since Morong Di believed that Bai Su had encountered an incident, Su Chen had no objections. Stay in the city for a couple of days. I have some matters to prepare during this time. You may move about freely, but do not leave the city. I will contact you in a couple of days regarding further issues. After handing Su Chen a jade piece the size of a fingernail, Morong Di vanished into the crowd. Watching the direction in which Morong Di had disappeared, Su Chen furrowed his brow in confusion. Matters? What could these matters possibly entail? Su Chen recalled that his purpose for descending the mountain was to assist Morong Di in locating Bai Su. Yet it appeared that Morong Di was indifferent to whether Bai Su was still alive, instead becoming entangled in some inexplicable affairs. However, as a foundational level cultivator, Morong Di's actions were beyond Su Chen's comprehension. Since Murongdi had instructed Su Chen to remain in the city for the next few days, he could only comply. A mournful cry suddenly caught Su Chen's attention. On one side of the street, there lies a narrow alley that extends inward, where a woman is now kneeling and weeping profusely. What has transpired? With a furrowed brow, Su Chen curiously ventured inside. Shui, the divine physician, I implore you. You must save my daughter. I earnestly beg you. As Su Chen approached the woman, he observed her still kneeling on the ground. Before her stood an elderly man with hair as white as snow, yet no matter how much he tried to assist her, she refused to rise. Alas, madam, you ought to stand up. I am truly powerless to help. Continuing this way will yield no results unless a cultivator is willing to intervene. Otherwise, no one can save your daughter. Sister, please, you should rise. Your tears are of no avail. Perhaps I can assist you. Unlike the frail elder, Su Chen, with determination, reached out and helped the woman to her feet. You can help me? The sudden appearance of Su Chen startled her, but upon hearing his words, her face lit up with hope, her hands gripping Su Chen tightly, as if fearing he might vanish. Ah, perhaps I can. But if you continue to hold on to me like this, even if I can help, I shall be unable to do so. Su Chen glanced at his arm, caught in her grasp, and gestured slightly. Yes, I was indeed reckless. I beg your pardon, but you must save my daughter. Without pausing to wipe her tears, she released her grip and, weakened, knelt once more before Su Chen. Ah, do not act in such a manner. You need only to remain quiet and wait here. Should you continue with such behavior, I shall withdraw my assistance. Extending a hand to assist the woman, Su Chen feigned anger upon his countenance. However, observing Su Chen's demeanor, the woman was instantly at a loss. There was no need for any action. It was sufficient to wait in silence. Noticing the woman's unease, Su Chen nodded reassuringly once more, then reached out to the elder beside him, and the two entered the room together. Earlier, I overheard the old gentleman mention that only a cultivator could save the life of this girl. To be candid, I am a disciple of the Flying Immortal sect. However, I kindly request you to elucidate the healing technique required. In the modest room, a girl of approximately 7 or 8 years lay upon the bed. Her complexion ashen and her eyes tightly shut, the nature of her ailment unknown. It turned out that the elder was indeed a member of the Flying Immortal sect. The old man, initially perplexed, suddenly comprehended upon hearing Su Chen's words. Please, there is no need for excessive formalities. Saving a life is of utmost importance. We must not delay any further. Observing the elder's expression, Su Chen promptly assisted him to his feet. Chapter 32. The distinction between celestial and mortal law. Since you are a celestial being of the Flying Immortal sect, I shall not withhold the truth from you. This young girl has been poisoned, and regrettably, too much time has elapsed. The toxin has already penetrated her heart's meridians. I require your assistance to safeguard her heart, allowing me to expel the poison without hesitation. Otherwise, should the toxin remain, she may very well perish before we succeed. Recognizing Su Chen's genuine intent to assist, the elder did not hesitate to articulate precisely what he required from him. If it is merely thus, then it is not a troublesome matter. Please proceed, esteemed elder. Upon hearing this, Su Chen did not hesitate, immediately assisting the young girl, who lay upon the bed, to sit up, and then placing his hand upon her back. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from Su Chen's being as he directed it towards the girl's heart meridian, all the while keeping his eyes tightly shut. Exercising utmost caution. Spiritual energy possesses the capacity to heal or to harm. If mishandled, a mere slip could result in the girl succumbing to Su Chen's volatile, thunderous energy. However, having attained the 7th level of Qi refinement, he was adept in the manipulation of this power, alleviating any substantial concerns. With meticulous care, he wielded the energy, ensuring it did not make contact with the girl's heart, instead enveloping her heart meridian in a protective cocoon. Although there was no direct contact, the influx of energy caused a noticeable change in the girl's complexion, her face contorting in an expression of agony, her features drawn together in distress. Elder, you may commence. The delay has been prolonged, and I fear she may not endure much longer. After completing this task, Su Chen nodded towards the elder, who had been patiently awaiting by the side. External spiritual energy, albeit beneficial, can be detrimental to the body, despite Su Chen's careful control. He could not guarantee that the girl would withstand its prolonged influence. Very well. With a box of silver needles in hand, the elder had been poised for some time. Observing that Su Chen had safeguarded the girl's heart meridian, he struck with the swiftness of lightning. deftly extracting slender silver needles and skillfully inserting them into the girl's head, chest, and abdomen, exactly 81 in total. Observing the elder's movements, Su Chun mentally counted the number of silver needles, feeling an immediate shock within. It was nearly impossible for anyone lacking expertise in the medical arts to insert 81 silver needles into the body with such precision in such a brief span of time. Clearly, the elder's medical skills were extraordinarily formidable. After completing this intricate task, the elder exhaled softly, as if fatigued, wiping the sweat from his brow. He then retrieved a porcelain vial from his robe, pouring out a crimson pill and placing it into the girl's mouth. Within moments, her complexion began to redden. Her body grew warm, and her breathing became increasingly rapid. Suddenly, the girl convulsed, expelling a foul, dark blood, and collapsed, fortunately supported by Su Chun from behind. Witnessing this scene, Su Chun cast a puzzled glance at the elder. After sending the mother and daughter on their way, Su Chun did not dwell on the incident, considering it merely a small act of kindness on his part. Naturally, the woman was profuse in her gratitude, even suggesting that the girl acknowledge Su Chun as a godfather, a proposition he firmly declined. Was he truly so mature? Nevertheless, he understood that the woman's intentions were not malicious. Cultivators often possess techniques to maintain a youthful appearance, and she might well have been over 30, if not more. Yet Su Chun was genuinely not of such an age. Ah, little immortal, you have sharp eyes. In my youth, I had the fortune to follow a cultivator and learn the art of alchemy, but that was many years ago. In a dimly lit room, the elder and Su Chun sat facing each other. Noticing Su Chun's lack of intention to leave, the elder happily engaged in conversation with him. Ah, I see. It appears that the old gentleman had quite the fortuitous encounter in his youth. A mundane mortal, able to learn alongside an immortal practitioner, is a privilege not bestowed upon many. Su Chun expressed this sentiment without a hint of hesitation, for he spoke the truth. Although there were no explicit prohibitions against interactions between cultivators and ordinary people, it was indeed rare for such connections to occur unless entangled in matters of mutual benefit. Thus, the elder's claim of fortune was not at all exaggerated. The little immortal speaks wisely. It truly is a stroke of luck. The cultivator who once imparted the art of alchemy to me was, without a doubt, a benefactor to me, Shui. However, due to the limitations of my physical form, I could not delve into the more profound techniques of alchemy. Decades have swiftly passed since I last bid farewell to my benefactor, and I have not seen him since. Nor do I know how he fares now. With a wistful sigh, the elder seemed to lament the passage of time, reflecting on how life had inexorably drawn to a close. In response to the elder's current state, Su Chun could only chuckle softly and shake his head in resignation. After all, cultivators and mundane mortals inhabited different realms. While the elder might cherish memories of a lifetime, perhaps his benefactor had long since forgotten him. Much like the young girl whom Su Chun had just saved, she might carry the memory in her heart forever, yet to Su Chun, it was merely a small act of kindness, one he might overlook in a few days. Such is the nature of disparate worlds. In the ensuing moments, Su Chun engaged in further conversation with the elder. Noticing that dusk had settled, he rose to bid farewell to the old man. Chapter 33. The Doctrine of Elixirs. Leaning against the bed, Su Chun gazed at the four prominent characters on the cover, a flicker of surprise illuminating his expression. He had not anticipated that the elder with the surname Shui would bestow upon him a tome on alchemy, for such volumes are exceedingly rare even within the realm of cultivation. Unexpected gains always invigorate the spirit. Sitting up earnestly, Su Chun could not suppress his curiosity and began to peruse the pages. The art of alchemy, as it is known, places fire at its forefront. The quality of an elixir is intricately linked to the source of the flames employed in its refinement. Alchemical fire is categorized into three types. The first is common fire, a mundane source prevalent in the secular world, considered the most inferior. The second is true fire, which is the elemental fire refined by cultivators using their spiritual energy, frequently utilized in practice. The third is heavenly fire, born of the very essence of the cosmos, a rare and elusive source that few can harness or control. As he delved deeper into the introduction of this alchemical art, Su Chun gradually became engrossed in the text. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the rain outside intensified, casting a deeper gloom upon the sky. Yet, Su Chun remained oblivious to the encroaching darkness, his mind wholly absorbed in the wisdom contained within the pages of this book. The content within this tome has vastly surpassed Su Chun's understanding. It appears that alchemy is not merely about preparing all the medicinal herbs and indiscriminately placing them into the furnace for refinement. depending on the type of elixir being concocted. Even the same herb must be introduced at specific intervals, adhering to strict temporal constraints. An early or late addition can significantly affect the quality of the elixir, potentially leading to failure. Although half a day has elapsed, Su Chun has only managed to read through half of the material. For the techniques of alchemy recorded herein are profoundly intricate. He must contemplate as he reads to grasp even a semblance of understanding. Glancing outside, he notes that the sky remains dim. He decides to pause here, as he needs time to thoroughly digest the information before proceeding further. Habitually flipping through the pages, Su Chun intended to stow the book into his storage bag, but his hand halted midway. Human elixir? He exclaimed in astonishment, flipping the book back open and hurriedly scanning through the pages once more. He had just discerned the peculiar phrase human elixir. What could it be? Turning the pages with meticulous care, he finally unearthed the term that stirred his curiosity within the last 2 pages. The human elixir, as the name suggests, utilizes a human as a vessel, allowing that individual to consume an abundance of rare and precious materials, enabling the amalgamation of herbs that are otherwise difficult to harmonize and control. This transformation through the human body culminates in the complete refining of the individual. However, due to its transgression of ethical norms, the methods of its concoction are not openly documented. To refine a person as a vessel? Su Chun was taken aback, utterly astonished that the seemingly noble art of alchemy harbored such nefarious practices. Yet, if a person were to consume the medicinal herbs, wouldn't the efficacy be absorbed? Could the effects possibly still linger? At this thought, the memory of Murong Di's gaze from that day suddenly surged into Su Chun's mind, an insatiable look, as if he wished to devour him whole. Su Chun had always believed it to be jealousy. No, I must seek the truth. A tremor of resolve coursed through him as Murong Di's increasingly peculiar behaviors replayed in his mind, as if everything could now be elucidated. With this realization, Su Chun disregarded the torrential rain outside and dashed out of the inn. Mr. Shui, are you saying you are unaware of whether this human elixir is real or not? Braving the downpour, Su Chun made his way to the medical clinic of the elderly man surnamed Shui. Fortunately, the rain had deterred many from venturing out, leaving the clinic nearly deserted. Thus, Su Chun felt free to inquire without hesitation. However, his hopes were dashed when the elder confessed ignorance regarding the veracity of the human elixir. Ah, young friend, you jest. I am not an immortal cultivator. My knowledge of alchemy is purely a matter of chance. The matter of the human elixir far exceeds my understanding, so it is quite normal for me to be unaware. However, I advise you, young friend, that this art contravenes the heavenly principles, and it would be wise for you to abandon any thoughts of it. Observing Su Chun's crestfallen expression, the elder chuckled softly as he stroked his beard. Contravening the heavenly principles? In Su Chun's heart, a sense of despondency had already settled. However, as the elder offered his final counsel, Su Chun suddenly narrowed his eyes. The elder before him was lying. Su Chun was certain that this old man possessed knowledge regarding the elixir of humanity. Otherwise, he would not have expressed himself with such conviction or advised Su Chun to abandon any thoughts of pursuing it. Clearly, the elder was not ignorant. Rather, he had misconstrued the situation and was reluctant to divulge the truth. Realizing this, Su Chun acknowledged that his inquiry had indeed been rather abrupt. Particularly on such a rainy day, anyone would find it hard to suppress their suspicions. In light of this, his only course of action was to persuade the elder that he was not the deranged individual he might seem. With that thought in mind, Su Chun raised his right hand. I, Su Chun, now swear to the heavens that my inquiry into the elixir of humanity stems solely from curiosity. Should I harbor any ulterior motives or become entangled in this art in the future, may I meet a most untimely demise. Ah, little immortal, what are you doing? The elder, taken aback by Su Chun's sudden oath, had no time to react. Very well, dear sir, please do not keep anything from me. I have already sworn my oath. Do you still doubt my sincerity? Observing the elder's innocent expression, Su Chun couldn't help but smile knowingly. Well, so be it. After all, it seems I cannot deceive the little immortal. Since you have made such a solemn vow, it would be rather petty of me to withhold information. Thus, I shall reveal the matter concerning the elixir of humanity to you. Meeting Su Chun's earnest gaze, the elder, with a resigned shake of his head, ultimately decided to share the truth. The old man was indeed aware of the existence of the human elixir, having witnessed its manifestation through the immortal he once followed, who had previously refined such an elixir. In truth, the pure medicinal herbs, upon consumption, do not yield their effects immediately. A significant portion of their potency remains dormant within the body. The more exquisite the herb, the longer it lingers within the human form. The immortal whom the old man accompanied had refined a human elixir from a being who had ingested a spirit herb over a year ago. A delay attributed to unforeseen circumstances that hindered timely refinement. Yet, even after such an interval, a tangible elixir could still be produced, albeit with diminished efficacy, illustrating the remarkable capacity for medicinal power to lie dormant within a person's body for an extended duration. Chapter 34. Escape. Reflecting on the old man's words regarding the human elixir, Suchin felt as though the endless gloom of the day mirrored his own despondency. Although he was fully aware that he had never consumed the crimson dragon fruit, he pondered whether Murong-Di would believe him if he were to disclose this fact. Amidst the torrential downpour, a buzzing sound emanated from Suchin's bosom. It was Murong-Di, extracting the jade pendant gifted to him by Murong-Di before their parting. Suchin gazed at it as though it were a snare, hesitating for a considerable time before finally pressing it. Suchin, you must come to the dense forest east of the city at once. I have discovered a spirit herb that can enhance your cultivation. Hurry. The light-hearted tone carried an irresistible allure, yet upon hearing it, Suchin's heart plummeted to the depths. Murong-Di indeed intended to use him as the vessel for the human elixir. In times past, Suchin might have naively believed that he had caught the eye of Murong-Di. However, upon learning about the matter of the human pill, how could he still be so foolish? What abilities did he possess to ascend to the heights of a foundational stage powerhouse? He merely yearned to consume a greater quantity of incompatible herbs, seeking to refine himself, following the mark he had left on the jade pendant. When Murong-Di arrived at a beautifully adorned courtyard, his heart sank to the depths of despair. Who bestowed upon you the jade pendant in your hand? Murong-Di inquired with a grim expression, gazing at a trembling youth before him. Thud. SS Senior. Upon the chilling words of Murong-Di, the youth fell to his knees instantly. I am asking you, who gave you these 2 jade pendants? Speak quickly. Murong-Di's tone grew even colder as he observed the boy's demeanor. And no one gave them to me. I found them just now on the BB busy street. Found them on the street? Why, yes. The youth nodded vigorously under Murong-Di's scrutinizing gaze. Did you see the person who lost the jade pendants? Taking a deep breath, Murong-Di resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. And no, I did not see. Bang. Before the youth could finish his sentence, Murong-Di, losing patience, struck the boy's head with a palm. In an instant, blood streamed from the youth's orifices, and his neck visibly retracted. Ah, Suchin. I did not foresee your heightened vigilance. However, I wonder where you can conceal yourself. Unperturbed by the youth sprawled in the rain, he crushed 2 jade pendants into powder. A fierce glint flickered in Murong-Di's eyes as he took flight from the scene. Alas, my son, my son. Yet, Murong-Di remained oblivious to the fact that, after his departure, the door swung open with a resounding bang, and a middle-aged man emerged, howling in despair, while an unconscious woman lay within the room. Suchin, I have spotted you. Cease your hiding. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed from afar, causing Suchin to halt abruptly, his pace quickening thereafter. It appeared that Murong-Di was conducting a widespread search for him. It was only a matter of time before he arrived here. Escape was futile. He needed to find a hiding place. Desperately scanning his surroundings, he found only the barren mountain and dense thickets, none of which could adequately conceal him. A sense of urgency began to swell within Suchin. Suddenly, an exhilarating sound reached his ears from a short distance ahead. Water. His expression brightened, and he dashed towards the source of the sound. However, upon reaching the slowly flowing lake, he found nothing amiss. Witnessing this, a cold glimmer flashed in Murong-Di's eyes as he suddenly unleashed his hands, sending waves of spiritual force crashing against the lake's surface. Boom, boom. In an instant, a tremendous roar reverberated through the air, and towering waves surged skyward, while countless fish and shrimp perished in the tumultuous onslaught. After the resounding blast, the surface of the lake remained unresponsive. It seemed that this was indeed not the right place. Regaining composure, Murong-Di gazed at the lake, a vast expanse of several hundred meters, where countless fish floated belly up. Unable to contain his frustration, he clenched his fists tightly. With the last surge of violent spiritual energy crashing against the water, Murong-Di subsequently vanished from this location, continuing his quest elsewhere. Chapter 35. The wandering cultivator. As he beheld the rising sun in the east, Suchin basked in the warm sunlight on his face, squinting his eyes and stretching lazily. It was a long-awaited sensation. He had finally seen the light of day again. Reflecting on the past half-month, he realized it was hardly a life befitting a normal person. He lingered in the morning sunlight for quite a while, fully savoring its warmth, before setting off on his journey once more. The Wu brothers had truly overstepped their bounds. Despite having a prior agreement, they had abruptly changed their minds. What should we do now? What can we do? It was evident that the three of us were. After a strenuous trek, as Suchin emerged from a dense thicket, he found himself confronted by three figures before him. His arrival interrupted their conversation. In an instant, their gazes locked, and all sound faded away, plunging the moment into an eerie silence between Su Chun and the trio across from him. Cultivators, observing the three before him, each adorned with a storage bag at their waist, Su Chun felt a surge of adrenaline. He instinctively pressed the last two talismans he possessed into his palm. Not only Su Chun, but the three before him also tensed in preparation. The eerie scene persisted for quite some time. Noticing that the three individuals across from him were equally cautious, Su Chun began to retreat carefully, intending to leave the area. Please, fellow cultivator, do not rush away. Just as he was about to step into the dense forest, the sole female cultivator among the trio suddenly spoke up. What is it? Su Chun inquired, narrowing his eyes and maintaining a composed demeanor. There is no need for alarm, fellow cultivator. We bear no ill intentions, she assured, taking a couple of steps forward with a friendly expression. However, I am curious. Your attire suggests you are not a local cultivator. May I inquire about your sect? Sect? Su Chun echoed, shaking his head slightly. Do you three assume I am a loose cultivator, easily bullied? Why such behavior? Observing their demeanor, he retreated another couple of steps, his two talismans readied for immediate use. Not at all. Please do not misunderstand, the female cultivator replied hastily. In truth, we are also loose cultivators, which is why we are somewhat excited to see a kindred spirit. Kindred spirit? A hint of skepticism crossed Su Chen's face. The notion seemed rather amusing, as he knew nothing about these three individuals and was meeting them for the first time. Very well, it appears you are newcomers in this place. If you do not mind, I would be pleased to introduce you to the area. This place is known as the Three Yuan Realm. According to Su Chen's estimations, it lies at least several thousand miles from the influence of the Facian sect. Here, the number of cultivators is considerable, surrounded by three cultivation sects. Hence the name Three Yuan Realm. These three sects are the Yunxiao sect, the Qihua sect, and the Qingmu sect. Despite the presence of these three sects, the number of loose cultivators is also substantial. While joining a sect provides a form of support, it also subjects individuals to various constraints. Some prefer to remain unbound by such regulations, while many others lack the requisite talent to be favored by these three sects, thus remaining as loose cultivators. Su Chen silently reflected that, based on the standards set by these three sects, at least half of the disciples from the Facian sect would not meet the selection criteria, illustrating the severity of their requirements. Consequently, loose cultivators often find themselves at the mercy of the sect disciples, a common occurrence in the fiercely competitive world of cultivation. The disciples of the three sects tend to look down upon loose cultivators, as those lacking power are often subjected to bullying. In this particular environment, an unwritten rule has emerged among the loose cultivators. They must not bully one another, but instead unite to withstand the oppression from the disciples of the three major sections. This explains why, upon learning that Su Chun was a loose cultivator, the three individuals suddenly relaxed their vigilance and became so welcoming. It is intriguing that upon my arrival in the Three Yuan realm, I discovered such a regulation. Had I claimed to be a disciple of a certain sect, would you have resorted to violence? Letting out a sigh of relief, Su Chen stowed away the two long talismans in his hand, realizing it was merely a misunderstanding. Haha. My friend, you jest. We, as independent cultivators, never provoke the disciples of the three major sections, even if you belong to one of those sects. As long as you do not instigate any trouble, we shall not bother you. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the female cultivator could only smile and shake her head. Indeed. My friend, you may be overthinking it. The earlier incident was quite unexpected, and it created a tense atmosphere. Since we are not strangers, let us introduce ourselves. I am Li Chun. The slender man among the trio was the first to clasp his fists in greeting towards Su Chun. Sunji boomed the next, a robust man with a rugged appearance, as he introduced himself. Haha, I am Yu San Yang. You may call me San Yang, little brother. When it was the female cultivator's turn, she altered her address to little brother in an effort to foster a closer relationship with Su Chun. However, this title caused Su Chun a slight discomfort. Nonetheless, he dismissed the thought as just a formality. I am Su Chun. Observing that the three had completed their introductions, Su Chun felt no need to conceal his identity any longer and stated his name directly. Given the considerable distance from the Facian sect, he had no reason to fear attracting trouble. After all, it was still his own name. Chapter 36. Su Chun's request. Su Chun? A fine name indeed. However, judging by your attire, little brother, you exude a distinctly masculine aura. It seems you have been dwelling in the mountains for quite some time, remarked Yusan Yang, who, having already established an acquaintance with Su Chun, no longer held back and scrutinized him with curiosity. This, I was merely teasing you. Everyone harbors a few secrets, so there is no need to take it to heart. Observing Su Chun's speechless demeanor, Yusan Yang let out a charming laugh, effortlessly dissolving the awkwardness. Indeed, it is rather difficult to articulate. Gazing at Yusan Yang's enchanting appearance, Su Chun could only offer a courteous salute and apology. Dear brother Su Chun, there's no need for concern. We will not dwell on your past. Now that we are in the San Yuan realm, we are all members of the same family of wandering cultivators. However, we currently face some pressing matters that require your assistance. What do you think? Unlike Yusan Yang, Li Chen was quite forthright, directly stating the favor he wished Su Chun to perform. Assistance? Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. In truth, as he emerged from the dense forest moments prior, he had already vaguely overheard the conversation among the three. From their words, he discerned their intentions. Yet they lacked sufficient manpower, though he had not anticipated Li Chen's bluntness. To agree or not to agree, Su Chun found himself in a quandary. Frankly, he was reluctant to get involved. Yet, having arrived in an unfamiliar place, he was eager to forge connections with helpful allies. Moreover, from Yusan Yang's introduction, he gathered that without friends in the San Yuan realm, one could easily fall prey to bullying. If he declined, he might forfeit the chance to get to know them. Yet to hastily agree could lead to perilous circumstances, which would be unwise. Rest assured, young brother, we will not ask for your assistance without recompense. Upon the successful completion of our task, you shall receive your rightful reward. Furthermore, should you wish to settle here for an extended period, certain formalities will need to be addressed, and I can assist you in that regard. Observing Su Chen's hesitance, Yusan Yang discreetly articulated a perplexing statement that left Su Chen bewildered. Was it truly necessary to have formalities to reside here? Nevertheless, since you, my dear brother Su Chun, are new to this place, I shall not withhold the truth from you. Allow me to elucidate. Upon noticing Su Chen's expression of utter confusion, Yusan Yang instantly grasped his predicament and, without further ado, revealed the details. It turns out there exists a realm 100 miles away, known as the Mealy City, where a multitude of wandering cultivators congregate. Within the 3 Yuan realm, the majority of these solitary practitioners reside there. However, not all wandering cultivators are granted the privilege to dwell within the city. To be a resident, one must pay an annual fee of 20 spirit stones. The city bears a resemblance to mundane urban settlements, complete with guards tasked with maintaining order. Moreover, the Lord of Mealy City is a wandering cultivator himself, possessing the cultivation level of the core formation stage, thus serving as a central figure for these practitioners. Yusan Yang briefly expounded on the advantages of residing within the city. Safety is undoubtedly assured. With a residence in Mealy City, the 3 major sects would think twice before causing trouble, as they would have to reckon with the formidable presence of a core formation expert. Yet, what captivated Su Chun even more was the frequent exchanges among cultivators within the city. Numerous tasks are openly listed, allowing individuals to earn spirit stones through various transactions. Well then, what must I do? After absorbing Yusan Yang's account, Su Chun felt no hesitation in agreeing. Having recently departed from the Facian sect, he found himself utterly lost and in need of such an organization. So, does this mean you, my brother Su Chun, have consented? Li Chen's delight was evident as the corners of his brows lifted with joy. Indeed, I have agreed, but let us establish beforehand that should any danger arise, I shall withdraw. Observing Li Chen's demeanor, Su Chun gently nodded. Rest assured, there is absolutely no peril. However, may I first inquire about your cultivation level, brother Su Chun? With an air of excitement, Li Chun rubbed his hands together and made a promise to Su Chun. I am at the 6th level of Qi refinement. After a moment's hesitation, Su Chun chose to conceal his true prowess. The 6th level of Qi refinement? It appears our cultivation levels are the same, which is adequate. Allow me to elucidate the task at hand. Nodding in agreement, Li Chun proceeded to disclose the details of their endeavor to Su Chun. It turns out that several days prior, Li Chun fortuitously stumbled upon a Qingrong herb. While it may not be classified as a superior spiritual medicine, selling or trading it in the city would yield a substantial profit. The challenge lies in the fact that this Qingrong herb is not easily obtainable. Surrounding it is a second-tier demon beast that has developed intelligence, serving as its guardian. To retrieve the Qingrong herb, one must divert the attention of the demon beast. Thus, Li Chun expended some resources to recruit 4 assistants from the city, though unexpectedly, 2 were unable to attend due to prior commitments. Su Chen's task is quite straightforward: to collaborate with San Yang and Sun Ji to lure the demon beast away, allowing Li Chun to procure the Qingrong herb, with a reward of 10 low-grade spirit stones for each participant. Quite a bargain. Su Chen slowly nodded. While it may be challenging for the 3 to slay a second-tier demon beast, ensuring their survival would not pose a significant issue. Yet, at this moment, Su Chen's mind was preoccupied with other thoughts. I can agree to the matter, but I have one request. Facing the inquisitive gaze of Li Chun, Su Chen finally spoke up. A request? What further demands could you possibly have, dear brother Su? Li Chen's expression bore a hint of dissatisfaction, as he assumed Su Chen sought an increase in compensation. It is not a matter of remuneration. Rather, I lack the necessary magical artifacts. I fear that my efforts may fall short, so I wish to propose an exchange with you, esteemed Taoist Li. I shall retrieve the Qingrong herb, if that is agreeable. This caught Li Chen off guard, and not only him. Both Yu Sanyang and Sun Ji were equally astonished. The task had been assigned by Li Chun, who was the employer, and the responsibility of fetching the item should naturally fall upon him. The 3 of them were merely to divert the watchful beasts. Thus Su Chen's request seemed rather excessive. I can assure you, dear Taoist Li, that I will not seize your Qingrong herb amidst the chaos. Should you still harbor doubts? I must express my apologies, for without a protective artifact, I lack confidence. Observing Li Chen's indecisiveness, Su Chen feigned disappointment, shaking his head and pretending to depart towards the mountain's edge. Ah, brother Su, please do not take your leave so soon. Indeed, scarcely had Su Chen taken a few steps when Li Chen called out to him. Oh, is there anything else, dear Taoist Li? Turning back with an innocent demeanor, Su Chen inquired. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your proposal. However, this means your compensation may not be as substantial. Given that San Yang and the others are not strangers to me, how does 6 spirit stones sound? Feigning difficulty, Li Chen inquired. 6 pieces, huh? All right. Su Chen pretended to hesitate for a moment, weighing his options before consenting. In truth, it mattered little whether it was 6 spirit stones or none. He would have agreed regardless, for it entailed another clandestine matter. Moreover, he was certain that Li Chen would acquiesce to his demands. The secret had already been unveiled. Could it truly be safeguarded? If they refrained from collecting the Qingrong grass today due to insufficient manpower, would there still be any left when they returned tomorrow? Although they professed that rogue cultivators were akin to family, each individual understood the underlying truth. It was all about vested interests. Should Li Chen choose not to act today, Su Chen could guarantee that, even if he chose to remain silent, San Yang and Sun Ji would undoubtedly succumb to temptation when faced with a lure. No one could remain unperturbed. Once the 4 had reached a consensus, Li Chen promptly led the way to the location where the Qingrong grass had been discovered. Though the area was remote, it was not far, and in but a moment, the quartet arrived before a concealed cave. Look, the Qingrong grass is right there. The 4 concealed themselves in the underbrush, and Su Chen followed the direction of Li Chen's outstretched finger, spotting, indeed, a plant resembling a green tail at the cave's entrance. It was unmistakably the Qingrong grass. Su Chen nodded discreetly. In former times, he might have been unfamiliar with it. Yet since Murong Di had entrusted him with his tome for thorough study, there were now few herbs he could not identify. Su Chen, my brother, here is a jade box for you. We shall proceed according to our plan, so prepare yourself. Observing that the other 3 were already in agreement, Li Chen handed a jade box directly to Su Chen. Understood, however, you must ensure to hold back that monstrous beast, otherwise, I cannot guarantee sufficient time to retrieve the Qingrong grass. Taking the jade box, Su Chen feigned caution with some admonitions and then swiftly darted away to another location. We should proceed as well. Observing Su Chen securely concealed, Li Chen cast a serious glance at Yu Sanyang and Sun Ji before being the first to step out. Cough. The 3 figures boldly emerged, heading directly towards the cave entrance, with Li Chen intentionally creating noise to lure the beast within. Roar. Indeed. As the trio approached within a dozen meters of the cave, a deep growl resonated from within. It is about to emerge. Everyone, be cautious. Upon hearing the roar, Li Chun and the others promptly drew forth their magical implements. Roar! Just as the trio prepared, a violent roar erupted, and a dark silhouette surged forth from the cave. It was a black panther. Su Chun narrowed his eyes, lowering his stance even further, as he beheld the beast shooting forth like an arrow. A look of gravity crossed his face, and he silently cursed Li Chun. What a family of loose cultivators! It was merely talk. Although this black panther was only a second-tier beast, its nature as a ferocious creature meant that a pig could not be compared to a tiger, even among second-tier beasts. The true lethality of a second-tier black panther was undoubtedly equivalent to that of an ordinary third-tier beast. Li Chun was indeed cunning, failing to mention this crucial detail beforehand. Li Chun, you scoundrel! Indeed, Yu San Yang, who had already sensed something amiss, blurted out an expletive. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Chun felt a twinge of schadenfreude, eager to see how Li Chun would now justify himself. Very well, let us three divert this beast first. Once the task is accomplished, I shall augment your rewards. Li Chun, displaying a countenance of embarrassment, hastily launched a strike towards the Black Panther without pausing for an explanation. Seeing Li Chun's determination, Yu Sanyang opened her mouth but refrained from further protest, as her objective had been realized. She merely wished for a larger reward. Of course, although Li Chun's fierce sword strike appeared formidable, it failed to connect with the Black Panther, yet his provocative gesture succeeded in inciting the creature's wrath. With a thunderous roar, the panther propelled itself towards Li Chun with a powerful leap. Su Chun, move swiftly, Li Chun exclaimed, pivoting to draw the panther away to one side, while Yu Sanyang and Sun Ji provided cover from behind. In the blink of an eye, the trio vanished into the thicket. Observing this, Su Chun gave little further thought to the situation. How Li Chun would explain the matter was no concern of his. Regarding the empty cave entrance, Su Chun leaped into a concealed spot, charging toward the swaying Chingsong grass. There were no signs of prior excavation nearby, but where could it be? Approaching the Chingsong grass, Su Chun did not rush to act, but instead surveyed his surroundings, as if in search of something else. Where could it be? As he hastily scanned the area, Su Chun's eyes suddenly gleamed upon noticing something remarkable beneath his feet. Found it, he exclaimed with delight, quickly leaping away and cautiously glancing back at the spot where he had just stood. In an utterly commonplace setting, Su Chun stood before a patch of grass, an unremarkable weed commonly found on the mountainside. Aside from its slightly darker brown hue, there was nothing extraordinary about it. However, Su Chun was acutely aware that this was no ordinary weed. Had he not previously perused Murong Di's tome, he might have overlooked its significance. Yet, after delving into that book, Su Chun's understanding had significantly broadened. The Qingrong grass, also known as the Suilong grass, is a symbiotic herb, often heralding the presence of another rare medicinal plant, the Dilong fruit. The efficacy of the Dilong fruit far surpasses that of the Qingrong grass, with a disparity as vast as tenfold. It can be asserted that wherever the Dilong fruit is found, the Qingrong grass is invariably present. Conversely, while the appearance of the Dilong fruit is not guaranteed in the presence of the Qingrong grass, the probability remains substantial. Su Chun never anticipated that his gamble would indeed pay off. Assessing the time, he surmised that Li Chun and his companions could hardly detain the Black Panther for long. Without further delay, he retrieved a dagger from his storage pouch, roughly the length of his palm, and began to excavate with utmost care. The Dilong fruit derives its name from its subterranean dwelling, as its above-ground stems and leaves hold no utility. As for the adjacent Qingrong grass, Su Chun deemed it beneath his consideration. He would excavate it later if time permitted, but if not, it could remain untouched, for it was not his to claim. Chapter 38. The Temptation of San Yang. Su Chun, brother, are you ready yet? We can barely hold on. The furious roars and the intense sounds of combat resonated through the forest. Upon hearing Li Chun's voice, Su Chun paid no heed to the potato-like earth dragon fruit in his hand and swiftly stowed it in his storage pouch. Almost there. Hold on. With a shout directed into the woods, Su Chun raised his dagger once more and plunged it directly into the roots of the Qingrong grass. With a thud, the dagger sank into the earth. Su Chun exerted himself to yank it out, uprooting the Qingrong grass along with a substantial clump of soil. He hurriedly placed it into a jade box, glancing at the Black Panther that had ventured into the forest. Its furious roar echoed as it charged towards him. Incited by his voice, channeling his spiritual energy into his legs, Su Chun darted into the dense thicket. The panther, relentless in its pursuit, followed Su Chun for quite a distance. Realizing it could not catch up, it let out an enraged roar in his direction. Su Chun, drenched in sweat from the chase. Acknowledged the panther's speed, pondering that had he not possessed the strength of a 7th-level chi practitioner, he might have been overtaken. How's it going, Brother Suchin? Have you secured it? Just as he paused to catch his breath, 3 figures emerged swiftly from the woods, with Li Qin leading the charge. Even before they arrived, his voice had already reached Suchin. Yes, here. Noting Li Qin's anxious demeanor, Suchin said nothing further and simply handed over the Qingrong grass. With an excited clap, Li Qin seized the jade box, disregarding his usual composed image, and with a decisive snap, he opened it. This is truly wonderful. I extend my gratitude to Brother Su Chun for his assistance. Otherwise, we would indeed lack sufficient manpower. After hastily verifying the authenticity of the Qingrong herb, a smile immediately graced Li Qin's face. Insufficient manpower? Humph. How dare you say such a thing? A cold voice abruptly doused Li Qin's joy with a bucket of icy water. Haha, Sen Yang, please do not be like this. This was truly an accident. I had no idea it was a black panther. Observing the rolling eyes of Yusan Yang, Li Qin offered an awkward smile. How about this? You and Brother Sun Ji each receive an additional 5 spirit stones, and we shall let this matter pass, shall we? With the acquisition of the Qingrong herb, Li Qin's spirits soared. Notions of shame paled in comparison to tangible benefits. Humph, that is more like it. Indeed. Upon hearing Li Qin's words, Yusan Yang ceased her entanglement. As for Sun Ji, this robust man had always struck Su Chun as taciturn, showing no signs of grievance. Heh, this is the way it should be. We, as scattered cultivators, are like family, and any quarrels would only harm our bonds. Witnessing Yusan Ying being effortlessly placated, Li Qin once again shamelessly proclaimed this sentiment and promptly distributed the rewards due to the 3 of them. Thus, the matter concluded. Whether it was awkwardness or temptation, once the benefits were allocated, no one bore any grievances. Haha, it is indeed somewhat curious. He seems quite intriguing. Noticing that Yusan Yang had seen through his thoughts, Su Chun could only smile and shake his head. Interested in him? Su Chun, dear brother, could it be that you genuinely harbor an interest in men before a woman as enchanting as myself? Such a revelation would surely break my heart. Su Chun stood there, momentarily bewildered. He was aware of Yusan's bold nature, yet he never anticipated her audacity to this extent. Observing the way she provocatively displayed her delicate shoulder, coupled with her pitiful demeanor, he could only feign indifference and walk away. Hey, wait a moment. You cannot be serious. Do you truly prefer men? At least spare me a glance. Do you not realize that your indifference is quite disheartening for my confidence as a woman? Seeing Su Chun disregard her and stride into the distance, Yusan merely rolled her eyes and hurried after him. By your logic, Sun Ji has scarcely been here for 2 years, she remarked. As dusk settled, casting a golden glow, an unusual scene unfolded within the forest. In a small lake, Yusan bathed, her body bare, while just a mere 3 meters away on the shore, Su Chun tended to a fire, roasting 2 plump fish. Despite the splashes and sounds she created in the water, Su Chin's gaze remained fixated on the fish, leaving Yusan perplexed. Could her allure truly pale in comparison to mere fish? Yet, she had grown indifferent to such thoughts. Having mentally categorized Su Chun as belonging to a different realm, one that could not be considered a true man, especially one who disregards a woman so boldly presenting herself. Chapter 39. Night Battle Beneath the Luminous Full Moon. Tranquility enveloped the mountains and forests. Gazing at the scattered twinkling stars above, Su Chun reclined on the soft grass. Showing no signs of fatigue, he increasingly found Sun Ji to be an enigmatic individual. Upon their initial encounter, Su Chun felt an impression that was rather unusual. It was not customary for one to harbor such sentiments towards a stranger. Yet, he undeniably sensed an aura of danger emanating from Sun Ji. Their interaction was fleeting, consisting of merely 2 exchanged phrases, the introduction of his name and a query from Yusan Yang about whether he intended to depart with them. To the casual observer, Sun Ji's taciturn demeanor might merely be perceived as a matter of personality, but Su Chun discerned a deliberate pretense beneath this exterior. It was implausible for anyone to be so profoundly reticent. Yusan Yang and Li Qin had known Sun Ji for an extended period and may have grown accustomed to his manner. However, for Su Chun, who was encountering Sun Ji for the first time, this sensation was markedly pronounced. Yet, it was not solely this behavior that incited Su Chun's suspicions. Rather, it was the incident following their successful gathering of the Qingrong grass. When the 4 of them reconvened, 3 faced off against the 2nd-tier demon beast, the Black Panther. Perhaps unbeknownst to Sun Ji himself, The three combatants were all at the 6th level of qi cultivation. Li Chun and Yu Xinyang were visibly breathless and appeared somewhat disheveled, while Sun Ji remained composed, his breathing steady and his aura restrained, as if nothing had transpired. These indicators suggested that either Sun Ji's true cultivation level was significantly beyond the 6th level of qi, or he had abstained from the confrontation altogether. It is evident that Sun Ji could not possibly refrain from engaging in battle, leading Su Chen to suspect that he had concealed his true capabilities. But what could be his motivation? With this thought, Su Chen abruptly sat upright, suddenly recalling Sun Ji's words upon his departure, expressing a desire to wander about the vicinity. Yet, what could be of interest in that place? Could it be that he is aware of the earth dragon fruit and seeks to seize an opportunity? A flicker of caution crossed Su Chen's eyes as he glanced at Yu Sanyang, who was quietly seated beside him, and an unsettling thought emerged in his mind. As the clock struck midnight, the mountain breeze swept through, causing the leaves and grass to rustle softly, creating an atmosphere of eerie tranquility. In the stillness, a shadowy figure materialized at the edge of the lake, cloaked entirely in dark attire, with only a pair of gleaming eyes visible. The figure surveyed the surroundings with vigilance, and upon confirming that all was normal, approached the extinguished campfire by the lakeside. Aside from remnants of fish, there was no trace left behind. After a moment of silence, the figure kicked at the ashes, scattering them in disarray. However, just as he was about to turn away, a sudden gust of wind rustled through the trees. The figure halted, raising his head as if he had caught a whiff of something ominous. Trouble was brewing. He had been discovered. Observing the actions of the figure in black by the lakeside, Su Chen, concealed within the expansive canopy of a nearby tree, cast a resigned glance at Gongsun Sanyang beside him. He then retrieved his flying sword and talismans. Witnessing Su Chen's movements, Sanyang was momentarily taken aback. She distinctly recalled him claiming to possess no defensive artifacts. Yet, this flying sword. We shall discuss it later. Move swiftly. Faced with Sanyang's questioning gaze, Su Chen narrowed his eyes sharply, and the two sprang apart in opposite directions. Bang! Just as they leapt away, a 3-foot-long blade of wind sliced through the air, striking the treetop with a resounding crash, scattering branches and leaves, leaving behind a stark, barren trunk. I had thought you had fled, yet here you are, hiding in the trees, engaging in despicable acts. I shall gladly put an end to you, this pair of shameless lovers. The three stood at an impasse. Encountering Su Chen and Gongsun Sanyang as they descended from the tree, the figure in black displayed no hint of surprise. Rather, beneath the somber tone lay a thread of exhilaration. Shameless lovers? Your mother is the shameless one. I walk upright and unashamed, unlike you, who were born of such disgrace. Before Su Chen could speak, Sanyang had already unleashed a torrent of insults. Calm yourself. He is deliberately trying to provoke us. Do not fall for his tricks. Noticing Sanyang, now with hands on her hips, ready to reveal the temper of a cultivator, Su Chen quickly interjected. I did not anticipate your composure. It seems I have underestimated you. However, it matters not. Tonight, you shall meet your demise. Observing Su Chen unveil his cunning intentions, the cloaked figure did not respond with anger, but rather with a sardonic smile. He gestured with a finger, and a glimmering sword of light shot forth towards him. Must he perish? Such arrogance. Let us see who meets their demise. As the sword approached, Su Chen's lips curled into a smirk, and he too launched his own blade. The clash of swords resonated through the night, sending forth a cascade of sparks. Both the cloaked man and Su Chen continuously formed intricate hand seals to command their respective swords, while Yu Sanyang, standing nearby, was left in utter astonishment. Could it be that Su Chen was capable of wielding a flying sword? It dawned on her that he had been deceiving her all along. He claimed to possess no magical artifacts, yet clearly wielded a flying sword. He had professed to be merely at the 6th level of qi cultivation. Yet he was clearly capable of controlling a sword, a feat attainable only by those at the 7th level. Reflecting on her own behavior before Su Chen, where she had pretended to be a domineering figure and even attempted to entice him, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Her actions must have appeared to him as nothing more than the antics of a buffoon. What are you waiting for? I am no match for him. Do you wish for us both to perish? As their swords clashed in a cacophony of combat, Su Chen's blade began to retreat. However, when his gaze fell upon Yu Sanyang, who observed him as if she were merely a spectator, a surge of indignation welled within him. Was this woman truly oblivious? He had diverted the cloaked man's attention, yet she failed to seize the opportunity to strike. Such a chance may not present itself again so easily. Awakened by Su Chen's words, Yu Sanyang nervously nodded her head, immediately setting aside her concerns and summoning her flying sword, dashing towards the cloaked figure. A mere buffoon. Observing Yu Sanyang's rapid approach, the black-clad man let out a derisive snort, then flicked his fingers, unleashing several bolts of azure energy towards her. In response to the incoming spiritual force, Yu Sanyang issued a spirited cry, pivoting her body and leaping into the air. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds echoed as the black-clad man's energy struck behind her, and at that moment, Yu Sanyang had closed the distance to her adversary. Chapter 40. A desperate struggle. You seek your own demise. I had no intention of ending your life, yet your foolishness is astounding. You squander a golden opportunity to escape. This is entirely of your own making. As Yu Sanyang approached ever closer, a glimmer of cold light flashed in the black-clad man's eyes. He swiftly formed several hand seals, abandoning the confrontation with Su Chun, and directed a palm strike towards Yu Sanyang. Do not meet it head-on. Evade quickly. The black-clad man's hands met Yu Sanyang's flying sword without hesitation, pinning it to her chest and sending her hurtling backward. Gasped. Her once rosy cheeks turned pale as she spat out a mouthful of blood, utterly shocked by the black-clad man's overwhelming strength. Despite channeling all her spiritual energy in defense, she could not withstand even a single strike. Am I to perish so easily? As she gazed at the figure of the cloaked assailant lunging towards her once more, despair clouded Yu Sanyang's eyes, and she lamented the folly of not heeding Su Chen's counsel. Yet, upon reflection, she felt a pang of injustice. It was the dead of night, and she was immersed in her cultivation when Su Chen, in a fit of unease, urged her to leave the place post-haste, claiming a foreboding sensation. Until that moment, she had regarded Su Chun merely as a younger acquaintance, and it was unfathomable to her to heed his advice. However, unable to withstand his insistence, she had reluctantly agreed to a wager, and instead of departing, they had taken refuge among the treetops to ascertain whether any calamity would truly befall them. Little did they know that disaster was indeed lurking. Now, even as regret gnawed at her insides, it was too late. Her internal injuries rendered her incapable of mobilizing her spiritual energy. And as she beheld the assailant's hands poised to strike again, she could only helplessly shut her eyes. A thunderous crash resonated in her ears. Yet she felt no further pain. Had the attack missed? A surge of adrenaline coursed through her, prompting Yu Sanyang to open her eyes, only to be met not by the dark figure but by another familiar silhouette, Su Chen. How had he come here, when he was entangled with a flying sword moments ago? Confusion swirled within her, but it dissipated upon noticing the long gash on Su Chen's shoulder, blood seeping from the wound. In that instant, she comprehended the gravity of his sacrifice. He had taken a blow for her sake. An overwhelming surge of emotion washed over Yu Sanyang. Humph. To strike at a woman he had known for so long, how cruel his heart truly was. Disregarding the psychological shifts of Sanyang, Su Chen cautiously regarded the figure before him clad in black. He had tightly grasped the final talisman in his palm. Recognize me? What a jest. We have never encountered one another. How could I possibly be familiar with you? Have you mistaken me for someone else? A mere two zhong away, the black-clad figure coldly surveyed Su Chen, the azure glow in his hand once again materializing. Is that so? Fellow Taoist Sun Ji, do you truly believe I have not discerned your identity? Observing the black-clad man's movements with an impassive demeanor, Su Chen's other hand fervently gathered lightning spiritual energy, the flickering electric light crackling as it enveloped his palm. Sun Ji? You are indeed Sun Ji? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Yu Sanyang on the ground gasped audibly, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Humph. Sun Ji, Yang Ji, I do not know any of them. Do not think you can prolong this any further. Prepare to meet your demise. Whether truly exposed or simply eager to act, the black-clad figure hesitated momentarily upon hearing the name Sun Ji, before unleashing two blades of wind towards Su Chen. Feeling guilty, are we? As the black-clad figure shot forth the twin wind blades, a smirk crept across Su Chen's lips. Although his words were casual, his demeanor was marked by extraordinary vigilance. With a sudden, astonishing twist, Su Chen's body contorted like that of a serpent, deftly weaving through the gaps between the two converging wind blades. Witnessing Su Chen's astonishing maneuvers, the cloaked figure's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning the clarity of his vision. Yet, what followed was a colossal fireball. With a resounding boom, the black-clad man enveloped his fists in spiritual energy and retaliated with a powerful strike, causing the fireball to erupt into a vast expanse of flames. However, there was no respite for him, as Su Chen's fist, imbued with thunderous energy, surged through the Inferno. observing the crackling electricity dancing upon Su Chen's fist. The cloaked man's eyes narrowed, and he deftly retreated, propelled backward by a light push of his feet. He was astute enough to recognize the extraordinary nature of that punch, opting to evade rather than confront it head-on. His speed is commendable. Indeed, he is worthy of his mutated wind attribute spiritual root. Yet, in my presence, your spiritual root is but a mere trifle. With the initial strike evaded, the cold glimmer returned to Su Chen's gaze as he channeled thunderous energy throughout his body, charging forward once more with heightened velocity. Arrogant, I am eager to witness the audacity behind your words. As Su Chen's movements echoed with the rolling thunder, a flicker of gravity appeared in the cloaked man's expression. He too infused his body with spiritual energy, entangling himself with Su Chen like a wraith. Unexpectedly, Su Chen's prowess was astonishingly formidable. Staring in awe at the two figures entwined in a dance of agility and skill, seamlessly alternating between offense and defense, Sanyang stood frozen, momentarily oblivious to her own injuries. She had never imagined that the worldly pursuits could manifest with such intensity, particularly in the hands of cultivators. The spectacle, enhanced by the application of spiritual energy, was unlike anything she had ever witnessed. Suddenly, amidst the fervent battle, a brilliant azure light erupted from the figure cloaked in black, accompanied by a resounding crash, sending Su Chen hurtling backward. To her astonishment, the legendary thunder root exhibited an astonishing paralyzing effect. Had it been in the past, I would have sought your companionship, but this night, you must meet your demise. As Su Chen knelt on one knee, clutching his abdomen and glaring fiercely at his adversary, the black-clad figure extended his hands, summoning an invisible whirlwind around him. Countless palm-sized blades of wind coalesced within this vortex, forming an impressive multitude, easily numbering in the hundreds. Chapter 41. Reunion with Lin. She relished this moment. You are the first to compel me to employ this technique, and thus should feel honored. With a graceful flick of his hands, the myriad wind blades fluttered around the figure like butterflies. Beneath the luminous moonlight, they shimmered with an enchanting azure glow. Yet beneath this captivating facade lurked a peril that could send shivers down one's spine. Die. In response to Su Chen's fierce gaze, the figure uttered these two words nonchalantly, and in an instant, a torrential downpour of wind blades descended upon him, enveloping Su Chen entirely. As he beheld the onslaught of blades, his heart plummeted. Was there truly no chance for survival? As the endless blades of wind drew perilously closer, each time Su Chen attempted to channel his spiritual energy, the encroaching wind power within his meridians acted as an insurmountable barrier, severely impeding him. Suddenly, amidst the tense moment, a deafening sound of slicing air erupted. A colossal black sword, akin to a meteor hurtling from the heavens, spun wildly and surged from behind Su Chen towards the cloaked figure. The air currents twisted chaotically in the wake of the sword's passage. The incoming wind blades were thrown into disarray within this tumultuous atmosphere. Observing the sudden opening before him, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with determination, without a moment's hesitation. He propelled himself forward, akin to a dragon gliding through the clouds. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled as the massive black sword plunged into the spot where the cloaked figure had stood, creating a deep pit measuring a meter square, with debris flung several yards away. Who are you? Since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself? The cloaked figure, now a distance away, displayed a flicker of caution in his eyes, fixating intently on Su Chen's back. Who am I? Does it matter? Do you realize you have just disrupted my plans? A calm voice emanated from the thicket behind Su Chen. Upon hearing that voice, Su Chen's eyes widened in shock. Lin Shi? His gaze fixated on the young man in black robes emerging from the woods, disbelief etched on his face. It has been a long time. How is it that you find yourself embroiled in trouble once more? Disregarding the presence of the figure in black, Lin Shi approached Su Chen directly. Alas, this is quite an unspeakable situation. I fear I shall owe you another favor. Observing Lin Shi's calm demeanor, Su Chen could only manage a bitter smile. Reflecting on the capriciousness of fate that had once again led him to encounter Lin Shi under such circumstances. We are friends. Let us refrain from such talk. Once I have dealt with this dark figure, we shall converse further. Noting Su Chen's rueful expression, Lin Shi merely smiled slightly before advancing towards the black-clad individual, who was gathering his energy for an impending strike. Are you truly intent on intervening in this matter? The tone of the figure darkened as Lin Shi summoned the massive black sword lodged in the ground. You are quite foolish. Can you not see? As Lin Shi drew within 2 yards of the figure, a smirk graced her lips, and she suddenly lunged forward like a dragon emerging from its lair, unleashing a thunderous strike aimed directly at him. With a resounding crack, the black-clad figure erected a barrier of azure energy in response to Lin Shi's sweeping blow. However, in a mere moment, the barrier shattered, and he was sent hurtling backwards. There's no way. The speed of the wind spirit root is too swift for me to match. Sighing, Lin Shi approached Su Chun with an apologetic shake of her head. No worries. I must express my gratitude to you, senior brother Lin Shi, for your assistance. Su Chun held no doubts, for Lin Shi spoke the truth after all. The wind spirit root possessed a distinct advantage in speed, making it indeed difficult to pursue the black-clad figure should he choose to flee. But how is it that you find yourself in this place? Has something occurred? Without delving too deeply into the matter, Lin Shi engaged in conversation with Su Chun. As he was quite puzzled by Su Chin's unexpected presence, was he not supposed to be at the Flying Immortals sect? This is hard to articulate. Let us discuss it here. With a wry smile, Su Chun recognized that Lin Shi was still unaware of his circumstances. He cast a glance at Yu Sanyang, who was eavesdropping intently, then pointed toward the lakeside and proceeded to walk over. At the lake's edge, the two stood on the shore, observing the rippling surface of the water. Su Chun recounted his experiences in broad strokes, yet he refrained from divulging the complete truth, merely stating that he had offended the alchemy elder Murong Di from the ascending cloud peak, who was now pursuing him. Thus, he had no choice but to leave the Flying Immortal sect and come here. By the way, senior brother Lin Shi, how did you end up in the San Yuan realm as well? After a moment of shock, Su Chun inquired about Lin Shi. Sighing, Lin Shi lamented the situation that had brought him vexation. Oh, what could be so troubling that it affects even you, senior brother Lin? Su Chun asked, astonished, for he had never witnessed Lin Shi in such a state. It may seem laughable, yet the reality is that I have once again attracted unwanted attention. Once again attracted attention? From whom? A jolt of surprise coursed through Su Chun, as the faces of various Foundation establishment experts flashed through his mind. He was aware of Lin Shi's formidable prowess, as he was virtually unmatched among Qi refinement practitioners. Thus it could not possibly be someone from that realm. Could it be that Lin Shi has offended a high-ranking Foundation establishment expert? Chapter 42. Cohabitation what? Are you implying that the little beast has sought you out again? Amidst the astonished exclamations, disbelief permeated the atmosphere. The troubles Lin Shi spoke of were far beyond Su Chun's expectations, as he could never have imagined that it pertained to this matter. The visit Lin Shi referred to was not due to any entanglement with a formidable cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage, but rather an incident he had previously recounted. During his time at the Facian sect, Lin Shi had mentioned that a small azure beast on the mountain had been pilfering his medicinal herbs. However, just 2 days after their conversation, Lin Shi departed from the Facian sect, continuing his aimless wanderings. Little did he know that months had passed, during which Lin Shi had been living a peaceful, wandering existence in the mountains. Yet, just a couple of days ago, some of the herbs he had gathered began to mysteriously vanish once more. To his dismay, the thief was none other than that very azure beast. The scene that unfolded tonight was nearly identical to that fateful evening. The azure beast reappeared, prompting Lin Shi to pursue it, only to encounter Su Chun amidst the chaos. Indeed, I have no idea why it is so persistently attached to me. Faced with Su Chun's incredulity, Lin Shi could only shake his head in resignation. Never mind that. What are your plans now, senior brother Su Chun? Would you like to stay together? Oh, never mind. Hearing Su Chun's invitation, Lin Shi managed a wry smile and shook his head. You know me well. I cannot remain in one place for long. I have visited the San Yuan realm before. There exists a city for wandering cultivators, but it is fraught with danger, particularly with the presence of 3 major sects nearby. You would do well to exercise caution. As Lin Shi spoke, he slung the black giant sword across his back, appearing ready to embark on a journey. Are you leaving now? Su Chun inquired, aware of Lin Shi's disposition, sensing that he was indeed about to depart. Yes, I've been entangled with that little beast for the past few days, and I found myself at a disadvantage. I intend to seek refuge elsewhere. I've grown quite fearful of it, so this is farewell for now. We can have a proper chat when time allows. How impressive. Not only is he extraordinarily powerful, but he is also quite charming. Would you introduce him to me? Su Chun hesitated. Forget that notion. He would not be fond of you. With a resigned roll of his eyes, Su Chun began to walk away. Hey, how would you know without trying? There's a saying that a woman pursuing a man is just a veil away. Perhaps I could succeed. Observing Su Chun's retreating figure, Yu Sanyang hurriedly chased after him. There's no chance. If you provoke him, he might very well end your life. You two are incompatible. Come on. Surely. Such a beautiful woman as I would not be harmed by him. Perhaps not others, but he certainly would not hesitate with you. What? Do you dare to underestimate me? Why would I be in danger? Am I not attractive? Look at my exquisite face, admire my curves, and then their banter faded into the forest. And with such occurrences, it was clear they could not linger here any longer. Thus, the two had no choice but to travel overnight towards the illusory city. Here. This is your residence identity token. Just so you know, including the rent, you owe me a total of 35 spirit stones. In a secluded courtyard within Illusory City, Yu Senyang handed the newly procured residence identity token to Su Chun. Wasn't it supposed to be 20 stones? How did it rise to 35? Su Chun muttered reluctantly as he accepted the purple wooden plaque handed to him by Yu Senyang. Hey, are you even listening to me? 20 spirit stones is the price for residing in the enigmatic city. My modest courtyard incurs an annual rent of 20. Charging you 35 is quite reasonable. What? The rent is 20, and you expect me to pay 15? What is this? Yu Sanyang provocatively scrutinized Su Chen, who widened his eyes in disbelief. No. I'm satisfied. It's very fair. Su Chen quickly shook his head in acquiescence. Realizing that if he were not short on funds and the enigmatic city were not fully occupied with no vacant rooms, he would never consent to living with Yu Senyang. Alas, all this remained hypothetical. Satisfied yet still so talkative? Do you think my integrity comes without a price? Oh, let me share a piece of news I just heard. Rolling her eyes, Yu Sanyang gestured for Su Chun to take a seat. What news? Noticing the pensive expression on Yu Sanyang's face, Su Chun did not decline. When I want to help you with your identity plaque, I overheard some information. Li Chun has died, and the life jade slip he left in the city has shattered. Oh, he is dead? Su Chun displayed no surprise upon hearing Yu Sanyang's revelation, simply nodding, as it was something he had anticipated. What? Aren't you even a little surprised? Yu Senyang could hardly contain herself, seeing Su Chun's demeanor as though he had known all along. Surprised? What is there to be surprised about? I had already deduced it. Gazing into the eyes of Yusanyo, Su Chun innocently shook his head. Have you already guessed? Yusanyo's face was filled with disbelief. Oh. Don't be so startled. Let me ask you, what do you truly think of the notion that scattered cultivators are one family? Observing Sanyao's expression, Su Chun chuckled softly. Chapter 43. Nocturnal Whispers in Truth. Li Chun had no reason to perish. However, his naivety led him to prematurely divulge the Qingrong herb. Though it may not be deemed particularly valuable, it certainly attracted covetous gazes. His demise stemmed from his own carelessness. You speak as if you witnessed it firsthand. Do you know who was responsible for his death? Su Chen's words left Yusanyo at a loss for a rebuttal as she pouted. It cannot be said for certain, but the likelihood points to Sun Ji. Shaking his head, Su Chen remained uncertain about who had dealt the fatal blow. Sun Ji? Again with Sun Ji. Why do you always suspect him? He holds no grudge against you. When you indulge in your fabrications, couldn't you consider someone else? Upon hearing Su Chen mention Sun Ji once more, Yusanyo immediately expressed her disagreement. He is the most likely suspect. If I don't name him, whom should I? Observing Yusanyo's defensiveness, Su Chen stood his ground. Let me assure you, it was definitely not him. The night before last, you claimed that the figure in black was Sun Ji. But do you realize that Sun Ji possesses a wood attribute spiritual root? While that person had a mutated wind attribute, how could it possibly be him? And what about you? What is your spiritual root? Faced with Yusanyo's inquiry, Su Chen hesitated before responding. Me? I possess a fire attribute spiritual root, but does that even matter? Su Chen's inquiry left Yusanyo momentarily perplexed. She could not comprehend the essence of his question. Of course, it is relevant. Are you endowed with a singular fire spiritual root? Not merely a single attribute. I possess dual attributes of fire and earth, yet my aptitude in the fire attribute surpasses that of the earth, hence my focus on fire cultivation. Her confusion deepened. For Yusanyo was bewildered by Su Chen's probing into her background, particularly with such specificity. You cultivate fire, so can you also cultivate earth? In response to Yusanyo's skepticism, Su Chen refrained from elaboration. Of course I can, but the progress is considerably sluggish, and the fire and earth attributes are incompatible, making simultaneous cultivation unfeasible. Therefore mid-sentence, Yusanyo fell silent, as if a revelation had struck her, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Indeed, witnessing her epiphany, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Typically, the 5 elemental spiritual roots cannot coexist or be cultivated concurrently. However, aberrant spiritual roots are exceptions to this rule, as they can harmonize with any of the 5 elemental roots. Thus, it is entirely plausible that Sun Ji, possessing both wood and wind attributes, may present solely his wood attribute in your presence, leaving you unaware of his wind attribute. Seated cross-legged upon the bed, Su Chen paid no further heed to Yu Sanyang outside, instead immersing his consciousness entirely within himself. The encounter with Sun Ji 2 nights prior had strained his meridians, and in the past few days, he had not had the opportunity to recuperate. The invasive wind spiritual energy still lingered within him. Now that he had entered the city, Su Chen felt no further apprehension and resolved to prioritize his physical recovery before addressing any other matters. Immersed in contemplation, Su Chen directly located the wind spiritual energy enveloped by his thunderous spiritual power. He then commenced the manipulation of this energy to absorb the foreign spiritual force. The thunder spiritual energy is renowned in the realm of cultivation as the most formidable of powers. Its might is indisputable. Yet, even the most potent resources require utilization. Much like the wind spiritual energy confined within Su Chen's body, although the thunder spiritual energy could gradually disperse it in an intangible manner, the process was painfully slow without control. However, with Su Chen's deliberate activation, the scenario transformed dramatically. The fervent spiritual energy surged within him, and the wind spiritual energy, ensnared in Su Chen's form, swayed like a fragile blade of grass in the breeze. Under the influence of the thunder spiritual energy, its diminishment became visibly apparent. In scarcely any time at all the wind spiritual energy within Su Chen had been dissipated. Yet, the repair of his damaged meridians proved to be a more complex endeavor. Su Chen could only rely on the repeated circulation of his spiritual energy to gradually mend the injured meridians in his abdomen. As the sun sank beyond the horizon and the moon ascended to its zenith, time slipped by unnoticed. Sanyang understood that cultivators often led lives devoid of regularity. Sometimes a period of seclusion could extend for days, and at higher levels of cultivation, it might last for years. Thus, she refrained from interrupting Su Chen's meditative practice. After preparing a modest meal for herself, she too retreated to her chamber to recuperate, for her injuries were indeed more severe than Su Chen's. The sound of rustling echoed softly. In the stillness of the night, a rustling sound emanated from the courtyard, prompting Su Chen's ears to perk up. And he immediately opened his eyes. The sound persisted, a continuous rustle, as if some creature were scurrying about in the yard. Could it be a rat in the dead of night? The noise rendered him unable to concentrate on his cultivation, causing a slight furrow in his brow as he leapt from his bed. He touched the ground lightly with the tips of his toes, making not a sound. Even in such a destitute place, there were rats. It was truly a testament to one's resilience not to perish from hunger here. He muttered softly, then approached the door, gently cracking it open. The rustling continued. Just as he settled back onto his bed, the sound echoed once more, and with a frown, Su Chen sprang out of bed, pushing the door open and stepping into the courtyard. Under the luminous moonlight, there appeared to be nothing amiss, yet in the haze, Su Chen sensed a pair of eyes watching him. "Come out. I can see you," he declared, his voice deepening as a spark of electricity flickered in his hand. "What are you doing, making such a racket at this hour?" With a creak, Yu Sanyang emerged from her room, her expression one of discontent. "Shoo, is something there?" Noticing her displeasure, Su Chen gestured for silence. "Is there something?" Yu Sanyang paused, then exclaimed, "Su Chen, are you out of your mind? Every dwelling within the city is protected by an array. Without my permission, not even a fly could." "Ah." As Yu Sanyang's words remained unspoken, she suddenly gasped in astonishment at something behind Su Chen. Startled by her reaction, Su Chen swiftly turned around to confront whatever threat lay behind him. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Yu Sanyu seized the opportunity, darting forward to snatch the damp cloth from Su Chen's grasp. "You. Fine. I shall tell you. This is a pet I once cared for. As for how it got here, it must be due to a flaw in this array. Now, you should focus on your recovery. Lingering too long may lead to lingering effects." In truth, this small creature was the azure beast Su Chen had lived with for several months at the precipice of the flying immortals sect. Just the day before, upon encountering Lin Shi and hearing of the azure beast's appearance, Su Chen had felt an unsettling premonition. Yet, he never expected that within merely 2 days, the creature would come seeking him. However, he could only blame Yu Sanyao. Had she not made such a fuss, Su Chen believed he would not have felt so tense and would have exercised greater restraint. "Having followed me for so long, I have yet to name you," Since you have chosen to accompany me, you shall remain by my side. Moreover, Lin Shi is also searching for you. You have truly provoked him. Given your remarkable sense of smell, I shall name you Wang Tsai." As Su Chen uttered this name, the small beast began to kick its legs in a flurry, seemingly displeased. "Not to your liking?" Su Chen pondered, pinching his chin, realizing the name indeed lacked elegance. "How about DeBeo? It is simple yet sophisticated." "Excellent. Henceforth, you shall be called DeBeo." After a moment of contemplation, regardless of whether the little beast consented or not, the name DeBao was forcefully imposed upon it. The days of tranquility always seemed to pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, several days had elapsed. In Su Chen's life, apart from the presence of the woman named Sen Yang, which left him somewhat unsettled, he perceived no significant changes. Each day was consumed by relentless cultivation, resembling his time spent in the mountains. Although Su Chen had contemplated wandering into the city over the past few days, San Yang's continuous seclusion for recuperation prevented him from doing so. He did not wish to present himself as a newcomer, and accompanying Sen Yang would provide him with a guide and alleviate various troubles. He was wary of attracting the unwarranted attention of strangers due to the notion that scattered cultivators are one family. Indeed, upon entering the city, Su Chen had already sensed that the arrival of any unfamiliar face would promptly pique the interest of others, who would approach him with feigned warmth. However, Su Chen was acutely aware that within the realm of scattered cultivators, there existed a tumultuous undercurrent of intrigue and power struggles, laid bare for all to see. He was no stranger to such dynamics. Even within the Fei Xian sect, clandestine alliances were formed, and among scattered cultivators, such occurrences were even more pronounced. Nonetheless, Su Chen held no desire to engage in these power plays. He believed that for a cultivator to be preoccupied with the petty machinations of rivalry and territorial disputes was a dereliction of duty. Such conduct bore little distinction from that of the mundane world, and he did not feel compelled to draw a line separating himself from the secular. However, such matters are typically regarded as commonplace only in the secular realm, where Su Chen perceives them as normal. In truth, the path of a cultivator is not inherently a joyous one, for it necessitates profound sacrifices. Devoting oneself to the pursuit of immortality and strength entails relinquishing not merely the bonds of familial love and friendship found in the mundane world, but also the simplicity of ordinary life. Much like the elder who runs a talisman shop in the secular sphere, it is only when he is buried up to his neck in the soil that he realizes he is incapable of establishing a foundation. What has his lifelong arduous cultivation yielded him? Aside from a robust physique that allows him to outlive ordinary people by a decade or so, his decades of toil seem, in comparison, to have been squandered. As he himself articulates, opening a talisman shop upon descending the mountain is not driven by any particular reason. Rather, it is a desire to experience the life of the mundane, lest he waste his existence. Thus, it becomes evident that for a cultivator, engaging in trivial pursuits and forming cliques instead of dedicating oneself to cultivation is nothing short of a squandering of life. This is how Su Chen perceives it. Chapter 45. A New Paramore Creek. The sound of the door opening heralded the emergence of Yu Sen Yang, a woman who had secluded herself for 3 consecutive days, finally stepping out before the onset of mildew upon her being. "Are your injuries healed?" Su Chen inquired, observing Yu Sen Yang as she stood at the threshold, stretching languidly with a hint of allure. He turned to her and remarked, "Ah, it seems you are no longer in grave condition. What brings you out at this hour?" After stretching her body, Yu Sen Yang, appearing as if still in the throes of slumber, staggered to the small table in the courtyard and drained the cup of tea that sat before her in one swift motion. Observing her actions, Su Chen parted his lips, but ultimately refrained from speaking. However, DeBao, who was perched on the table, watched Yu Sen Yang's movements with evident discontent. After all, it was its water. Never mind, it thought. Having spent several days in the city, Su Chen expressed a desire to explore. "Why don't you take me for a stroll? Why not go out on your own? Do you think I am your servant, obliged to accompany you shopping?" Yu Sen Yang pouted, rolling her eyes in annoyance. "Not going? Then, very well. I merely wished to see if there was anything I could do to repay the debt I owe you sooner. Since you aren't in a hurry, I can relax. Speak, what do you wish to do?" Within the enchanting city, there were 2 primary areas delineated. The tasks issued from the east side predominantly involved the procurement of various items, offering decent compensation. In contrast, the west side typically required assistance, akin to the help they provided to Li Qin previously. "Which do you choose?" Upon leaving the courtyard, Yu San Yang did not hasten to lead the way, but instead inquired about Su Chen's preference. Let us explore both sides and familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. Su Chen suggested, momentarily hesitating as he pondered his own capabilities. Penniless, apart from the 6 spirit stones he had acquired assisting Li Qin days prior, he found himself devoid of any substantial assets. Very well, I shall first take you to the west side and see if there are any simple tasks available. Indeed, the foaming mountain is quite distant and perilous. It hardly seems worthwhile. Hey, what are you two old folks scheming about? As they journeyed westward, Yu Sanyang led Su Chen to a bustling area in the city, where he observed numerous individuals congregating in small clusters, engaged in earnest discussion. Upon reaching 2 elderly gentlemen with hair as white as snow, Yu Sanyang sprang forward with enthusiasm. Ah, it's Sanyang. Do slow down. You nearly startled me to death. One of the older cultivators, slightly more advanced in age, trembled in surprise from her sudden approach. Huh, look at you, so seasoned yet still so easily frightened. What matters are you deliberating? I'm curious to hear, she inquired, displaying an ease of familiarity with the 2 men, seamlessly intermingling with them. Well, it's nothing of great consequence. We recently spotted a new quest, and we're merely weighing its merits, one of the men explained. However, we haven't seen you in some time. Have you been off seeking fortune? He stroked his beard thoughtfully, revealing no reluctance in addressing her question. Fortune? What fortune could I possibly find? A few days ago, an incident occurred, compelling me to take a brief respite. Allow me to introduce you. This is my new companion, Su Chen. As she spoke, Yu Sanyang forcefully pulled Su Chen into the conversation. I am Su Chen, a junior to both esteemed seniors, he stammered, his face twitching in bemusement at Yu Sanyang's introduction. What did she mean by new companion? It sounded rather inappropriate. Could she not present him in a more dignified manner? Despite his inner discomfort, Su Chen maintained a respectful demeanor, bowing courteously. He understood that Yu Sanyang would not introduce him without good reason. Her intent to foster an acquaintance indicated that these gentlemen possessed qualities worthy of recognition. Heh, young brother Su Chen, there is no need for formality. At such a tender age, you have already attained the 7th level of qi refinement. It seems you possess great potential. You may simply call me Old Wang and similarly refer to him as Old Li. The elder scrutinized Su Chen with a discerning gaze and casually spoke of his cultivation level, which left Su Chen astounded. The ability to discern his cultivation indicated that both individuals were at least of a higher realm than his own. Fortunately, there was no hint of surprise in their words, providing Su Chen with a sense of relief. He chuckled softly, reconsidering and deciding to address them as Senior Wang and Senior Li instead. Adhering to the principle of respecting one's elders, he maintained his manner of address, ensuring he did not come across as abrupt. Ah, yes. As long as it sounds agreeable to you, he replied. Witnessing Su Chen's politeness, the expressions of the two softened significantly. All right, that's enough. It's sufficient that we are acquainted. We have matters to attend to, so let us converse later. You may continue your discussion. Having established a semblance of familiarity, the impatient Sanyang promptly pulled Su Chen away. The task distribution center in West City was a grand hall adorned with numerous postings detailing tasks and their corresponding rewards. However, the specifics of the tasks were often vague, merely indicating locations and the number of required assistants, while omitting any mention of the danger involved. Upon a cursory glance, Su Chen noted that the prices were generally quite modest. Some tasks offered only 2 or 3 spirit stones, and those exceeding 5 spirit stones were exceedingly rare. It dawned on him that Li Chun had indeed been quite generous last time, offering 10 spirit stones without hesitation. Hey, darling, what do you think of this task? As Su Chen browsed through the tasks in the hall, Yu Sanyang suddenly spoke up, instantly drawing a multitude of curious gazes. Chapter 46, The Auction House Observing Yu Sanyang. Seemingly oblivious to the attention directed at her, Su Chen remained engrossed in a particular task. He crouched slightly, intending to blend into the crowd. At that moment, he felt a twinge of regret for accompanying Yu Sanyang. How had they come to be perceived as a couple? Hey, Su Chen, come here and take a look. Noticing that Su Chen had not approached, Yu Sanyang turned and spotted him making his way into the throng, promptly calling out his name. Me? Su Chen feigned ignorance. Pointing to himself, faced with the multitude of inquisitive stares, he felt an overwhelming desire to flee. Is it any wonder? You called me here, my new partner. Come see how splendid this task is. Rolling his eyes, Yu Sanyang was well aware of Su Chen's thoughts, yet the more he resisted, the more she insisted. Reluctantly making his way over, Su Chen felt as though he might melt under the scrutiny of those around him. This, escorting a batch of items for merely 3 spirit stones? That's hardly worth it. I'm leaving to explore elsewhere. After a cursory glance at the task's details, Suchin lost interest upon seeing the price, promptly tugging at the reluctant Yu Sanyang to exit the crowd. Hey, let go of me. This task is genuinely worthwhile. You're really not going to do it? Once outside the hall, Yu Sanyang immediately shook off Suchin's grip. Only 3 spirit stones? Why would you even consider it? Suchin questioned, bemused by Yu Sanyang's apparent enthusiasm. 3 spirit stones? Do not underestimate the value of 3 spirit stones. It is indeed a considerable amount. How many do you currently possess? One cannot simply indulge excessively without risking suffocation. Wealth is accumulated gradually, and like you, we are destined to be expelled from the city of Mealy. Observing Suchin's disdainful remarks, Yu Sanyang felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Oh, do not worry. We certainly won't be driven away. Take me to explore the eastern part of the city. Noticing Yu Sanyang's discontent, Suchun immediately softened his tone and took her to the east side. In stark contrast to the bustling west side, the eastern area was noticeably less populated. Yet the prices offered here were considerably higher, as it served as a hub for the acquisition of various items. The price for acquiring 7-star grass was 5 spirit stones per stalk, while purple vine fetched 15 spirit stones each. Observing the multitude of task postings in the hall, Suchin realized that, as solitary cultivators, few possessed substantial wealth. Sanyang, do you find the prices listed here to be fair? Uncertain about the appropriateness of these acquisition prices, Suchun turned to Yu Sanyang for her insight. The prices are indeed reasonable, but do you possess any of these items? With a roll of her eyes at Suchin's question, Yu Sanyang felt it was irrelevant to him. Yet he seemed overly concerned. However, I noticed that these acquisitions pertain to rather mundane items. Are there any that are more distinguished? Ignoring Yu Sanyang's skeptical gaze, Suchin conducted a cursory examination and discovered that the highest-priced item was merely valued at 30 spirit stones, which was a far cry from the worth of the earth dragon fruit he held. Indeed, there exists an auction house within the city. But what do you possess worthy of auctioning? Your flying sword? Hardly coveted by anyone. Observing Suchin's audacious demeanor, Yu Sanyang could not help but grumble. An auction house? Why did you not mention it earlier? Take me there at once. Suchin's eyes widened at the mere mention of the auction house. He was no stranger to such establishments, having frequented them during his days as the eldest son of the Su family. He was well aware that the items within were far from ordinary. They were exquisite treasures, albeit costly. However, Suchin's intent was to sell, and the more valuable the item, the better. Do you truly possess something worthy of auction? Yu Sanyang inquired, taken aback by his expression, her face a mask of skepticism. You shall find out once we arrive, Suchun replied with a light chuckle, noticing the disbelief in her eyes. Oh, how vexatious. You are such a rogue. Keeping this from me. I genuinely thought you were a pauper. Suchin's confidence transformed Yu Sanyang into a playful woman, her delicate fists playfully striking him. For she discerned certainty in his expression. Shoo, all right, enough of that. Let us not attract attention, Suchin urged, glancing around the hall where some curious onlookers were drawn to Yu Sanyang's antics. He hastily pulled her away, wishing to avoid showcasing himself in such a place. If the existence of the earth dragon fruit were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly bring him trouble. Before heading to the auction house in the enigmatic city, Yu Sanyang urged Suchin to prepare an outfit. Despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, she was aware of the importance of certain precautions. They procured 2 black cloaks that could conceal their identities. This was a prudent measure to avoid exposure. Yu Sanyang understood that the notion of scattered cultivators being a family was mere talk. In a place teeming with unknown and mixed backgrounds, those who dared to reveal themselves were either overly confident in their abilities or simply foolish. Are you two here to auction items or to purchase? After donning their disguises, they followed Yu Sanyang to the auction house in the city center, where they were promptly greeted by a welcoming attendant. In a voice disguised to sound raspy, Suchin replied, "We are here to auction items." "Very well, please follow me," said the attendant, seemingly unperturbed by Suchin's presence. They were led through a heavy curtain into a concealed door. Beyond the door lay a hidden world, a deep passageway. After walking nearly 100 meters, Suchin and Yu Sanyang arrived at a modest room. The room was simply adorned, containing only a table, a few stools, and an elderly man with graying hair seated within. "Elder Hong, we have guests here to auction items. Please keep a vigilant eye," the attendant said as he ushered Suchin and Yu Sanyang into the room, bowing to the elderly figure before exiting. "Greetings, esteemed friends. Please take a seat," the elder said after the attendant departed, opening his eyes and gesturing towards the chairs across from him. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Chun and Yu Sanyang did not hesitate. They approached directly and took their seats opposite the old man. "Might I inquire what items you wish to auction?" The old man asked upon noticing that Su Chin and Yu Sanyang were settled. "It is an herb," Su Chin candidly replied to the old man's inquiry. "Then I kindly request that you present it, so I may examine it." Su Chun hesitated momentarily, refraining from immediate action, for he harbored concerns about revealing it in this place. What if it were to be stolen? "Rest assured, my friend, our auction house adheres to its own regulations and would never engage in any unscrupulous behavior. Even if you were to auction a treasure mountain, you need not worry. However, if you are truly unwilling, this transaction cannot proceed," the old man remarked, seemingly perceptive of Su Chin's apprehensions, articulating the matter with utmost clarity, without the item for appraisal. They could not continue. Chapter 47, The Secret Auction, the old man continued. "You may feel at ease. The proprietor behind this auction house is none other than the Lord of Mealy City, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents shall occur." Observing Su Chin's lingering hesitation, Yu Sanyang leaned closer and whispered, "The Lord of Mealy City? The cultivator of the core formation stage who established Mealy City?" Hearing her words offered Su Chun a sense of comfort. Although the earth dragon fruit was exceedingly rare, he believed it unlikely to entice the nefarious intentions of a core formation master, especially one of the city's esteemed lords. "Then I shall trouble you, Senior Hong," he concluded. Once he found inner peace, Su Chin cast aside his concerns and retrieved a fruit resembling a potato, the size of his fist, from his storage pouch. Placing it before the elder, "You've lost your mind, bringing a potato to auction. Do you think the auctioneer won't slap you into oblivion?" Upon seeing Su Chin's offering, Yu Senyang felt her mind go blank. What had begun as anticipation swiftly turned into a chilling realization, akin to plunging into an icy abyss, and in her excitement, she nearly uttered Su Chin's name. Provoking the auction house? That was akin to courting disaster. Unbeknownst to Su Chin, Yu Senyang was acutely aware of the formidable power lurking behind the unassuming facade of the auction house. She had heard whispers of several Foundation establishment cultivators stationed there, not to mention the influential figure backing them, a core formation cultivator. In Yu Senyang's eyes, Su Chin's actions were a clear provocation to deal with the two of them. No justification was needed. She regretted not inquiring beforehand about what Su Chin intended to auction. Had she known it was merely a potato, she would have vehemently refused to accompany him. "Oh, a gulong fruit," she exclaimed. However, the elder paid no heed to her words, instead gazing at the potato with astonishment. Moments later, he produced a jade slip, tapping it lightly. "Gulong fruit?" Yu Sanyang was taken aback. What was this? Did the potato have another name? "If you possess such a potato, I shall purchase as many as you have," she declared, her ignorance evident. Listening to the two distinct tones of Yu Sanyang, Su Chun murmured softly, prompting an eye roll from her. It seemed she was indeed not mistaken, which brought her a sense of relief. The elder's words about waiting a moment were merely an indication to summon another individual. Shortly thereafter, a young man clad in a vibrant red robe entered the room. A cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage. Su Chin felt a wave of astonishment as he beheld the newcomer. The young man appeared remarkably youthful, with a handsome visage radiating an aura of authority. A crimson mark adorned his forehead, and he wielded a fiery red fan, his entire attire resplendent in shades of red. This ensemble did not render him effeminate. Rather, it imbued him with an undeniable explosive charisma. Upon his entrance, Su Chun experienced an uncanny sense of familiarity, akin to standing before an elder of the flying immortal sect, even more intense than that. "Old Hong, what brings me here?" the man in red asked, shaking his fan even before reaching the table, his voice carrying through the air. "I apologize for interrupting Senior Situ Ying's cultivation. However, I possess an item that I cannot accurately assess, hence my request for your esteemed judgment," the elder named Hong replied, standing respectfully. Su Chun and Yu Sanyang also rose in deference at the sight of this exchange. "Oh, if even you find it challenging to ascertain, it must indeed be a remarkable item. Allow me to have a look," Situ Ying remarked nonchalantly, disregarding the trio's respectful demeanor. With a flick of his fan, the ground dragon fruit on the table soared directly into his hand. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Chun felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Should this individual attempt to seize the earth dragon fruit, he would possess no means of resistance. However, he found solace in the fact that Situ Ying had no such intentions. The earth dragon fruit. Indeed, it is a remarkable treasure, and moreover, It is 300 years old. As Situing turned the fruit in his hand, he immediately discerned its true identity. Not only that, but after a brief murmur, he astonishingly identified the fruit's age, which left Su Chen quite astounded. What does Senior Situ imply? Upon hearing Situ Ying's words, the elderly man of the Hong clan inquired. They could partake in the secret auction that would take place in 2 days, and if they chose not to participate, they could directly sell it to our auction house, ensuring that the price would not be a burden for these 2 young friends. The sum is 650 spirit stones. 650. What does this signify? Contemplating this sum, even Xin Yang was at a loss as to how to spend it. 650 spirit stones could afford her years of residence in the enchanting city. It could procure numerous magical artifacts and elixirs. Even when amassed, 650 spirit stones would form a small heap. If they were all hers, how blissful that would be. With such wealth, she would no longer need to toil day and night in arduous cultivation. Cultivation? That is the plight of the impoverished. She would cultivate with a spirit stone in each hand. No, 2 in one hand. Wealthy. My dear friends, what are your plans? Just as Xin Yang was lost in her daydreams of a splendid future, the elder of the Hong clan interrupted her. Exchange for money. The secret auction house. 2 voices, in perfect unison, startled the elder, surnamed Hong. How to choose? Observing the exchanged glances between Su Chun and Yu Sanyang, the elder inquired once more. Hee. Regarding the secret auction house, perhaps you could enlighten us, senior. Noticing Yu Sanyang's silence, Su Chun promptly clasped his hands in respect towards the elder. What secret auction house? Where is the temptation of 650 spirit stones? Murmured Yu Sanyang discontentedly beneath her black cloak. However, upon realizing that these were not her possessions, she felt a pang of sorrow. They were not hers. Oh. Since my friend is unaware, allow me to elaborate. In truth, the secret auction house isn't much of a secret. After stroking his beard, the elder surnamed Hong proceeded to recount the details of the secret auction house. Beneath the surface of this auction house lies a clandestine auction event, accessible only to those possessing substantial wealth or rare treasures, thus ensuring a clientele of a higher caliber than that of the overt auction house. Within the secret auction house, one can not only bid but also exchange items, akin to a free market of trade, offering a plethora of choices. If one finds nothing desirable for exchange, they may sell their items to the auction house, though they are not obliged to do so. Chapter 48. The Yin-Yang sect. Su Chun remained composed in the face of Yu Sanyang's anxiety. In truth, he too felt a surge of excitement. 650 spirit stones. This represented the largest sum of spirit stones Su Chun had ever encountered. Yet, he refrained from allowing his exhilaration to manifest on his visage. Do you not fear the unforeseen? Carrying a treasure worth 650 spirit stones. Are you not concerned about being robbed? Concerned? That may be your sentiment, but since the item is not in your possession, there is no need for worry. At that moment, Yu Sanyang fell silent. Indeed, it was not hers. Why should she feel so agitated? Su Chun, dear brother. Observing Su Chun quietly seated in the courtyard, Yu Sanyang's demeanor shifted, her voice taking on a sweet, coaxing tone that sent shivers down Su Chun's spine. Do be more reserved. Let us speak of matters at hand. Witnessing Yu Sanyang's flirtatious behavior, Su Chun could not help but rub his arms. Oh, you are insufferable. With a bashful push, Yu Sanyang settled directly opposite Su Chun. Sister has a question for you. Do you not agree that I have treated you well? Well, perhaps. Su Chun scrutinized Yu Sanyang from head to toe before nodding. Then tell me, since sister has been so kind to you, you surely cannot forget her when benefits arise, can you? Of course not. The moment the items are secured, I shall return the spirit stones I owe you. What? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Yu Sanyang was about to erupt, but suddenly recalling her current demeanor, she deflated. Oh, we are family. What is this talk of debts? What is mine is yours, would you not agree? Hey, what is mine is certainly not yours. With a slight curl of her lips, Su Chun could easily discern Yu Sanyang's intentions and promptly interrupted her thoughts. You. Upon hearing Su Chun's words, Yu Sanyang's eyes instantly widened in astonishment. The surname Su, your actions are truly excessive. I have sacrificed so much for you, and you do not intend to share anything with me? What have you contributed on my behalf? Su Chun furrowed his brow in astonishment. Of course I have. Just look. I assisted you in settling in Mealy City and provided you shelter. While these may seem trivial, I can overlook them. However, do not forget that when you were on the mountain, you beheld my form, and now my reputation has been entirely tarnished. The entire Mealy City is aware that I am yours. How can I marry in the future? Shouldn't there be some compensation for the damage to my honor? Umph. This is an inversion of right and wrong. Their gazes locked. Su Chen let out a scoff. Oh dear brother, let us disregard my previous words. I implore you. Share some with me. You carry so much. It is unsafe. Consider it a way for me to share in your peril, would you? Observing Su Chen's indifference to her pleas, Yu Yang had no choice but to continue her strategy of feigned innocence. No, one must bear their own burdens. I can handle the danger alone. I cannot encumber you. You, very well. It seems I must resort to my final tactic. Look at this. Meeting Su Chen's resolute gaze, Yu Yang pondered for a moment before pulling a book from her bosom and slamming it onto the table. What? Su Chen was taken aback at the sight of the book on the table. Wait, this pertains to my future peace. You must promise not to disclose this matter. Just as Su Chen was about to take action, Yu Yang firmly pressed the book down with a resounding clap, her expression turning serious. I understand. Observing that Yu Yang did not appear to be jesting, Su Chen nodded and subsequently grasped the book in his hand. The phrase dual cultivation technique emblazoned on the cover momentarily bewildered him. What could this dual cultivation technique entail? However, as he delved into the pages and perused the content, clarity dawned upon him. Thus, it was revealed that the so-called dual cultivation technique refers to the harmonious merging of yin and yang between a man and a woman, allowing them to cultivate together. The pace of an individual's cultivation is inherently limited. Nonetheless, the dual cultivation technique enables two individuals to progress in tandem, resulting in a notably swifter advancement and a greater likelihood of transcending obstacles. The mention of the yin-yang sect left Su Chen momentarily stunned. How about it? Does this condition not entice you? Observing Su Chen's dazed expression, Yu Yang raised an eyebrow with satisfaction, the flirtatious undertones on her face becoming increasingly evident. Condition? What condition? Have you even mentioned it? At that moment, Yu Yang's demeanor shifted, her expression falling as her voice grew somber. Are you jesting with me? Not at all. I genuinely did not catch what condition you were referring to, and I am unfamiliar with the yin-yang sect, Su Chen replied, shaking his head innocently. He could swear he truly had no knowledge of the yin-yang sect. Very well, consider yourself fortunate. I shall set aside my dignity and impart a lesson to you today. How can you call yourself a cultivator without even knowing of the yin-yang sect? After taking a moment to compose herself, Yu Yang reflected and ultimately decided to recount her origins and the intricacies of the yin-yang sect. The yin-yang sect is quite renowned within the realm of cultivation, not solely due to its formidable strength, but rather because it enjoys widespread admiration among external practitioners. In the world of cultivation, there exists a unique technique that, upon mastery, engenders a flow of yin and yang energy within the practitioner. This energy, while ineffective for the individual, can be transmitted to a partner during their first intimate encounter through a dual cultivation method. This exchange not only significantly enhances the partner's spiritual power, but also considerably increases the likelihood of breaking through personal barriers. However, this cultivation method bears a significant drawback. The practitioner must reach the 9th level of qi refinement before engaging in such practices. Should they attempt to do so prior to this threshold, their internal spiritual energy becomes uncontrollably depleted, potentially rendering them mortal or even leading to death. The Yin-Yang sect is an organization dedicated to the mastery of this art. Yu Yang was initially a practitioner of this technique, harboring dreams of finding a fellow cultivator at the 9th level of qi refinement to overcome their respective bottlenecks together. However, by chance, she stumbled upon a secret within the sect that prompted her to flee. Chapter 49. The past of Yu Yang reveals that the higher echelons of the Yin-Yang sect had been concealing unsavory practices from their disciples, engaging in the sale of less talented disciples, those who had nonetheless cultivated Yin-Yang energy, to external cultivators. This revelation, akin to human trafficking, is indeed a harsh reality. Moreover, such matters are widely known among the cultivators from the outside world. Many individuals reach a bottleneck, unable to advance beyond the foundation establishment stage, and consequently, they resort to purchasing a disciple from the Yin-Yang sect. Naturally, the cost is exorbitant, rendering it unaffordable for the average person. However, since disciples of the Yin-Yang sect are seldom permitted to descend the mountain, this situation remains entirely concealed from them. During her years at the sect, Yu Yang was perplexed by the frequent, inexplicable disappearances of individuals, both men and women. Yet, the sect's response was uniformly dismissive. claiming these individuals had lost hope in their path to cultivation and opted to live as ordinary people. In truth, however, they had been sold. Yu Sanyang learned of this grim reality entirely due to her affable nature. Although her aptitude for cultivation was lacking, she had begun to seek a future partner for her Dao journey upon entering the mountain. Coincidentally, a senior brother she had taken a liking to faced no obstacles in his path, and, after 2 years of reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement, successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage. This turn of events made her even more proactive. Perhaps sensing Yu Sanyang's feelings, the senior brother, aware that they inhabited different worlds, could not bear to see her fall into such a fate. Thus, he discreetly informed her of the situation and assisted her in leaving the mountain gate, enabling her escape from the Inyang sect. After departing from the Inyang sect, Yu Sanyang adopted a new name and ventured into the Sanyuan realm, embarking on a solitary journey as a wandering cultivator. However, as a female practitioner navigating the world alone, she inevitably encountered numerous challenges. To mitigate unwanted attention, she chose to cultivate a reputation for recklessness, tarnishing her name in the eyes of others, thereby ensuring that few would take notice of her. In truth, she had always maintained her purity. Now, I have divulged everything to you. I assure you, my intentions are not driven by a desire for your wealth. Rather, I often feel a profound sense of injustice and seek a trustworthy shoulder to lean on. Yet, I find myself at a loss as to whom to confide in. To speak frankly, should I reveal my circumstances, I would undoubtedly be captured the moment I dared to leave the city. With a wry smile, Yu Sanyang feigned composure as she wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, though her red-rimmed eyes betrayed the tears that continued to flow. Observing her distress, Suchin felt a pang of sympathy. Rest assured, I will keep your secret, he promised, nodding gently. Is there nothing else you wish to say? Yu Sanyang inquired, noting Suchin's lingering silence. Nothing more. Must I then take an oath? Suchin replied, momentarily taken aback. You, she began, her frustration mounting as she sensed his genuine confusion. I truly cannot decide whether to call you a fool or a pretender, knowing my true identity. Do you not harbor any thoughts? Did you genuinely believe that my sharing these thoughts with you stemmed merely from trust or a desire to evoke your sympathy? Is that what you imply? Observing Yu Sanyang's eagerness to approach, Suchin seemed to comprehend the condition she alluded to. Do you find me repulsive? Are you suggesting an immediate physical examination? Absolutely not, I implore you. Witnessing Yu Sanyang's gesture to disrobe, Suchin promptly intervened. Heavens, he thought. He had no desire to provoke her ire. I assure you, I speak truthfully. Should I attain the foundation establishment stage, I genuinely anticipate no impediments. Regrettably, the specifics elude explanation. However, should the Earth Dragon fruit be auctioned, let us agree to an equitable division of the proceeds. An equitable division? You pledge this? As a man of honor, your word is your bond. You must not renege. Upon hearing Suchin's proposition, Yu Sanyang's demeanor underwent an abrupt transformation. With a sudden leap, she ascended atop the table, her excitement so palpable that she neglected to adequately conceal her decolletage. I pledge, my word is inviolable. Rest assured. Nodding in affirmation, Suchin found himself perplexed by Yu Sanyang's mercurial temperament. However, his willingness to share the spoils was not merely a consequence of her recent sentiments. Rather, it was a premeditated decision conceived from the moment he chose to confide in her. The acquisition of the Earth Dragon fruit was, in part, attributable to Yu Sanyang's efforts. Had she and her companions not diverted the attention of the Black Panther, Suchin would not have had the opportunity to strike. Although she remained oblivious to this fact, Suchin could have legitimately claimed the fruit in its entirety. However, if such actions were taken, it would ultimately leave Suchin with a tinge of guilt in his heart. Moreover, they had weathered hardships together. For his own sake, he decided that regardless of the true state of the cultivation realm, his future endeavors should be guided by a clear conscience. Only in this way could he cultivate with a tranquil mind, unburdened by disingenuous matters that could potentially disrupt his practice and even give rise to inner demons. Nevertheless, Suchin felt no apprehension in this regard, for he trusted in Dabao's intelligence and agility, confident that no peril would befall them. Furthermore, he felt a sense of reassurance in Dabao's absence, sparing him the worry of Dabao discovering the Earth Dragon fruit and consuming it. Had the blood ginseng not been devoured by Dabao, it could have yielded a substantial amount of spirit stones. However, he bore no regret. Despite Dabao consuming the blood ginseng, Suchin gained Dabao in return, a trade he deemed exceedingly worthwhile. Yet, should the Earth Dragon fruit meet a similar fate, It would indeed be a grave loss. Chapter 50. The auction commences. 2 days swiftly passed, and today marked the day of the clandestine auction's commencement. As the sun began its descent, Su Chun emerged from his chamber. "You've finally come out. Let us depart at once," exclaimed Yu Sin Yang, who had been waiting in the courtyard. Upon seeing Su Chun, she hurriedly approached him. Since Su Chun had promised her half of the proceeds from the Earth Dragon Fruit 2 days prior, she had been counting down the seconds to this moment. "All right. Da Bao, come down," Su Chun called out to Da Bao perched on the rooftop, acknowledging Yu Sin Yang's exuberance without further comment. "What? Are you bringing Da Bao along? Is this convenient?" Observing the large creature on the roof, Da Bao, who stretched lazily and effortlessly, leaped onto Su Chun's shoulder. Yu Sin Yang wore a look of confusion on her face. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm merely concerned that leaving it alone at home might cause trouble. Let us proceed." Su Chun, noticing the skepticism in Yu Sin Yang's eyes, merely smiled gently, draping his black robe casually, which concealed Da Bao entirely. Cause trouble? What kind of trouble could it possibly stir? Watching Su Chun mysteriously exit the courtyard, Yu Sin Yang shook her head in bewilderment. Moreover, the contents of the 2 storage bags filled Su Chun with a sense of vindication for his actions. It was fortunate they had been burned, for what lay within was astonishing. One of the storage bags contained nothing but 3 spiritual stones, devoid of any further items. However, the other bag was a different story. It held not only numerous spiritual stones but also a potent purple elixir, unmistakably a rare treasure. Su Chun believed that such a possession was beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators and likely belonged to someone of exceptional prowess. If discovered, it could result in a formidable enemy. Given such circumstances, how could Su Chun allow Da Bao to remain at home alone? Should Da Bao venture out and engage in such activities while he was absent, it would pose an invisible threat. As night fell and the golden sun of the western horizon vanished completely, Su Chun and Yu Sin Yang encountered a smooth journey, arriving at the auction house. After verifying their identities, they were promptly escorted to the underground chamber of the auction house. "Please wait a moment. There is still one individual who has yet to arrive. The transaction will commence shortly, so please enjoy a cup of tea." The attendant responsible for escorting Su Chun and Yu San Yang did not lead them to the actual auction site, but instead took them to another room. "Not arrived? Are we expected to wait indefinitely for one person?" Su Chun inquired, perplexed, as he observed the attendant turning to leave. "Rest assured, the auction has not yet commenced. We have a stipulated time frame. Should the individual fail to arrive by then, we will proceed as planned." "Oh, I see. It seems you are not even bound by your own auction schedule. This person's background must be quite significant," Su Chun remarked, nodding in understanding. "Indeed, that is the case. There is no need for concealment. The individual who has not arrived is an elder from the Yushao sect. The journey is somewhat lengthy, and this is a frequent occurrence, to which I have grown accustomed." The attendant, having spoken with a smile, failed to notice Su Chun's momentary astonishment and exited the room. An elder from the Yushao sect? Could it be that members of the 3 major sects are permitted to attend? Once the door closed, Su Chun removed the black robe that had shrouded his head and turned to Yu San Yang, who was observing with great curiosity. "Certainly. Although the majority in Meili City are independent cultivators, members of the 3 major sects often visit. They are allowed to issue and accept tasks within the city, however. They are not permitted to reside here." The time for the auction had arrived. Su Chun and Yu San Yang were escorted from their chamber through the passage of an underground secret room. The attendants led them straight into a hall, which was adorned with minimalist decor, a large round table surrounded by several stools. Rows of luminous stones were embedded in the ceiling, and oil lamps flickered around the room, illuminating the space as brightly as day despite its subterranean location. At this time, the hall was already populated by numerous individuals. Su Chun observed at least a dozen people, most of whom, like himself, were cloaked in black robes, ensuring that he and Yu San Yang did not attract undue attention. However, the few practitioners who did not conceal their identities left Su Chun in considerable astonishment. He discerned that these individuals exuded a palpable aura, revealing that they were all at the foundation establishment stage, something he had not anticipated. The presence of so many foundation establishment practitioners at a clandestine auction was indeed unexpected. Yet it underscored the extraordinary nature of this secret gathering. After Su Chun and Yu San Yang found a spot to sit together, he closed his eyes to recuperate. As he did so, he became acutely aware of several gazes directed towards him, though most were fleeting. All were foundation establishment practitioners. He mentally noted this observation, sensing that even though those glances were momentary, he felt as though he were being scrutinized. He harbored the belief that the black robe he wore was rendered inconsequential in the presence of these seasoned cultivators. Chapter 51. Situing, why has it not yet commenced? Could it be that today's auction is postponed? Suchin had been seated in silence for nearly half an hour. He assumed that upon arrival, the auction would promptly begin. However, after spending so long in the hall, there were still no signs of initiation, leaving him somewhat unsettled. What on earth are these people doing? Ah, Situ, you have finally arrived. However, I noticed that old Tao is conspicuously absent. I had thought we were waiting for him. A cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, marked by red spots on his face, was the first to speak upon seeing Situing enter. Haha, my friend. You are unaware of the circumstances. Speaking of this matter brings a smile to my face. Old Tao was indeed supposed to come, but an unexpected event occurred. The foundation establishment pill he intended to exchange was lost 2 days ago due to an accident. He just sent word to me, expressing his frustration and his decision not to attend. Lost a foundation establishment pill? Is that true? Upon hearing Situ Ying's words, not only was the speaking cultivator taken aback, but several others at the foundation establishment stage also found it hard to believe. This excuse seems utterly absurd. How could a cultivator at this level misplace something? Well, I cannot say for certain. He claims it was lost, yet I suspect it may have been stolen. After all, such an embarrassing incident is not something he would readily admit. Now, let us not dwell on that any longer. It is time to commence. We have already delayed everyone for quite some time. Very well, esteemed friends, many of you are attending for the first time, so as per our tradition, I shall outline the rules of our auction. Once he noticed that everyone had quieted down, Situ Ying continued. Esteemed guests present, you are all patrons of our auction house. However, business is business, and I must forewarn you. During the course of the auction, no coercive transactions shall occur. Should anyone dare to disregard my authority, irrespective of the connections they may possess, unless you believe you can evade my grasp, you shall find yourself in unfortunate circumstances. With malevolent eyes scanning the surroundings, even the foundation-building cultivators were not spared from Situ Ying's scrutiny. This display momentarily astonished Su Chun. How impressive! As a fellow foundation-building cultivator, Situ Ying was indeed issuing a challenge. Ah, I have long heard of the infamous red-clad Azura, Situ Ying, yet I must inquire, does he truly possess such confidence? As expected, upon uttering these words, a somewhat portly foundation-building cultivator spoke up. Confidence, you say? You may put it to the test. Should anyone attempt to forcibly transact your belongings, as long as their strength does not exceed 3 levels above yours, I shall ensure their demise within 3 moves. Upon hearing this, the portly cultivator's expression shifted to one of indignation. Brother Tang, since we are here, let us be guests and abide by the rules. Just as the portly cultivator was about to voice further objections, another foundation-building cultivator seated beside him interjected. Upon hearing this, the portly cultivator promptly composed himself and ceased his protests. Well then, since there are no objections, let us proceed according to protocol and allow our auction house to take the lead. Observing the slightly plump foundation establishment cultivator fall silent, Situ Ying broke into a hearty smile and promptly produced a jade box from his possession. Witnessing this scene, Su Chun felt a tumultuous churn within. Despite being at the same foundation establishment level, Situ Ying audaciously proclaimed his ability to defeat 3 opponents, even to the point of annihilation. It appeared that his prowess was indeed formidable. Here lies a level 4 wood attribute demon beast's core, with a starting price of 5,000 spirit stones. As for its efficacy, I shall not elaborate further. If anyone is interested, feel free to make a bid or present an enticing item for exchange. Seemingly unfazed by the earlier events, Situ Ying opened the jade box, revealing a core that glimmered a vibrant emerald hue. The overwhelming would attribute spiritual energy emanating from it caused Su Chun to be momentarily captivated, yet the price was exorbitantly high, leaving him to gaze longingly. I now present for auction a set of intermediate magical tools. After Situ Ying's proclamation, and upon noticing the silence of the crowd, a man to his right produced a small box. This is something I chanced upon. The complete set comprises 3 shields and 2 flying swords. Once activated with spiritual energy, the shields will automatically protect the owner. One sword is inscribed with a wind attribute formation for escape, while the other features a metal attribute formation for combat. The set can be utilized separately or in unison, with a starting price of 2,400 spirit stones. As this set of magical tools was unveiled, Su Chen's eyes glistened with desire, yet his heart shattered upon hearing the quoted price. It was far too exorbitant. Among the items up for auction, many commanded prices in the thousands of spirit stones. Sitting amidst these individuals, Su Chen felt as though his earth dragon fruit was merely a humble, rustic item, akin to that of a poor villager from the countryside. As the auction progressed, the cultivators surrounding the circular table began to showcase their offerings one by one. Su Chen finally found a flicker of confidence, as there were indeed individuals whose bids were lower than his. 3 individuals, all clad in black robes, presented items with auction prices hovering around 500. However, amidst this, there emerged a bid that soared to the highest price of the event. A cultivator at the foundation establishment stage offered a vial of Ming with a starting price of 20,000 spirit stones. Although the price was staggering, Su Chen found it hard to believe, yet numerous attendees eagerly inquired about it, causing a slight chaos in the atmosphere. Su Chen was left bewildered, pondering what exactly Ming could be. Despite the exorbitant price, a significant number of people remained interested. What I wish to auction is a set of the 8-gate locking Kuan formation discs, he finally declared. As the auction continued, it was soon the turn of the cultivator seated to Su Chen's left, also dressed in black robes. To his surprise, this individual turned out to be a female cultivator, her voice tinged with a hint of trepidation. Chapter 52, Offending. The 8-gate locking Kuan formation discs. What are they? Upon hearing the female cultivator mention this item, all the foundation establishment cultivators present, save for Situ Ying, wore expressions of astonishment. Su Chen sensed that this formation was indeed extraordinary. This simplified version of the 8 gates locking formation consists merely of 8 pieces. Although it is rudimentary, it is user-friendly and possesses commendable power. Thus, the starting price is 500 spirit stones. As her voice dwindled, the female cultivator endeavored to present this simplified formation in a more favorable light. However, upon witnessing the disdainful expressions of the Foundation establishment practitioners upon learning of its rudimentary nature, she chose to refrain from further embellishment. What capabilities does your 8 gates locking formation possess? Could you elaborate? Upon hearing her remarks, no one seemed particularly intrigued, prompting Su Chen to inquire directly. It merely serves as a trapping formation, capable of ensnaring others. For an average Foundation establishment cultivator, it can contain them for approximately 15 minutes. Beyond that, its utility is rather limited, the female cultivator honestly admitted after some contemplation, shaking her head. Oh, does it offer any defensive capabilities? Su Chen pressed further, noting the vagueness in her explanation. Defense? That is beyond its scope. The genuine 8 gates locking formation can provide defensive capabilities. But this simplified version is solely a trapping mechanism. While it can easily ensnare others, it does not prevent them from entering. It is designed solely for confinement within. She clarified. I see. That is quite all right. Noting Su Chen's lack of interest, the female cultivator's tone bore a hint of disappointment. Next, it was Su Chen's turn. In comparison to the items currently displayed on the round table, his earth dragon fruit could only be regarded as commonplace. His offer remained steadfast, mirroring the price previously quoted by Situ Ying, 650 spirit stones. However, unlike the commonplace wares on display, the appearance of the earth dragon fruit piqued the interest of a select few. It seemed securing a buyer would not be a challenge, though fetching a princely sum might prove elusive. As the final vendor concluded their presentation, the trading commenced in earnest. Those with an interest in the items showcased during the introductions sought out the respective owners, engaging them in conversation. Su Chen's earth dragon fruit also drew a pair of interested parties, though to his dismay, these individuals sought to haggle the price down below 600 spirit stones. Despite the event being ostensibly an auction, one Qi refining stage cultivator could only offer 500 spirit stones, while the other, a foundation establishment stage cultivator, proposed a maximum of 550. Nonsense. Had he foreseen this outcome, Su Chen lamented that he would have been better off selling directly to the auction house. Attending this clandestine auction had yielded disappointment rather than unexpected gains. Yet, even so, he fared better than some, such as the female cultivator who had presented the 8 gates locking universe formation, with whom no one seemed inclined to converse. It appeared she was destined to leave empty-handed. 550 spirit stones was, in truth, not a paltry sum. A 300-year-old earth dragon fruit typically commanded such a price. The foundation establishment stage cultivator persisted in negotiations with Su Chen, who, despite having declared the offer of 550 spirit stones unacceptable, remained undeterred. Alas, senior, Please do not press me further. I simply cannot accept such a price. With a wry smile, Su Chun would have been disinclined to even acknowledge him had he not been a Foundation establishment cultivator. Selling directly to the auction house would have yielded an additional 100 spiritual stones, a calculation Su Chun was certainly capable of making. However, the cultivator's persistence, coupled with Su Chin's apprehension about offending him, compelled him to repeatedly and tactfully decline. Very well, I shall be frank with you. I do not currently possess that many spiritual stones. How about I offer you something else in exchange? Observing Su Chin's unwavering stance on the price of 650 spiritual stones, the Foundation establishment cultivator reluctantly produced an item from his storage bag, a Foundation establishment pill, along with 100 spiritual stones, the combined value of which was no less than 650 spiritual stones. This should suffice, shouldn't it? Holding the violet pill in his palm, the Foundation establishment cultivator anticipated that Su Chun would undoubtedly agree upon seeing it, hence the assertive tone in his voice. This is a Foundation establishment pill. Indeed, upon beholding the violet pill in the Foundation establishment cultivator's hand, Su Chin's frame quivered slightly, his voice trembling. Indeed, it is a Foundation establishment pill. Now, produce the Earth Dragon fruit. Hearing Su Chin's tremulous voice, a hint of impatience flickered across the Foundation establishment cultivator's countenance. Having mastered the art of convergence, Su Chun had vowed to himself that no one would ever threaten him again. Not even a Foundation establishment cultivator could compel him to yield. Had the Foundation establishment cultivator engaged in amicable discourse, Su Chun might have politely declined. However, the more the cultivator behaved in this manner, the less inclined Su Chun was to spare his feelings. Very well, our auction house shall accept it. Constantly observing the transactions occurring within the venue, Situ Ying interjected precisely as Su Chun completed his statement. With a flourish of his folding fan, the Earth Dragon fruit was promptly transferred from Su Chin's possession, succeeded by a pouch containing precisely 650 spirit stones. This abrupt reversal left Su Chun with absolutely no recourse. Very well. You have acted admirably. Witnessing the Earth Dragon fruit being acquired by Situ Ying, the Foundation establishment cultivator glared menacingly at Su Chun before departing from the hall, without so much as a farewell to anyone. Are you daft? Why antagonize him? Surely exchanging it for a Foundation establishment pill would have been more prudent? Observing the Foundation establishment cultivator's departure, fraught with resentment, Yu Sanyang, who had remained silent until now, couldn't resist muttering a reprimand, given the imprudence of offending a Foundation establishment cultivator. The transactions within the hall persisted, with no one paying heed to the minor incident involving Su Chun. As time elapsed, all prospective transactions were concluded. With the 650 spirit stones now in his possession, Su Chun felt a tinge of rueful amusement. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have been better off selling the Earth Dragon fruit to the auction house from the outset. As it stood, he had managed to provoke a Foundation establishment cultivator. Su Chun could only hope that his true appearance had not been discerned. Very well, let us conclude today's auction. Does anyone have any outstanding transactions to finalize? As the hall gradually quieted down, Situ Ying, beaming with delight, began to speak. This evening, he emerged as the undeniable victor, having acquired half of the showcased items, most notably the vial of nether essence. Several Foundation establishment cultivators fervently competed in the bidding, yet it was he who ultimately secured it for the sum of 25,000 spirit stones, marking the most significant transaction of the night. Well, since no one seems to have any doubts, I shall declare this auction to be. Suddenly, his proclamation was interrupted by an unexpected voice. It belonged to a slightly plump Foundation establishment cultivator. What is it, fellow cultivator? Do you have something to say? A flicker of annoyance crossed Situ Ying's eyes as he regarded the cultivator, who had irked him from the outset. I beg your pardon. I do have a small query. I merely wish to ask our young friend over there, do you truly have nothing left to auction? Feeling the collective gaze of the audience suddenly fixed upon him, Su Chun, who was on the verge of departing, found himself somewhat taken aback. Yes, young brother. Do you perhaps possess something to auction that you've simply forgotten about? The slightly plump cultivator nodded reassuringly at Su Chun, who hesitantly pointed at himself. No, I have nothing left. I have auctioned everything I intended to. Surprised, Su Chun shook his head, utterly bewildered as to why this Foundation establishment cultivator would utter such words. Is it truly not for sale? My young friend, you can rest assured here, in front of so many witnesses, I will certainly offer you a fair price. How about 20,000 spirit stones for that little creature on your shoulder? Buzz. At these words, Su Chen's mind echoed with alarm, sensing impending trouble. I'm sorry, but it's not for sale. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Rising from his seat, he cupped his hands in respect to those around him and promptly took hold of the bewildered Yu Sanyang, turning towards the exit of the hall. Hey, young friend, don't leave just yet. How about 30,000 spirit stones? 40,000? 45,000? Observing Su Chen's hasty departure, the slightly plump foundation establishment cultivator hastily raised his offer thrice, with the price soaring to 45,000 spirit stones. Yet, Su Chen seemed oblivious. Continuing his exit from the hall. Silence. After Su Chen's departure, the hall descended into an absolute hush. Even the sound of a falling pin would have been distinctly audible, for none present were fools, each calculating their own thoughts in silence. Well then, let us conclude today's auction here. However, I advise everyone not to cause trouble in the illusory city. Remember, unless you believe you can escape from my grasp, you may disperse now. Glancing at the silent crowd, Situing was the first to speak, promptly announcing the end of the auction. Upon hearing his words, no one lingered. They all gradually rose to leave. Snap. In the serene hall, after all had departed, Situing, seated in a chair, snapped his fingers. What commands do you have, young master? A shadow, as if emerging from the very walls, swiftly approached Situing's side. Investigate the identities of those two individuals from earlier. Additionally, deliver this vial of Ming to the master, and inquire whether the Xian pill to resist the heavenly fire can be concocted. I sense that my cultivation has reached a critical point and may soon break through to the golden core stage. If the Xian pill cannot be produced in time, I fear I may perish beneath the heavenly fire. At that moment, as Yu Sanyang was about to speak, she was abruptly interrupted by a sudden female voice. Upon hearing this voice, Su Chen wasted no time and summoned his flying sword. Do not be alarmed, I mean no harm. Observing Su Chen's vigilant demeanor, the pursuing female cultivator quickly distanced herself. What do you intend to do? Su Chen asked, his expression stern as he regarded the approaching woman. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely believe you may require certain items at this juncture, and I wish to propose a transaction, the female cultivator said, presenting a jade plate. Su Chen recognized it at once as belonging to the woman who had auctioned the 8 gates locking formation. Follow me. This is not a suitable place for discussion. After a moment's hesitation, Su Chen gestured for the woman to accompany him. What is it that you truly desire? In the room, the female cultivator found herself subdued by Su Chen and Yu Sanyang, bound tightly like a zongzi, lying helplessly on the floor. Release me, I bear no ill intentions. Struggling on the ground like a silkworm in its cocoon, the female cultivator never anticipated that upon entering, she would be met with swords poised against her neck by 2 individuals. Are you unwilling to speak the truth? Do you dare to challenge my threat of ending your life in this city, unseen by anyone? Observing the female cultivator's distressed expression, Su Chen displayed no sympathy, directing his blade towards her throat. Stop. Killing her would be rather uninteresting. Considering her appearance, she is somewhat acceptable. Strip her and defile her. Su Chen gazed at Yu Sanyang's suggestion in bewilderment, pondering whether he truly appeared to be such a lecherous individual. Chapter 54. Private Transactions Meeting Su Chen's gaze. Yu Sanyang raised an eyebrow in a playful manner, signaling him to refrain from interjecting and allowing her to take charge. Observing her confidence, Su Chen innocently shrugged and stepped aside. My dear girl, how old are you this year? With a seductive sway, Yu Sanyang squatted before the female cultivator, her face adorned with a flirtatious smile. Please don't treat me this way. I truly mean no harm. The female cultivator trembled abruptly at Yu Sanyang's demeanor, nearly brought to tears by fear. Oh, you harbor no malice? Neither do I, dear sister. I see a connection between us. Although my brother may appear slender, he possesses great strength. How about you proceed with the matter at hand? Here, take this, and later, you will share a bed. With a cheerful smile directed at the female cultivator on the ground, Yu Sanyang suddenly made her move, retrieving a red object from her bosom and swiftly forcing it into the female cultivator's mouth. With a desperate struggle, Yu Sanyang held the girl's head firmly and swiftly patted her back, causing her to swallow instinctively. What did you make me consume? Panic reflected in her eyes as she looked fearfully at Yu Sanyang, tears brimming in the orbs of the female cultivator. Hee, silly girl, it's undoubtedly something delightful. Once I release you, you will undoubtedly launch yourself onto my younger brother, One to you? With a teasing flick of her finger under the girl's chin, Yu Sanyang's suggestive tone shattered the female cultivator's composure, tears cascading down her cheeks. No. Please, I truly mean no harm. I beg you. Let me go. I genuinely harbor no ill intentions. Like a bullied child, the girl burst into tears. No malicious intent, you say? How can you prove that? First, tell me why you were following us. Ignoring the sobbing girl on the ground, Yu Sanyang's voice remained laced with flirtation. Please, I'm telling the truth. I swear I am. As she observed Yu Sanyang rise to depart, the girl screamed in terror. Keep lying. Just keep on fabricating. Do you think we are fools? Anything sold at the secret auction can be sold to them at their offered price. Why must you sell it to us? With her tone darkening, Yu Sanyang's expression turned serious. It's not like that. Please listen to me. It's not absolute. Some items are not accepted by the auction house. This formation of mine, due to its overly simplistic function, they won't take it. If they were willing, I would have sold it to them at the auction. Is that truly the case? Yu Sanyang blinked in suspicion. Truly, I swear, if there is an ounce of falsehood in my words, then what? She shot a glare at her. Then, let me be ravaged by him. Stealing a furtive glance at Su Chun, the voice of the female cultivator was as faint as a whisper. Goodness. Su Chun, standing by and observing the spectacle, turned pale. What? Am I really that inadequate? What a jest. You wish to be ravaged, yet I have no desire for such a thing. Oh, you dare to make such a fierce oath. It seems there is truth in your words. However, with so many people at the auction, why did you only fixate on us? Contemplating Su Chin's ashen complexion, Yu Sanyang nodded in agreement. Because I believe you may have encountered trouble and might require assistance. Moreover, no one at the auction showed interest in this array. And I am in urgent need of money, so I had no choice but to come and inquire with you. Lowering her head in a display of grievance, the female cultivator seemed ready to bury her face in her chest. Let her go. She doesn't appear to be lying. Observing the reasonableness in her words, Su Chun murmured softly, and with a swift motion of his sword, he untied the ropes binding her. To speak frankly, I am not particularly interested in your array, but I do indeed wish to acquire it now. How much do you intend to ask? Pointing towards a chair in the room, Su Chun acted as if the previous incident had never occurred. 500, is that too much? Cautiously watching Su Chun, the female cultivator inquired with trepidation. That won't do. It's too expensive. Su Chun shook his head directly. As you have mentioned, your formation merely serves to ensnare individuals, lacking even the slightest semblance of defense. 500 spirit stones are simply not worth it. How about 300? 300? No, that won't do. It must be a minimum of 400 spirit stones. Witnessing Su Chin's relentless bargaining, the female cultivator nearly reached her breaking point. 400? That is still too steep. Let us meet halfway, 350. If that is agreeable, we can proceed. If not, we shall part ways amicably, without causing you any distress. Seeing Su Chin's unwavering stance, the female cultivator hesitated. Is it acceptable or not? Su Chin inquired, observing her indecision. Well, all right, but could you lend me a bit more spirit stones? Let it be considered a loan, so I can gather the 400 stones I need. She looked at Su Chun timidly, making yet another request. Rest assured, we can establish a contract. I shall repay you as soon as I have the means. Noticing Su Chin's discontent, the female cultivator hastily continued. I find it curious why you are so adamant about acquiring 400 spirit stones. Seeing her anxious demeanor, Su Chin inquired, why is that? Well, it's simply that I have an urgent need, but I cannot disclose the details. Consider it a plea. I assure you I will repay you. Please, trust me. After pondering her response, the female cultivator remained silent, earnestly pleading instead. Very well, I believe you. 400 it is, but do remember to repay me. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chun ultimately made his decision, producing 400 spirit stones and completing the transaction with the female cultivator before him. Thank you, truly. I am immensely grateful to you. I promise I will repay you. The female cultivator, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly broke into tears while gazing at the storage pouch in her hands. Enough with the thanks. It was merely a transaction. Now that our deal is concluded, you may depart. Just remember to return the money in the future. Observing her incessant expressions of gratitude, Su Chun waved his hand dismissively, signaling her to leave. The antidote? Upon hearing Su Chin's command to leave, the female cultivator hesitated and glanced at Yu Sanyang. I was merely jesting. It is simply an ordinary sour fruit. Noticing the female cultivator's indecisiveness, Yu Sanyang promptly retrieved a red fruit and began to chew on it. Chapter 55. The Navi female cultivator. I have observed that some individuals, upon acquiring a modicum of wealth, become so puffed up with pride that they forget their true standing. You are merely a small nouveau riche. This formation is clearly not worth 400 spirit stones. Why do you still pursue it? After the female cultivator departed, Yu Sanyang cast a perplexed glance at Su Chen. It was evident to her that Su Chen had no intention of demanding repayment from the female cultivator, as he had not even inquired about her name. Indeed, under normal circumstances, I would not even spare a glance at 300 spirit stones. However, these are not ordinary times. Have you forgotten the events at the auction house? I sense a calm before the impending storm. Moreover, do you not find it curious? How could she possess a rudimentary 8 gates locking formation? Only someone with profound knowledge of formations could simplify the principles into such a basic arrangement. Yet, she does not strike me as someone well-versed in formations. In response to Yu Sanyang's skepticism, Su Chen calmly elucidated. TSK, is that dragon fruit truly grown by you? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Yu Sanyang rolled her eyes in exasperation. It is different. I have an inkling that there is more to her than meets the eye. Do you genuinely believe I would simply allow her to depart? Observing Yu Sanyang's discontent, Su Chen chuckled lightly before exiting the room. Hey, where are you going? Yu Sanyang inquired, astonished by Su Chen's enigmatic demeanor. Shopping. Shopping. Have you lost your mind? If you go out now, you'll be discovered. Startled, she rushed out of the room, but upon seeing the empty courtyard, she could only stomp her foot in frustration. As night fell, a tranquil atmosphere enveloped the entire city of Meili, a haven for solitary cultivators. No one favored wandering the streets at night, nor would anyone appear for no reason. Silently trailing the female cultivator, Su Chen resembled a nocturnal raccoon, dodging and concealing himself, striving to keep his presence hidden from the thoroughfare. His curiosity piqued. He sought to discern the destination of this mysterious woman, as his wariness of her had yet to dissipate. Gradually, as he followed her, Su Chen's astonishment grew, for they were nearing the city's outskirts, and her demeanor suggested she intended to exit the city. Could it be that she was not a resident of Meili? Briefly taken aback, he noticed the figure of the female cultivator disappearing at the city gate, prompting him to hasten his pursuit. Indeed, she was not from within the city. In a secluded forest outside the city, Su Chen observed as the female cultivator cautiously surveyed her surroundings. After a thorough inspection, she promptly parted a tangle of weeds and slipped into a hidden cave, prompting him to follow closely behind. A familiar buzzing sound resonated in the air, the sound of a message talisman. To whom was she sending a message? Squatting outside the cave, Su Chen listened intently to the familiar tones emanating from within, his heart racing with anticipation. The 400 spirit stones you requested have been gathered. How is my grandfather faring? Rest assured, your grandfather is unharmed. At noon tomorrow, you must bring the spirit stones to redeem him. Should you dare to disclose this matter to anyone, we shall eliminate the old man. Have no fear, I have not informed anyone. May I speak with my grandfather? That is not possible, he is not with me. Do not worry, we have not laid a finger on him. Tomorrow, you will be reunited, as we keep our word. This is the end of our conversation. As the final words faded from the talisman, soft sobs emerged from the cave, the sound of the female cultivator weeping. Has your grandfather been kidnapped? Hearing her sorrowful weeping, Su Chen exhaled deeply and stepped into the cave. There, in the corner, he found the female cultivator cradling her knees. Lost in her tears, oblivious to his presence, he could not help but inquire, "Who are you?" Startled by his sudden voice, she hastily wiped her tears and stood up. "It's you? What do you want?" Nervously glancing around, the female cultivator hastily grasped a stone, clutching it to her chest as a makeshift weapon. "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to inquire whether your grandfather has been abducted." Observing the tension in her demeanor, Su Chen refrained from advancing further and remained rooted to the spot. "So what if he has? And if he hasn't, what difference does it make to you?" Clutching the stone anxiously, the female cultivator maintained her vigilance towards Su Chen, her complexion visibly paling. "How can it not concern me? If you perish, who will repay the spirit stones you owe me?" Noticing her reluctance to divulge the situation, Su Chen could only shake his head in resignation. She was indeed Navi. Her innocence rendered her almost foolish. You are deceiving me. We had an agreement. If I present 400 spirit stones, they would release my grandfather. How could the terms change? Shaking her head in disbelief, her agitation became increasingly apparent. "Do not be so Navi. They will not release him. If you dare to go tomorrow, you will undoubtedly be left behind." Su Chan gently shook his head at her fervor and subsequently departed the cave. All that needed confirmation had been established. The girl posed no latent threat to Su Chan. Although she was aware of his current whereabouts, it was evident she would not act against him. Moreover, Su Chan had conveyed all he deemed necessary. Out of goodwill, he had cautioned her, and should she insist on proceeding, he had no authority to impede her. He merely wished not to witness a female cultivator recklessly march towards her demise. The path of cultivation may render individuals ruthless, yet it does not extinguish their humanity. Moreover, a mere reminder does not consume much time. Ah, you there, halt. Upon exiting the cavern, Su Chan was called back by a voice from behind before he could take more than 2 steps. Is there something else? Su Chan inquired calmly, glancing at the female cultivator who had caught up with him. Did you truly mean what you said? Will they really not release my grandfather? Her large, innocent eyes gazed anxiously at Su Chan. Su Chan, feeling somewhat exasperated, smacked his lips and turned to continue on his way. Wait, please don't go. Can you assist me? I promise to reward you. Observing Su Chan's retreating figure, the female cultivator hurriedly followed him. Chapter 56. The root of all evil. Very well. If what you say is true, I shall assist you this once. However, should there be even a hint of falsehood, do not blame me for turning against you. Within the cavern, Su Chan found himself unable to resist the female cultivator's insistence and ultimately agreed to her proposition. Truthfully, he had no desire to involve himself in this matter, but the temptation she presented was too great. A genuine 8 gates locking koan formation in exchange for rescuing her grandfather from 3 rogue practitioners at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Such terms were simply irresistible. Although there were 3 of them at the 6th level, Su Chan believed they posed no significant threat to him. Furthermore, according to the female cultivator's account, a genuine 8 gates locking koan formation could not be shaken from the outside by ordinary foundation establishment cultivators, and if trapped within, as long as sufficient spiritual energy was available, they could be confined to their demise. This was a deal worth making. If you do not believe me, I can swear right now that if you save my grandfather, I shall certainly deliver to you an entire set of the 8 gates lock formation. Observing Su Chan's lingering skepticism, the female cultivator raised her right hand. I, Wu Min, swear to the heavens that if my words are false or if I fail to keep my promise, may I perish on the spot. With a determined expression replacing her earlier timidity, the female cultivator made a fierce oath. Ah, so your name is Wu Min, yet your intellect seems rather lacking. Su Chan teased as he noted Wu Min's earnestness in swearing the oath. However, when he saw her looking at him with curiosity, not grasping the meaning of his words, he could only awkwardly let it go. Her lack of wit was indeed a considerable flaw. Rest assured, you may proceed. I shall remain by your side. Just lead those 3 out, and the rest will be entrusted to me. If I were to intervene now, I fear it may alarm them, and it would be unfortunate if any harm befell your grandfather. As the night quietly passed, Su Chan was calming Wu Min on a desolate mountain outside the enigmatic city. Then, you must promise me not to flee. Glancing at the mountain's peak and then back at Su Chan, Wu Min felt a twinge of uncertainty. Fear not, you may go ahead. With another reassuring glance, Su Chan then slipped into the surrounding dense forest. Seeing Su Chan vanish from view, Wu Min wished to say more, but ultimately refrained. In truth, Su Chan had not ventured far. He was merely accompanying Wu Min up the mountain while concealing himself within the woods, remaining undetected. I have arrived. Where is my grandfather? Following the mountain path, Wu Min ascended to a relatively flat area and directly produced the communication jade talisman. Is it just you? A hoarse voice emanated from the talisman. Yes, it is just me. After glancing around, Wu Min nodded affirmatively. Very well, I shall be there shortly. If you dare to deceive me, your grandfather will meet a grim fate. As the conversation concluded, Wu Min anxiously awaited in place. 2 concealed auras suggested that another person had yet to arrive. Concealed within the dense forest, Su Chan observed all that transpired. In truth, even before Wu Min initiated the communication, Su Chan had sensed 2 subtle fluctuations nearby, and since one individual had not yet made an appearance, he refrained from revealing himself. Ha ha ha, it seems you are indeed trustworthy. Come, let us ascend the mountain. After a considerable time, upon confirming that Wu Min had truly come alone, a rugged-looking man leapt from his hiding spot. Ascend what mountain? Where is my grandfather? Startled by the sudden appearance of this man, Wu Min instinctively took 2 steps back. Do not worry, your grandfather is enjoying himself on the mountain. Come with me to retrieve him. The rough man scrutinized Wu Min from head to toe, and then he led the way up the mountain. Observing this scene, Wu Min cast a wary glance around but found no trace of Su Chen, compelling her to follow the man up the mountain. I shall grant you another quarter of an hour. Should you remain here any longer, I will ensure you are forever trapped in this place. As Wu Min's figure vanished along the mountain path, Su Chen did not hasten to follow. Instead, he patiently awaited the movements of another individual concealed ahead. One person advanced while the other lingered behind. This tactic was familiar to him. Finally, just as Su Chen was counting the seconds, about to reach the quarter-hour mark, a slight rustling emerged from the underbrush, and a rather slender man leapt forth. Indeed, it appeared that she was alone. What a fool. The man, upon observing the seemingly tranquil landscape below, muttered to himself before turning back up the mountain. Humph, so close to the appointed time. Very well. I shall allow you to linger a while longer. Watching the retreating figure of the cultivator, Su Chen sneered derisively and, like a stealthy leopard, concealed himself within the dense forest, swiftly making his way towards the summit. Where are you taking me? Where is my grandfather? On the mountain path. Following closely behind the rugged-looking man, Wu Min felt an escalating sense of unease. The fact that Su Chen had yet to appear filled her with dread. Was he truly deceiving her and had already fled? Thus, she resolved to halt her advance. Where am I taking you? Of course, I am bringing you to meet your grandfather. Do you not wish to see him? Noticing that Wu Min had become wary and created a significant distance between them, a sinister smile crept across the rugged cultivator's face. No, you are lying. What do you intend to do with me? Where is my grandfather? Terrified, Wu Min began to retreat slowly, her eyes fixed upon the man before her. Elder brother. As Wu Min contemplated fleeing, a voice emanating from behind her abruptly seized her attention, causing her countenance to tighten with apprehension. She lamented her predicament, realizing she was caught in a pincer movement. The boorish cultivator, having overtaken her, immediately inquired, Well, is there anyone behind us? Please no, Wu Min exclaimed, her complexion paling as she recoiled into a fetal position on the ground, anticipating the cultivator's assault. However, a muffled thud resonated, and no weight bore down upon her. Stealthily raising her head, Wu Min beheld a figure before her, one that had once seemed unremarkable in stature, now standing as an indomitable mountain between heaven and earth. Filling her heart with a newfound sense of security, it was Su Chen. Depravity is the root of all evil. As cultivators, we ought to maintain our purity and aspire wholeheartedly to the great Tao. Fellow cultivator, you have strayed from the righteous path. With an electrifying surge, Su Chen's hand gripped the cultivator's neck. A grimace contorted his lips as he snapped it with a resounding crack. He harbored no mercy for such reprobates in the cultivation world. Chapter 57, Presumptuous Who? Who are you? The coarse-looking cultivator. Witnessing Su Chen's sudden appearance and the silent dispatching of his comrade, paled considerably. He was no fool. It was evident that Su Chen's cultivation surpassed their own. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that you present your hand, or you shall share his fate. Turning to glance behind him, Su Chen observed a rugged-looking cultivator who was about to stealthily relay a message. With narrowed eyes, he silently drew a flying sword, positioning it directly against the man's throat. And no, please, do not be alarmed, fellow cultivator. The rugged cultivator's legs weakened, nearly causing him to kneel, and he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Tell me, are there others on the mountain? Witnessing the cowardice displayed by the rugged cultivator, which starkly contrasted with his appearance, Su Chen let out a cold laugh and approached him directly. There is no one left on the mountain. Su Chen's voice deepened, and with a slight motion of his finger, the sword drew a thin line of blood across the cultivator's neck. Why yes, how could I dare deceive you? There are still 2 cultivators on this mountain. One is our elder brother, and the other has come from Mealy City, claiming he has matters to discuss with our elder brother. They have yet to finish their conversation. The rugged cultivator nodded vigorously, this time revealing everything without hesitation. A cultivator from Mealy City? Su Chen's eyes widened, and the rugged cultivator immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing in defeat. Why you killed him? Wu Min, observing Su Chen's actions, appeared somewhat unsettled. Keeping him alive would only invite disaster. Come, let us ascend the mountain to seek your grandfather. Noticing Wu Min's dazed expression, Su Chen sighed softly, gathered the contents of their storage bags, and then concealed himself. At present, there are individuals yet to make their appearance, and Su Chen cannot reveal himself openly. Should the people on the mountain act out of desperation and harm Wu Min's grandfather, all efforts would be in vain. The knowledge that Su Chen is close at hand brings Wu Min an unparalleled sense of security, and curiously, her mind is filled with the image of Su Chen from earlier, to the point where she nearly forgets the purpose of her ascent. Having witnessed Su Chen's prowess, she feels no trepidation about rescuing her grandfather. As they ascend the mountain path to the summit, upon spotting several cave dwellings ahead, Su Chen realizes they have arrived. Haha, my gratitude to Brothers Wu for informing me of this matter. Please accept this modest token of appreciation, he says, gesturing for Zhua to accept it. Just then, Wu Min arrives, coinciding with their farewell. The two previously cheerful individuals find themselves momentarily at a loss for words upon her sudden appearance. Dear friends, I hope I am not interrupting, Su Chen says with a smile, clasping his hands together in a gesture of respect. You, attack. The two cultivators exchange glances. And without hesitation, they draw their weapons and charge forward with determination. You retreat first. Su Chen calls out sharply to Wu Min, then transforms into a dragon-like entity, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow as he surges ahead. Behold my blade. The stout cultivator shouts, brandishing a long sword glowing with red light, sweeping it horizontally towards Su Chen's chest. As the swift sword approached, Su Chen narrowed his eyes, and his body suddenly contorted like a serpent. His upper body bent in an astonishing manner, allowing the sword to merely graze past him. Despite the rotund figure of the cultivator striving to thrust the sword towards Su Chen, he always fell just short. Chapter 58. The Elder's Entrustment Indeed. This plump individual had realized from the very beginning that neither of them stood a chance against Su Chen. Thus, he feigned an attack. Seizing the moment when Su Chen was distracted, and with a swift strike, he repelled Wu Min, who sought to obstruct him, before dashing down the mountainside. Escape? It was not so simple. Observing the figure of the rotund man dwindling in the distance, Su Chen pointed with a single hand. With a whoosh, a flying sword crackling with electricity soared through the air, hurtling towards the man's retreating silhouette. A scream echoed atop the mountain, and the fleeing figure ultimately collapsed upon the mountain path. Casting a disdainful glance at the fallen man, Su Chen turned away as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, striding towards the prostrate figure of Brothers Wu. At that moment, Brothers Wu's hair stood on end, and the muscles of his face twitched, clearly paralyzed by the electric shock, rendering him unable to control his body. Gazing at Su Chen in terror, Brothers Wu recounted the events as they had transpired. Is it related to the secret auction? Su Chen murmured, lost in contemplation after hearing Brothers Wu's words. Had something transpired at the secret auction? Wasn't it during the concluding moments that someone sought to acquire his precious treasure? Could they be referring to this matter? It must be. Oh, grandfather. As Su Chen pondered deeply, the sudden sound of Wu Min's sobs echoed within the cave. Upon hearing this distressing noise, an ominous thought surged through Su Chen's mind, prompting him to hastily rush into the cave. Grandfather, what has happened? Please awaken. Inside the cave, Wu Min was kneeling before a rudimentary stone bed, upon which lay an elderly man with snow-white hair, his body marred by numerous wounds. Witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, Su Chen hurried towards them. Grandfather, you are awake. It is Min, please. Tears flowed abundantly from her eyes as she saw the old man open his eyes, and she instantly climbed onto his chest. Please get down. Your grandfather cannot endure such commotion. Observing Wu Min's head resting heavily on the old man's chest, his breathing began to grow labored, prompting Su Chen to gently pull her away. Min, do not cry. Be obedient. Your grandfather is fine. The elderly man lifted his weary hand to caress Wu Min's face, his expression radiant with joy. Grandfather, you are deceiving me. Grasping her grandfather's aged hand, Wu Min's tears flowed even more freely. Witnessing this poignant moment, Su Chen could only shake his head helplessly before stepping outside the cave. It was a sorrowful tableau, yet for Su Chen, it was a scene imbued with happiness. Wu Min at least had the opportunity to converse with her grandfather one last time, but what of him? He could only stand helplessly, watching as his parents were pierced by flying swords, deprived of even a final word. No time for farewells, no chance to utter a single phrase. Their parting had been abrupt, and the possibility of reunion was forever extinguished, leaving him with nothing but a lingering gaze of longing etched in his memory. Su Chen initially intended to articulate that this was a transaction, yet he swiftly altered his words, wishing to provide the elderly man with a sense of reassurance as he departed. Indeed, you are a commendable person. I am fully aware that my time is nearing its end. However, before I pass, I wish to entrust a matter to the young brother. With a smile and a nod, Wu Min's grandfather appeared quite pleased with Su Chen's presence. Please, speak freely, Su Chen replied with a nod. A sigh escaped the elder's lips as he observed Su Chen's agreement. In my lifetime, I, Wu Jinzi, have been deeply engrossed in the study of formations, yet alas, fate has deemed me merely a mortal. Min Min is a child I have adopted. She has spent her life by my side, shielded from the world's cruelties, and possesses an overly innocent nature, believing everything she hears. My intention in venturing out was to expose her to the harsh realities of human nature. Yet I never anticipated such a calamity would ensue. Young brother, please do not hastily refuse, the elder continued, not granting Su Chen the opportunity to decline. I shall not squander your time in vain. Although I, Wu Jinzi, cannot cultivate. The insights I have garnered from my lifelong research on formations rival those of your esteemed formation masters in the realm of cultivation, perhaps even surpassing them. Very well. I accept your request. Please ensure Min Min is well cared for. She knows where to find me. The frail voice of the elder faded, and with the final spark of light in his eyes extinguished, he succumbed to eternal slumber. Grandpa! Grandpa! Upon witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, Su Chen instinctively withdrew from the bedside, allowing Wu Min to weep uncontrollably. Some emotions necessitate a release. Wu Min was raised by her grandfather, and now, in light of recent events, if she does not shed tears, Su Chen would sense impending trouble. Expressing her sorrow would serve her better. Chapter 59. The eighth stage of Qi refinement under the twilight. Su Chen and Wu Min stood silently before a newly formed grave mound. There were no elaborate funeral rites. The old man's passing affected no one but Wu Min, as if he had never existed in this world at all. No one knew of his arrival, nor his departure. Min Min, it is time for us to leave, Su Chen said, glancing at Wu Min, whose eyes were red from weeping. Brother Su Chen, will we still be able to visit Grandpa often? He must feel so lonely. Wu Min replied, her eyes glistening with fresh tears upon hearing they were leaving. Indeed, your grandfather will always watch over you from above. Do not cry, or he may become upset. Sen Yang, I must take my leave. The spirit stones from the Earth Dragon Fruit auction were promised to be shared with you, but I no longer possess sufficient funds. Please accept this foundation establishment pill as a token. Cultivate well, and I hope you achieve foundation establishment. Until we meet again. These brief words, though simple, left Sandiang with an inexplicable sense of loss. Is this truly how it ends? Opening the jade box on the table, Sen Yang forced a smile. Logically, having acquired a foundation establishment pill should elicit joy, yet her heart was filled only with an overwhelming sense of disillusionment. Time flows like a gentle stream, seemingly slow yet unceasing. 2 months have swiftly passed. Brother Su Chen, you are truly remarkable. Might you take me along on your flights? Very well. Let it be agreed that you shall surely take me on a journey through the skies someday. Observing the beads of sweat on Su Chen's brow, Wu Min thoughtfully produced a handkerchief to wipe his face. By the way, how are the flowers you've been tending? Noticing Wu Min's tender gestures, Su Chen's face twitched slightly, and he promptly inquired about her affairs. The flowers? They are splendid. Brother Su Chen, come and see. They have all bloomed beautifully. Sensing Su Chen's intentional diversion of attention, Wu Min chose not to expose him, instead guiding him behind a rock. Behind the stone lay a modest flower bed, vibrant with a kaleidoscope of blossoms, bestowing an enchanting beauty upon the otherwise desolate mountainside. Indeed, it is truly stunning. However, have you been neglecting your cultivation of late? As he admired the beautiful flower bed, Su Chen shifted the conversation directly toward Wu Min. Meeting Su Chen's gaze, Wu Min shyly lowered her head. Just then, amidst their silence, a languid growl emanated from the flowers, followed by a flash of green light. Dabao burst forth from the blossoms, leaping onto Su Chen's shoulder. Dabao, you have been mischievous once more, causing these flowers to be displeased. Observing the playful creature, Wu Min gently pouted, then approached the flower bed to offer soft reassurances. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Chen's expression of sorrow deepened. Wu Min's innocence remained untouched, yet she could not linger by his side, for her heart was not set on cultivation. Her current demeanor resembled that of a child. Silly girl, I am not angry, but you truly are not suited to accompany me any longer. Observing Wu Min's timid countenance, Su Chen forced a wry smile and finally summoned the resolve to utter these words. No, Su Chen, please do not abandon me. I promise I will strive to cultivate diligently from now on. Please do not send me away. Wu Min's excitement surged upon hearing Su Chen's declaration. Min Min, listen to me. I am not forsaking you. It is simply that I cannot continue to delay your progress. As he noticed Wu Min's agitation, Su Chen grasped her shoulders firmly to help her regain her composure. You are not genuinely interested in the path of cultivation. I cannot compel you. No, That is not true. I am interested. I enjoy cultivating. I will truly dedicate myself to it from now on. Su-chen, please let me stay by your side. Do not drive me away. Tears welled in her eyes as Wu Min clung desperately to Su-chen's arm, pleading earnestly. Min, do not be foolish. Your existence is not solely for my sake. Su-chen felt a profound sense of reluctance as he gazed at Wu Min's current state. After 2 months of shared experiences, emotions had inevitably blossomed, yet they were destined to become denizens of different worlds. Su-chen can currently retreat for 10 days. Half a month, but what about the future? It is highly likely that he will seclude himself for a year, 2 years, or even longer. Moreover, he still has a deep-seated vendetta to settle, and the dangers along this path make it utterly unsuitable for Wu Min to accompany him. Yet, I truly do not wish to part from you. As she gazed into Su-chen's eyes, tears streamed down Wu Min's face. I too am reluctant to let you go, but ultimately, you must carve out your own life. Let us descend the mountain together tomorrow morning and open a flower shop in Gyuan town. I will watch over you as you gradually adapt to the mundane world. Rest assured, I shall not leave your side immediately. Wiping away the tears from Wu Min's face, Su-chen had made up his mind. Chapter 60. Reunion with Situ Ing. A night passed quietly and unnoticed. Throughout that night, Su-chen continued his usual practice in the cave, steadfast in the knowledge that Wu Min's departure was inevitable. He could not afford to waste her life, nor could he spend excessive time by her side. Being with him would yield no fruitful outcome for Wu Min, and he could not fulfill his previous promise to help her find a suitable match. After all, he lacked the ability to perceive the depths of the human heart. He could not simply select a handsome suitor and ensure Wu Min's happiness. If her future were to be filled with discontent, he would bear the weight of guilt. Nevertheless, he could witness Wu Min gradually acclimating to the ways of the world. One must tread their own path, and as for Wu Min's choices, that would be determined once she had embraced the life of the ordinary. As the eastern horizon revealed a hint of pale light, the day brightened, and Su-chen concluded a night of cultivation, making his way towards Wu Min's cave dwelling. Upon arrival, he was met with an unsettling sight. The room was desolate and empty. A wave of foreboding washed over him. This cannot be good. His gaze fell upon a neatly arranged stone bed where a letter lay, and he muttered a silent curse at the inconvenience, hastening towards the bed. In truth, I have always known you would eventually wish for my departure, which is why I cleverly withheld information regarding the formation left by my grandfather. Now, clarity has dawned upon me. I yearn to pursue the life I desire. Yet I do not wish to immerse myself in the complexities of the mundane world. I am now revealing the address left by my grandfather for you to seek out. However, be cautious. Do not become ensnared within. Higi, with love. Min, suddenly struck by a thought, Su-chen hurried to the flower garden behind the dwelling. Yet, the scene before him left him utterly astonished. Though Wu Min was absent, the flowers she had nurtured had withered overnight. Those vibrant blossoms from yesterday had transformed into brittle, yellow remnants. What on earth has transpired? With a fleeting glance at the flowers, Su-chen dismissed his thoughts and swiftly mounted his flying sword, embarking on a search. A day passed silently from dawn to dusk. Su-chen scoured the nearby peaks and even ventured into Gyuan town. However, to his dismay, it was as if Wu Min had vanished into thin air. There were no traces of her on the mountain, nor had anyone in the town seen her. As the sun set, Su-chen stood before the cave, gazing into the distant horizon, silent and contemplative. He had searched within a radius of several hundred miles. Yet Wu Min remained elusive. It seemed she had indeed departed, for she was also a cultivator, although her skills were modest, given a night. She could easily escape Su-chen's search area. Debao, follow me. Suddenly, Su-chen's excited voice echoed from within the cave. A streak of light flashed as he soared out on his flying sword. An idea struck him, Wu Jinzi's tomb. Given the bond between Wu Min and Wu Jinzi, if she truly intended to leave, she would surely visit her grandfather. Regrettably, the chaos of Wu Min's abrupt departure had thrown him into disarray, and only now did he realize he hoped it was not too late. The sword, crackling with electric energy, sliced through the sky like a shooting star. The mountains beneath him receding swiftly. Under the moonlight, when Su-chen finally reached Wu Jinzi's grave at breakneck speed, his heart sank. He had arrived too late. The tomb bore fresh signs of recent repair, yet Wu Min was no longer there. Clinging to the last remnants of hope, Su-chen searched every possible hiding place on the mountain, but it was clear that Wu Min had indeed left this place. Oh, what a surprise it is to find that Min, a mere cultivator at the 5th level of qi refinement, can run so swiftly. Mr. Wu, It is not that I lack the will to uphold my promise. I have truly exerted my utmost efforts. Before the grave, Su Chan gazed apologetically at the mound of earth before him, pondering whether, if Wu were still alive, he might suddenly emerge from the grave to exact retribution upon him. Haha, Su Chan, old friend. After all this time apart, who would have thought we would meet here? Such is the destiny that binds us. Beneath the serene moonlight. An abrupt voice echoed from above, causing Su Chen's previously cheerful demeanor to freeze in place. Situing? As he beheld the figure clad in fiery red descending beside him. Su Chen's heart plummeted. After more than 2 months of absence, he had not anticipated that he would still be on someone else's mind. Particularly to encounter Situ Ing in this very place. It seemed there was no escape. What is the matter? Su Chan, you appear to be rather displeased upon seeing me. Situ Ing remarked, scrutinizing Su Chen's somber expression with evident amusement. Oh, no. It's merely that I am taken aback to find Senior Situ here, Su Chen replied, forcing a semblance of a smile as he clasped his hands in greeting. Ha ha ha, how insincere. Situ Ing laughed heartily, directly exposing Su Chen as pretense. Do not conceal your thoughts. I am well aware of what you are contemplating. However, fret not, for I intend you no harm. I merely wish to propose a transaction. Chapter 61. The identity of Da Bao. The vast formation covering half the mountain peak could only be sustained by a sect of profound cultivation. It was utterly unattainable for an ordinary individual. Given that Situ Ing was a solitary cultivator, it could be asserted that this was not the work of any sect. Thus, only one possibility remained. Only the Lord of Misty City possessed the capability to achieve such a feat. Senior Situ, if you have something to convey, please do so. The time is ripe, is it not? Silently trailing behind Situ Ing, Su Chen finally spoke as they entered a cave dwelling. There is no rush? Young friend Su. Please hold on for a moment, Situ Ing replied with a smile, shaking his head at Su Chen's eagerness. He then retrieved a communication jade pendant from his robes and uttered a few phrases. Observing Situ Ying's peculiar actions, Su Chen refrained from further inquiries and chose to sit quietly in anticipation. A short while later, accompanied by the sound of light footsteps, a cultivator clad in azure entered the cave. What are your orders, young master? The blue-clad cultivator greeted Situ Ing respectfully upon entering. Young master? Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly, as an absurd notion flickered through his mind. Yes, no need for formalities, Situ Ing said with a gentle nod towards the newcomer. Wang Quan, I know you are the most knowledgeable about rare treasures and exotic beasts on our mountain. I need you to examine something. Without further ado. Situ Ing gestured towards Su Chen. Me? Su Chen was taken aback, but upon noticing the creature squatting on his shoulder, he immediately understood that it was not what he had initially thought. As long as there was no danger, everything would be fine. Facing Situ Ying's inquisitive gaze, Su Chen smiled and nodded, asking for his opinion. What nonsense. Would it even matter if he said it was not acceptable? If Situ Ing wished to proceed, did Su Chen possess the strength to resist? Certainly not. Moreover, Su Chen was genuinely curious. He yearned to uncover the true identity of the creature. He had perused numerous documents, yet none contained any descriptions of it. If he could solve this enigma here, it would not be in vain. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Su, if this creature is indeed a treasure raccoon, there is certainly no danger, Wang Quan assured. Seeing that Su Chen had agreed, Wang Quan promptly retrieved 2 porcelain vials from his robe. In front of both men, he poured the contents of the vials onto the table, revealing hundreds of identical pink pills, each the size of a soybean. All right, Wang Quan declared as he mixed the 2 vials' contents together and gestured towards Su Chen. What shall we do now? Su Chen rolled his eyes, feeling slightly underestimated. Who could know what the next step entailed? My apologies for not clarifying, Wang Quan continued. Fellow Taoist Su, you may set the creature on your shoulder down. There are actually 2 types of pills here. If it truly is a treasure raccoon, it will surely categorize them. With a polite smile, Wang Quan explained the next steps to Su Chen. Is that true? Su Chen questioned, turning to glance at the creature on his shoulder, his skepticism evident. This plump creature, known solely for its insatiable appetite and propensity for slumber, exhibits remarkable abilities. However, in pursuit of uncovering the identity of the enigmatic Da Bao, Su Chen reluctantly placed it upon the table. With a resounding thud, an explosion of elixirs ensued, leaving the 3 individuals utterly astonished, particularly Wang Quan, whose facial muscles twitched in disbelief. Su Chen was well aware that Da Bao would not engage in such mundane activities as selecting from the myriad of pills. It was indeed a monumental task for it. True to expectations, Dabao, once positioned on the table, did not disappoint. With a swift paw, it sent the assortment of elixirs soaring in all directions. In response to Situ Ying's inquiries, Wang Quan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Very well, let me take charge," he declared, producing a superior medicinal herb from his possession. Upon hearing Wang Quan's assertion, Situ Ying promptly retrieved a vibrant green herb from his storage bag. A flash of crimson light enveloped the herb in spiritual energy, masking its scent. If Dabao could still discern its identity, it would provide a definitive clue, as its recognition would now rely solely on instinct. Indeed, as Situ Ying prepared, Dabao, perched on the stone table, widened its eyes, greedily fixating on the herb in Situ Ying's grasp. In an instant, it lunged forward with astonishing speed. "Ha ha!" Situ Ying erupted into laughter, and with a flick of his wrist, the crimson light transformed into a binding rope, ensnaring Dabao in midair. "I am certain it is the treasure raccoon. Such speed is unattainable by ordinary spirit beasts." With a wry smile, Situ Ying directly deduced the identity of the struggling Dabao suspended in the air. Chapter 62. The Yin-Yang Pool. "I truly did not anticipate that you would bring me such considerable trouble. However, I remain uncertain whether Situ Ying will uphold his promise. A nagging feeling suggests that this matter will not be straightforward." Within the desolate cave, only Su Chun remained, and at that moment, Dabao was held firmly in his grasp. Their gazes locked, revealing Dabao's profound sense of grievance. The Bao Li, a legendary treasure-seeking beast of the cultivation world, has been recorded only thrice in history, yet its reputation is formidable. Possessing an innate instinct for treasure, it can detect any precious object within its sensory range, making it an invaluable asset for cultivators. Su Chun initially believed that once Dabao's identity was confirmed, Situ Ying would undoubtedly seize it for himself. However, to his surprise, he merely requested Su Chun's assistance. 3 months later, Situ Ying intends for Su Chun to accompany him to a forbidden realm. Such a forbidden area is undoubtedly a place of great peril, and within the cultivation world, numerous such locations exist, some fraught with life-threatening dangers, others teeming with treacherous challenges. Yet, within these forbidding domains often lie remarkably precious treasures. The specific forbidden site to which Situ Ying has invited Su Chun is known as the Yin-Yang Pool. The Yin-Yang Pool, situated in the northwest of the Sanyuan realm, exhibits peculiar characteristics. During the day, the water churns violently, with a temperature so high that a mere mortal who dares to leap in would be boiled to a pulp. However, by night, the waters take on an astonishing chill. Though the surface does not freeze, any ordinary individual who ventures too close to the edge would find themselves encased in ice. The strangeness of the Yin-Yang Pool was noted centuries ago by the 3 major sects, who, upon investigation, uncovered its enigmatic secret. It was revealed that at the pool's depths lies a peculiar restriction, a space left behind by a powerful being, which accounts for the pool's bizarre phenomena. Furthermore, the 3 sects discovered that every 3 years, there exists a 10-day period of tranquility during which outsiders can traverse the restriction at the bottom of the pool to seek treasures within this space. However, only those cultivators below the golden core stage are permitted entry, as those who have reached that level are utterly barred from entering. Situ Ying's request was quite straightforward. He sought for Su Chun to accompany him into this forbidden realm and, utilizing Dabao's innate talent, assist him in locating a rare herb known as the soul flower. Regardless of the outcome, he promised a substantial reward afterwards. "I do not hold high hopes for such a reward. My only desire is to complete this task without him reneging and causing me trouble. This is paramount." For 2 months prior, members of the 3 sects had infiltrated the illusory city, intent on capturing Su Chun. Although the previous attempt yielded no results following Su Chun's disappearance, the sects have not relented. The city is now rife with spies, and should Su Chun reappear, he will be detected without delay. Indeed, there is truth in those words. Su Chun had heard whispers beforehand, thus he did not doubt the veracity of what Situ Ying had conveyed. However, remaining on the mountain instilled in him a persistent sense of confinement, an unsettling feeling that greatly displeased him. "Fellow Taoist Su, I am Wang Quan. The city lord requests your presence. Might you have a moment to spare?" 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Su Chun settled into meditation within his cave abode, he heard someone calling his name. "The city lord seeks me? Could it be regarding the forbidden area?" With that thought, he opened his eyes, slightly furrowing his brow, and proceeded outside. In truth, the city lord's dwelling was not far from his own. As they traversed the mountain path, they covered a mere few hundred meters before arriving. Is this truly the city lord's residence? Su Chen questioned, observing Wang Quan leading him to a rather rudimentary stone cave. He felt incredulous, especially since the entrance lacked any formation for concealment. One could enter with ease, rendering it rather humble. Indeed, this is the city lord's cave, Wang Quan affirmed. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Observing Su Chen's skeptical demeanor, Wang Quan smiled and clasped his hands in farewell before departing. Young Su, since you are here, do not linger outside. Please, come in. As Wang Quan exited, a voice resonated directly within Su Chen's mind. Without any hesitation, he stepped inside. Su Chen pays his respects to the esteemed city lord. Upon entering the cave, Su Chen immediately spotted an elderly man seated within, his hair gray, with Situ Ing also present beside him. No need for courtesy. My young friend Su Chen, please come and take a seat. Observing Su Chen's respectful demeanor, the elder gently stroked his beard. Rising to his feet, Su Chen approached without hesitation. Eagle, you may leave for now. I wish to converse privately with my young friend Su Chen. Upon seeing Su Chen at his side, the city lord turned his gaze towards Situ Ing. Yes, father, I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. Hearing these words, Situ Ing nodded respectfully and subsequently departed from the cave. Child, it appears my conjecture was indeed correct. Situ Ing is truly the son of the city lord. Listening to their exchange, Su Chen silently affirmed his thoughts. He had suspected this when Wang Quan referred to Situ Ing as the young master a couple of days ago, and this only confirmed his intuition. Young friend Su Chen, I was in seclusion a few days ago and had no time to meet you, but I trust Eagle has informed you of everything. Do you have any questions at this time? Ignoring the hint of doubt on Su Chen's face, the city lord inquired directly after Situ Ying's departure. May I ask, esteemed elder, is there danger within the forbidden area? Without hesitation, Su Chen blurted out his question. You truly pique my interest. The very reason I summoned you here is indeed related to this matter. Observing Su Chen's forthright inquiry, the city lord chuckled as he stroked his beard once more. Chapter 63, The Fire Spirit Physique, to be candid. The forbidden area beneath the Yin-Yang pool is fraught with peril. After I became privy to the pool's secrets, I negotiated with the three major sects for several years, ultimately securing 2 slots for us rogue cultivators. However, we have only ventured into the Yin-Yang pool's forbidden territory thrice. Do you know why? I confess, I do not. Su Chen replied earnestly, meeting the gaze of City Lord Situ. He was genuinely perplexed. Having expended considerable effort to secure those 2 positions from the 3 major sects, why would they leave them vacant after a mere 3 attempts? Surely, that was a wasteful endeavor. Indeed, the reason is quite simple. In those 3 expeditions, we rogue cultivators suffered the loss of 6 Foundation establishment stage cultivators. City Lord Situ offered with a wry smile, his tone remarkably placid. What? All perished? Su Chen's mind reeled, his composure shattered. He had not anticipated such a grim outcome. 100% mortality rate among the 6 Foundation establishment cultivators who participated in those 3 expeditions? Was he now facing a similar fate? Esteemed Senior Situ, I must confess my bewilderment. Given the inherent dangers of this forbidden area, why would you permit Senior Situ Ing to partake? Rather than voicing his reluctance directly, Su Chen used Situ Ing as a pretext for his inquiry. Alas, I had no intention of allowing Inger to participate in this venture. The city lord responded with a helpless shake of his head, sensing Su Chen's reservations. As the venerable city lord Situ eloquently unraveled his tale, Su Chen finally comprehended the source of his despair and couldn't help but lament the disparity in fortune among individuals. It turned out that Situ Ing possessed a fire spirit physique. The nature of a fire spirit physique remained enigmatic to Su Chen, as it was the first instance he had encountered such a constitution. However, he recognized its exceptional rarity and power. Compared to Situ Ing, Su Chen's ability to simultaneously absorb the 5 elements of heaven and earth seemed insignificant. Situ Ying's innate talent was even more extraordinary. From the moment of his birth, he could autonomously absorb the fire element from the cosmos. By the time ordinary individuals reached the age of cultivation, he had already attained the 6th level of Qi training. In the eyes of others, he was an unparalleled prodigy. However, the reality was far more complex. City Lord Situ initially believed that he had been blessed with an extraordinary son. Yet, when Situ Ing attempted to establish his foundation at the age of 14, he discovered that the universe maintained a sense of equilibrium. Situ Ying's foundation establishment, heavenly tribulation, possessed the force equivalent to an ordinary person's core formation, heavenly tribulation. Had it not been for the meticulous preparations made during Situ Ying's foundation establishment, he would have perished under the tribulation. Having become aware of this predicament, Situ Ying had refrained from cultivation for over 30 years since establishing his foundation, even suppressing his cultivation, despite his efforts. As a fire spirit physique capable of autonomously absorbing the fire element, he had already reached the late stage of foundation establishment. Now, his cultivation could no longer be contained, and he could summon the heavenly tribulation at any moment should he choose to form his core. For numerous cultivators, this was a dream come true. However, for Situ Ying, it was a calamity, as his tribulation of forming the core was far more formidable than that of an ordinary individual. Without adequate preparation, he faced certain doom. Situ Ying chose to participate in this perilous expedition primarily because it was the only path available to him. It was evident that he required the spectral flower to survive his tribulation. Abstaining from the expedition would lead to his demise, while taking part might offer a glimmer of hope. As for Su Chen, to put it bluntly, he was merely a companion in this grave endeavor. Narrowing his eyes, Su Chen perked up his ears. "Do you wish to take me as your master?" In response to Su Chen's expectant gaze, Master Situ stroked his grizzled beard. Thud. Disciple Su Chen pays respects to Master. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen knelt before Master Situ upon hearing those words. Chapter 64. The cautions before the forbidden grounds. Time flowed like a swift stream. 3 months, in the secular world, could accomplish many endeavors, yet for cultivators, it was but the blink of an eye. After acknowledging Situ Sheng as his master, Su Chen realized that the reason Meili City could maintain its foothold under the watchful eyes of the 3 major sects was not solely due to the presence of Situ Sheng, a core-forming cultivator. On this very peak, there were more than 10 loose cultivators who had reached the foundation building stage. Such strength was sufficient to compel the 3 major sects to compromise, revealing the true reason for Meili City's existence. During these 3 months, Su Chen had initially intended to strive for the 9th level of Qi training. After all, the higher his cultivation when entering the forbidden area, the greater his chances of survival would be. However, after a conversation with Situ Ying, Su Chen altered his plan. Upon learning that Su Chen possessed a mutated thunder attribute spiritual root, Situ Ying made a special visit to spar with Su Chen. Of course, it wasn't a genuine contest. He was merely intrigued by the rumored foremost spiritual root in the cultivation world, but the outcome left him somewhat disappointed. Su Chen's application of thunder spiritual power was so deficient that Situ Ying failed to discern the rumored might of the foremost spiritual root. Conversely, Situ Ying's demonstrated manipulation of fire spiritual power left Su Chen deeply unsettled for a long time. If Su Chen were to offer an assessment, he would simply describe it as miraculous. Situ Ying's command over fire spiritual power had reached a level of effortless mastery, even to the point of turning the mundane into the extraordinary. This was also why he dared to proclaim that he could single-handedly vanquish 3 cultivators of the same late-stage foundation establishment realm. However, upon reflection, Su Chen also felt that Situ Ying's innate advantages were too great. Since Situ Ying's establishment of the foundation 30-odd years ago, he had never engaged in cultivation. All he had done was familiarize himself with and manipulate spiritual power, with ample time at his disposal. This realization made Su Chen recognize that his foremost priority might not be to elevate his cultivation. While Su Chen was reasonably confident in his ability to reach the 9th level of Qi training within 3 months, he couldn't be entirely certain of a breakthrough. For the past 3 months, Su Chen dedicated all his time to mastering the utilization of spiritual energy. Particularly after Situ Sheng had crafted a set of superior magical artifacts for him, it became commonplace to witness Su Chen's agile figure soaring across the peaks each day. Today marks the day the forbidden area is to be opened. According to customary practice, we shall enter the forbidden zone alongside members of the 3 major sections. Su Chen, take this veil that can obscure your spiritual energy from detection. You must not reveal your identity at this stage. Before departing, Situ Sheng gravely instructed Situ Ying and Su Chen. Without hesitation, Su Chen donned the cloak handed to him, enveloping himself in the bow within its folds. Indeed, you must exercise utmost caution during your venture. In the forbidden area, strive to conceal your whereabouts and avoid exposure. Observing Su Chen's preparations, Situ Sheng nodded in satisfaction. The Yin Yang pool is nestled among the mountains, far from mundane towns, and the wild beasts roaming the hills ensure that no one from the secular world can traverse this region. Situ Shun's silk ribbon moved swiftly, and the trio stepped onto it, arriving before sunset. As they reached their destination early, the members of the three sects had yet to arrive. Well, let us take a moment to rest here. It should not be long before the others join us. As Su Chun gazed at the continuously swirling waters of the pool, he instinctively began to survey his surroundings, feeling a sense of wonder. Although he had previously learned about the Yin-Yang pool, witnessing it firsthand evoked a profound sense of awe. The vast expanse of the pond stretched several miles, appearing at that moment like a boiling cauldron, with steam rising continuously from its surface. As Su Chun approached the water's edge, he was met by a wave of warmth. "Be quiet, it is not yet time," he softly reassured Debeo, perched on his shoulder. From the moment they neared the pond, Debeo had become increasingly restless, and had it not been for Su Chun's constant soothing along the way, it would have likely bolted. "Su Chun, come here for a moment," called Situ Sheng, abruptly drawing Su Chun's attention from the churning waters. "Master, what is it?" he replied, leaping to Situ Sheng's side, fully aware that the master had further tasks to assign. "Here are 2 sensing orbs. You and Ing are each take one." Situ Sheng produced 2 azure orbs, handing one to Su Chun. "Sensing orb? What purpose does this serve?" Su Chun inquired, examining the orb in his hand with a puzzled expression. "It is a magical artifact that allows you to sense each other's location within the forbidden area," Situ Sheng elucidated, noticing Su Chun's confusion. "Although we have ventured into this forbidden realm thrice, none have returned, leaving us entirely ignorant of what lies beneath. Typically, such forbidden formations possess the ability for instant teleportation. As a precaution, should you find yourselves separated within the confines of the forbidden area, shatter the sensing orb. This will enable you to discern each other's whereabouts, but be mindful, the effect lasts only a quarter of an hour. You must reunite swiftly. Why not use the communication jade pendant instead?" Su Chun nodded in understanding. Within the forbidden zone, the communication jade pendants are rendered useless. Should you fail to locate one another within a quarter of an hour, it is imperative that you conceal yourself in place, allowing the eagle to seek you out. Under no circumstances should you roam about, lest you attract the attention of the 3 major sections. A grimace of unease crossed Su Chun's face. He had heard warnings about the 3 sects on 2 occasions now. Could it truly be that they would act against the loose cultivators within the forbidden zone? Chapter 65. The Butcher. Tong Zhan, there is a matter I have yet to disclose to you. The gravest danger within the forbidden zone does not arise from its inherent restrictions, but rather from the individuals of the 3 major sections. Observing Su Chun's perplexed expression, Situ Sheng sighed in resignation. "Master, do you mean to say the members of the 3 major sects might indeed strike against us within the forbidden zone?" After a moment's hesitation, Su Chun voiced his inquiry, prompted by Situ Sheng's demeanor. "What do you mean by might?" "This is a certainty." Before Situ Sheng could respond, Situ Ing interjected, his countenance reflecting palpable anger. "On the surface, it appears that we loose cultivators coexist amicably with the 3 major sects, devoid of any entangled interests. Yet, beneath this veneer, the 3 sects have long harbored dissatisfaction towards us. Our 3 expeditions into the Forbidden Zone have resulted in no survivors among our ranks, while the 3 sects have only suffered the loss of 2 Foundation establishment cultivators." "Oh, so that is how it is." Upon hearing these revelations, Su Chun's lingering doubts were promptly dispelled. He remarked that if the Forbidden Land were indeed as perilous as Situ Sheng had claimed, even the 3 major sects, regardless of their profound foundations, would struggle to endure such attrition. The mortality rate was an alarming 100%, and the losses primarily involved foundational cultivators. After all, the dangers within the Forbidden Land did not discriminate between sect members and rogue cultivators. Since the rogue cultivators had faced total annihilation thrice, it was reasonable to surmise that the 3 major sects had fared little better. However, during those 3 incursions, the 3 major sects had only lost 2 foundational cultivators. It was clear that they had engaged in some underhanded tactics against the rogue cultivators. Nevertheless, this revelation weighed heavily on Su Chun's heart. If the threats were inherent to the Forbidden Land, it could be managed with caution. But being targeted by the 3 major sects was akin to being pursued by a cadre of foundational cultivators. Observing the sudden pallor on Su Chun's face, Situ Sheng remained indifferent, though a hint of displeasure flickered across his countenance. What could they do, knowing the truth? Compared to the 3 major sects, the power of rogue cultivators was woefully inadequate. Without evidence and lacking strength, even with such awareness, they could only swallow their indignation. After learning of this matter, Su Chen did not display agitation or fear. Instead, he sat quietly by the pond in meditation. He understood that knowing this information would not alter his circumstances. He still had to descend into that forbidden land. Should he choose not to go, not only would the members of the three major sects pursue him, but Situ Xin would also not let him off the hook. In name, he was currently Situ Xing's disciple, yet in essence, it was merely a transactional arrangement, a mutual exchange of interests. As time gradually passed, and the sun in the west had completely descended, the temperature around Yin-Yang Pond began to plummet sharply. In the blink of an eye, a layer of frost formed on the stones near the water. Meanwhile, in the distant horizon, two beams of colorful light swiftly approached, moving with remarkable speed. In mere moments, these two streams of light arrived above Yin-Yang Pond. Ah, how rare. I didn't expect anyone to arrive before us. A hearty laugh accompanied one of the beams as it descended first, revealing a robust man with a full beard, who promptly stood before Situ Sheng. My dear friend Situ, it has been a long time. I am Tong Zhan, he declared, clasping his fists together. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted from the sturdy man, akin to a massive mountain crashing down. The overwhelming pressure altered Su Chen's expression, prompting his spiritual energy to surge into action. Humph, Butcher, do you intend to intimidate me right from the start? Feeling the oppressive force enveloping him, Situ Sheng let out a cold snort. He then released a gentle aura that enveloped Su Chen, aiding him in resisting the pressure. Su Chen cautiously regarded Tong Zhan, while Situ Ying, standing nearby, communicated with him through a sound technique. Indeed, it is evident, Su Chen replied, nodding slightly. From Tong Zhan's brash demeanor, it was clear that he was a combative individual. However, Su Chen's concern lay with the four companions accompanying him. The four companions who accompanied Tong Zhan stood together, all unscathed, and notably, each possessed foundational cultivation, which posed a considerable challenge for Su Chen. The presence of 4 individuals from a single sect, totaling 12 from 3 sects, meant that Su Chen found himself facing the relentless pursuit of 12 foundational cultivators within the Forbidden Grounds. How truly fortunate. It seems Tong Daoyou's speed surpasses mine. I concede defeat. In the blink of an eye, another streak of colorful light descended from the heavens, heralding the arrival of a Taoist priest whose demeanor was markedly more harmonious than Tong Zhan's. It turned out to be his ally, Situ. Greetings, I am Tianjizi, the Taoist said, approaching Situ Sheng with a respectful bow. Spare me your flattery. You never intended to compete with me. What is the point of conceding? Shall we not engage in a contest later? Tong Zhan interjected rudely, interrupting the exchange. His eyes gleamed with a fervent desire for battle as he regarded the Taoist. Oh, Tong Daoyou, there is no need for such fervor. I am not your match. I willingly yield, the Taoist replied, remaining unfazed by the provocation. How dull. You, with your pretense of humility, seem unaware of who leads the Yuxiao sect this time. It would be a disservice not to engage in a duel now that we are all gathered here, the Taoist retorted, dismissing Tong Zhan's attitude with a roll of his eyes. I advise you to abandon this notion, for I have heard that the leader from Yunxiao sect is Yugu. Provoking her could lead to dire consequences, the Taoist cautioned. What? That old witch. Had I known, I would have refrained from coming. This is utterly tedious. Upon hearing the Taoist utter the name Yugu, Tong Zhan could not help but shake his head in frustration. My dear friend Tong, it would be wise to keep your voice down. Should Yugu catch wind of your address, someone might find themselves fleeing, the Taoist jested. Humph. I'm not afraid of her, Tong Zhan retorted, rolling his eyes at the Taoist's playful expression before retreating to a corner to sulk. Chapter 66. Yugu, who is Yugu? Noticing Situ Xing's cautious demeanor, Su Chen discreetly inquired of Situ Ying. Yugu is a core formation cultivator from the Yunxiao sect. It is said that a decade ago, she engaged in a fierce battle with a 5th-tier demon beast, the Qing snake, over a precious spirit herb, resulting in severe injuries that left her on the brink of death. To recuperate, she entered seclusion 10 years ago, and it appears she has miraculously survived, Situ Ying conveyed to Su Chen, shaking his head in disappointment at the thought of Yugu's survival. After the customary greetings upon their meeting, everyone settled in silence by the pond, awaiting the arrival of the Yunxiao sect members due to an existing agreement. 8 foundation-building cultivators had already gathered. Thanks to the cloak that shrouded him, Su Chen observed the scene unobtrusively, unlike the others, who were unable to discern his presence. Although these individuals appeared to engage in quiet conversations, their peripheral glances frequently swept over Su Chen and Situ Ying. Upon laying eyes on Situ Ying, A palpable tension gripped the faces of the onlookers. Evidently, they were taken aback by his presence. Many gazes lingered on Su Chun, clearly intrigued by his identity. However, they were unable to pierce the veil of secrecy that the cloak provided. With a light chuckle, the disciples of the Yunshao sect have finally arrived. The night has fully descended, and even from afar, the faint rustling of insects can be heard. It is only at this moment, beneath the resplendent full moon, that a pristine white disk appears on the horizon. Upon sighting this disk, all present instinctively rise to their feet. Congratulations on your emergence from seclusion, Lady Yu. You have kept us waiting. As the jade disk lands, the Taoist steps forward, joined by others, including Situ Xing. I apologize for the delay. Certain matters detained me, and I hope for your understanding. A woman clad in a plain robe gracefully acknowledges the formalities extended by the trio. Is this truly Lady Yu? Su Chan muses inwardly. He had presumed that being referred to as lady would imply a figure of at least any stature. Yet, this woman, her face veiled by a sheer white fabric, possesses bright, clear eyes and a graceful form, undeniably resembling a youthful maiden in her prime. Her melodious voice hardly correlates with the term lady. Perhaps the multitude of wrinkles on her face is what prompts such concealment. Suchin speculates silently. Women, after all, have an innate desire for beauty. Even immortal cultivators are not exempt. Surely, her reluctance to unveil her visage stems from its aging. For if one were beautiful, what need would there be for concealment? That must be the case. Now that everyone is prepared, let us not squander any more time. The window for the forbidden area to open is limited, and every second is precious. Let us commence. After a round of pleasantries, the Taoist voice interrupts Su Chin's contemplations. Well, since that is the case, let us not waste any time. To express my apologies, allow me to take charge of this passage. The Taoist's words received a response from Lady Yu, who, without seeking anyone's consent, soared into the air above the yin-yang pool, with arms outstretched and her body gracefully rotating. Her enchanting figure resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens. The silvery moonlight cascading down enveloped her in a halo of sanctity. Circles of azure spiritual energy emerged around her as she moved, while the icy pool beneath began to transform. The tranquil surface of the water commenced to swirl in tandem with her motions, gradually forming a vortex that expanded with her rotation until it manifested into a 2-meter-wide passage on the water's surface. Once the disciples of the three factions had passed through, Situ Sheng turned to Su Chin and Situing. They exchanged nods before ascending towards the shrinking surface of the water. It appears that fellow Taoist Situ is quite resolute this time, even bringing his beloved son along. I shall wish you safety in advance, but who, I wonder, is the hidden individual? After Su Chin and Situing departed, the Taoist finally spoke, though these words would not reach Su Chin's ears. Darkness enveloped him. As he entered the passage, an icy chill immediately cloaked Su Chun, causing him to shudder. He hastily circulated his spiritual energy to fend off the cold. Yet the relentless influx of frigid air left him feeling somewhat numb. The profound passage stretched endlessly, and it was only after a considerable descent that Su Chin finally beheld a shimmering barrier. Meanwhile, the passage was on the verge of closure. Remember, safety is paramount. If we become separated, immediately crush the sensing pearl upon entering. I shall find you as swiftly as possible. With these urgent words, Situ-ing hovered above the barrier, hastily admonishing Su Chin before stepping into the enchantment and vanishing from sight. As Su Chin observed the diminishing space around him, he inhaled deeply and followed suit. In an instant, he was engulfed in a whirlwind, devoid of any resistance, feeling as though his body was enveloped by a soft cocoon of spiritual energy. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, erasing all traces of the surrounding scenery. Gurgle, gurgle. He found himself in a murky, gray-black swamp, where noxious miasma continuously emanated, shrouded in a faintly azure haze. Damn it, how did I end up here? Holding his breath, Su Chin vigorously shook off the muck that clung to him amidst the dark woods bordering the swamp. He had been abruptly cast into this marsh, and by the time he grasped the situation, it was too late. Fortunately, he had not landed headfirst. Chapter 67. The Perils of the Forbidden Land. If Su Chin wished to survive in this treacherous domain, he must swiftly reunite with Situ-ing. Delays could lead to being discovered by the three major sects, a disastrous predicament indeed. His figure darted forward with the swiftness of a wild beast. Su Chin hesitated, refraining from unleashing his flying sword or soaring through the air, for he feared that the fluctuations of his spiritual energy would attract the attention of the three major sections. At this moment, He could only rely on his physical strength to advance. Suddenly, a deep, thunderous croak echoed, causing his heart to leap in alarm. What could that be? Startled, Su Chen swiftly rolled into a patch of grass beside him. Cautiously peering out, he scrutinized the scene ahead. Before him lay a gently flowing river, its waters moving languidly, almost silently. The river spanned no more than 100 meters, yet its emerald depths concealed an inscrutable peril, as if some great danger lurked beneath its surface. Another croak resonated through the air. Following the sound, Su Chen finally caught sight of its source, and his scalp prickled with trepidation. In the center of the river, a protrusion resembling a rock revealed itself, but it was no mere stone. It was an enormous toad. The exposed surface, the size of a tabletop, was merely its head, adorned with a rugged and uneven texture, its brown skin mottled. Had he not witnessed its fist-sized eyes blink, he would never have believed such a colossal creature could exist. What to do? Su Chen pondered anxiously. This immense toad was evidently formidable, and if he wished to traverse the river, he could only do so by flying over it. Yet, flying too low might expose him to other lurking toads, while soaring too high risked detection. Just as Su Chen found himself in a predicament, ripples suddenly emerged on the surface of the river, and a colossal toad sank beneath the water. A surge of spiritual energy rippled through the air, prompting the cultivator from the Chihua sect to summon a blue flying sword, upon which he swiftly mounted, preparing to leap across the river. Was there truly no cause for concern? Observing the actions of the Chihua sect's practitioner, Su Chen slowed his heartbeat to a crawl, watching intently as the cultivator approached the river's edge, secretly hoping for an unforeseen event. Whoosh! A disturbance. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and held his breath as an elongated crimson tongue shot out from the river's surface, striking just after the Chihua sect's practitioner soared past. Beast! How dare you! With a thunderous roar, the cultivator, poised to cross the river, was suddenly ensnared by the tongue that erupted from the water, drawing him back toward the river's depths. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Goodness, what manner of creature was this? The head that emerged from the water was as large as a dining table, its gaping maw capable of swallowing Su Chen's entire frame, twice over. The multitude of razor-sharp teeth within that cavernous mouth, densely packed in rows, left Su Chen with no doubt that should he be caught within, he would be reduced to mere pulp in an instant. Boom! Flames erupted, accompanied by a resounding explosion, as the Chihua sect's foundation-building practitioner plummeted into the water. Thud! Thud! Towering waves erupted, sending sprays of water high into the air, and in an instant, the once tranquil river transformed into a tumultuous sea of rolling waves and ceaseless ripples. Let him perish within. Gazing at the fierce battle unfolding upon the river's surface, Su Chen harbored wicked thoughts, for with each life lost, the threat to him diminished. He secretly wished for the members of the three major sects to all meet such a fate, ensuring his own safety. However, contrary to his desires, a flash of crimson light cut through the air, as a practitioner from the Chihua sect clumsily leaped from the riverbank to safety. Bold beast! How dare you launch a surprise attack on me? I shall ensure your demise here today. The practitioner from the Chihua sect, clearly enraged, waved his hand, summoning a gleaming golden disc beneath his feet. With a surge of spiritual energy, a visible protective barrier emanated from the disc, encasing him within its confines. Just as the practitioner completed this maneuver, the river's surface erupted as a scarlet tongue lunged once more. Clang! The sharp metallic sound echoed as the tongue struck the protective barrier, yet it remained unscathed. Instead, the now composed practitioner brandished a formidable red blade, striking down upon the approaching tongue. Crack! The blade met the tongue with force, severing it cleanly as it emerged from the water. A furious croak erupted, and the river surged violently as a massive toad, hidden beneath the surface, leapt forth. The ground trembled as Su Chen's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of this formidable creature. It was colossal. The toad, crouching at the riverbank, had not yet fully risen, yet even in its half-crouched state, it towered over Su Chen, standing at least twice his height. The frog that had leaped ashore opened its maw wide, unleashing a cloud of violet smoke directly towards the practitioner of the Crimson Fire sect. Caught off guard, the practitioner realized the peril too late. As he hastily retreated, the protective aura enveloping his body had diminished to a mere faint shimmer, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Beast, how dare you damage my artifact? I shall not forgive you for this transgression. Enraged at the precarious state of his aura, the practitioner of the Crimson Fire sect bellowed, causing his large blade to swell to several meters in size, its spiritual energy transforming into flames, becoming a true blade of fire. Die! With a fierce cry, the practitioner accelerated, lunging directly at the bizarre frog that had just emerged from the water. Chapter 68. The spirit pearl fails. Given that the distance between the practitioner and himself was less than 100 meters, any movement would undoubtedly attract attention. Su Chun did not believe that the earlier confrontation had left the Crimson Fire Sect practitioner unable to continue fighting. Even with 2 more Su Chens, they would not stand a chance against him. Revealing himself would mean certain death. After a prolonged wait, only when he was certain that the Crimson Fire Sect practitioner had indeed departed did Su Chun emerge from his hiding place. Damn it! The quarter hour is nearly up. Yet where is Situing? Casting a worried glance at the nearby corpse, Su Chun closed his eyes once more, delving into contemplation. Upon opening his eyes, astonishment filled his expression. Indeed, Situing had made his move. However, quite strangely, he wasn't advancing in my direction. Closing my eyes once more to sense, I distinctly perceived that Situ Ying's position had deviated significantly to the left, quite far off course. Recalling the agreement made before entering the forbidden area, I felt a surge of vexation. Frankly, this was not an ideal place to conceal oneself, as there was scant cover. Should anyone else pass through, they would likely discover me. Furthermore, the recent fierce battle had left the air thick with the pungent odor of blood, which would undoubtedly prompt any newcomers to scrutinize the area meticulously. Lingering here would only amplify the peril. Chirp, chirp. In defiance of my command, DeBeo remained steadfast, perched atop half a corpse, chirping excitedly in my direction. Could there be some sort of treasure? Observing DeBeo's demeanor, a surge of excitement coursed through me, and with 2 leaps, I bounded over. This is a demon beast's core? Retrieving a pearl the size of a pigeon's egg from the pool of blood, I was taken aback. A demon beast capable of manifesting a core indicated that it was at least a 3rd-level creature. In terms of human cultivation, this would be akin to the Foundation establishment stage. However, prior to transformation, there remained a disparity between demon beasts and humans of the same level, as humans could wield magical artifacts, while demon beasts were limited to their cultivation and instincts, lacking the ability to cast spells. In addition to the demon beast's core, I also unearthed something that stirred my heart: a poison sac, a purple entity, roughly the size of a clenched fist and reminiscent of a bitter gallbladder. Was indeed a remarkable find. He recalled that it was this very beast that had unleashed a noxious mist, inciting the ire of a cultivator from the Red Fire sect, as his treasured artifact had been obliterated. After securing these 2 items, Su Chun admonished DeBao not to wander aimlessly, and together they departed from the location. A quarter of an hour had elapsed, and he could no longer sense the whereabouts of Situing. Whether the 2 could reunite had become inconsequential. What mattered now was to find a place to conceal themselves. From the words of the earlier Red Fire sect cultivator, Su Chun discerned that the 3 major sects seemed to have a designated gathering point upon entering the Forbidden Zone. He resolved to wait for a couple of days until all the cultivators from the 3 sects who had just entered the forbidden area congregated, before he ventured out to explore. At that time, the situation would undoubtedly be less perilous than it was now, where the threat of encountering practitioners from the 3 sects loomed at every turn, for to cross paths with them would spell certain doom, given their formidable numbers. With a series of agile leaps, Su Chen's figure swiftly transformed into a mere black, vanishing into the dense thicket by the riverbank, leaving behind only 2 lifeless bodies and the lingering stench of blood. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. At long last, within the depths of the Forbidden Zone, as a dense patch of grass was parted, Su Chen emerged from the cavern concealed behind it. Surely, there was no one left now? Cautiously surveying his surroundings, Su Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. These 2 days had been unbearable. He had dared not move, remaining cloistered in silence, a torment far worse than any physical affliction. Like Su Chun, DeBao was also confined by Su Chen for 2 days. And now that it was allowed to roam, it was eager to commence its tasks. Being restricted in such a place was sheer torment for DeBao. Look at your anxious demeanor. It has only been 2 days, and time is still ample. Come, lead me to your desired location, Su Chen said with a reassuring smile. However, upon hearing Su Chen's words, DeBao darted out with a swift motion. Hey, take it slow and be cautious, Su Chen exclaimed, quickly pursuing DeBao's agile form. Chirp, chirp. Shoo, I have already spotted it. Refrain from calling out. In a secluded mountain area, Su Chen lowered his body and cradled DeBao in his arms, while not far ahead, a vibrant 5-colored flower swayed gently in the wind. There was no one in sight, yet this did not imply the absence of danger. This five-colored flower, named the Five Elements Flower, held little true medicinal value. However, if exchanged, it could fetch hundreds of spiritual stones. Suchin found himself hesitating on whether to make a move. Adjacent to the flower, a dark, foreboding cave loomed. And Suchun was not naive enough to assume it was merely an empty void. A faint metallic scent lingered in the air, and fresh footprints were visible nearby. If he were to approach the flower, whatever resided within that cave would undoubtedly emerge to thwart him. Alas, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Treasures are not easily gathered in this perilous place. If he chose not to act, it would indeed be a wasted trip. After a moment of contemplation, Suchin ultimately grasped the shimmering flying sword in his hand. Chapter 69. Thread in Suchin's grasp lay a flying sword. A masterfully crafted top-tier magical artifact forged specifically for him by Situ Sheng, perfectly attuned to his lightning attribute spiritual root. With a swift motion, he channeled his spiritual energy into the sword, and a faint layer of electric radiance shimmered upon its surface. Without hesitation, Suchin sprang forth from his hiding place. With a hiss, the two of them leapt towards the Five Elements Flower. Before Suchin could make a move, a sudden hissing sound erupted from the dark cavern, followed by a streak of blue light that surged forth. Clang! As the blue entity approached, Suchin deftly waved his hand, releasing a brown shield the size of a palm. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to 3 feet in diameter, interposing itself before the azure glow. It was a blue-backed centipede. With his flying sword in hand, Suchin had already leapt 3 yards away. As he discerned the creature obstructed by the shield, a sense of relief washed over his face. The entity was a 3-foot-long centipede, its blue back glimmering with metallic luster, its numerous sharp legs leaving imprints upon the hard rock. Typically, centipedes possess a Yin attribute and are often venomous. However, the blue-backed centipede was an exception. Lacking a venom sac, its formidable physique was renowned among its kind. With a tough exoskeleton and razor-sharp legs, it wielded these as both defensive and offensive weapons. Furthermore, in comparison to other centipedes, the blue-backed variety exhibited significantly superior physical qualities, far exceeding others in speed and strength. Absolute thunder. As his lips parted, a low utterance escaped, and in an instant, a bolt of white lightning erupted from Suchin's palm, striking directly at the vigilant blue-backed centipede. There was no time for any reaction. By the moment the centipede sensed the impending danger, the lightning had already made contact, its swiftness rendering it almost invincible. Moreover, this bolt of lightning did not merely sever upon impact. It remained incessantly tethered to the blue-backed centipede. With a shriek, engulfed in electric light, the centipede writhed in agony, its sharp legs ravaging the rocks beneath it. In mere moments, it lay prostrate on the ground, succumbing to its final convulsions until all movement ceased. Disregarding the motionless form of the centipede, Suchin scanned his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Satisfied that no threats lingered, he retrieved a jade box from his storage pouch, intending to secure the Five Elements Flower. However, as he grasped the box, his expression fell. The anticipated flower was nowhere to be found. Instead, Dabao squatted in that very spot, merrily chewing away. Eat, eat, eat. At this rate, you'll bring calamity upon yourself. Are you aware of the wastefulness of your actions? If only you could refine pills. Suchin sighed, realizing that further explanation would be futile. Observing Dabao's pitiful demeanor, Suchun waved his hand in resignation. This incident could not be solely attributed to Dabao. It was his own oversight that allowed Dabao to seize the opportunity. After spending so much time together, Suchun had almost forgotten the creature's true nature. Having finished their meal, they prepared to move on to the next location. After 2 days with little to show for their efforts, Suchin silently vowed that next time, he would forego eating. Observing that Dabao had completed his meal, Suchin gestured for him to proceed to another area. With Suchin's permission, Dabao excitedly wagged his tail and leaped into the forest. Witnessing this, Suchin summoned his spiritual energy and swiftly followed in pursuit of Dabao. Where are you leading me? He mused as they ventured deeper. The surrounding trees grew denser, and within this verdant wilderness, Suchin sensed an unusual atmosphere, a disquieting silence, as if the vast forest concealed some perilous threat. He could vaguely perceive an elusive gaze sweeping over him, yet the source of this attention eluded his identification. How perilous! If it had not been for Suchin's acute sensitivity to the fluctuations of spiritual energy moments prior, Dabao would have surely fallen victim. Fellow cultivator, do not depart. Please, lend me your aid. Recognizing the strange scene unfolding before him, Su Chen's singular thought was to escape. However, before he could make his retreat, a figure emerged from the earth beneath a nearby tree, the soil swirling chaotically around him. Upon seeing this individual, Su Chen's eyes narrowed in an instant. A disciple of the Yunshao sect. Though he appeared disheveled and bloodied, Su Chen recognized his garb and visage from his previous encounter outside the forbidden grounds. Might I request your assistance, esteemed fellow? Rest assured, I shall not impose upon you without recompense. Once I have exited this forbidden realm, I shall bestow upon you a generous reward. Clutching his chest, the disciple from the Yunshao sect recognized Su Chen's cloak and discerned his intent to depart, prompting him to hastily express his plea. I apologize, but I am in a hurry. After gazing intently at the rogue cultivator for a moment, Su Chen ultimately shook his head. Wait, if you do not assist me, I fear you may be unable to leave as well. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing these words, Su Chen instantly channeled his spiritual energy throughout his body, preparing for battle. He chuckled softly, saying, Why pretend to be ignorant, fellow? You are a rogue cultivator, are you not? I ask you, do you know how to escape this forbidden place? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 70. The Haunting of the Corpse. Speak, how may I assist you? After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen ultimately conceded, for this matter was of utmost importance to him. Prior to entering the Forbidden Realm, he had never contemplated the means of departure. It was only upon the mention of this concern by the cultivator before him that he experienced a sudden epiphany. Indeed, he had been randomly transported here. But how could he leave? Su Chen did not believe that time would simply grant him an automatic exit. There must be a passageway. Unbeknownst to him, the very issue he had least considered had now become his gravest peril. In a moment of unforeseen circumstance, I found myself in a perilous situation upon entering the Forbidden Realm. An entity now resides within me, yet my meridians have sustained grave injuries, rendering me incapable of expelling it in the short term. I implore you, fellow cultivator, to assist me in extracting this affliction. Before Su Chen, the disciple of the Yunshao sect displayed no hesitation. He swiftly removed his upper garments. Observing this, Su Chen hesitated momentarily before approaching. Upon reaching the back of this cultivator, Su Chen's expression shifted upon witnessing the grievous wounds. How is it possible that he still lives? On the man's back lay 4 deep claw marks, visible to the bone, and large patches of skin had been torn away. The shape of the enormous paw suggested it had nearly encompassed his entire back. Su Chen found it difficult to fathom what could have caused such devastation. Fellow cultivator, did you see that? The Yunshao disciple inquired, noticing Su Chen's delay in action. Please, do not hesitate. I can withstand this minor pain. Indeed, it appears you have encountered misfortune, venturing into the forbidden land and facing such dangers, Su Chen remarked, feigning a casual touch on the object lodged within the cultivator. Yet, he refrained from extracting it. Who could deny that? Fortunately, I was merely at the fringes of danger. Otherwise, I might have perished this time, the cultivator said, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead as he spoke with difficulty. Dangerous territory? Is there a hierarchy within this forbidden realm? Su Chen inquired, feigning nonchalance as he prodded again. Hiss. Of course, my friend. You may not be aware that within this forbidden land, there exist 4 perilous zones. It is not merely the Foundation establishment cultivators who find it challenging to escape. Even those at the core formation stage would struggle to survive within. Have you recovered yet? With each probing motion, Su Chen drew closer to the heart of this cultivator, causing him immense pain, for Su Chen had no intention of assisting in his extraction. Do not move. Just a moment longer. Where did you mention the exit lies? Gripping the object lodged within the cultivator's body, Su Chen gently pulled outward a fraction more as he continued to inquire. Hiss. There is no need for suspicion, my friend. Since I have promised to lead you out, I shall indeed do so. Besides, even if I divulged the location, you would be unable to find it yourself. We are merely on the fringes of this forbidden land and must traverse a considerable distance further. As he spoke, the cultivator inadvertently cast a glance toward the north, perhaps unaware that this very action would seal his fate. To the north? Su Chen mused inwardly. In an instant, the lightning in his hand surged forth, striking directly at the cultivator's heart through the wound. Under such circumstances, Su Chen doubted he could evade it. A piercing scream echoed through the forest as the cultivator's heart was reduced to ashes by Su Chen's spiritual energy, extinguishing all vitality within him. I haven't even disclosed my name to you, yet you know my surname is Su. It seems you have discerned my true identity. However, You have failed spectacularly at even the most basic of disguises. It is truly lamentable that you have lived so long without learning." With an expressionless gaze fixed upon the lifeless body lying on the ground, Su Chun turned the corpse over and began to rummage through its storage bag. The value of a storage bag belonging to a Foundation establishment cultivator is certainly greater than that of certain spiritual herbs found within forbidden grounds. However, just as Su Chun flipped the body, a sudden flash of yellow light erupted from the corpse's forehead, shooting directly towards Su Chun's head. Taken completely by surprise, Su Chun never imagined that a dead body could still pose a threat. Yet, it was too late, for the earthy light had already penetrated his mind. "Dead? I am already dead, but thanks to you, I shall now take your place. You shall perish." With a sinister glare directed at Su Chun, the cultivator clenched his fists and lunged at him. Despite the shock and confusion swirling within him, Su Chun was not foolish enough to stand idle and absorb the blows. As he assessed the oncoming figure, he immediately intended to channel his spiritual energy to counterattack. However, upon attempting to do so, he was met with an even greater astonishment. Where was this place? He could not sense the presence of spiritual energy at all. Chapter 71. Seizing the body, though he could not utilize his spiritual energy, Su Chun did not lose his composure. With a swift roll to the side, he narrowly evaded the punch thrown by the Foundation establishment cultivator. Initially fearing for his life, he was unexpectedly astounded to realize that this cultivator, like himself, was also incapable of wielding spiritual energy. The current state of the two individuals resembles that of two mundane beings engaged in a brawl, relying solely on their bare fists and feet, with no weapons at their disposal. Noticing that the cultivator before him was in a similar predicament, Su Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. His persistent worry had always stemmed from the profound cultivation of this individual. However, since both of their capabilities were now rendered ineffective, what was there for Su Chun to fear? Observing the figure charging towards him once more, Su Chun swiftly sprang up, executing a nimble maneuver, and launched a punch in response. The impact was tremendous. As their fists clashed, Su Chun was forced to stagger back a couple of steps. Astonished as he gazed at his opponent, he found it hard to believe that this person possessed a strength that vastly exceeded his own. Though this punch had been a tentative strike, Su Chun had already exerted 80% of his strength. Yet, in comparison to the cultivator, it was evidently insufficient. Each time Su Chun narrowly evaded, it appeared to the other man as if he was merely scraping by, as if with a slight increase in speed. He could easily land a blow on Su Chun. This realization compelled him to pour every ounce of his strength into pursuing Su Chun. Eventually, the cultivator began to sense something amiss. Time had elapsed, and although he seemed able to strike Su Chun at any moment, and had even made contact on 2 occasions, he had failed to inflict any real harm. He was not one to idly watch as his opponent regained their stamina. With a swift motion, Su Chun executed a powerful kick aimed directly at the man's head, putting forth every bit of his effort. Confronted with Su Chun's swift kick, the man hastily raised his arm in defense. However, the force of the blow sent him staggering. What had merely been a warm-up was now giving way to the true battle that had only just commenced. Come forth, fist that shatters the dragon's head. Now fully engaged, Su Chun's ferocity intensified with each strike. At last, with a resounding shout, Su Chun leapt into the air, executing a rapid spin, and unleashed a thunderous punch aimed directly at the man's head. As Su Chun's fist approached, the man's complexion turned a shade of green in his frantic state. He could not evade the attack and could only awkwardly raise his hands in a futile attempt to shield himself. Crack! The brutal punch landed, unexpectedly shattering the man's arm. "No, please, I beg you, do not kill me. I can offer you ample rewards. I possess many spirit stones. I implore you, spare my life." Lying on the ground, clutching his injured arm, the man's formerly arrogant demeanor had vanished, replaced by a visage of desperation. "Spare you? Did you consider sparing me earlier? Now that you regret your choices, it is too late." Su Chun coldly regarded the man sprawled on the floor. Seizing the moment, he lunged forward and delivered a swift kick to the man's throat. Crack! Gasping for breath, the man's eyes widened in shock. He could hardly fathom that he would meet his demise at Su Chun's hands, yet the outcome was inexorable. As he gazed upon the lifeless form on the ground, it seemed to dissolve into the air like a mere bubble. Su Chun exhaled a sigh of relief. Until now, he had yet to comprehend the nature of his surroundings, and the recent skirmish had left him feeling utterly drained. However, there was no respite to be found. A tremendous force of pull emanated from above, and the scenery before him morphed in a dizzying fashion, causing Su Chen to succumb to unconsciousness once more. Upon awakening, he was met with the vice-like grip of a powerful hand encircling his neck, the intensity of which nearly threatened to sever it. Si-Tu-ing, have you lost your mind? Release me, Su Chen exclaimed, struggling against the hand that constricted his throat. Let us not dwell on that. An unforeseen circumstance has arisen. I never anticipated encountering such formidable beasts in this forbidden land, nearly leading to my demise. Yet here you are, managing to survive the possession of a foundational stage cultivator. It seems you are not as simple as you appear. Possession? Su Chen furrowed his brow in confusion. Indeed, you have just undergone a possession. Observing the perplexity in Su Chen's eyes, Si-Tu-ing exhaled deeply. These matters may elude your understanding for now, but once you transcend the foundational tribulation, clarity will dawn upon you. Cultivation encompasses not merely the dantian but also the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit awakens only upon reaching the foundational stage. Should a foundational stage cultivator meet with an untimely demise while their primordial spirit remains intact, they are granted a singular opportunity for possession within a limited time frame. Success results in rebirth, while failure leads to absolute death. Su Chen was rendered speechless, astonished at the existence of such phenomena. Chapter 72. The Celestial Slayer. Their encounter bore little inquiry into one another's circumstances. When Su Chen informed Si-Tu-ing of his impending departure, Si-Tu-ing did not exhibit significant surprise. In truth, he had long been aware of the matter. Observing Si-Tu-ing recuperating his spiritual energy nearby, Su Chen could not help but find the situation somewhat amusing. What utter nonsense. Prior to this, Su Chen had naively believed that Si-Tu-ing was entirely oblivious to the affairs within the forbidden area. However, reflecting on the sequence of events, he could only blame his own lack of foresight. From the outset, Su Chen should have anticipated that Si-Tu-ing's descent into the forbidden realm was motivated by the desire for the soul flower. How could he be so certain of its presence within the forbidden grounds, if he were genuinely uninformed about the circumstances there? From whence did his knowledge of the soul flower originate? Yet pondering these matters now proved futile. Although Si-Tu-ing had deceived him, it did not pose a direct threat. Accompanying Si-Tu-ing still guaranteed a measure of safety, at least until the soul flower was secured. As the day swiftly passed, Su Chen accomplished nothing, merely standing guard to ensure Si-Tu-ing could restore his spiritual energy. Very well, let us depart. Time is of the essence, and we can no longer afford to delay. After a night's rest, Si-Tu-ing had nearly regained his strength. This marked the fourth day since they had entered the forbidden area, and further procrastination was unacceptable. Following closely beside Si-Tu-ing, Su Chen felt a sense of reassurance. Like Si-Tu-ing, he summoned his flying sword to traverse the skies. Suddenly, after only a brief flight, Si-Tu-ing raised his hand to signal a halt. What is it? Upon witnessing Si-Tu-ing's abrupt stop, Su Chen immediately became alert, scanning the surroundings with keen vigilance. Do not be alarmed. I have encountered an old acquaintance. An old acquaintance? Following Si-Tu-ing's gaze, Su Chen discerned nothing out of the ordinary. Chittering. Ignoring Su Chen's astonished expression, Si-Tu-ing inserted his finger into his mouth and emitted a peculiar bird call. In a fleeting moment, as Su Chen stood bewildered, a vividly colored bird suddenly soared forth from a nearby location. Tweet, tweet. The bird seemed to be well acquainted with Si-Tu-ing, fearlessly alighting upon his shoulder and affectionately nuzzling his head. This blue magpie was once nurtured by a foundational-level cultivator among our scattered practitioners during their initial venture into the Forbidden Land. It was unexpected that it still thrived. Gently caressing the blue magpie perched on his shoulder, Si-Tu-ing's countenance grew somber. What of that esteemed elder? Might he still be alive? A question flickered in Su Chen's mind, and without a moment's hesitation, he voiced it. Impossible. This forbidden land is exceedingly peculiar, and no one can survive within its confines. Come, I wish to pay a visit to this old acquaintance. I still faintly recall that it was he who imparted my first spell when I reached the foundational stage. With a deep sigh, Si-Tu-ing disregarded Su Chen's astonished demeanor, releasing the blue magpie into the air and pursuing it closely. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen could only follow on his sword. This esteemed elder turned out to be a female cultivator. Following closely behind the azure magpie, the two individuals flew for a brief moment before arriving at a secluded cave. Within the cave lay a corpse which, despite the passage of several decades, appeared merely desiccated rather than decayed. From the attire and certain characteristics of the body, Su Chen immediately recognized that it belonged to a female cultivator. Her name was Mo Lan, one of the earliest followers of his father, who had contributed significantly to the establishment of the illusory city. Had she not fallen here, she might have reached the core formation stage by now. Gazing at the lifeless form, Situ Ying's voice was heavy with sorrow. It seemed she was besieged and slain. Su Chun did not share the same depth of emotion as Situ Ying. However, upon observing the multitude of wounds on the corpse, he could not help but furrow his brow. The various injuries indicated that she had not been attacked by a single assailant. Yet, the fatal wound was located in her chest. It was likely that she had not perished immediately but had fought desperately to escape, only to succumb to her grievous injuries in the end. It appeared that the three major sects were indeed targeting rogue cultivators within this forbidden area. But what could have motivated them to act in such a manner? Murmuring softly, Situing examined the body thoroughly but found no clues. There were no precious herbs or magical artifacts on her person. If greed had been the motive, it would have been plausible, yet she possessed none of these valuables. Rising to his feet, Situing gestured towards the ground with a sweeping motion, a surge of spiritual energy sweeping across the surface, revealing what lay beneath. Indeed, at the fingertips of the corpse, several words were inscribed in blood. Despite the passage of decades, these bloodied characters remained undisturbed. Etched into the ground with remarkable clarity, Butcher of Heaven, Demon of Destruction. What could this possibly signify? As he softly articulated the four words, Su Chen cast a perplexed glance at Situing, wondering if it indicated the identity of her murderer. The phrase Butcher of Heaven, Demon of Destruction seemed to plunge Situing into deep contemplation as well. He, too, found these enigmatic words bewildering, yet they stirred a vague sense of familiarity within him. Perhaps, he mused, this was merely a scrawl left by the venerable Mo Lan before her demise. After all these years, whatever the meaning might have been, it had lost its significance. Observing Situing in earnest thought, Su Chen felt compelled to interrupt, for they had no time to ponder such matters. It was indeed peculiar. He recalled having heard these four names in his childhood, yet he could not summon the memory now. Interrupted by Su Chen's words, Situing could only shake his head in resignation. With a flick of his hand, a massive fireball descended upon the corpse, reducing it to ashes in mere moments. Having weathered the elements for so long, Mo Lan's remains, now revealed to Situing, would not be left to desiccate any further. Chapter 73, The Great Treasure Unbound. Do not look at me. I, too, am uncertain which path to take. At a tri-junction, confronted by Su Chen's inquiring gaze, Situing could only innocently adjust his attire. The path ahead had been rendered impassable. Had Su Chen led the way moments ago, he might have encountered dire consequences. In an instant, for blades of wind assailed fiercely, had Situing not promptly activated his defenses, his fate would have been equally grim. Debeo, witnessing this scene, Su Chen was immediately alarmed. Yet, at that moment, Debeo seemed unresponsive to his calls and had already sprinted far ahead. With no other option, the two followed in pursuit. Debeo had not unleashed its true speed. Its intent appeared straightforward, as if guiding the two, maintaining a distance not too far ahead. What could it be up to? Following closely behind Debeo, Situing cast a puzzled glance at Su Chen. I am uncertain as well. It does not typically behave this way. Perhaps it senses something. Su Chen replied, gently shaking his head in response to Situing's inquiry. Senses, danger. Before Situing could finish his thought, a sudden roar pierced the air, and he surged forward with remarkable speed, darting after Debeo. As Debeo approached a turn, a flurry of wind blades materialized seemingly from thin air, poised to strike. In a critical moment, just as Debeo was about to be hit, a fireball erupted from Situing, hurtling toward the blades while he swiftly scooped up Debeo and retreated with urgency. As soon as Situing departed, the fireball collided with the wind blade, producing a resounding explosion. The fireball transformed into a massive blaze, while several wind blades struck the ground, creating a deep trench over a foot long. It appeared that there was already a defensive barrier ahead. Could they still proceed? With trepidation, Su Chen glanced at the trench carved by the wind blades, casting a reproachful look at Debao. Uncertain, he realized they would need to test it. With a grave expression, Situing shook his head and reached down to grasp a stone from the ground, swiftly hurling it into the fray. Boom. The thrown stone traveled less than 2 meters before being shattered into fragments by two suddenly appearing wind blades. Witnessing this, Su Chen and Situing's expressions darkened significantly. Undeterred, Situing summoned another fireball with a wave of his hand and sent it forth. Boom. The scene was identical to the previous. The fireball also disintegrated within 2 meters. Observing the might of the wind blades, Situing mused that he could likely withstand the force, though he remained uncertain about potentially greater dangers lurking within. With a stern countenance, he raised his hands, conjuring a red barrier around his form. Having completed this precaution, Situ incautiously stepped forward. Damn it! There's no way to get through. Frustrated, he glared at the shield in his hands before casting it to the ground. Perhaps we should try another route. Observing Situ Ying's anger, Su Chun understood that if Situ Ying could not pass, then he had even less hope. Alas! Now, upon hearing Su Chen's words, Situ Ying initially intended to suggest trying an alternate route. However, as his gaze swept to the side, he found himself at a loss for words. It was not only he who was taken aback, even Su Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. There stood DeBeo again. The two stared in disbelief at DeBeo, oblivious to the fact that he had already ventured inside at some point. At that moment, DeBeo ambled leisurely within, having covered a considerable distance. Yet there was not a single blade of wind to be felt. I comprehend now. He has retracted his spiritual energy and slowed his pace. Observing DeBeo's demeanor, Situ Ying suddenly had an epiphany. Without any preparation, he walked in just like an ordinary person. Indeed, there was no reaction whatsoever. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen thought to himself, "You may proceed," as the very notion sent shivers down his spine. After all, they were wagering their lives. Yet, he felt compelled to follow. This only deepened Su Chen's confusion regarding DeBeo. How did he possess such knowledge to counteract this kind of restriction? Despite being merely a beast, at times, DeBeo exhibited insights that far surpassed those of Su Chen himself. Finally, as if taking a leisurely stroll, the two dared not quicken their pace nor utilize their spiritual energy. After traversing the lengthy restriction, they arrived at a secluded valley. Chapter 74, The Illusion. A rich fragrance of medicinal herbs permeated the air. There must be an abundance of spiritual herbs here. Let us split up, Situ Ying suggested, taking a deep breath of the aromatic air within the valley. He swiftly dashed towards its depths, followed closely by Su Chun, who, fueled by his spiritual energy, pursued DeBeo without hesitation. To discover the finest medicinal herbs, one must follow the path of DeBao. The candlefire grass, a superior spirit herb, is present among the many precious elixirs, particularly for its ability to concoct a potion known as the cold smoke pill. While this pill does not enhance one's cultivation, it serves as a life-saving remedy in dire situations. When crushed, the cold smoke pill releases a cloud of mist that can ensnare even those at the nascent stage of their cultivation in an illusion. Moreover, the other materials required for crafting the cold smoke pill are not exceedingly rare. With the candlefire grass in hand, one can readily produce this vital elixir. Crouching before the candlefire grass, Su Chun retrieved a dagger from his storage pouch and began to excavate carefully for the more intact the candlefire grass, the higher the likelihood of successfully refining the cold smoke pill. Suddenly, as Su Chun was digging, a shadow fell before him. "Bai Su, what are you doing here?" He looked up, disbelief washing over him as he recognized the figure before him. Bai Su's face was ashen, smeared with traces of blood, and she was even bleeding from her abdomen. "Su Chun, please help me. I am being pursued." With no time for further explanation, Bai Su hurriedly sidled up to him. Sensing his confusion, Murongdi? Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Su Chun quickly raised his gaze, but upon seeing another figure emerge, he could no longer maintain his composure. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he shielded Bai Su behind him and began to scan the surroundings. At this moment, he felt a flicker of reassurance, for Situ Ying was nearby. However, upon this realization, Su Chun could no longer maintain his composure. Where was Situ Ying? The valley remained unchanged, yet it now possessed an eerily unsettling stillness. Aside from the three of them, there was not a soul in sight. Su Chun distinctly remembered that Situ Ying was within this valley, and not far from him at that. But where was he now? What? Do you still wish to flee? Do not harbor such delusions. Today, I assure you, you shall not escape. So surrender yourself. As Su Chen's expression revealed his turmoil, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Mu Rongdi's eyes, who, with a wave of his hand, sent a streak of light hurtling towards Su Chun. "Go first," Su Chun urged, pushing Bai Su behind him as he summoned his flying sword to confront the impending threat of Mu Rongdi. "Be careful, Su Chun," Bai Su called out anxiously from behind, her concern palpable. "You are far from my equal, boy," Mu Rongdi taunted, swiftly positioning himself behind Su Chun, his flying sword aimed directly at Su Chen's back. No. Just as fear gripped Su Chen's heart, Bai Su inexplicably appeared at his rear. With a piercing sound, The sword did not strike Su Chen but instead pierced Bai Su's chest. Bai Su. Su Chen shouted in fury, his eyes wide with horror as he beheld the sword lodged in her chest and the blood trickling from her lips. In that moment, he gathered all his spiritual energy and launched an assault against the self-satisfied Mu Rongdi. With a soft crack, like a puff of smoke, lightning struck Mu Rongdi, instantly transforming him into a wisp of azure mist. Su Chen stood frozen, utterly astonished by this bizarre turn of events. How could this be? Is this all but an illusion? Su Chen, do you have feelings for me? My heart belongs to Bai Su, not to you. Coldly gazing at Bai Su, who lay upon the ground, Su Chen could scarcely believe his eyes. I am Bai Su. With a pained expression, she extended her delicate hand, yearning to clasp Su Chen's, but was met instead with a flash of white lightning. Crack! The lightning struck Bai Su, instantly transforming her into a wisp of smoke. This is bad. It seems I have truly fallen into an illusion. What shall I do? Observing the desolate valley, beads of sweat formed on Su Chen's brow. Ha ha ha. Have you discovered it, young one? Now that you have arrived at this place, do not dare to think of leaving. Remain here, and you shall make fine company for me. In an instant, the winds surged and ominous breezes swirled throughout the valley. A man, his visage twisted and clad in a black robe, suddenly appeared beside Su Chen, reaching out with a hand that could not be denied. Is it yet another illusion? As he watched the gnarled hand lunge towards him, Su Chen swiftly gathered a spark of lightning at his fingertips. Go! He unleashed the bolt of lightning, expecting the shadow to dissipate into smoke. Yet to his astonishment, the lightning merely flickered red upon striking the figure, who continued to advance. It is real. A surge of determination coursed through Su Chen, prompting him to summon his flying sword and cleave towards the foe. Young one, it is futile. Do not resist. With a mere sweep of his hand, the black-robed figure deflected Su Chen's sword, closing the distance between them in an instant. Capturing me is not as simple as it seems. A surge of fury ignited within his eyes as Su Chen's body suddenly contorted in an unexpected manner, evading the grasp of those hands. Following swiftly was a thunderball, launched towards his assailant. Boom! A fiery red halo abruptly materialized, and the thunderball struck it, yielding no effect whatsoever, while the skeletal hands lunged once more. Huh! You cannot escape. Provoked by Su Chen's counterattack, the figure cloaked in black accelerated fiercely, delivering a decisive blow to Su Chen's chest, forcing him to the ground. Chapter 75, The True Medicinal Garden. Consume it. After you do, you will remain here for the rest of your life, never to leave again. With one hand pressed against Su Chen's chest, the dark-robed figure produced a pill exuding an ominous black aura from within his robes and thrust it into Su Chen's mouth. Die! Su Chen vigorously shook his head, and just as the black pill neared his lips, he suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a surge of icy blue light that shot towards the face of the cloaked figure. Boom! In a moment of urgency, a crimson barrier of spiritual energy shielded the dark figure. Although it inflicted no harm, it allowed Su Chen to break free successfully. Rising to his feet, Su Chen channeled his spiritual energy into his legs and dashed towards the depths of the valley. Cackling, "You have thoroughly ignited my wrath, and I will ensure you remain here." Accompanied by a sinister voice, Su Chen remained oblivious until he suddenly felt a tremendous force strike his back, propelling him forward. With a sharp crack, he found himself utterly defenseless, as if immobilized. A black pill was swiftly thrust into his mouth, and, at the gesture of the cloaked figure, it was swallowed and descended into his abdomen. Could it be that I am destined to remain here forever? Once the black pill entered his body, it immediately transformed into an icy essence that surged through his limbs. Just as despair began to engulf Su Chen, he noticed the surrounding scenery shifting dramatically. See, Senior Situing? When the tumultuous visions finally settled, Su Chen discovered that the shadow of the cloaked figure had vanished, replaced by the figure of Situ Ing clad in resplendent red robes. You are indeed a troublesome one. Were it not for my concern for your safety, I would have relished the opportunity to incapacitate you. With a grim expression, Situ Ing surveyed Su Chen, adjusting his red robe, which bore numerous scorched marks from lightning strikes. Witnessing this, Su Chen felt an overwhelming disbelief. He was all too familiar with those marks. Who else, aside from himself, possessed the capability to inflict such damage in this place? It appeared that Situ Ing had discerned Su Chen's entrapment in an illusion and was attempting to extricate him from it. Yet, in Su Chen's eyes, Situ Ing had grotesquely transformed into a different person, one who seemed malevolent. Grateful for the presence of such an individual, Su Chen realized that without Situ Ing, He might have truly met his demise here. What herbs have you gathered? In order to alleviate the awkwardness, Su Chun resorted to posing an irrelevant question. It smells strongly of medicine here, yet there are no medicinal herbs. In response to Su Chen's inquiry, Situ Ying nonchalantly shook his head. No medicinal herbs? Su Chen expressed his surprise. How could that be? He had clearly seen a candle flame grass. However, as he glanced once more in the direction of the candle flame grass, he began to accept Situ Ying's assertion. Indeed, there was no trace of the candle flame grass. It appeared that when he first perceived it, he had already succumbed to an illusion, completely unaware of the deception. But where was Daba? Upon realizing that everything was merely a mirage, Su Chen discovered that Daba had inexplicably vanished. Do not worry, I have left a trace of spiritual energy on it. As long as it hasn't strayed too far, I will be able to sense it. Gather your magical tools. We must depart swiftly. In response to Su Chen's concerns, Situ Ying cast a natural glance towards the depths of the valley. After hearing this reassurance, Su Chen fell silent. Although he had been ensnared in an illusion, the spiritual energy he had unleashed and the magical tools were indeed real. Once he had stowed away the flying sword and the magical tools he had expelled from his mouth, he followed closely behind Situ Ying, and the two continued their journey. As they traversed the valley and crossed a precipice, Su Chun began to harbor doubts. Did Daba truly pass through here? This chasm is several dozen feet wide. How could it have crossed? However, as they turned around a towering rock formation, Su Chen's skepticism faded. Before them lay countless shimmering barriers, gleaming with iridescent light. Within each forbidden zone lies a rare herb, and Dabao eagerly squats outside these barriers, gazing longingly at the plants within. It seems this place is indeed a true herbal garden. I wonder if the elusive ghost flower can be found here. Witnessing this scene, Situ Ying swiftly leapt forward, with Su Chen closely trailing behind. Xianhuang fruit, Tongming grass, and various other herbs. Upon a cursory glance, Su Chen was utterly astonished by the herbs contained within these restrictions. If these herbs were to be brought outside, each one would likely be fervently coveted. Judging by their shapes and colors, these herbs appear to be nearly 1,000 years old. He simply could not fathom who possessed such grand resources to amass these treasures. Setting aside their age, the rarity of these herbs is undoubtedly a rarity that is hard to come by. The absence of the ghost flower raises questions. Could the information be incorrect? In contrast to Su Chen's astonishment, Situ Ying maintained a much more composed demeanor. Upon discovering the lack of any trace of the ghost flower, his expression darkened. It certainly cannot be here. The ghost flower is associated with the Yin, while this area is abundantly illuminated. And all the herbs here exhibit strong yang properties. Even if the ghost flower were to be planted here, it would struggle to survive. Indeed, upon hearing Su Chen's inquiry, Dabao perked up his ears and navigated through the series of barriers to approach a stone wall. With a low growl, Dabao stood up and scratched at the wall a few times. Is there a mechanism? Exchanging a glance with Su Chen, Situ Ying swiftly leapt forward. Chapter 76. The Perilous Pursuit of the Ghost Flower, like a being of fire. As Su Chen watched as Situ Ying was engulfed in flames, his hands resembling glowing iron, he furrowed his brow slightly. The surge of spiritual energy emanating from Situ Ying was formidable, a force unlike anything Su Chen had ever encountered. Even in the presence of Situ Xing, crack. With Situ Ying's hands pressed against the rock wall, cracks began to radiate outward from his palms. Boom. At last. As Situ Ying unleashed another wave of spiritual energy, the rock wall collapsed, revealing a dark, gaping chasm behind it. In response to this spectacle, it was not Su Chen or Situ Ying who moved first, but rather Dabao. Leaping from Su Chen's embrace, Dabao darted into the darkness like an arrow. Su Chen and Situ Ying swiftly followed suit. Inside the cave, a hidden paradise awaited them, revealing yet another medicinal garden. The entire mountain appeared to have been hollowed out, adorned with countless dazzling arrays that rendered the cavern extraordinarily beautiful. We found it. Indeed, the soul flower. A gasp of delight escaped Situ Ying as he rushed towards a shimmering array. Is this the soul flower? But how do we extract it? Su Chen inquired, gazing at the black flower that bore a striking resemblance to a human face. From the moment he encountered these formidable barriers, Su Chen refrained from taking action, fully aware that these constraints were beyond his capacity to dismantle. Simultaneously, he harbored little confidence in Situ Ying, for the overwhelming aura emanating from these restrictions was certainly not something Situ Ying could overcome. Perhaps the most lamentable aspect of life lies in such circumstances, having identified that which one desperately needs, yet being utterly powerless to attain it, forced to watch helplessly. Su Chun even envisioned Situ Ying's face contorted in despair. Truth be told, he held a favorable impression of Situ Ying and hoped he could procure the soul flower, though such a feat seemed exceedingly challenging. Boom. As anticipated, Situ Ying launched a tentative assault, yet the barriers remained unyielding. Fortunately, Su Chun had made certain preparations prior to his arrival, hoping they would prove beneficial. Just as Su Chun hesitated, contemplating whether to offer some words of comfort, Situ Ying retrieved a circular disc from his storage pouch. The disc radiated a golden glow and was inscribed with peculiar symbols. Assist me, if you will. Should I breach the barriers, I may lack the time to extract it, so I shall rely on you. After producing the disc, Situ Ying did not immediately act, but instead turned to Su Chun. Very well. Without hesitation, Su Chun approached. Be vigilant. The opportunity may be fleeting, and you must not allow your focus to waver. Observing Su Chun's readiness, Situ Ying reiterated his concerns. Rest assured, Su Chun solemnly nodded. Now, upon witnessing Su Chun's unwavering confidence, Situ Ying ceased to voice any further objections. A blaze of crimson spiritual energy surged forth, causing the disc to levitate effortlessly above the barrier. Exhaling deeply, Situ Ying extended his palms, channeling a visible torrent of fire-infused energy that flowed unceasingly towards the disc. As Situ Ying continued to summon his spiritual power, the inscribed symbols upon the disc grew increasingly luminous, ultimately appearing to coalesce and detach from the disc, cascading onto the barrier beneath. It was effective. Each symbol that fell resembled a leaf descending into water, generating ripples upon contact with the barrier, which responded like water, producing concentric waves. Furthermore, the radiance surrounding the barrier was evidently diminishing. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from within the cavern, akin to the tremors of an earthquake. Do not lose focus, Situ Ying admonished, noticing Su Chun's attention diverted towards the source of the sound. However, Su Chun wished to convey that something indeed lurked there. As fissures began to appear in the mountainside. Quickly, we have reached a critical juncture. The moment is now. Without granting Su Chun the opportunity to speak, Situ Ying's eyes widened in determination, and the disc began to tremble violently. With a solemn nod, Su Chun enveloped his hands in lightning-infused energy and forcefully struck the barrier before him. Crack! The barrier shattered, unveiling the entity that had been relentlessly assaulting the mountainside. A chilling howl echoed through the cavern. A resonant sound, reminiscent of a dragon's roar, swept through the cavern as a large serpent, entirely cloaked in darkness, emerged from the rock face. Its gaze swept across the cave, locking onto Su Chun and Situ Ying without hesitation. With a swift flick of its colossal tail, it charged toward the two. Quickly, no need for hesitation, just the flower. Situ Ying urged, his eyes darting towards the approaching black serpent. Understood. Upon hearing Situ Ying's command, Su Chun abandoned his plans to excavate further. Grasping the stem of the ghostly flower, he yanked it from the ground. Quack! A strange cry erupted, startling Su Chun. He had not anticipated that a flower could emit sound, and it seemed that due to being uprooted, the expression on the face depicted on the ghostly flower had become distinctly contorted, resembling that of a real human. Run! With no time for a closer inspection, Situ Ying bellowed, seizing Su Chun and urgently propelling them toward the cave's exit. With a resounding crash, a massive tail swept through the spot they had just occupied, leaving a palpable sense of impending destruction in its wake. Go! Cradling the precious treasure in his arms, Su Chun channeled his spiritual energy, swiftly following Situ Ying as they fled. Roar! Upon bursting forth from the cave, the serpent emitted another dragon-like cry, its two gleaming eyes fixating on the now distant figures of Su Chun and Situ Ying. With a powerful lash of its tail against the ground, it pursued them relentlessly. Chapter 77. The Secrets of the Forbidden Land. Constrain your spiritual energy and reduce your speed. At last, the two arrived at the entrance of the valley. As they prepared to enter this forbidden path, Situ Ying took a moment to remind Su Chun. However, Su Chun was already instinctively slowing his pace. He was acutely aware that within this restricted pathway, any rapid movement or fluctuation of spiritual energy could trigger the prohibitions. He had not become so frantic as to forget such a perilous fact. Despite the black serpent lurking closely behind, growing ever nearer, Su Chun maintained his deliberate pace, walking as if in a casual stroll, completely disregarding the looming threat. A roar echoed, and Su Chun could even catch a whiff of the foul odor emanating from the creature. Suddenly, a cacophony of clanging sounds erupted, filling the air with a rapid series of metallic chimes. Turning around, Su Chen's heart raced with alarm. Countless blades of wind, glowing with an eerie green light, had materialized before the black serpent, all aimed squarely at its massive head. To Su Chen's astonishment, these wind blades, capable of carving deep marks into stone, merely sparked upon striking the serpent's head, producing only tiny flares of light. Although they inflicted no significant damage, the black serpent certainly felt the discomfort. Shaking its colossal head in response, a blue barrier materialized above it. Just then, a thunderous roar resonated from the sky. In Su Chen's wide-eyed astonishment, a green wind blade, stretching over 10 feet in length, appeared suspended in midair. With a whoosh, the blade sliced through the air, hurtling straight towards the black serpent. A fierce roar erupted from the black serpent as it confronted the immense blade of wind hurtling towards it, unwilling to succumb. It swiftly retreated, yet the relentless wind blade, having breached the barriers, pursued the serpent with fervor. A thunderous crash resonated, engulfing the ground in a cloud of dust and debris. As the haze began to clear, the black serpent emerged, battered and disheveled from the crater formed by the impact, its earlier majesty diminished, resembling a defeated rooster. With a lingering glance at Su Chen and Situ Ying, the serpent turned away and departed. What a formidable physique it possesses. Not even such a colossal wind blade could inflict harm. Watching the serpent fade into the distance, Su Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. The situation was far from simple. This severe injury would require at least 3 years for the serpent to recover. Nevertheless, the spoils of this encounter were commendable. Upon exiting, he vowed to express his gratitude, particularly to its companion, promising to offer it whatever delicacies it desired. In contrast, Situ Ying appeared remarkably at ease as he observed the retreating figure of the black serpent. The ethereal ghost flower was now in his possession, a treasure that could equate to a lifeline. This expedition into the Forbidden Realm had not been in vain after all. Su Chen, however, had emerged with nothing of value, having narrowly escaped death on several occasions. Had it not been for the black serpent's intervention, he would have urged Situ Ying to seize the opportunity for a thorough scavenging of the local herbs, even agreeing to a split of 20% for himself. He understood that any singular herb from this place would fetch an astronomical price in the outside world. Regrettably, that disc was rendered useless after being employed by Situ Ying just once. Even without the emergence of the black serpent, the two of them would have been unable to breach the restrictions. Son, my friend, could you lend me a hand? I feel utterly drained of strength. I cannot manage on my own either. I, too, am devoid of any vigor. I never anticipated that after all these years of toil among our 3 sects, we would find ourselves in vain once more. This abominable restriction is simply insurmountable. As these 2 somewhat feeble voices echoed near the crossroads, 2 figures emerged from the central path. These individuals were cultivators from the Yushao and Qingmu sections. However, their current appearance elicited astonishment. Both were at the foundation establishment stage, typically exuding an aura of ethereal grace and vitality. Yet now they appeared thoroughly dispirited, resembling elderly men in their twilight years. Son, my friend, Wang, what brings you both here in such a state? A sudden voice halted their movements. Su Chen himself had not anticipated encountering members of the 3 major sects in this place. He had been deliberating with Situ Ying on whether to depart immediately or explore elsewhere, as time was still on their side with several days remaining. The Forbidden Zone only opened once every 3 years, and missing this opportunity would indeed be regrettable. Little did they know, before they could finalize their decision, these 2 had arrived. Situ Ying, did you not fall into peril? How is it that you pointing at the suddenly appeared Situ Ying? An elderly cultivator spoke with a voice tinged with tremor. Indeed, upon arrival, one had stumbled into a perilous predicament. However, I managed to escape. Disappointing, isn't it? Observing the terror etched on the faces of the 2, Situ Ying appeared remarkably unfazed. You swear that if we reveal what we know, you will truly spare us? The older cultivator, intimidated by Situ Ying's fierce demeanor, immediately capitulated. Swear? A sinister smile curled at the corners of Situ Ying's lips, a glint of cold light flashing as it darted toward the man's head. Thud! A gleaming sword pierced through the skull, resulting in instant death, leaving no opportunity for possession. It seems you remain oblivious to your predicament. Negotiating terms with me? Will you speak or remain silent? With a piercing gaze fixed upon the other cultivator, Situ Ying's actions rendered him speechless with fear. Chapter 78. The Awe-Inspiring Great Blade. Thud! Accompanied by a swift and decisive strike, the man's head was cleaved in half by Situ Ying. Though Su Chen had always known that Situ Ying was not one to be trifled with, He had never anticipated such ruthless efficiency in his lethal actions. He killed without so much as a blink. What do you make of his earlier statement? With a mere wave, he reduced the two corpses to ashes. He didn't even glance at their storage bags, which left Suchin feeling a pang of regret. Such waste. Do you not realize their potential worth? Despite the uncertainty, it seemed evident from his demeanor that he was not entirely truthful. There were likely further secrets concealed. Though the pang of heartache lingered, Suchin had not succumbed to a state of utter distraction. In response to Situ Ying's inquiry, he expressed his insights candidly. Indeed, he too sensed that there were matters being concealed. It was astonishing that two cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage could have their powers drained by a restriction he had never before encountered. If the place within was truly ordinary, there was no reason for them to be reduced to such a state. Situ Ying, nodding in agreement, shared his own analysis. It's quite all right. If you feel apprehensive, you may leave this place. Do you see that towering mountain? At its summit lies the restriction for exit. From what I know, there is little danger surrounding it. If you exercise caution, you should remain unharmed. Observing Suchin's hesitation, Situ Ying discerned his thoughts and, without reservation, revealed the location of the exit's restriction. Ah, let us venture forth together. I am equally eager to uncover the secrets within. After Situ Ying concluded his statement and turned to depart, Suchin suddenly called out to him. Indeed, that is the spirit. Such an exhilarating endeavor warrants thorough exploration. Rest assured, I shall ensure your safety. With a smile, Situ Ying patted Suchin's shoulder and took the lead down the central path. Watching Situ Ying's retreating figure, Suchin cast aside his doubts and followed suit, his motivations purely rooted in curiosity. This innate curiosity is a universal trait. Suchin merely harbored his own contemplations. What secrets could possibly compel the members of the three major sects to converge in this forbidden realm? Moreover, Suchin subtly contemplated a matter. Could it be that the scattered cultivators met their demise in the forbidden land because they uncovered truths they were not meant to know? The three major sects acted thus solely to safeguard their secrets, preventing any leakage of knowledge beyond their confines. Yet, what mysteries lie hidden within this forbidden land? The gate to this sacred realm opens only once every 3 years. Should he miss this opportunity, he would have to wait another 3 years to gain entry. Suchin merely wished to observe from a distance, satisfying his curiosity without rousing the attention of the three sections. He had no desire to traverse this path again, for the uncertainties of life and death loomed large. Unbeknownst to Situ Ying, Dabao was seized by an inexplicable impulse, a fervent desire to step inside. Yet, he also sensed certain taboos that held him back. What could be the source of such inner turmoil for Dabao? As they journeyed along the central path, no obstacles presented themselves, nor were there any restrictions. However, when Suchin and Situ Ying reached the end of this road, they were utterly astonished by the sight that lay before them, a castle, an edifice of pure, lustrous jade. While constructing a castle from jade may not pose a challenge for cultivators with ample resources, the towering, blood-red giant blade looming behind the castle raised a multitude of questions. Despite the vast distance, the sheer presence of this monumental blade instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure within Suchin. Who could be responsible for such a creation? The knife before Suchin transcended his understanding of the cultivation world entirely. In his mind, it was inconceivable that anyone could wield such a colossal blade, nor that anyone might forge one of such magnitude. The individual responsible for this was undoubtedly a lunatic, or perhaps a genuine immortal. It dawned upon me that this place was indeed his relic, and at last, I comprehended the entirety of the situation. Like Suchin, Situ Ying's eyes widened in astonishment, his slowly shaking head betraying the tumult within his heart. What have you realized? Suchin inquired immediately upon hearing Situ Ying's murmured words. You do not understand. Their gazes locked, and Situ Ying's expression turned grave. We are in serious trouble. If we venture outside now, we shall be slain by the core formation cultivators of the three sects awaiting us. What? How can that be? Suchin exclaimed, bewildered by Situ Ying's alarming revelation. Because I have just uncovered a secret that the three major sects have been concealing for years, a secret profound enough to send shockwaves through the cultivation world. They will never allow this information to escape to outsiders. Believe me, even if we survive this forbidden realm, our fate outside will be death. Do you remember the Mo we encountered? After calming his emotions, Situ Ying posed the question. I remember. You mentioned she was among the first batch of loose cultivators to enter this forbidden area and a key figure in assisting your father in establishing the elusive city. What of her? Wasn't she already deceased? Suchin replied, perplexed as to why Situ Ing had suddenly brought up Imolan. Chapter 79. The Shura relic. Under Su Chen's persistent inquiries, he finally unraveled the entirety of the matter. Upon grasping all the details, a tumultuous unease engulfed his heart. For everything he had learned transcended his comprehension. It transpired that tens of thousands of years ago, the realm of cultivation witnessed the emergence of three supreme beings. Each of these three sovereigns possessed the power to dominate the entire cultivation world. The first was a prodigious cultivator with a rare lightning attribute spiritual root. Known as the Heavenly Thunder Emperor, his profound mastery was said to be immeasurable, with tales circulating that he had once slain celestial beings descended from the heavenly realm. Regardless of the veracity of such accounts, they spoke volumes of his formidable strength. The second was a transformed demon cultivator, whose true form was an extinct golden-winged roc. Revered as the golden-winged roc king, his cultivation was equally unfathomable, and it was rumored that he could traverse vast distances in an instant, casting shadows that obscured the sun when he revealed his true form. The third and final figure was the Shura of Slaughter, a practitioner of the demonic path, whose mastery of blood magic had reached an astonishing level. Legends claimed that should the Shura of Slaughter choose to annihilate a city, he could reduce its inhabitants to lifeless husks with but a mere blink. Among these three sovereigns, the Heavenly Thunder Emperor stood as the mightiest, closely followed by the Golden-Winged Roc King. Initially, they maintained a stance of non-interference with one another. However, it was said that the Shura of Slaughter, driven by an insatiable thirst for blood, had slain those who ought not to be harmed, consequently inciting the ire of the Heavenly Thunder Emperor. Thus, a duel was summoned between the two. The battle was nothing short of cataclysmic, yet the ultimate outcome remains shrouded in mystery. Whispers abound that the Thunder Emperor vanquished the slaughtering demon in combat. However, there are also claims that the ferocity of their clash transcended the confines of this world, resulting in both combatants ascending to a higher realm. The precise truth of the matter eludes all, but one fact stands starkly evident. Following that monumental confrontation, the three supreme figures of the cultivation realm have not been seen again. These tales were recounted to me by my father during my youth, and I had always considered them mere folklore. Who could have anticipated that these three individuals were indeed real? A bitter smile crept across Situ Ying's face, as he was evidently taken aback by this sudden revelation. What shall we do now? He inquired, his voice laced with concern. In contrast, Su Chen maintained a semblance of composure. His thoughts were singularly focused on survival. The notion of the slaughtering demon's remnants was absurd. Should word of this leak, it would send shockwaves through the cultivation world, attracting countless seekers to this place. Meanwhile, it was clear that the three major sects intended to monopolize the discovery, and they would not allow Situ Ing and Su Chen to escape alive, even if it meant severing ties or, indeed, the three sects conspiring at all costs to eliminate the rogue cultivators. They would not permit Su Chen and Situ Ing to survive. We must leave this place before the Forbidden Zone seals shut. While the three sects remain oblivious to our presence, we can feign death to enhance our chances of survival. After a moment of contemplation, Situ Ing devised a temporary escape plan. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, the two quietly slipped away from the scene. Days later, near the Inyang pool, several cultivators in the Jiedon stage, who had been quietly meditating and guarding, simultaneously opened their eyes. Wuliang Trenzuan, the time has come. They should emerge now, the Taoist priest stated as he flicked his dust whisk and approached the edge of the pool. Following closely behind him were the butcher Tong Zhan and the veiled Yugu. As they walked toward the pool's edge, the three exchanged glances, subtly directing their gaze toward the solitary figure of Situ Sheng. Situ Sheng observed their covert actions, but maintained an air of nonchalance as he approached the pool. Suddenly, with a series of splashes, a number of cultivators from the three sects erupted from the tranquil water's surface. Upon their emergence, they instinctively positioned themselves behind the three foundation-building cultivators. What? You speak nonsense. This is absolutely impossible. My son Ing has already attained the late stage of foundation building. Among those of the same level, he is virtually unmatched. You are lying. The man's expression shifted dramatically as soon as he finished speaking. Situ Sheng's voice rang out in rebuke, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him that caused the newly appeared foundation-building cultivators to feel a sense of oppression. Situ Daoyu. Do not be anxious. Perhaps your son and his companion are still on their way. Let us wait a moment longer, the Taoist priest quickly interjected, noticing Situ Sheng's flustered demeanor. However, the elder cultivator added, but, when we emerged, the forbidden area was already beginning to close. If they have not appeared by now, they may very well be trapped within the forbidden zone. The low murmur suddenly caused Situ Sheng to shudder, and in a flurry, he hastily rummaged through his storage bag. Ah, my eagle, my precious eagle. With one hand cradling a fractured life jade slip, Situ Sheng let out a mournful wail. Indeed. We empathize with your sorrow, yet the event has transpired, and you must confront it. Observing Situ Sheng, who was dejectedly crouched upon the ground like an abandoned elder, the trio feigned concern and approached him. You may leave. I wish to be alone for a while, he stated, his gaze vacant as it rested upon the surface of the lake. Very well, we shall not intrude further, the Taoist signaled to Yu Gu and Tong Zhan, and the three promptly took their leave from the area. As they departed, the corners of Situ Sheng's mouth twitched slightly, yet he continued to maintain his previous demeanor, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on the lake. A day later, he remained in this position, not altering his stance, until a full day had passed before he finally rose to leave. What do you think? After Situ Sheng's departure, three figures descended from the heavens, appearing near the Yin-Yang pool. Watching Situ Sheng's retreating silhouette, the Taoist inquired of Yu Gu beside him. Enough of your suspicious nature. I believe it is genuine. The life jade slip is shattered. What more do you desire? Let this matter rest. I have other affairs to attend to and cannot waste time here, Tong Zhan interjected, displaying notable disdain before promptly exiting the scene. As they gazed at the fleeting figure of Tong Zhan, the Taoist and Yu Gu both shook their heads in unison. It seems this matter is not as troubling as it appears, although it was not our hands that delivered the fatal blow to Situ Ing. Unexpected occurrences within the forbidden grounds are not uncommon. Moreover, since the forbidden area is now sealed, even if he remains alive, he cannot survive until its next opening. I shall take my leave now. Turning to the Taoist, Yu Gu also waved her farewell. Oddly enough, despite not being directly responsible for his demise, an unsettling feeling lingers within me. Am I becoming overly sensitive? With both having departed, the Taoist stood alone. Yet he lingered for quite some time before finally leaving this place. Another day has passed. As night descended, the waters of the Yin-Yang pond grew cold, and the surrounding scenery was engulfed in darkness. Unbeknownst to anyone, the once tranquil surface of the Yin-Yang pond suddenly rippled with concentric waves. Two cautious figures emerged from the depths, their heads surfacing just above the water. They did not rise abruptly. Instead, they carefully surveyed their surroundings, ensuring no danger lurked nearby before swiftly leaping from the water's surface. They then disappeared into the nearby dense thicket. Eagle, quickly tell me, what secrets did you uncover in the forbidden grounds? Why the need for such caution? In the dim light of the night, within a secluded cave, Situ Sheng anxiously inquired. At this moment, Suchen sat quietly by the side, having succumbed to the chill that had infiltrated his body over the past few days. He needed to expel this cold energy from within, for prolonged delay would surely harm his meridians. Father, if we, the rogue cultivators, were to confront the three major sects, what would our chances of success be? Observing Situ Sheng lost in thought, Situ Ing directly posed the question. Confront? Situ Sheng smiled bitterly. Eagle, your thoughts are overly simplistic. The strength of rogue cultivators is utterly insufficient to contend with any of the three sections. The only reason they permit our existence is that our power cannot be underestimated. However, if what you say is true, we are in grave trouble. Situ Ing was visibly taken aback. He had not anticipated the situation to be even more dire than he had imagined. It seems, for now, the only course of action is for you to leave this place. We must not allow the three sects to discover your whereabouts, or else rogue cultivators will face catastrophe. After a moment of silence, Situ Sheng finally spoke. Leave? Do you mean for the two of us to go elsewhere? No, not merely the two of you. I intend to disband Misty City. This place has become a hotbed of conflict. I have a premonition that if we linger here any longer, disaster will surely befall us. But, Father, Misty City is your life's work. Situ Ing was stunned. He had never expected his father to consider abandoning Misty City, which was not only a labor of love, but also a vital source of cultivation resources. A labor of love? Oh. The fruits of my father's labor now rest upon you. When your mother passed away, I had foretold that I would watch you grow stronger, surpassing me in due time. Although you are already remarkable, in the eyes of your father, you remain but a child. Meeting the gaze of Situ Ing, Situ Sheng solemnly patted his shoulder. Witnessing this scene, Su Chun, who had expelled the chill from his body, could not help but feel a surge of emotion. In the realm of cultivation, even familial bonds can gradually wane with the passage of time. Thus, it is increasingly rare to encounter father-son duos like Situ Ing and his progeny. who are so deeply attuned to their emotions. Master, I believe we need not make such a choice. There exists an alternative approach. Noticing that Situ Sheng had yet to make a resolute decision, Su Qin spoke up. Oh, what method do you propose? Situ Sheng inquired, his brow furrowing in disbelief as he regarded Su Qin, unable to fathom what strategy he could possibly possess. The three major sects act thusly out of fear that we might divulge the secrets of the forbidden ground. So let us spread the word, making it common knowledge. Upon hearing these words, a spark of enlightenment flickered in the eyes of both Situ Ying and Situ Sheng. Indeed, they had been preoccupied with how to convince the three major sects that they had safeguarded the secret in exchange for their safety. However, if they were to consider the matter from an opposing perspective, should this information become widely known, the concept of a secret would dissipate, and the three major sects would naturally no longer concern themselves with them. Chapter 81. A chaotic dance of demons. The discovery of the ruins of the slaughtering heaven Azura spread like a whirlwind throughout the cultivation world. No one knows the source of the news, nor does anyone ascertain its accuracy. However, all those who have become aware of this information are irresistibly drawn to it. Ah, the relics of the slaughtering heavenly Azura? How intriguing. But is the source of this information trustworthy? Meanwhile, throughout the continent, countless similar scenes unfold, with numerous renowned figures from the cultivation world re-emerging, all due to the allure of the slaughtering heavenly Azura's relics. Bang! A jade teacup is shattered into fragments. Who is it? Who has disseminated this news? At this moment, within the confines of the San Yuan realm, the leaders and elders of the three major sects gather in a solemn assembly, with all present wearing grim expressions and remaining silent. The spread of this information undoubtedly occurred after the opening of the Forbidden Zone. It must have been leaked by one of those who entered. Observing the silence that envelopes the room, a middle-aged man's countenance darkens considerably. Impossible. A woman's voice swiftly counters him, asserting that every individual who entered the Forbidden Zone was marked with a restriction. Should they dare to utter a word about this matter, they would meet a gruesome demise. They cannot be our people. Not our people? Is it possible that others are aware? The middle-aged man's expression grows increasingly sinister in response to the woman's rebuttal. Have you forgotten those wandering cultivators? In the face of the man's menacing demeanor, the woman remains undaunted. Are you suggesting that their people did not perish within the Forbidden Zone? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes narrow sharply. Situ Sheng, that scoundrel. Even if he flees to the ends of the earth, I shall hunt him down. A flicker of fierce light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes as he dramatically flung his robe aside and swiftly darted out of the room. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed from outside, and a figure, spitting blood, was hurled back into the chamber. Who is it? Upon seeing the fallen figure, everyone gasped in astonishment, for it was none other than the middle-aged man himself. Ah, just in time, my young lady wishes to inquire about a matter. Please do not rush to leave, spoke an elderly woman with flowing white hair, leaning on a purple dragon-headed cane as she ambled into the room, accompanied by a young girl shrouded in white gauze. Gasp. The people recognized them as members of the Ice Palace. The appearance of these two figures caused everyone to draw in a sharp breath, as their garments bore the emblem of a snow lotus. Su Chun, although we share a master-disciple bond, I have not imparted much knowledge upon you. Now, I bestow upon you these white jade golden silk shoes. With your affinity for lightning, coupled with these shoes, you will possess the means to escape even in the presence of foundational stage cultivators. In a desolate wilderness, Su Chin's expression turned grave as he accepted the exquisite white jade golden silk shoes from Situ Sheng. Master, are you truly leaving? He asked, tucking the shoes into his storage bag, a hint of reluctance etched on his face. Indeed, the repercussions of the ruins of the slaughtering celestial demon have far surpassed my expectations. The tribulation for Eagle's golden core is imminent. I must seek a safe haven to concoct the elixirs needed for her ascension. Until Eagle achieves her golden core, we shall not make our presence known. With a sudden flash of light, a woman with braided hair appeared directly before Su Chun. Upon seeing her, he hastily grasped his flying sword. Excuse me, my young master inquires if this is the realm of the three Yuan? The woman, completely disregarding Su Chin's vigilant demeanor, spoke with an air of superiority. Are you mute or deaf? I'm asking you a question. Do respond. Observing Su Chin's silence, the woman took a couple of steps closer. Chapter 82. The powerful master-servant duo with the woman advancing towards him. Su Chin swiftly waved his hand, launching a thunderous sword strike at her. A sound of astonishment escaped his lips, for to his disbelief, The woman effortlessly caught his formidable strike with just 2 fingers. As she noticed Su Chen's astonishment, the woman burst into laughter, covering her mouth. So you're not mute after all. But how dare you, a mere 9th-tier chi practitioner, aim your weapon at me? What impertinence! Casting a reproachful glance at Su Chen, she flicked her fingers, sending his flying sword spiraling away. Come with me to meet my young master. Ignoring Su Chen's bewildered expression, she waved her hand, enveloping him in a surge of immense spiritual power, compelling his body to follow her uncontrollably toward the fiery clouds. My lord, I have brought the person, she announced as they reached the fiery clouds, revealing a concealed small palace hidden within. Su Chen was left utterly astonished. Who could possibly possess the ability to transmute such a grand palace into a magical artifact? As Su Chen gazed upon the individual before him, engrossed in his artistic endeavors, he could not help but regard him with a sense of profound respect. The strikingly alluring man before him instilled a sudden jolt of fear within Su Chen. It was utterly terrifying how, despite his own inaction, this man could discern his affinity for the thunder attribute. Yet, upon contemplating the formidable presence of the woman nearby, Su Chen conceded. If a mere mate could wield such formidable power, it was hardly surprising that this man could perceive his essence at a glance. Nevertheless, he remained apprehensive about the challenges that lay ahead. From the man's earlier words, Su Chen sensed a casual indifference in his tone when he spoke of extinguishing his life, akin to squashing an ant, which left him deeply concerned for his own safety. Little one, do you know the whereabouts of the yin-yang pool? Speak, and I shall spare your life. The captivating man scrutinized Su Chen with an appraising gaze. It was a familiar locale. Upon their arrival above the yin-yang pool, they found that others had already gathered below. Without exchanging any pleasantries, the entrancing figure promptly retracted the palace, catching Su Chen off guard and nearly causing him to stumble. Fortunately, the maid intervened, preventing him from embarrassing himself in the chaos. Haha, what a rare encounter. I have long heard of the esteemed name of the Ice Palace's holy maiden. Several times I sought your hand in marriage, only to be turned away by those old fogies from the Ice Palace. Who would have thought that fate would lead me to you here? Wouldn't you say this is destiny? A hearty laugh resonated as the alluring man's voice, filled with provocation, echoed before his arrival. At this moment, the maid who had restrained Su Chen fell several dozen yards away from the alluring man, appearing to be on guard against something. I've brought you to the designated place. Might you consider releasing me? She struggled vigorously, yet the woman showed no intention of letting Su Chen go. If you wish to avoid death, behave yourself. She cast a cold glance at Su Chen before turning her eyes back to the captivating man. You half-human, half-beast fiend. Should you dare utter disrespect towards my young mistress again, I shall not hesitate to make use of my old bones. In response to the young man's provocation, the elderly woman, wielding a purple dragon-headed cane, stood up in indignation. Half-human, half-beast? Old hag, are you testing my limits? The sinister smile vanished from the man's face as he suddenly struck, his finger pointing, and instantly, a fire phoenix, several yards in length, surged towards the elderly woman with the purple cane. Humph! In the face of the rushing fire phoenix, the old woman let out a heavy snort, then waved her purple cane, summoning an ice dragon of similar length to meet the fiery creature. With a resounding boom, the ice dragon and fire phoenix collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion, the overwhelming spiritual energy swirling around like a tempest. Let me go? Watching the approaching storm of spiritual energy, Su Chen felt a surge of panic. Though this was merely a skirmish between two, he was acutely aware that he could not withstand such a force. Yet, still held captive by the woman, he knew if he did not escape soon, death would be inevitable. Do not move. Faced with Su Chen's struggles, the woman coldly remarked that the spirit energy storm had already approached. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds broke the tension. Upon opening his eyes, Su Chen realized that the scattered spirit energy had been obstructed by a barrier. The storm could only encroach upon their vicinity, halting just shy of a meter from them. Follow your sister obediently, she will ensure your safety. Once tranquility returned, the woman cast a seductive glance at Su Chen, leaving him momentarily speechless. Was she experiencing a split personality? Just moments ago, her tone had been frigid, yet now she resembled a woman overtaken by desire, rendering Su Chen unable to face her. However, the conflict in the arena had reached a standstill. The actions of the enigmatic man and the elderly woman were halted by the presence of the holy maiden. Huafeng, we did not come here to engage in battle. If you truly wish to fight, you must consider the consequences when others arrive. You will lack the strength to seize the treasures within this forbidden land. with a frosty gaze directed at the alluring man. The holy maiden effortlessly subdued him with her words. Chapter 83. The Sword Demon Sigh. Tell me, who do you think is more attractive, her or me? After numerous fruitless attempts to leave, Suchin felt a sense of despair. Yet, at that moment, the woman beside him posed a question that seemed entirely unrelated. Come on. Who among us is more beautiful? Observing Suchin's dazed expression, the woman impatiently nudged him. You are beautiful. Observe the figure of the saint maiden standing over there, and then glance at this woman. Suchin could not help but voice his thoughts. Is there any need to elaborate? Whoever poses a threat to him now shall face the consequences. Suchin was no fool. If he were to compliment the saint maiden, this woman might very well strangle him. Indeed, you possess discernment. A hint of shyness graced the woman's countenance, prompting her to deliberately thrust out her chest, as if to burst her attire. I am in need of a moment's respite. May I step away briefly? With a smile of acquiescence, Suchin, noting the woman's favorable demeanor, seized the opportunity to make his escape. Yes, do go, but do not venture too far. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. In an unprecedented turn of events, the woman surprisingly accepted Suchin's blatant falsehood. Surely not. Elated within, Suchin refrained from further conversation and swiftly turned to dash into the dense forest. Once he had put some distance between himself and the woman, he channeled his spiritual energy into the white jade shoes he wore, propelling himself forward at an exhilarating speed, faster than flying on a sword, and raced away like the wind. Oh no, how could I have forgotten? This time he is doomed. At the mention of the fire phoenix, the woman stomped her foot in frustration and turned around, intending to seek out Suchin. However, it was unnecessary, for a shadow was already approaching from the air. Your speeds are impressive. I wonder what discoveries you have made. The figure of the burly giant, adorned with twin horns, swiftly arrived at the edge of the yin-yang pool. Splash! As he spoke, he waved his hand, causing a figure to be unceremoniously thrown into the yin-yang pool. Firebird, I trust you won't mind my incidental encounter with someone bearing your aura, which I couldn't resist handling, he said, his demeanor akin to a show of strength. The burly man, having completed this act, provocatively cast his gaze toward the fire phoenix. Fool! It seems you were born under the sign of the pig rather than the ox. Unfazed by the man's taunting glare, the fire phoenix merely rolled her eyes and chose to ignore him. I warned you not to stray too far, yet you disregarded my counsel. Now, if it weren't for the mark my lord left upon you, you would already be dead. With concern, she pulled Suchin from the depths of the yin-yang pool and offered him a green pill. Rest assured, it is not toxic. It will aid your injuries. Noticing Suchin's reluctance to accept, she elaborated, it truly will help. Thank you, but I do not require it, Suchin replied, his face pale as he ultimately shook his head. He then clutched his chest and sought a flat area to meditate. His heart was engulfed by a seething anger. Those lacking power are akin to ants. No, they are even less than ants. In the eyes of these individuals, Suchin's life seemed utterly inconsequential. He had thought he had escaped, only to encounter this horned aberration along the way. Without uttering a word, this strange figure had struck him down. As if he were merely a toy, bringing Suchin back to this place, indifferent to his fate. Why does everyone seem so intrigued? The distance between Suchin and Huafeng was not great, and the woman had no intention of speaking in hushed tones, thus she kept no secrets from Suchin. You wouldn't understand. Even if I told you, it would be beyond your comprehension. However, when you reach my level, you will naturally grasp it. In response to the woman's inquiry, Huafeng tantalizingly withheld information. Yet, how could everyone be so certain that this was indeed the ruins of the Butcher of Heaven and the Azura? Puzzled, the woman continued to question. It is evident. With careful observation, one can discern the thick aura of blood floating above this pool. Throughout history, only the Butcher of Heaven and the Azura could achieve such a manifestation of bloodlust. Just then, a streak of light swept across the sky, signaling the arrival of another. It was the sword demon. Upon seeing this approaching figure, Huafeng's expression darkened slightly. The man had gray hair and wore a fitted blue robe, carrying a brilliantly shining great sword on his back. His every movement exuded an air of sharpness, particularly his eyes. Despite his graying hair, they were far from dull, rather. They seemed capable of piercing through one's very soul. Chapter 84. The self-detonation of a core formation practitioner endure? A scoff escaped his lips. Although he was well aware that Huafeng was deliberately instigating conflict, the horned giant could not help but smirk disdainfully as he stood up. Old man, Although this may be your territory, your earlier words have irked me. With a fierce glare directed at the sword demon, the horned giant exhibited unmistakable signs of impending eruption. Unpleasant, then let us engage in a contest. Enough with the idle chatter. Confronted by the horned creature, the sword demon was direct in his approach. Very well. As you wish. With his eyes narrowing coldly, the horned fiend soared into the sky in defiance of the sword demon's pressure. Sword demon, this. Upon witnessing this scene, Saint cast a worried glance at the sword demon. The true form of the old bull was that of an ancient beast, the savage bull. This creature possessed a tough hide and remarkable resilience to blows. However, the sword demon was no mere opponent. His cultivation was already formidable, complemented by the low-grade spiritual weapon, the serrated glazed sword, making the outcome uncertain. What? The sword upon his back is actually a spiritual weapon? It seems there is an issue at hand. With narrowed eyes, the fire phoenix sprouted a pair of blazing wings from its back, and with a swift motion, ascended into the heavens. Miss, please wait. They intend to engage in a 2-on-1. I shall assist the sword demon. Observing the fire phoenix suddenly take flight, the elderly woman wielding a purple dragon-headed staff followed suit into the sky. Squinting, Su Chun discreetly scanned his surroundings. In truth, he had not taken the time to cultivate amidst such powerful beings. Healing in their presence was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Thus, he kept a vigilant watch over everything transpiring around him. Now that no one was paying attention to him, it was the perfect opportunity to flee. Noting the alertness of the woman and Saintess as they regarded each other, Su Chun concealed his aura and cautiously slipped into the thicket. Ignoring his injuries, he channeled his spiritual energy and made his escape. Surviving a great calamity surely heralds future blessings. In the heart of the forest, Su Chun resolutely chose a direction to flee. At this moment, he lacked a definite objective. His sole aim was to distance himself from the tumultuous Yin-Yang pool, a place fraught with conflict. Tongzhan, why have you resorted to such treachery? Our three factions were once united by kinship. I never anticipated that you would conspire against me. Suddenly, a sharp reprimand echoed from ahead, catching Su Chun off guard, compelling him to halt abruptly. Don't lecture me about unity, you fool. Blame yourself for overhearing what you shouldn't have, came the retort. Peeking cautiously, Su Chun was astonished to recognize the two figures before him. They were none other than the Taoist and the butcher, Tongzhan, who had led the three factions into the Forbidden Grounds just half a month ago. Yet, he could not fathom the reason behind their conflict. You scoundrel! You have dared to privately contact those of the demonic path, scheming to harm us. You will certainly face a united pursuit from our three factions. The Taoist's face flushed with rage as he vehemently shouted in response to Tongzhan's accusations. Enough of your nonsensical talk about the demonic path. We both know the truth. These words are merely to deceive the uninformed. Besides, if I were to end your life here, who would be the wiser? You think the three factions will pursue me? Dream on. They are disbanded, and the three leaders have vanished to who knows where. You still place your hopes in them? Once the forces of the demonic path arrive, my support will be assured. Who could then stand against me? I have long urged you to join me, yet you remain obstinately stubborn. The outcome now is not my fault. The practitioners of the demonic path have yet to arrive, and should I allow you to escape, you would undoubtedly betray me. I can only hope that in your next reincarnation, you will possess greater wisdom. Having uttered these words, Tongzhan suddenly struck, wielding two eight-edged hammers that he brought crashing down upon the Taoist's head. Beast, even if I must perish, I shall take you with me. As Tongzhan swung his dual hammers, the Taoist let out a thunderous roar, and a radiant golden light enveloped him, causing his body to swell as if inflated. The golden brilliance was so intense that Su Chun could scarcely open his eyes. In his moment of blindness, he felt as if he were a small bird caught in a tempest, unable to act before being swept away. A searing pain erupted from every part of his body, akin to tender grass being torn asunder by a hurricane. Already grievously injured, Su Chun found himself powerless against this overwhelming force. Thud! His body crashed heavily to the ground. He struggled to open his eyes, but the overwhelming weakness rendered him near his limit. An endless fatigue surged through his mind, unable to withstand it any longer. Su Chun succumbed to unconsciousness. With the body of the jade butterfly, my dear, you cannot escape. Just obediently consume this pill and delight your brother a little. In the depths of chaos, Su Chun discovered himself in a peculiar realm, where he was unable to move or speak. Yet the scene before him nearly ignited his fury. It was Bai Su. At this moment, Bai Su sat despondently on the ground, retreating incessantly, while an indistinct figure of a man approached her step by step. "No, please. No," she pleaded, her eyes betraying a boundless fear as the man drew nearer. Yet, the more frightened she became, the more exhilarated he appeared. Come on. You can't escape." Finally, the shadowy figure lunged at Bai Su, tearing her garments asunder, followed by her helpless, anguished moans. Silently witnessing this harrowing scene, Su Chun dug his nails into his palms. Though he was acutely aware that it was all an illusion, he found it unbearable. Chapter 85. The Chaos of the Forbidden Zone. Are you aware of what transpired here 3 days ago? After a moment of silence, Yugu lifted Su Chen's chin, her gestures reminiscent of flirtation. Yet Su Chun felt no such sentiment. "I am unaware. I kindly ask for your enlightenment," he replied, his heartbeat accelerating to an extreme as he feared being recognized. "Ah, well, it seems you are also in the dark. 3 days ago, someone self-detonated here. You likely know nothing of this matter. We should leave. This place has become a den of turmoil, and it is best to depart swiftly." Indeed. Failing to recognize Su Chen's identity, Yugu departed after her inquiries yielded no results. 3 days ago, a wave of luck washed over Su Chun as he realized he had been unconscious for 3 days. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Yet the urgency of the moment compelled him to leave this place without delay. Suddenly, the ground trembled ominously. A tremor emanated from behind him, akin to an earthquake. What had transpired? Su Chun stood in astonishment. The source of the disturbance was the yin-yang pool. Could it be that a conflict had erupted once more? "We must depart quickly." His thoughts drifted to the individuals at the edge of the yin-yang pool, and his first impulse was to flee from this place. Those individuals were exceedingly deranged, capable of affecting him even from a distance. "Everyone hurry. The barrier of the yin-yang pool has been breached. A plethora of treasures await us." Before Su Chun could escape, a streak of light zipped overhead, and the shouts of the crowd left him utterly bewildered. The barrier has been broken? How could this be? The barrier was only supposed to open every 3 years. After a moment of hesitation, Su Chun resolved to leave, but just as he turned, he halted once more. No, the barrier has been breached. What would become of the treasures? Gazing at the ground in contemplation, an idea suddenly struck him. Dabao had been left in the forbidden area during the famed deaths of Su Chen and Situing. Given the peculiar circumstances, they had exited the forbidden realm early. Hiding in a corner at the bottom of the yin-yang pool, they had remained submerged for several days, and it was improbable that Dabao could endure such an extended stay underwater. Thus he had been left behind. However, now that the barrier was breached, anyone could enter, placing Dabao in imminent danger amidst the chaotic throng. "I must find Dabao and leave together." After a brief moment of indecision, Su Chen swiftly made up his mind and sprinted towards the direction of the yin-yang pool. The yin-yang pond, spanning several miles, conceals depths that are unfathomable. Yet at this moment, the pond bears little resemblance to its former self. What once was a serene body of water has transformed into a parched abyss, its bottom now revealing only a shimmering barrier. Surrounding it, numerous cultivators are hastily converging. While treasures undoubtedly ignite desires, one must possess life to pursue them. Observing many practitioners, whose cultivation levels barely exceed the 5th or 6th stage of chi refinement, recklessly rushing towards the forbidden ground, Su Chen could only shake his head in resignation. These individuals remain oblivious to the peril that awaits them. However, such choices are personal, and Su Chun felt no obligation to warn them, even if he did. It was unlikely that they would waver. Following the throng, Su Chun stepped into the forbidden area. Unlike the others, he had visited this place before, and his intentions were distinctly clear. As long as the precious item remained within the forbidden ground, he knew where to locate it, the herb garden. Yet, the path to the herb garden was fraught with challenges, particularly the valley that could ensnare one in illusions, which made Su Chun's head spin. Whoosh! As the random teleportation within the forbidden ground concluded, and the surroundings fell into a hushed stillness, Su Chun recognized that he had re-entered. Whoosh! Before he could fully discern his location, a glint of cold light suddenly surged from his left. Clang! With narrowed eyes, Su Chun instinctively raised a brown shield to deflect the impending attack. "Hand over your storage pouch, or today shall be your last," a voice threatened. With that failed strike, 3 figures emerged from the thicket, encircling Su Chun. "Oh, what is this? Have the cultivators of the 3 factions truly descended into banditry?" With a sidelong glance at the trio, Su Chun let out a derisive snort. "Enough of the chatter. Will you hand it over or not?" In response to Su Chen's mockery, the leader of the group signaled, and the three brandished their swords menacingly at him. Surrender? I might be inclined to do so, but that hinges on your ability to seize it. With a swift motion, Su Chen patted the storage pouch at his waist, unleashing two fireballs that hurtled toward the two assailants before him. These were the last two talismans he possessed. Seizing the opportunity while they dodged, Su Chen disregarded them entirely and pivoted to charge at the third individual behind him. With a crackle, a bolt of lightning surged forth, striking the man directly. A scream escaped him before he could react, as Su Chen's electric force collided with his body. Taking advantage of his momentary paralysis, Su Chen swiftly transformed his hand into a blade and delivered a decisive blow to his throat, ending his life. Run! Quickly! The sudden turn of events stunned the other two, who, like startled deer, retreated hastily. Humph! How dare a mere 6th-level Qi cultivator act so brazenly? Truly a fool who knows not the weight of his own insignificance. Observing their retreating figures, Su Chen chose not to pursue, merely scoffing derisively before vanishing into the depths of the forest. In a desolate rocky outcrop within the Forbidden Grounds, a trembling disciple of the Cloud Sky sect knelt before a shadow, pleading for mercy. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. Faced with the desperate pleas of the Yunxiao sect disciple, the figure acted without hesitation, striking directly at his head. A resounding thud echoed through the air. In an instant, blood poured from his 7 orifices, and the disciple of the Yunxiao sect, with eyes wide open, collapsed to the ground. Alas! It appears that the 3 major sects have indeed become a headless dragon. The sudden emergence of so many unrestrained cultivators raises grave concerns about the potential consequences if they are allowed to roam freely. After all was said and done, Su Chen shook his head in resignation, having lost count of how many he had slain since entering this forbidden land. It was utter chaos. The forbidden ground was littered with the corpses of the 3 sects and rogue cultivators, with ambushes and robberies occurring at every moment. This stark reality made Su Chen acutely aware that the 3 major sects had truly disintegrated due to this incident. Chapter 86. The arrival of the Feishan sect. However, Su Chen paid little mind to the fates or fortunes of these individuals, regardless of whether they sought the treasures within the Forbidden Land or coveted one another's fortunes. Su Chen had his own plans. As long as others did not provoke him, he had no intention of initiating conflict. His sole purpose for being here was to seek the great treasure. After dealing with the bodies on the ground, Su Chen found himself in familiar surroundings. Taking a deep breath, he followed the trail of memory, navigating adeptly towards the depths of the Forbidden Land. At the well-known crossroads, a place that lay deep within the forbidden area. After all, the expanse of the entire Forbidden Land was vast, and it was difficult for an ordinary person to locate this spot. Su Chen encountered 3 hesitant Qi refinement stage cultivators. Ah, another fellow cultivator has arrived. He mused with a hint of amusement. The appearance of Su Chen did not incite panic among the 3. Rather, a burly bald man began to jest. Faced with their scrutinizing gazes, Su Chen merely chuckled a couple of times. Noticing their lack of malice, he proceeded along the path leading to the medicinal garden. Observing Su Chen's familiarity with the route, the 3 exchanged glances and then followed suit. Fellow Taoist, please take your time, the bald man called out, trailing closely behind Su Chen. What is it? Do you have any advice? Su Chen inquired, his demeanor cautious in response to their persistent pursuit. Oh, dear fellow Taoist, do not overthink it. We mean no harm. It is simply safer to travel together in this forbidden area. What say you? The bald man smiled, undeterred by Su Chen's evident displeasure. Do as you wish, Su Chen replied with a slight nod, choosing not to dispute the matter. The notion of traveling in company was merely an indication of their unfamiliarity with the terrain. It was clear that they had discerned Su Chen's superior knowledge of the dangers in this restricted realm. They believed that accompanying him might yield some benefits. However, little did they know, despite their following Su Chen, their prospects were dire, and they were at risk of demise at any moment. Su Chen refrained from voicing these thoughts, for he knew that regardless of their truthfulness, the trio would remain skeptical, likely interpreting his words as a ploy to hoard treasures and intimidate them into retreating. Having traversed this path, Su Chen has witnessed an abundance of slaughter and conflict. Within the forbidden domain, all present are consumed by the allure of treasures at this moment. No matter who speaks or what is said, it is impossible to quell the fervor burning within their hearts. Only when confronted with the specter of death will they come to a realization, yet often it is too late by then. Ah, so you are a solitary cultivator, Su Chen remarked. We are 3 disciples from Taiwa sect, newly arrived in this esteemed place. There are certain matters we find perplexing, and we humbly seek your guidance." The bald man, though visibly skeptical of Su Chin's words, concealed his doubt and, in an effort to foster rapport, divulged information about their backgrounds. Su Chin pressed on with his inquiries. Of course they would come. Given the magnitude of the incident, how could they refrain from sending representatives? I have heard that the number of attendees from Ascension sect is quite substantial. However, what does this pertain to you? Noting Su Chin's keen interest in the affairs of Ascension sect, the bald man could not help but feel a twinge of confusion. "Oh, it is of no particular consequence. Merely a casual inquiry." With a light chuckle at the trio's gaze, Su Chin resumed his journey. "So many have arrived? This could pose some complications." Su Chin remained acutely aware of his own identity, ever since his narrow escape from Murong Di. He had surmised that Murong Di might have orchestrated a false accusation against him, akin to the one laid upon by Su, alleging betrayal of Ascension sect. Defecting from the Ascension sect would render one a target for the entire sect. Should he encounter any members of the Ascension sect here, it could very well lead to a fierce confrontation. If he were to meet others, it would be less concerning. For he has now attained the 9th level of chi cultivation. As long as he does not cross paths with elders of the sect, he feels no fear. However, encountering Murong Di would pose a significant problem, as he is a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. It remains uncertain whether he has arrived this time. Thus, the pressing matter at hand is to locate Dabo and depart swiftly. As Su Chun hastens along the path, he quietly formulates his strategy within. "Fellow cultivator, are you truly certain there are no issues?" As Su Chin and his 3 companions advanced, they finally reached the path of restrictions. Chapter 87. Fatherhood in the Illusion. The trio of bald men stared at Su Chun as he nonchalantly approached this perilous road, rummaging through the lifeless corpses scattered about. Their hesitation palpable. After a brief moment, witnessing that Su Chin encountered no apparent danger, the trio cautiously mimicked his actions and stepped onto the path. Nothing's wrong, truly. Nothing's wrong. Fellow cultivator, have you been here before?" Upon entering the restricted area and observing the absence of any threats, the bald man's countenance brightened with excitement, even leading him to gesture animatedly. "If you wish to avoid demise, you ought to behave yourself." Su Chin cast a cold reprimand at the bald man. Not out of concern for his safety, but rather due to the apprehension that a careless misstep could provoke the restrictions and ensnare him as well. Confronted by Su Chin's admonition, the bald man's expression faltered. Although anger flickered in his eyes, he swiftly suppressed it. After meticulously turning over the corpses strewn upon the ground, Su Chin cast a grave glance ahead. Someone had already ventured forth. The lifeless bodies of the fallen cultivators had been thoroughly stripped, clearly indicating that their storage bags had been taken. Moreover, the individual who had traversed this perilous path unscathed must belong to the upper echelons of the 3 major sects. For Su Chun was certain that, within the confines of this forbidden land, he was the only one privy to the secret of this passage, aside from those sect members. As for the Fire Phoenix group, Su Chun was convinced they had opted for the central route, making a beeline for the castle of the slaughtering heaven Azura. For the herbs within this forbidden realm held no allure compared to the treasures of the castle. Turning back to the trio of bald men, Su Chin, with an impassive countenance, issued a solemn warning. Without entering the tiger's lair, how can one hope to capture the tiger cub? Rest assured, my friends, the rewards are commensurate with the risks. We all understand this. In response to Su Chin's counsel, the bald man wore a grin that betrayed his disregard for the warnings, evidently believing that treasures were imminent, engaging Su Chun in a playful banter. "Very well, I have given my caution. Should you persist in your course, any misfortune that befalls you will be your own choosing." Observing the trio's exuberance, Su Chun could only shake his head in resignation. They were utterly ensnared by the allure of the treasures within the forbidden land, rendering them incapable of making sound judgments. If Su Chin were not in search of the treasure, he would have long since distanced himself from this place. Having encountered formidable figures such as the Fire Phoenix and the Sword Demon, it was evident that no treasures here were meant for individuals like him. After sharing the prohibitions of the Road of Death with the bald-headed companions, Su Chun pressed onward, heading towards the valley that induced illusions. He recalled the time when he had mistaken Situ Ying for an assassin in black, their proximity nearly intimate, yet even at such a closeness, he had failed to recognize Situ Ying. Had it not been for Situ Ying's insistence on forcing him to consume the medicinal pill, the consequences would have been dire. I reiterate, the path ahead is fraught with peril. Should you continue, this valley may well mark the culmination of your existence. With a stoic expression, Su Chun gazed ahead, catching a whiff of a faint medicinal aroma. Without hesitation, upon inhaling this fragrance, he consumed the pill he had concealed in his hand for some time. As the pill took effect, a refreshing sensation coursed through his body, invigorating his spirit. He not only perceived the surrounding air as invigorating, but also felt a newfound clarity in his vision. "Brother, do you smell that? What a delightful fragrance of medicine. Indeed, it appears we have arrived at the right place. There are surely numerous spiritual herbs here. Then what are we waiting for, brother? Let us act swiftly. If we delay, others may harvest them before us." In the face of Su Chen's warning, the trio disregarded him entirely. On the contrary, upon inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting from the valley, their eyes glinted with madness. "Ah, it seems fate has decreed this. I have already shown them considerable mercy." Watching as the bald trio hurried past him, ignoring his presence, Su Chun could only chuckle softly. It was neither a bitter smile nor a sorrowful one. He merely felt that as a cultivator, if one cannot even control their own desires, they are destined to be eternally estranged from the path of enlightenment. "Wow, full-on grass, a millennium snow lotus?" Observing the bald men squatting before the barren weeds, exclaiming in excitement, Su Chun realized they had succumbed to an illusion. He felt no sympathy. It was simply too absurd. Even if ensnared in a mirage, a modicum of common sense should prevail. A millennium snow lotus ought to grow on icy peaks, not appear in such a place. Yet, witnessing their earnestness as they confronted the empty air before them, Su Chun could only shake his head and walk past them. There was no hope left. Once they fell into the illusion, unless someone intervened, their limited cultivation would surely lead to their demise here. Su Chun had warned them beforehand, but they chose to ignore his counsel. Their decision to tread this path was entirely their own, and for this, Su Chun felt no guilt whatsoever. "How dare you steal my spiritual herb? Behold my sword." Just as Su Chun passed by the bald man, who had initially appeared elated, a sudden roar erupted from him, followed by a sword strike aimed directly at Su Chun. "Halt! Thief! Do not harm my father." Before Su Chun could make a move, one of the bald man's companions suddenly sprang into action, intercepting the sword aimed at Su Chun with a fierce blow, and soon the two were engulfed in a chaotic battle. Observing this unfolding scene in silence, Su Chun could only shake his head and continue on his journey. It appeared that each individual encountered a completely different illusion. To his astonishment, he had even assumed the role of a father. Chapter 88. The bait. Paying no heed to the fate of the bald man and his companions, Su Chun emerged from the valley and pressed onward toward the medicinal garden. However, with each step, he grew increasingly cautious. He had not forgotten that someone had entered before him, and within that illusory valley, he had seen no sign of any other presence. He understood that this individual had not been ensnared by the illusion and might very well be lurking somewhere nearby. There were no anomalies. As he traveled, Su Chun beheld the vibrant array of restrictions before him, yet he detected no shadows of any sort. How peculiar. Could it be that this person had never truly entered? Concealed behind a tree, Su Chun's expression grew solemn, until he ascertained the true nature of his surroundings. He would refrain from revealing himself recklessly. The situation remained unclear, and should someone truly be hiding in the vicinity, they could potentially launch an attack against him. "How did you arrive here? Come with me." Without any forewarning, a deep voice suddenly resonated behind Su Chun. Before he could react, a pair of strong hands clasped his shoulder, and in an instant, he was whisked away. "Are you Su Chun?" Behind a chaotic pile of stones, Su Chun gazed despondently at the two figures before him, Tong Zhan and Yu Gu. He had never anticipated that these two would be the first to enter the medicinal garden before him. "What? You mean he is the Su Chun?" Yu Gu exclaimed, her disbelief evident as she cast a surprised glance at him. "Of course, I have seen his portrait, but last time he was quite clever. When our three factions united to seek him in the Mealy City, he managed to escape ahead of us." In contrast to Yu Gu's astonishment, Tong Zhan remained unfazed. "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Yu Gu observed Su Chun thoughtfully. "I did not expect you to conceal your identity so well. However, your ability to find this place indicates a considerable fortune." Merely luck," Su Chun replied with a wry smile, fully aware that Yu Gu was alluding to their previous encounter. "Luck? Nonsense. You still wish to hide it? The mysterious individual who entered the Forbidden Land with Situing last time, was that not you?" Indeed," Su Chun conceded, recognizing that any denial would be futile. He understood that his identity would inevitably be uncovered, yet he pondered the significance of this revelation. The situation had already reached an irrevocable conclusion. "What? So, it is true that you were the ones who leaked the secrets of this forbidden land. Damn it. Do you have any idea that your betrayal has led to the disintegration of our three factions? At these words, Yugu's expression shifted dramatically. Her face contorted with rage as if she wished to strike Suchin down on the spot. Ah, how amusing. Were it not for your murderous intent towards us, we would not be compelled to act in such a manner. Must we merely endure your relentless pursuit while we are denied the right to protect ourselves? In the face of the aggressive demeanor of Yugu, Suchun immediately retorted. You. At Suchin's words, Yugu was momentarily rendered speechless, for she could not conjure a rebuttal. Nevertheless, it was too late to argue now. The three factions had already disintegrated. Our urgent task is to procure the medicinal herbs here before the old monsters take notice. Otherwise, once they have finished contending for the treasures of the slaughtering heaven and Azura, these herbs will slip through our fingers as well. Observing Yugu's flustered anger, Tong Zhan interjected promptly. Humph, perfect. Let him distract that black serpent. Nodding in agreement. Suchun was caught off guard as Yugu suddenly thrust him forward, landing precisely in the herbal garden concealed within the mountain's core. Since you have been here, you must have encountered that black serpent. It is quite simple. Lure it here. If you wish to survive, heed my words. Otherwise, I shall end your life. Yet, he had no choice left. Channeling all his spiritual energy, Suchun cautiously surveyed his surroundings and gradually ventured into the mountain's interior. There was no sign of the black serpent. After scrutinizing the cavern, Suchun found no traces of the creature. Could it be that it only reveals itself when the restrictions are triggered? Casting his gaze towards the spot where the serpent had last appeared, Suchun murmured quietly, then approached the nearest restriction, gathering a sphere of spiritual energy to strike it. Boom! A continuous stream of lightning surged from Suchun's palm, striking the barrier. As he executed this maneuver, he remained vigilant, meticulously observing his surroundings. Go! At the moment the black serpent emerged, Suchun harnessed his spiritual energy and darted out of the cave with remarkable swiftness, racing towards the locations of Yugu and Tong Zhan. Roar! The black serpent, having pursued him out of the cave, let out a fierce cry at the entrance before continuing its relentless chase after Suchun. It's coming, prepare yourselves. The serpent's speed vastly outpaced Suchin's, and as it closed in on him, Suchin's velocity surged abruptly, a movement that allowed him to narrowly escape disaster. Before him, a massive net flew towards him. Had he not evaded it in time, he would have been ensnared. Although Suchun managed to dodge, the colossal black serpent behind him was not as fortunate. In a moment of miscalculation, it was ensnared by the net, which tightly bound it as it thrashed about, rendering it unable to break free despite its frantic struggles. Chapter 89. The Hidden Tong Zhan. All right. Now it's my turn. Confronted with the thrashing black serpent on the ground, Tong Zhan brandished his dual hammers and struck down upon the serpent's head. Bang! Bang! The resplendent hammer, with every strike, reverberated through the ground, causing tremors, while the enormous black serpent, ensnared within the net, emitted anguished cries. Several times, it nearly broke free from its confines. Yet each time it attempted to escape, Yugu's gestures shifted, tightening the net once more. Tong Zhan, what on earth are you doing? I can barely hold on. A fine sheen of sweat had formed on her forehead. Although Tong Zhan appeared to be relentless in his efforts, the black serpent remained unharmed by any lethal blows. Just hold on a little longer. This creature has quite thick skin, Yugu exclaimed sharply. Tong Zhan chuckled lightly in response, quickening his movements slightly. Observing this, Suchun furrowed his brow. Tong Zhan was not utilizing his true strength. Despite his seemingly accelerated actions, the serpent's reactions suggested that the force behind them had diminished. It seemed he aimed to deplete Yugu's spiritual energy. With a contemplative glance at Yugu, who was straining to endure, and at Tong Zhan, who was feigning effort, Suchun subtly communicated, "Be wary of Tong Zhan. If this continues, you will surely perish at his hands." Startled by Suchin's transmission, Yugu's body jolted as if struck by a revelation. This brief moment of hesitation allowed the black serpent, bound within the net, to surge forth suddenly. With a ferocious roar, the liberated serpent swung its massive body, delivering a powerful lash of its tail directly toward Tong Zhan. Because its head had completely shriveled, resembling a desiccated thing, the entire surface was encrusted with a thick layer of blood. Beast, I see you still cling to life. As if concealing the state of this great black serpent, Tong Zhan gently stomped on the ground, causing it to convulse violently, and a massive earthen fist emerged. Crashing down heavily upon the serpent's head, burying it in the soil. Opening her eyes, Yugu feebly shook her head. However, Suchin knew that she had not been harmed. It was merely an act. Ah, it's all good now. This black-scaled serpent is dead, and all these herbs shall belong to us. Once I finish him off, we shall together unlock the restrictions. Rubbing his hands, Tong Zhan cast a sinister glance at Suchin, his murderous intent palpable. Wait. Observing Tong Zhan's actions, Yugu suddenly called out to him. I promised him that if he lured the black-scaled serpent here, I would spare his life. I do not wish to betray my word. What? Yugu, what do you mean by this? Do not forget, if outsiders learn that the herbs here were taken by the two of us, it could bring us trouble. Upon hearing Yugu's words, Tong Zhan's expression darkened immediately. Rest assured, I assure you that this will not happen. Rising to her feet, Yugu resolutely stood before Tong Zhan. Fine. I shall grant you this concession, but I hope you truly can keep him silent. Indignantly pointing at Su Chun, Tong Zhan ultimately acquiesced. Who told you that the restrictions on these herbs are controlled by a formation? Traversing through the rows of medicinal herbs, Su Chun and his companions made their way directly into the depths of the mountain. However, neither Yugu nor her companion paid any heed to the herbs, instead heading towards a secluded corner. This tale is rather lengthy. Many years ago, I began analyzing the restrictions of this place based on reports from my disciples. After more than a decade of meticulous research, I ultimately uncovered the secret of this formation. As they conversed while walking, Su Chun and his companions soon arrived at the corner. Is that so? Yet I have never heard of it before, Yugu inquired with a skeptical expression. There exists a medicinal garden within this cavern. Who informed you of this? Chuckling softly, Tong Zhan replied, Oh, that was a long time ago. Not all secrets are shared among our three factions. You surely possess knowledge that I am unaware of. In response to Yugu's caution, Tong Zhan grinned and placed his hands on the stone wall before them. He spoke falsely, claiming that this cavern was discovered when he and Situ Ing arrived, and that prior to that, none of her faction had ever uncovered this place. With a subtle movement of his lips, Su Chun relayed this information to Yugu. Is that true? What grounds do you have for me to trust your words? She communicated back to Su Chun, her lips barely moving. My life rests entirely in your hands. I would not be foolish enough to sow discord between you, as it serves me no benefit. However, I assure you, every word is true. Do you remember that self-destructing Taoist? He was also coerced by Tong Zhan. Yugu was instantly taken aback. Maintain composure. Do not draw his attention. I swear, this is what I witnessed with my own eyes. As Su Chin caught the gaze cast by Yugu, he exchanged a knowing glance with Tong Zhan. Chapter 90. The Five Elements Spirit Binding Array. Suddenly, a cacophony of crashing stones echoed as large chunks of rock began to plummet from the wall where Tong Zhan had placed his hands. Once the debris settled, a spacious cavern emerged before them. Indeed, just as I had surmised, this is the array that controls the restrictions. If we can dismantle this formation, the medicinal herbs shall be ours. With excitement illuminating his face, Tong Zhan took the lead and stepped inside the newly revealed cavern. Observing this, Yugu hesitated, her trust in Su Chin waning and her wariness towards Tong Zhan growing. Come in. I cannot dismantle this array alone. We are pressed for time. Tong Zhan urged as he noticed Yugu lingering outside. Do not go in, Su Chin cautioned through a whisper, noting Yugu's eagerness. Yet his warning fell on deaf ears, as she hesitated only briefly before diving in. Stay here and guard this spot. I will break the array, Tong Zhan instructed, pointing towards a corner as he positioned himself at the entrance. What am I to do? Yugu inquired, standing where Tong Zhan had indicated. What are you to do? Heh, you need not concern yourself with anything. In an instant, Tong Zhan's expression twisted grotesquely. He vanished into the shadows, leaving only his words lingering in the air. Farewell, Yugu. With a wave of his hand towards the now pale-faced Yugu, a beam of yellow light was directed by Tong Zhan into the cave. Immediately, a resonant hum filled the air as a visibly tangible barrier ascended. However, just as Tong Zhan was executing this maneuver, Su Chin swiftly slipped inside. Consider yourself fortunate, but the two of you shall await your demise within. Casting a fierce glare at Su Chin, Tong Zhan formed a hand seal, and the two of them promptly sank into the depths below. After completing this act, Tong Zhan produced a black jade tablet. I report to you, young master, that the matters concerning the medicinal garden have been resolved. As he chanted incantations, the blood-imbued restrictions began to tremble, ultimately becoming exceedingly fragile, easily shattered by a single blow. Boom, boom. In the forbidden grounds beneath, Yugu relentlessly assaulted the surrounding barrier, pouring all her strength into each strike, yet the barrier showed not a hint of change. How dare that scoundrel Tong Zhan conspire with the practitioners of demonic paths? Why did you not inform me of this sooner? After a fruitless series of attempts, Yugu turned her disgruntled gaze towards Su Chun. Would you have believed me if I had spoken? Su Chun replied, his expression unyielding as he regarded Yugu, this foolish woman. Now she seeks to blame him. Yet prior warnings had fallen on deaf ears. Had he claimed that Tong Zhan was colluding with the demonic, she surely would have dismissed it as absurd. Speaking now would be futile. Alas, what purpose does this serve? It is far more prudent to contemplate our escape. If we cannot discover a way out, we shall undoubtedly perish in this place. Realizing her own shortcomings, Yugu no longer engaged Su Chun on this matter. Her sole desire was to discover a means of escape. Lacking any comprehension of the formation, she felt utterly helpless in this predicament. With eyes closed, Su Chun sought tranquility, understanding that heightened agitation only led to irrationality. By calming his mind, perhaps a glimmer of hope could emerge. After all, every formation possesses a method for resolution. Su Chun refused to believe that this formation was truly insurmountable. As time trickled by, Su Chun, relying on past experiences, felt as though an entire day had elapsed. Throughout this duration, he found himself devoid of any insight, and unease began to creep in. He recalled hearing about the 5 elements confinement formation during his time with Wu Min. This formation specifically targeted practitioners of the 5 elements. Being ensnared by such a formation constituted a nightmare for ordinary elemental cultivators, unless someone could shatter its critical limit in one fell swoop. Any elemental force directed against it would merely be converted into energy for the formation, which would in turn bolster its defenses and intensify the confinement. In response to Su Chen's skepticism, Yugu gently shook her head. A top-tier magical flying sword? After a moment's hesitation, Su Chun produced his flying sword. TCH. Observing Su Chen's earnest demeanor, Yugu rolled her eyes in disdain, knowing that to breach this formation would require at least a treasured artifact. A mere magical tool was utterly insufficient. Oh, I see. Nodding thoughtfully, Su Chen began to waver. Do you possess any elixirs that could replenish spiritual energy? After a moment of contemplation, he finally voiced his inquiry. What do you intend to do? Yugu furrowed her brow, perplexed by Su Chen's inquiry. If you possess a sufficient amount of elixirs, I believe I can dismantle this restriction. With unwavering confidence, Su Chen articulated this in response to Yugu's bemusement. You can dismantle the restriction? Yugu's face transformed into a mask of disbelief. Indeed, as Su Chen lightly nodded, a flicker of lightning manifested in the palm of his outstretched right hand. Chapter 91. Senior, please exercise restraint. You are actually a lightning cultivator? In that moment, Yugu could no longer maintain her composure, covering her face with one hand as if she had witnessed something utterly astonishing. It was understandable why Yugu was so taken aback. Lightning cultivators were exceedingly rare. The scarcity of such individuals is well recognized within the realm of cultivation. Furthermore, in today's world of cultivation, the elemental essence of lightning had all but vanished. The appearance of Su Chun, a lightning cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, was simply astounding to Yugu. Do you only have these 2 bottles of elixirs? That seems inadequate. Observing Yugu's desperate attempt to rummage through her storage pouch, ultimately producing only 2 bottles of spirit-replenishing elixirs, Su Chun felt a twinge of disappointment. What? 2 bottles are insufficient? Yugu's forehead creased with concern. With your current cultivation level, roughly 4 pills would suffice to restore all your spiritual energy. Each bottle contains 10, which should last you 5 uses. Once you've depleted the energy of this formation, I will make my move. At that point, the formation's tolerance will surely be diminished. Hurry and commence. With a gaze filled with disappointment directed at Yugu, Su Chen found himself reluctant to shatter her hopes. Yet, the truth remained. The absorption of medicinal pills by those with a lightning spiritual root was exceedingly minimal. Had it been otherwise, the lightning attribute would not have been deemed a wasted root. After all, the lightning spiritual root possesses formidable strength for most sects. If it could utilize medicinal pills akin to those with normal roots, they would not hesitate to invest in cultivating a powerful lightning practitioner. However, due to the scant absorption of medicinal pills, attempting to cultivate this root would be akin to pouring resources into a bottomless pit, thus dissuading all sects from pursuing such an endeavor. To Su Chen's surprise, this situation had unfolded, yet these were the only medicinal pills he possessed. Beyond them lay merely a handful of spirit stones, all of which were of a singular attribute, rendering them useless to her. Upon hearing Su Chen's explanation, Yugu's voice immediately sank into despondency. Not necessarily. If you possess sufficient spirit stones, I could certainly attempt it, she remarked. Noticing the 2 green spirit stones in Yugu's grasp, Su Chen's eyes lit up as he swiftly took them. Can you utilize spirit stones? Are you not a lightning attribute root? These are what attribute spirit stones, he queried, observing her confusion. Do not concern yourself with that. In comparison to medicinal pills, spirit stones are preferable. If you have an ample supply, I am confident I can break the restriction, Su Chen replied, fervently gazing at her, hoping she would possess enough spirit stones. Yet, she lamented, alas, I have only these 2. In a feeble voice, Su Chen felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He genuinely questioned whether Yugu was truly a cultivator at the core formation stage, as her financial situation was remarkably dire. Then let us await our demise. He returned the spirit stones to Yugu and, with a wry smile, squatted to the side. It was not that there were no individuals capable of breaking this formation. Given sufficient spiritual energy as support, Su Chen could utilize lightning's spiritual power to deplete the energy of the 5 elements binding spirit array. Unfortunately, he lacked the necessary spiritual energy. Having reached this juncture, Su Chen no longer concealed his secrets. If Yugu indeed possessed other spirit stones, he would not hesitate to reveal the secret of unity before her. I no longer have spirit stones, but I can find a way to channel spiritual energy to you. However, should you dare deceive me, I will not hesitate to end your life. Rest assured, while being trapped here may lead to death. I have no desire to meet my end prematurely. Observing that Yugu was not jesting, Su Chen nodded earnestly. Very well, you, come closer. Nervously clutching her garment, Yugu appeared akin to a young girl in that moment. What should I do? Standing before Yugu with a puzzled expression, Su Chen could not ascertain her intentions. You close your eyes. Witnessing the fiery intensity in Su Chen's gaze, Yugu spoke again, her voice laced with anxiety. Close my eyes. Why? You must close them without question. Why are there so many unnecessary words? A sudden outburst startled Su Chen. Without hesitation, he promptly shut his eyes. After he complied, Yugu exhaled deeply. A moment passed. As if resolutely determined, Yugu rose on her tiptoes and leaned forward, closing her eyes at that very moment. Her pouted lips met nothing but air, and with a gasp of surprise, she opened her eyes wide. Blast it! A silent curse echoed in her mind as she realized that Su Chen had already retreated 3 meters away, staring at her in astonishment. The myriad of expressions on his face filled Yugu with a mix of embarrassment and fury. Come here, she commanded, her voice low and laced with a hint of indignation. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to kick Su Chen. Please, Senior Yugu, do not act this way. We are not yet at our lowest point. We cannot succumb to despair. Besides, we truly are ill-suited for one another. I am unworthy of you. With that, instead of approaching, Su Chen dashed even further away, his gaze towards Yugu reminiscent of a mouse encountering a cat. Fine. If you want to come to me, then I shall go to you. Enraged by Su Chen's words, she vanished in a flash, appearing right beside him. Reaching out to grasp his neck. No, Su Chen exclaimed. With a swift motion, he ducked his head, only to find his shirt torn asunder by Yugu's actions. You perverse rogue, she stammered, her eyes falling upon Su Chen's muscular physique. Embarrassed, she stamped her foot and turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze. I am the rogue. With his arms crossed over his chest, Su Chen wore a face full of grievance. Senior Yugu, you are simply being excessive. Trapped in this forbidden land, I accept my fate, whether to live or die. Yet, you cannot insult me like this. After all, I am a man. If you must take my life, at least grant me a dignified end. I implore you. What do you mean? Su Chen continued. Although I am a man, I am not one to be trifled with. Senior Yugu, you are of considerable age. I beg you to spare me. Confronted with Yugu's furious countenance, Su Chen seized the moment, denying her a chance to respond, his voice resolute. Well, Su Chen, I may be older, but that does not make me unworthy of you. The disparity between the Qi refining stage and the core formation stage was indisputable, despite Su Chen's thunder attribute spirit root. Yugu, being a cultivator of the core formation stage, represented a chasm that could only be described as cosmic. Run. Keep running. Aren't you quite adept at escaping? Seething with anger, Yugu perched upon Su Chen's chest, her small hands playfully slapping his cheeks, her tone laced with an unmistakable pride, though separated by a veil. The gentle connection of their lips sent Su Chen into a dizzying whirl. Had he truly been forced into such a predicament? His eyes widened, his expression akin to that of a woman who had suffered indignity, lying motionless upon the ground. A sudden warmth surged from Yugu's lips into his abdomen, a transformation that instantly ignited a spark within Su Chen's eyes. Quickly, break the restriction. Upon lifting the restrictions placed upon Su Chen, Yugu leapt gracefully from his form, her icy voice returning to its original tone. You should have clarified this sooner. Feeling the immense would attribute spiritual power within him, which underwent a transformation through his internal organs into thunderous energy, Su Chen gathered this force in his lower abdomen. Without uttering a word, he approached the edge of the formation and raised both hands. Absolute thunder, he exclaimed softly, thrusting his hands forward. Two bolts of white lightning, each the thickness of an infant's arm, surged from his palms toward the formation before him. Crackling sounds echoed as the lightning cascaded like a net, striking the formation. The barrier that stood in his path visibly weakened at an astonishing rate, yet simultaneously, energy from the surroundings continued to replenish it relentlessly. As Su Chen stood before her, a semblance of a smile gracing his features, Yugu retaliated with a swift kick. With a resigned roll of his eyes, Su Chen reluctantly closed them. Alas, that familiar soft sensation returned, and unable to restrain himself, he instinctively wrapped his arms around Yugu's slender waist. Su Chen froze, taken aback by her stunning beauty. She was nothing like he had envisioned. With ruby lips and a delicate nose, her flawless visage bore no trace of age, resembling exquisite jade. Particularly captivating was her graceful neck, from his vantage point revealing a glimpse of spring beneath her collar. This was no elderly woman. She was, in fact, a stunning beauty in the bloom of youth. Gazing blankly at one another, Su Chen unknowingly leaned toward Yugu's crimson lips. Suddenly, a sharp sound interrupted his movement. You scoundrel! In a fit of rage, Yugu conjured a wooden spike out of thin air and pressed it against Su Chen's neck. Hey, don't get too worked up. If I die, you want to escape either. Observing Yugu's agitated demeanor, Su Chen genuinely feared that she might inadvertently harm him in her frenzy. I'll kill you. At this moment, taking action was unwise. Yet, the pent-up frustration left Yugu with no choice but to slap Su Chen's cheek once more. But this time, prepared for her assault. Su Chen caught her hand mid-swing. Meeting Yugu's gaze, he exerted a slight pressure on her wrist, drawing the unsuspecting Yugu into his embrace. In a flurry, without giving her a moment to react, Su Chen leaned down and pressed his lips against hers. A shudder coursed through Yugu. She was clearly taken aback by Su Chen's audacity. Though one of her hands was restrained, her other hand instinctively pushed against him. To her surprise, this push only intensified Su Chen's response. With a swift motion, he captured both of her hands, enveloping her entirely within his embrace. Under the force of Su Chen's fervent advance, Yugu had intended to break free first, fearing that her use of force might injure him. However, her hesitation ultimately deprived her of any chance to resist. Under the relentless assault of Su Chen, the exquisite sensations coursed through Yugu's body, rendering her increasingly weak, her expression gradually becoming dazed. In her hazy gaze, she distinctly observed her garments lying torn on the ground. Yet, within her heart, there was no urge to resist. She inhaled deeply the wild masculine aura emanating from Su Chen, and eventually, they both succumbed. At that moment, within the forbidden grounds, none were aware of the intoxicating scene unfolding in this secluded locale. Su Chen, atop Yugu, had completely cast aside thoughts of the outside world. Consumed by a singular desire, to battle. Time passed unknowingly, and when Yugu awakened, she discovered Su Chen propped on one arm, the other playfully exploring her chest. Recalling their struggle, a surge of indignation ignited within her as she remembered how Su Chen had disregarded her pleas, decisively rendering her unconscious beneath him. A flush of anger and embarrassment flared up. With a swift motion, her hand shot out, only to be caught by Su Chen mere inches from his cheek. Enough of this. The formation has yet to be breached. Channel some spiritual energy to me. Chapter 93. The frenzied forbidden grounds dressed, and with her hair neatly arranged, as Yugu searched for her veil, she spotted Su Chen, already attired, wandering about with it in hand. Give it to me, she demanded, her eyes narrowing at his smug expression as she reached out. Hey, first, transmit some spiritual energy to me. With his hands clasped behind his back, Su Chen pouted in a teasing manner. With a resigned roll of his eyes. Su Chen caught a fleeting glimpse of a green light darting past him. When he looked again, the veil in his hand had vanished, and Yugu had returned to her former appearance, still shrouded in translucent fabric. Hasten to break the formation. or I shall take your life, she declared coldly, suddenly appearing before Su Chun, grasping his chin. Then, her lips, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, lightly pressed against his mouth through the veil. With a soft pop, the contact was fleeting, yet Su Chun distinctly felt a surge of immense spiritual energy flooding into his abdomen, which was subsequently transformed into thunderous spiritual power by his organs and directed into his meridians. Abandoning all distractions, Su Chun sat cross-legged, patiently awaiting the adequate conversion of spiritual energy. Once sufficiently charged, he approached the formation and unleashed his ultimate thunderous strike. For the fourth time, the relentless stream of thunderous spiritual energy clashed with the energy of the 5 elements binding formation, gradually eroding it. After 4 attempts, the formation had grown exceedingly frail, and its demise was imminent. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Su Chun felt that this brief interlude had drained him more than a protracted battle lasting 3 days and nights. Observing the state of the 5 elements binding formation, he surmised that with just one more effort, it would surely collapse. Turning around, Su Chun intended to extract more spiritual energy from Yugu, only to suddenly witness a sword glowing with green light darting past him. Crack! After 4 rounds of depletion, the 5 elements binding formation had become exceedingly fragile. In this final moment, Yugu clearly no longer wished to depend on Su Chun. Without warning, she unleashed a furious strike, and the 5 elements spirit binding array was effortlessly shattered. Frowning slightly, Su Chun shook his head. Ignorance of danger is your choice. Surprised, Yugu had expected him to leave with her, yet here he remained, unfazed by the unfolding scene. However, she did not compel Su Chun to depart. Are you truly going to leave like this? As she turned to walk away, Su Chun called out to her. You. Close your eyes. Yugu rolled her eyes in exasperation, nearly driven to distraction by Su Chun's demeanor. Nevertheless, she understood that had it not been for him, she would not have emerged from the array. Although this man had taken advantage of her within the formation, it was not entirely his fault, for she could have resisted but chose not to, especially since Su Chun was her first man. Without hesitation this time, Su Chun promptly shut his eyes. Witnessing this, Yugu hesitated momentarily before leaning in closer. May I remove my veil? Just as Yugu was about to connect her lips with Su Chun's, he suddenly spoke. You. A flicker of impatience crossed her eyes. She intended to scold him, but seeing him still with his eyes closed softened her heart. Consequently, she lifted her veil. With a soft sound, their warm lips met, and their tongues entwined like playful serpents within the embrace. After a prolonged moment, just as the two were about to deepen their relationship, Yugu resolutely pushed him away. What's wrong? Su Chun gazed at Yugu in confusion, unable to comprehend why she had so abruptly halted their advance. He was certainly aroused, and he was convinced that she had felt something as well. He simply could not fathom why she chose to withdraw at such a moment. I'm sorry, I must leave. Taking a deep breath, Yugu feigned nonchalance as she averted her gaze. Leave? Where are you going? A wave of disappointment washed over Su Chun as he realized that her departure did not imply leaving the forbidden area, but rather, she intended to exit the San Yuan realm. I don't know. The 3 major sects have already disbanded. There is no purpose in my remaining here. Perhaps I shall seek a secluded place to meditate. Shaking her head in melancholy, Yugu herself was uncertain of the answer to Su Chun's question. Let us part ways here. I hope you understand that a future between us is impossible. Consider what transpired in the formation as merely a dream to be tucked away in your heart. The forbidden area is exceedingly dangerous now, if you are unharmed. You should leave at once. With another deep breath, as if yearning to escape this place, Yugu afforded Su Chun no opportunity for further words, and in an instant, she vanished, a streak of light disappearing into the distance. Could Dabao have been captured? Su Chun pondered, disbelief washing over him. It's impossible. But where could it have gone? With an expression devoid of emotion, he snapped the neck of a Chi Refinement Level 7 cultivator, feeling utterly numb. During this time in the forbidden area, he had already claimed the lives of at least a dozen cultivators. It was not that Su Chun delighted in killing. Rather, it was that the people here had succumbed to madness, completely and utterly insane. They attacked on sight, striking without hesitation. All individuals were engulfed in a fervor, and Su Chun found it utterly incomprehensible to describe the current state of the forbidden land, as it was transforming into a vast graveyard. To date, the number of cultivators who had perished here was beyond reckoning. Brothers, follow me. All the treasures lie within. Charge. As he turned a corner and arrived at a crossroads, Su Chun was utterly stunned by the scene before him. Nearly 100 cultivators, their eyes ablaze with fanaticism, surged forward towards the central path, spurred on by a gaunt figure among them. Are they courting death? He murmured, shaking his head in disbelief. What lay at the end of that central path? While others may have been oblivious, Su Chun was acutely aware that it led to the palace of the slaughtering celestial demons, where they would be less than mere ants in the eyes of the Phoenix faction, even if they were to gather a few hundred more. Their only welcome would be death. The notion of rushing there for loot was utterly ludicrous. Perhaps Moon Lady was right. It might be time for me to vacate this cursed place. With a resigned shake of his head, the current state of the Forbidden Land filled Su Chun with despair. He had searched the most likely locations for his companion, Dabao, yet found no trace of him. Perhaps this was fate. Casting a glance towards the distant exit, Su Chun prepared to leave when suddenly he froze, for he caught sight of something in his peripheral vision, scattered azure tufts of fur littering the central path. Chapter 94, The Three-Eyed Wolf King. A light breeze, mingled with a strong scent of blood, wafted from the front. Observing everything from a concealed position behind a pile of rubble, Su Chun dared not utter a sound. The scene was rendered terrifyingly hellish by the countless corpses of cultivators strewn about. Before these lifeless bodies stood the palace of the slaughtering celestial demon. However, outside the palace, a group of individuals was stationed, clearly divided into three factions. One faction comprised the fiery phoenix, a minotaur-like creature, and a woman clad in yellow garments. The second faction consisted of the sword demon, the saintess of the ice palace, and a towering giant exceeding 2 meters in height. The final group was unfamiliar to Su Chun. They were enveloped in black robes, numbering 7 in total, their presence unmistakably indicating a standoff. The slaughtering celestial demon is one of our own from the demonic path. His remnants rightfully belong to us. Is there truly any reason for dispute? A raspy voice pierced the silence, emanating from one of the robed figures. Humph. Preposterous. This territory is under our dominion. You, denizens of the demonic path, have trespassed without permission, and we have yet to settle the score with you. Do not even think of claiming the remnants of the slaughtering celestial demon, retorted the sword demon. As he spoke, the towering giant stepped forward, his disdainful gaze sweeping across the surroundings, clearly challenging anyone who dared to oppose him. Who dares to defy? Step forward, he bellowed. Oh dear, must you continue this charade? We have been at an impasse for 2 days now. In my opinion, we should join forces and divide the spoils equally, chimed in the fiery phoenix, fanning himself with a folding fan, drawing the attention of all present. Great Firebird, what business do you have here? What are your intentions? Indeed, even if it were a mere division, it would not be your place to claim it. In a single utterance, it provoked a unified resistance from both factions, a scenario that evidently took the Fire Phoenix by surprise. What? Are you implying that you intend to dismiss us so nonchalantly? With a chilling gaze, Fire Phoenix, facing the collective rejection of both groups, felt a surge of anger. He had merely offered a suggestion, never anticipating such a reaction. Huh, what a farce. I shall see who among them dares to demand our departure today. With a sharp cry, at the moment of Fire Phoenix's displeasure, a woman clad in yellow stepped forth, her presence plunging the atmosphere into an immediate silence. It was clear that, despite the unequal numbers among the three factions, there existed no significant disparity in strength. None of the parties desired to sever ties with another, for they feared being exploited by the opposition. Dabao, cautiously observing the standoff among the three groups, no one noticed that Su Chun had widened his eyes in astonishment, for he witnessed an incredible spectacle. After more than half a month of separation, Dabao finally revealed himself, unbeknownst to any of the factions, as a bundle resembling yarn gradually emerged from the palace of the slaughtering celestial fiend. To say it was emerging would be no exaggeration, for Dabao trailed behind him a multitude of items. However, to go unnoticed by those surrounding him was clearly a fanciful notion of Su Chen's. Indeed, the moment Dabao stepped out of the palace, all attention shifted toward him. Yet, oblivious to this, Dabao continued his labor, joyfully and diligently toiling with the heap of belongings behind him. Quite amusing. Well then, you may contend for these items. We only desire this precious raccoon. The woman clad in yellow was the first to react. With a flicker of movement, she soared towards the direction of the treasured creature. Such folly. One should first inquire whether my sword is willing to engage. Observing the yellow-clad woman's actions, the sword demon drew forth the serrated glass sword strapped to his back, directly intercepting her. Engage. The balance shattered. With the rasping voice of the cloaked figure, the 6 individuals behind him entered the fray, and he himself unleashed a thick shroud of black mist, obscuring all that transpired within. Boom. Utter chaos ensued. In that instant, a pair of fiery wings appeared behind the fire phoenix, while the horned monstrosity's form swelled once more, doubling in size. The other faction, led by the Holy Maiden and the Brawny Man, was equally unwilling to yield. With a graceful wave of her hand, the lithe Holy Maiden summoned a gigantic phantom of a snow lotus in the sky. As the lotus bloomed, its petals danced about her, enveloping her in a cascade of blossoms. Once the floating petals faded, she was adorned with a shimmering suit of silver armor. The Brawny Man, in a bold display, stomped his feet upon the ground, causing his form to sink into the earth, which instantly transformed into a quaking surface akin to water. Subsequently, two towering rock giants, each standing several dozen feet tall, emerged. Is this the apocalypse? Staring in bewilderment at the spectacle before him, Su Chen realized he was but an insignificant insect in comparison. The terrifying fluctuations generated by these individuals had already altered the very fabric of heaven and earth. The howling winds and the ominous black clouds loomed overhead, each violent impact sending tremors that even made him, who sheltered here, feel overwhelmed. Foolish Daba, what purpose do these things serve you? How can you possibly escape now? Clenching his fists in frustration, Su Chen found himself utterly devoid of strategies for Daba's predicament, spiraling into despair. Suddenly, as Su Chen was engulfed in worry, a dark shadow darted past him. Before he could react, the shadow had already plunged into the fray. Boom! A series of violent tremors accompanied by a blinding light erupted, forcing Su Chen to shield his eyes. The three-eyed Wolf King? When the brilliance faded and Su Chen turned his gaze back to the scene, all combatants had ceased their actions. Before him stood a towering three-eyed monstrous wolf, and atop its back perched Daba, whose eyes were fixed on him. Evidently having recognized his presence, "I shall take this one, and you may keep the rest," a deep voice resonated from the three-eyed giant wolf, sending Su Chen into a dizzying stupor. Such immense pressure. Channeling his spiritual energy, Su Chen hastily summoned all his power, barely managing to withstand the force. Rumbling like the arrival of a tempest, the three-eyed giant wolf, having uttered its declaration, departed swiftly with Daba on its back, without seeking anyone's consent. As Su Chen passed by, the three-eyed giant wolf deliberately struck the ground with its massive paw, causing a rebound force that propelled Su Chen directly onto its back. Chapter 95, Departure. The speed was akin to lightning, rendering the scenery ahead a mere blur. Perched upon the giant wolf's body, Su Chen felt as though his senses were severely restricted, his hearing and vision diminished significantly, even inferior to that of an ordinary mortal. With a thunderous roar, the three-eyed giant wolf burst forth from the forbidden zone, soaring into the sky and vanishing in an instant. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed senior. If the opportunity arises, I shall surely repay your kindness. Atop the windswept peak, Su Chen respectfully bowed to the middle-aged man before him. This individual was none other than the three-eyed giant wolf, clearly a being who had transcended the transformation stage of demon cultivation. There's no need for such formalities. I did not rescue you for your sake. It was her request that compelled me to save you. In response to Su Chen's gratitude, the middle-aged man waved his hand gently, his gaze remaining tenderly fixed on the creature nestled in his arms. Dabao? Have you encountered Dabao before, esteemed senior? Su Chen couldn't help but inquire, observing the remarkably docile creature in the man's embrace. Familiar? She is, in fact, my adopted younger sister. Adopted younger sister? Su Chen's face twitched in surprise. Indeed, this matter is rather lengthy to recount. However, my purpose here is not to take her away. I am well aware of the events that have transpired between you. I feel reassured by her presence with you, yet your cultivation appears somewhat insufficient. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise, you may find yourself lacking the means for self-preservation. I hope you will devote yourself to your training. Time is of the essence. I must take my leave. After uttering these words, the individual reluctantly handed Dabao to Su Chen. Leaving? Where do you intend to go, senior? Su Chen inquired, astonished as he accepted Dabao, unable to fathom the reason for the person's haste. I am currently undergoing tribulation. What do you think I am about to do? What you see is merely a fragment of my primordial spirit. If my true self were to arrive, I would gather all that lies within this forbidden ground for you. Alas, time is not on my side. If fate permits, we shall meet again in the celestial realm. In response to Su Chen's confusion, the individual offered a brief explanation before vanishing into the ether. Meet again in the celestial realm? Su Chen felt his mind go blank. utterly taken aback to discover that this person was a demon cultivator preparing to face the ninefold thunder tribulation. Yet, he did not linger in astonishment, for they had not yet departed from the 3 yuan realm. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from the direction of the forbidden area, with an overwhelming pressure sweeping through, as if the very heavens and earth were on the brink of being torn asunder. With a grim expression and without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen, holding to bow, soared away in the opposite direction of the forbidden ground. "My apologies, but there is little left at home. Please make do with what you can for now," he said. In the dimly lit room, an oil lamp flickered with a soft crackle as a modestly dressed young woman approached, bearing a bowl of white porridge and 2 darkened buns. "Please, do not stand on ceremony. I feel quite guilty for disturbing you at such a late hour. I am already satisfied with a morsel to eat," she said. Observing the woman, the man in the room hurriedly moved to greet her. He was Su Chen. It had been 3 days since he departed from the realm of Yuan, and in that time, he had long since left its sphere of influence. However, he remained oblivious to his current surroundings. He had intended to inquire about his location at dawn, but upon noticing a light still burning at this late hour, he feigned the guise of a weary traveler and approached. "Ah, my dear lady, it seems there are no menfolk in this household. Might your elder brother be absent?" Su Chen inquired, glancing at the 2 darkened buns on the table before observing the woman's cautious demeanor, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "He is no longer here." The young woman's expression shifted slightly at Su Chen's question. "Oh, I apologize for bringing up a painful subject," he said, noticing the hint of moisture in her eyes. It was indeed late, and the solitude between a man and a woman could be uncomfortable. Su Chen had merely wished to ask a fellow man for directions, but inadvertently struck a chord with the woman's sorrow. "Do not trouble yourself, young sir. Please enjoy your meal. I shall tidy the room," she replied, wiping the corner of her eye and forcing a brave smile before stepping out. Observing the young woman, Su Chen gently shook his head. It appeared that the man had only recently passed away. Otherwise, the woman would not be so sensitive. "Ronger dear, we shall not use this quilt today. You will sleep with your mother." "But mother, we only have this one quilt. How can we sleep without it? We'll be cold at night." "Fear not, my dear. Mother will hold you close as we sleep. You shall not feel cold." "But mother, it truly gets very chilly at night." Holding the bowl of congee, Su Chen, upon overhearing the conversation from the adjacent room, stepped outside. In the small chamber, there stood a low bed, upon which sat a little girl of about 7 or 8 years, clutching the quilt tightly in her arms, refusing to let go despite her mother's coaxing. "My child, are you intent on making your mother angry again? Release the quilt, quickly." Seeing the girl's stubbornness, the young woman raised her hand in exasperation. "Ah, dear sister," Su Chen exclaimed, taking a few steps forward to intercede. "Please, I implore you not to act thus. I am merely seeking shelter for the night. A place to shield me from the wind will suffice. Should you continue in this manner, I shall be displeased." With utmost seriousness, he gazed at the woman, took the quilt from her hands, and returned it to the little girl. "Little sister, I do not wish to take your quilt. Please continue to sleep." With a gentle smile directed at the girl, Su Chen reached out to pat her head, but she swiftly evaded his hand. With quick steps, the little girl jumped off the bed and concealed herself behind her mother. "Mother, is he a bad person come to chase us?" The little girl clutched tightly to the woman's garment, her eyes filled with dread as she gazed into Su Chen's eyes. "You, child, who told you to speak such nonsense?" At these words, the woman's complexion instantly shifted, and she raised her hand to strike the girl. "Sister." Before the woman's hand could descend, Su Chen grasped it firmly. "The child is still young. It's late, and she should be resting. It's vital for her growth." With a meaningful glance directed at the woman, Su Chen subsequently exited the room. Outside in the courtyard, a brisk, chilly wind swept through, rendering the quiet night even more frigid. Hearing footsteps behind him, Su Chen understood that the woman had successfully lulled the girl to sleep. "Sister, if you harbor any grievances, do not hesitate to voice them. Perhaps I might be able to assist you." Turning around, Su Chen revealed his intentions without reservation. He resolved to lend a helping hand to the unfortunate mother and daughter, for he perceived that their current plight rendered them incapable of survival. Both by their attire and their meager sustenance, it was evident that they had fallen into the depths of despair. The relentless pursuit by their enemies only exacerbated their plight, pushing them toward the brink of despair. They were innocent souls, and Su Chen could not bear to witness their descent into hopelessness. Chapter 96. Night Assassination. Ultimately, whether due to Su Chen's sincere demeanor or the woman's utter desperation, she, with tears streaming down her face, recounted their harrowing experiences without verifying Su Chen's character. Upon hearing her tale, a wave of indignation surged within Su Chen. Such behavior was utterly inhumane, a disgrace beyond the realm of animals. The catalyst for all these events was, astonishingly, 3 cultivators from the realm of immortals. The young woman, named Yutong, originally hailed from Xianhua Town, situated 100 miles from this place. Coming from a prosperous family, she belonged to one of the town's prominent households, while her husband, Qian Zhengkai, was a talented businessman known for his generosity, earning him the adoration of the townsfolk. However, this seemingly idyllic family suffered a tragic fate 6 months ago. Half a year prior, 3 wandering cultivators arrived in Xianhua Town. Although Qian Zhengkai was not a member of the cultivation world, he had long been fascinated by the practice and treated the cultivators with great respect. He welcomed them into his home, offering them lavish hospitality. Little did he know, this was akin to inviting wolves into his den. The 3 wandering cultivators stayed at the Qian residence for nearly half a month, during which Qian Zhengkai attended to their every need with meticulous care. He even acquiesced to their unreasonable demands, spending considerable wealth to procure spiritual stones for their cultivation and scouring the land for rare herbs. Yet, their insatiable desires grew, as if they were a bottomless pit. Having tasted the fruits of their exploitation, they began to make increasingly outrageous requests, even insisting on residing permanently in the Qian household. By the time Qian Zhengkai realized the nefarious nature of these 3 individuals, it was too late. Xianhua Town was isolated, lacking any nearby sects of the cultivation world. As he sought to gather resources to invite cultivators from afar to aid him, the 3 soon discovered his intentions. They turned against him without hesitation, brutally ending his life and seizing control of the Qian estate. Fortunately, prior to this tumultuous period, Qian Zhengkai had made preparations. His wife, Yutong, managed to escape with their children. However, during their flight, they encountered 2 bands of robbers, a true testament to the adage that misfortunes do not come singly. Both assaults resulted in the tragic demise of all the retainers who had escorted them, leaving them bereft of all their possessions. After a series of relocations, they ultimately found refuge in this village. At last, as Madame Yutong recounted her harrowing tale, Su Chen grasped the entirety of the situation. It transpired that Yutong had 2 daughters. The elder, Qian Rong, was 16 years of age, while the younger, Qian Ying, was merely 7. Following their escape from Xianhua Town, the trio had endured 2 robberies before arriving in this quaint village. Little did they anticipate that upon their arrival, Qian Rong would attract the attention of a local tyrant by the name of Wang. Has Miss Rong already been wed? Su Chen inquired, his countenance darkening as a surge of indignation threatened to erupt within him. Another beast. How despicable. Not yet. Rong was taken just yesterday. The tyrant has scheduled the wedding for the day after tomorrow, she replied, wiping away her reddened eyes and shaking her head gently. That is a relief. Might I request you to disclose the whereabouts of that tyrant's residence? I wish to rescue Miss Rong. Nodding faintly, Yutong sensed Su Chen's determination. In the stillness of the night, within the village, Su Chen's figure darted through an exceptionally opulent estate. Despite Madame Yutong's repeated cautions regarding the heavy guards at the tyrant's abode, Su Chen regarded such warnings as mere trifles. The night air held an unsettling stillness as he advanced. Upon inquiring with the 2 individuals, Su Chen directly located the chamber where Qian Rong was detained. Who? Accompanied by the creaking of the door, a terrified voice suddenly emanated from within. Miss Qian Rong, do not be afraid. I am here at the behest of Madame Yutong to assist you. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Su Chen ignited a candle within the room. What evidence do you possess? A dagger pressed against her throat. Though Su Chen did not resemble the villainous schemer, Qian Rong remained skeptical of his intentions. Should he dare to approach, she vowed to take her own life. Evidence. Su Chen furrowed his brow momentarily before his figure flickered and swiftly appeared beside Qian Rong. With lightning speed, he disarmed her, seizing the dagger from her grasp. Are you reassured now? If I intended to coerce you, you would have no chance to perish. Meeting Qian Rong's astonished gaze, Su Chen returned the dagger to her. Please wait here for a moment, Miss Qian Rong. I shall eliminate this tyrant and return for you. Ignoring her astonishment, he turned and exited the room. A sudden scream erupted, and once Su Chen departed, a multitude of torches ignited within the Wang residence, startling everyone. Quickly, inform the young master. A booming voice commanded, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. When they arrived at the young master's quarters, They were rendered speechless by the sight before them. The young master, who had ruled the village with unchecked dominance, was found hanged outside his door. And not only him, his guards, tasked with his protection, lay slain as well. Haha, revenge, indeed. The scene before them left everyone in shock, yet only an elderly butler, upon witnessing this tableau, chose to leave the premises. He understood that the Wang family was no more. Chapter 97. A single strike to obliterate to Su Chen. The murder of the Wang family felt trivial, as if it were a mere trifle. After enduring so much turmoil and witnessing countless battles, his perspective was gradually evolving. Death no longer stirred any tumult within him, especially since he had only eliminated those deserving of their fates. My lord, we are approaching Xianhua town. Shall we truly enter today? As the sun set, Su Chen sat leisurely at the front of the carriage, admiring the scenery along the way. At that moment, the curtain behind him was drawn aside, and Qian Rong poked her head out. Rest assured, Miss Rong, since I have brought you here, I shall ensure your safety. I am well aware of the circumstances, so please refrain from further inquiries. They inhabited disparate worlds, and a connection seemed implausible, prompting Su Chen to maintain a distant demeanor throughout the journey, wishing to spare Qian Rong unnecessary worries. As the sun dipped below the horizon, just before the last vestiges of twilight vanished from the earth, the carriage arrived safely at Xianhua town. Unbeknownst to anyone, a few enigmatic figures quietly infiltrated a modest residence on the outskirts of the town. In response to the suggestions of his companions, Su Chen merely nodded gently, however. Upon turning, he leaped directly out of the courtyard. Alas, this profound kindness bestowed upon him left him at a loss for how to repay such a debt. As she watched Su Chen's figure fade into the distance, Madame Yutong shook her head in contemplation. However, her gaze fell upon her daughter, who was gazing longingly in the direction Su Chen had vanished. With a resigned sigh, she realized that her daughter had already developed feelings for this man. Yet, the affections of a woman may not always be reciprocated by a man. Such matters cannot be forced, especially when the object of her affection is a cultivator, rendering any outcome improbable. As night deepened, the entirety of Xianhua town succumbed to slumber. At this moment, Su Chen resembled a fleeting shadow, effortlessly leaping onto the rooftop of a nearby building. Suddenly, a green figure darted from the darkness and perched itself upon Su Chen's shoulder. What is the situation? Is there any danger? Su Chen inquired coldly, surveying the vast estate before him as he gently stroked the bow. The creature, dismissive of Su Chen's question, shook its head in negation. Very well, let us eliminate these three scoundrels and depart. Su Chen nodded to himself, his skirt swirling as a tempestuous surge of spiritual energy erupted forth. Who goes there? A thunderous voice resonated through the dark courtyard, followed by the emergence of three shadowy figures. As they hastened toward him, Su Chen's eyes narrowed, and he soared toward the outskirts of the town. Stop! Without a moment's hesitation, the trio pursued Su Chen's retreating silhouette. Hey, where did he go? Cautiously scanning the surrounding woods outside the town, the three men detected not a single sound, save for the whispering of the wind. They scattered to search, confident that he could not have fled far. It was a stroke of luck to encounter a cultivator. He was certain to possess valuable items, and this time they would not allow him to escape. The other two nodded in agreement, and soon the trio dispersed, embarking on a wide-ranging search. Little did they know, fate had conspired against them. After their departure, a dark figure descended silently from the nearby tree. Observing the retreating forms of the three, Su Chen could not help but smirk, for his mind was flooded with memories of descending the mountain with Bai Su, only to be ambushed. It was a cruel twist of fate. These three were the very ones who had kidnapped Bai Su. Su Chen had never anticipated encountering them here, nor could he have imagined their audacity in resorting to plundering the belongings of others. It was utterly detestable. As he watched the direction in which they had departed, a faint smile played at the corners of Su Chen's mouth, and he swiftly slipped into the depths of the forest. A soft rustle echoed through the trees as a gentle breeze stirred the leaves. Suddenly, one of the cultivators searching for Su Chen halted in his tracks, eyes fixed on a large tree before him. Come out, I see you, he called, cautiously gripping his flying sword. Noticing the astonishment etched on the man's face, a wicked grin crossed Su Chen's features as he channeled his spiritual energy, launching himself forward in an instant. The three individuals were all at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Despite not having seen each other for half a year, they remained unchanged. However, Su Chen was not the kind of person to underestimate himself by confronting all three simultaneously. He recognized that their dispersal presented an opportune moment to defeat them one by one. Unaware of your own limitations, since you have come to seek your demise, I shall oblige." This man clearly still perceived Su Chun as he once was, dismissing the sword strike aimed at him with a sense of superiority, merely raising his flying sword in a token gesture. Fool. Observing the man's actions, Su Chun could not help but silently curse him, while in his other hand, a surge of electric light began to flicker. "Die!" they both exclaimed in unison. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they were frozen in place. After a brief moment, Su Chun, with an impassive expression, sheathed his flying sword and approached the man, retrieving his storage bag. The man remained entirely unresponsive, his gaze fixated on the gaping wound in his chest. How could this be? An area the size of a bowl, from his chest to his back, had been penetrated by Su Chun's thunderous spiritual power in one strike. Although a dark palm print marred his chest, his internal organs had been incinerated by the ferocious energy. "Fool, I thought you possessed some skill." After inspecting the contents of the storage bag, Su Chun smiled with satisfaction. As a gentle breeze blew, the man's body collapsed to the ground. Chapter 98. Without a word of farewell, a deathly silence enveloped the forest, where three figures stood in confrontation. At the moment Su Chun eliminated that cultivator, the other two became acutely aware, as his life jade slip had shattered. This revelation plunged them into terror. Their immediate instinct was not to seek vengeance, but to flee. However, before they could make their escape, Su Chun intercepted them. The events that transpired were merely a misunderstanding. "If you are willing to bury the hatchet, we can offer you compensation," the leader of the two said, breaking the oppressive silence while cautiously observing Su Chun. It was evident that he recognized Su Chun's identity. "Misunderstanding? If it weren't for my fortunate survival, I would have perished at your hands long ago." "If this is what you term a misunderstanding, enlighten me on what does not qualify as one," Su Chun retorted with a cold laugh. Had it not been for their actions, Bai Su would not have been forced to leave the sect, resulting in her disappearance, her fate unknown. Su Chun would not allow them to evade this reckoning so easily. "My friend, regarding that incident, we were merely following orders for compensation. If you truly wish to pursue this matter, it is not certain that we would be at a disadvantage," the man responded defiantly, undeterred by Su Chun's threatening tone. For it was 2 against 1. "Very well. I shall overlook past grievances, but what form of compensation do you propose? It must at least reflect a degree of sincerity." Su Chun replied, a smirk gracing his lips as he hesitated slightly. "Rest assured, should you choose to reconcile, we will certainly provide you with satisfactory recompense. Have you heard of the Yin sect?" "Yin sect? Certainly, I have heard of it. Could it be that your compensation is?" With a furrowed brow, Su Chun had already made a rough guess. "Indeed, if you are willing to relinquish past grievances, we are prepared to purchase a disciple from the Yin sect to assist you in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage." Nodding confidently, the leader believed that this condition would surely entice Su Chun. "If this proposition holds true, I would acquiesce. However, what grounds do I have to trust you? The disciples of the Yin sect command an exorbitant price. How can you possibly possess such wealth?" Affecting a look of skepticism, Su Chun exhibited considerable interest. "Rest assured, since we have made this promise to you, we undoubtedly possess the capability to fulfill it. If you agree, we shall draft a blood pact, ensuring that neither party is cause to worry about the other reneging on the agreement." Observing Su Chun's apparent intrigue, the man gestured towards his companion, who promptly approached without hesitation. "Come, after the blood pact is signed, we shall deliver the disciple from the Yin sect to you the day after tomorrow." As his finger traced across his palm, blood flowed forth, and he extended his hand towards Su Chun, awaiting him to reciprocate the action. "Very well. Once the blood pact is sealed, you shall not be able to default on your promise." With a slight smile, Su Chun extended his hand. Upon their palms meeting, a flicker of confusion appeared on the man's face. "How come you?" He was about to inquire why Su Chun had not cut his palm, preventing their bloodlines from merging and thus hindering the blood pact. Yet, before he could finish his thought, the smile on Su Chun's face shifted. "You are exceedingly naive. A disciple of the Yin sect believes he can dismiss me, but you have chosen the wrong adversary." A tempestuous surge of lightning coursed along the palms of the two individuals. By the time this man realized the impending danger, it was far too late. The distinctive paralyzing effect of the lightning rendered his body involuntarily trembling, his consciousness fragmented, and his physical form utterly uncontrollable. He was deprived of any chance to resist, ultimately succumbing to Su Chun's grasp, convulsing until death. Gazing upon the charred corpse on the ground, the sole remaining cultivator was engulfed in panic. What had he witnessed? A lightning attribute spiritual root. Good heavens. It is indeed a lightning attribute spiritual root. His astonishment was palpable. The lightning attribute spiritual root is considered the most formidable of all roots in existence. If the two had collaborated, they might have had a glimmer of hope. But now he was utterly alone, with no chance of survival. Flee. This singular thought dominated his mind as he unleashed his spiritual energy. Turning on his heels and desperately sprinting into the forest, his figure vanishing in an instant. Individuals like you, even if they survive, merely bring calamity. It would be better for you to perish completely. Unhurriedly, Su-chan removed the storage bag from the lifeless body, casting a glance in the direction the cultivator had fled, before activating his exquisite jade and golden shoes to pursue. Rong Rong, come eat something. You haven't had a morsel in 2 days, and it will harm your health. In the courtyard of Xinhua Town, Madame Yutong approached Qian Rong with a bowl of porridge. It had been 2 days since Su Chen departed, and since his departure, there had been no word from him, leaving her in a state of anxious worry. Mother, I am not hungry. You and my sister should eat first. Gazing at the bowl of white porridge before him, Qian Rong forced a faint smile. Alas, my dear child. Observing Qian Rong's expression, Madame Yutong sighed in resignation. My dear, I understand your feelings, but you must realize, foolish child, that a union with Master Su Chen is unattainable. He is a cultivator, and there can be no fruitful outcome for you two. Come, drink this bowl of porridge and take a rest. You have grown weary these past few days. As she gently stroked Qian Rong's head, Yutong intended to offer her heartfelt comfort, when suddenly, the tightly shut courtyard door was flung open with a resounding crash. Boom. The sound reverberated as 2 door panels detached from their hinges. A throng of individuals surged into the courtyard, leaving Yutong and Qian Rong pale with fright. Could it be that we have been discovered? Clutching the woman's arm anxiously, Qian Rong inquired urgently. He has already departed. Observing Qian Rong's anxious demeanor, the woman hesitated momentarily before finally revealing the truth. What? Departed overwhelmed. Qian Rong felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and soon, her consciousness faded. Rong Rong. Rong Rong. Chapter 99. Unforeseen circumstances in the span of a decade. He intended for this female cultivator of the Yin-Yang sect to safeguard the Qian family's safety. Once the 10-year term concluded, she would be free to depart. Although Su Chen had expended a considerable amount of spirit stones in acquiring this female cultivator, those funds ultimately stemmed from the Qian family. Su Chen bore no resentment regarding this, yet he harbored doubts about whether this female cultivator would honor her commitment. However, these matters were no longer of concern to him. He had fulfilled his obligations to the best of his ability. His efforts to repay Miss Qian's unrequited affection were sufficient, for he could not oversee the affairs of the Qian family for a lifetime. The fate that lay ahead was beyond his control. Debao, do you think the tribulation of Foundation establishment is perilous? I have already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement, merely a step away from Foundation establishment. Should I prepare for it? After gazing at the town below for a moment, Su Chen turned his attention to Debao, who was perched on his shoulder. Gee. Debao tilted its head in confusion at Su Chen's gaze. Never mind, forget I said anything. Observing Debao's blinking eyes, Su Chen shook his head in resignation and then soared toward the town below, navigating the familiar streets with ease. Su Chen made his way directly to an auction house within the city. Greetings, esteemed guest. How may I assist you? Upon entering the auction house, he was immediately approached by an attendant. Yes, I am in search of certain items. Please take me downstairs. Su Chen nodded gently at the approaching attendant. Downstairs? This. Upon hearing Su Chen's request, the attendant's previously cheerful demeanor shifted to one of hesitation. What is the matter? Su Chen inquired, noticing the attendant's sudden change in expression. Esteemed guest, to be candid, our auction house downstairs has been closed for quite some time and is no longer in operation. Apologies for the confusion. The shop assistant scratched his head in exasperation. On the surface, this establishment appeared to be an ordinary auction house. However, akin to the enigmatic city below, there existed a clandestine auction house specifically tailored for cultivators, unbeknownst to most, as the true proprietor of this shop was, in fact, a cultivator himself. Closed? What could be the reason? Su Chen's brow furrowed in confusion. Just 2 months prior, he had visited this place, and now it was inexplicably shut. The young assistant shrugged. It's our boss's decision. He instructed us to cease operations, and we must comply. Faced with Su Chen's inquiry, the assistant was at a loss. as he was merely a worker responsible for menial tasks. Oh, if that is the case, I shall take my leave. Disappointment seeped into Su Chen's voice. He had intended to procure some items to aid in his tribulation, but the sudden closure left him feeling adrift. With no other locations familiar to him, he found himself bereft of direction. Wait, esteemed guest. Please do not rush to depart. Although the auction house below is closed, our boss happens to be here today. If you require anything, perhaps you could converse with him. As Su Chen turned to exit, the shop assistant called out to him once more. Why not mention it sooner? Su Chen cast an irritated glance at the assistant and promptly followed him into the courtyard. May I inquire what you seek, fellow cultivator? If it is within my means, I shall endeavor to assist you. At a stone table in the courtyard, a kindly middle-aged man set a cup of tea before Su Chen. In truth, it is nothing of great significance. I have come this time to procure some items for my tribulation, yet I did not anticipate such misfortune. May I inquire, esteemed senior, why the auction house below has been closed? I had previously encountered the owner, Su Chen, just 2 months ago, when he procured the female cultivator from the Inyang sect. On that occasion, the proprietor even extended his congratulations to Su Chen, wishing him success in establishing his foundation. As for items for tribulation, it seems I ought to congratulate you, my friend. It appears you indeed made a wise purchase with that female cultivator from the Inyang sect. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the kindly-faced middle-aged man could not help but express surprise. In merely 2 months, Su Chen is preparing for his tribulation. He assumed that Su Chen had utilized the female cultivator from the Inyang sect. Thank you for your kind words, senior. Yet I remain perplexed as to why you have closed the auction house for cultivators. Since he had already misunderstood, Su Chen chose not to clarify. But he was now exceedingly curious about the reasons behind the closure of the auction house for cultivators. My friend, you may not be aware, but I assure you that I do not intend to target practitioners like ourselves. After all, I have no reason to hinder my own source of income. The closure is indeed necessitated by certain circumstances beyond my control. Oh, what might those circumstances be? With a furrowed brow, Su Chen felt quite bewildered. Has it been due to suppression from a sect? That seems implausible, for in this remote locale, there are no nearby cultivation sects. The auction house operates with considerable freedom and should remain unregulated. It appears you have been in seclusion these past 2 months, unaware of the significant events transpiring in the outside world. Allow me to enlighten you. Observing Su Chen's bewildered expression, the amiable-looking cultivator promptly divulged the reason behind the auction house's closure. Upon hearing the news, Su Chen was utterly astonished. As the origin of the matter stemmed from the ruins of the slaughtering heaven Azura, he was unaware of the outcome of the contest over the relic. As the scene had been overwhelmingly shocking, had it not been for the appearance of the three-eyed wolf king, he could scarcely guarantee his own escape from the forbidden zone. However, as the cultivator recounted the tale, it became evident that the forces of darkness had suffered a covert setback in the struggle for the slaughtering heaven Azura's ruins. Although they had managed to acquire some artifacts during the conflict, these were, by comparison, quite insignificant. Moreover, a crucial point was that the blood demon blade of the slaughtering heaven Azura had been seized by the disciples of the Ice Palace, igniting considerable fury among the practitioners of the demonic path. Despite having previously established a mutual agreement with the Orthodox sects concerning territorial boundaries, the aftermath of this incident led to frequent transgressions at the border, with the dark practitioners increasingly engaging in raids and assaults against the disciples of the righteous sections. The situation escalated alarmingly, hinting at the potential for a large-scale war between the two factions. Su Chen had not anticipated such a development. However, what surprised him even more was that rogue cultivators were the first to suffer the consequences. As the Orthodox sects began to form alliances, skirmishes at the borders were still initiated by lesser figures, as neither side dared to recklessly ignite the flames of war before it had truly begun. No sect is willing to bear such consumption, thus the rogue cultivators become the unwitting victims. As long as one lacks strength and influence, they will be forcibly conscripted by these sects and dispatched to the border of the two realms to fend off the denizens of the demonic path. Chapter 100. The Calamity Approaches. What a farce this so-called righteous path is. Such actions bear no distinction from those of bandits and rogues, reeking of shamelessness. After hearing this, Su Chen slammed his hand on the table in indignation, overwhelmed by a frenzy of emotions. Just a few months prior, he had been entirely ignorant of the sects of cultivation and the delineation between righteousness and evil. It was only when Situ Ing recounted the tale of the slaughtering heaven Azura that Su Chen realized the existence of these dichotomies within the cultivation world. Yet, it appears that righteousness is not as righteous as it claims. The coercive actions against rogue cultivators, compelling them to face death, are no different from the malefactors of the demonic path, perhaps even inferior to them. Indeed, the discourse of good and evil is fraught with contradictions. We label those individuals as denizens of the demonic path, while they deride us as hypocrites. In truth, neither side fares any better. For the path of cultivation is destined to be brutal. Observing Su Chen's wrathful countenance, the familiar cultivator perceived the situation with clarity. It is precisely because of this matter that you have chosen to close the auction house targeted at cultivators? Nodding in agreement, Su Chen conceded to this observation. For it was indeed the case. Recently, the atmosphere has grown tense. Many rogue cultivators have either been conscripted or have gone into hiding. Over the past month, you are the only cultivator who has appeared here, prompting me to close the auction house below. In truth, my friend, there is no need for concern. Observing Su Chen sigh twice, the cultivator chuckled lightly. The tribulation you face now consists merely of 2 levels of heavenly thunder, with a modicum of preparation. You shall surely prevail. I have yet to hear of anyone perishing beneath the foundational thunder. When I underwent my own foundation establishment, it was rather safe. Nonetheless, despite such reassurances, I believe that a little extra preparation cannot be amiss. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise, it would be regrettable. Hearing the cultivator's words, Su Chen shook his head in disapproval. There was a reason for his skepticism. The recent encounter with Situ Ing served as a stark example. The tribulation does not discriminate based on appearance, and with his thunderous spiritual root, one cannot predict whether the heavenly trial will be particularly merciful. Hence, he could not afford to gamble based on conventional wisdom. Indeed, your concerns are not without merit, the cultivator conceded, nodding in agreement. Though his expression revealed a hint of difficulty. To speak candidly, I currently possess no defensive artifacts, as they are quite rare and challenging to forge. If you have the materials, I could craft one for you, but it would require no less than a month. Can you wait? After a moment of contemplation, the cultivator proposed. Perhaps it is best to reconsider. I shall explore other options. Upon hearing that a month was required, Su Chen promptly dismissed the idea. And besides, he lacked the necessary materials for forging. My friend, do take care. As Su Chen turned to depart, the cultivator immediately called out to him. Here is a better version of your text. Indeed, I possess a defensive formation. However, it comes at a rather steep price. If you are inclined, I can offer it to you at a reduced cost. Faced with Su Chen's scrutinizing gaze, the cultivator clenched his fist in a show of reluctance, as if he were deeply pained by the prospect of parting with it. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen found himself at a loss for words. Good heavens! After all this talk, was it merely to bolster his bargaining position? Truly, one must be wary of the merchant's cunning. Having departed from the auction house, Su Chen refrained from lingering within the city and made his way directly outside its confines. Admittedly, the hastily constructed cave dwelling left much to be desired in terms of aesthetics. Nonetheless, Su Chen was content as long as it served its purpose as a shelter. Sigh. In the past, lacking sufficient power meant one simply had to be humble to avoid danger. Yet now, even adopting a submissive demeanor offers no guarantee of safety. It appears that everything hinges upon one's strength. As he surveyed his newly excavated abode, Su Chen could not help but reflect on the precarious situation faced by loose cultivators, which instilled in him a sense of urgency. Days turned into weeks, and he devoted himself entirely to his cultivation. Before he knew it, half a month had elapsed, during which he sensed the impending arrival of a heavenly tribulation. This sensation was profoundly enigmatic, eluding verbal description, yet for him, it was strikingly clear. Su Chen surmised that at the current pace, he would surely attract the tribulation within 3 days. However, a troubling matter weighed on his mind. His once lively pet, De Bao, had inexplicably become lethargic, its spirit seemingly depleted, perhaps due to an ill wind or spoiled food. As Su Chen practiced his cultivation, the creature remained quietly squatting beside him, at times motionless for 2 or 3 days. Even when Su Chen deliberately set aside time to engage with it, the creature showed no inclination to respond, which filled Su Chen with a sense of concern. To him, De Bao had transcended the mere status of a beast. It had become a companion. Yet, its current demeanor rendered Su Chen uneasy about his impending tribulation. De Bao, just hold on for 2 more days. Once I have successfully traversed the heavenly tribulation, I will immediately take you to see a doctor. As he gently caressed the half-asleep Dabao, Suchin resolved that he could no longer delay. After overcoming the tribulation, he would promptly seek out a veterinarian in the city for Dabao. With this determination, Suchin immersed himself in an intense state of cultivation. Chapter 101. The strange heavenly lightning. Finally, on the evening of the second day, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was engulfed in fiery clouds, the heavens above Suchin were shrouded in ominous dark clouds. Suchin had previously gathered some knowledge about tribulations, having inquired with both Situ Ing and Situ Sheng, yet he had never encountered a situation quite like this. The thickness of the cloud layers was astonishing. It was entirely different from what they had described. Could it be that the tribulation for those with a lightning spirit root was indeed treated with such peculiar regard? With a grave expression, Suchin gazed at the tumultuous clouds above, which continued to churn and thicken. Witnessing this scene, an ominous thought began to brew in his mind. How absurd! The more he observed, the more he felt that something was amiss. Was he being compelled to flee? Suchin licked his lips with determination, yearning to escape from this place. Had he not previously consulted Situ Ing and the others, he would have undoubtedly fled at the sight of this unsettling spectacle. Fortunately, Suchin had inquired with Situ Ing and others. At this moment, should one venture beyond the confines of the cloud cover, regardless of the protective measures in place, the aftermath of the tribulation will inevitably lead to demise within 3 days, even if one emerges unscathed. It resembles a curse, perhaps an invisible decree of the cosmos. For having chosen to defy the heavens, one must endure the retribution of the universe. Any attempts to circumvent this fate are futile before the majesty of nature. Moreover, the notion of fleeing amidst the tribulation is not solely Suchin's. There have been numerous precedents long before this instance. However, every cultivator who has attempted such an act has, without exception, failed to survive beyond 3 days. Damn it! Is the heavens truly intent on striking me down within this storm? In a frenzy, Suchin hastily retrieved a plethora of items from his storage pouch, preparing in a state of disarray. The tribulation clouds were on the verge of taking shape, their formation accelerating beyond anything he had previously heard. According to all accounts, there should be at least half an hour of preparation time before the heavenly tribulation manifests, typically taking form after this interval. Yet, this rule evidently did not apply to Suchin, as less than a quarter of an hour had passed, and already, the heavy clouds were intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. Damn it! Just wait a moment. The thunderous rumble echoed ominously above, while Suchin continued to scurry about. Since his last descent, he had yet to properly set up the array he purchased from the auction house. Enter, enter. With a surge of determination, the last of the 8 array flags was forcefully embedded into the stone. Done. Having completed all preparations, Suchin hurriedly settled into the formation, sitting cross-legged. He retrieved the main flag and activated the array. A resonant hum echoed as the 8 surrounding flags emanated a radiant light, enveloping him in a crystalline barrier. Unbeknownst to Suchin, while he undertook these actions, the previously lethargic Dabao had swiftly darted into the formation. The thunderous roars grew increasingly deafening as the thick clouds began to descend ominously. Come on, come on. Once we withstand these 2 heavenly tribulations, we shall be safe. Suchin thought excitedly, his flying sword and shield at the ready, gazing up at the tumultuous sky. Suddenly, a vivid purple lightning bolt pierced through the clouds, silencing all sounds, as if the world had momentarily frozen in time. A serene stillness before the impending storm. Suchin, taking in the entirety of this transformation, felt a sudden, unsettling sensation as he raised an eyebrow. Without warning, a colossal silver serpent plummeted from the clouds. Suchin's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of this lightning. As thick as a man's thigh. Good heavens! Is this the tribulation for Foundation establishment? Was it not said that such tribulations are rarely thicker than an arm? He exclaimed in astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, Suchin summoned his flying sword and charged toward the impending thunder. Indeed, there were only 2 bolts of Foundation establishment tribulation. Yet he remained uncertain whether the formation could withstand them. Crack! Amidst the tumult of lightning, the flying sword collided with the descending bolt of calamity, erupting into a conflagration that ascended into the heavens, shattering the sword into numerous fragments. A tremor coursed through his being as Suchin found himself grievously affected. His innards wounded by the force of the thunder. The bolt, thick as a man's thigh, had been somewhat diminished by the sword's resistance. Yet it still retained the girth of an arm. With a resounding crash, the weakened thunder showed no sign of abating. it struck directly upon the formation. And in an instant, the rampant electricity transformed into a silvery veil, enveloping the array. At that moment, Su Chun felt as though he were ensconced within a colossal shield of lightning. Fortunately, he had endured. Grasping the main flag of the formation, he recalled how, had he not exerted every ounce of spiritual energy to resist, he might have doubted the integrity of the array, fearing it would be obliterated in an instant. Although the first bolt of heavenly thunder diverged from the tales he had heard, Su Chun had managed to withstand its onslaught. Now, only the final strike remained. Though the sword lay in ruins, Su Chun still possessed a shield, and the formation remained intact. He was resolute in his belief that, barring any unforeseen calamities, he would undoubtedly navigate the second bolt unscathed. The ominous clouds above swirled slowly, with intervals of respite between each thunderous strike, allowing for a moment of accumulation. As Su Chun gazed up at the darkened sky, he noted that the storm clouds had not thinned following the first strike, intensifying his sense of foreboding. He pondered in confusion why everything he had witnessed diverged so greatly from what he had been led to believe. In the foundational stage, the first bolt of heavenly thunder struck, causing the calamity clouds to noticeably weaken. However, after the second bolt, instead of dissipating, the clouds seemed to grow even more formidable. Suddenly, a web of lightning flickered within the clouds, illuminating the mountaintop in an instant. Had it returned? Narrowing his eyes, Su Chun summoned his shield. Boom. Crack. The arrival of the second bolt of tribulation thunder was utterly unexpected. A flash surged through the cloud layer, and a lightning strike, as thick as a human waist, descended directly. At that moment, Su Chun felt an overwhelming urge to despair. The first bolt had been the size of a thigh, which he had managed to endure. For who could predict the whims of tribulation? Yet, this sudden increase in size was intolerable. The bolt had transformed from the girth of a thigh to that of a waist, doubling in thickness. With a grave expression, he raised his shield. His face had drained of color as he frantically channeled his spiritual energy. The shield expanded to over 10 feet, reaching its utmost limit. Chapter 102, Foundation Establishment and Transformation Boom. Before the might of this tribulation thunder, Su Chun's shield resembled a fragile blade of grass. As soon as the lightning made contact, the shield disintegrated into wisps of green smoke, while the thunder's power remained unabated, aiming directly for Su Chun's body. Witnessing this scene, Su Chun was utterly stunned. What a joke! There was no way to withstand such a force. As the spiritual energy surged uncontrollably, Su Chun had activated the defense of the formation to its utmost limit. Yet, in a mere fraction of a second, upon contact with the calamity thunder, the 8 surrounding formation flags erupted in a brilliant blaze. With a series of explosive sounds, the 8 flames soared, and the formation was forcefully breached. Despite facing 2 layers of defense, the might of the calamity thunder remained undiminished. Boom! A bolt of lightning, as thick as a human waist, struck Su Chun's body directly. A scream escaped his lips as excruciating pain tore through him, causing his eyes to widen in terror. The thunder surged through his body. Although at that moment Su Chun desperately channeled the residual thunderous energy within him, his resistance was utterly feeble against such a colossal force. With a grimace, Su Chun's body was instantly pierced by the calamity thunder. His garments turned to ashes, and his flesh erupted, showering the surroundings with torrents of blood. Just moments before, Su Chun had been unscathed. Now, he had transformed into a mere specter of blood. Unsurprisingly, he lost consciousness instantly. Thud! As he collapsed to the ground, a fleeting thought crossed Su Chun's mind. Could he perhaps remain whole? Yet, as the relentless darkness enveloped him, that thought was swiftly submerged in the void. Although Su Chun lay prostrate, the onslaught of calamity thunder had not yet ceased. An unending barrage of lightning, like columns piercing the heavens, descended from the ominous clouds above, relentlessly striking his body. In that moment, as Su Chun's already shattered body underwent a transformation, an invisible layer of energy surged forth from his lower abdomen, enveloping him entirely. Countless bolts of lightning converged, yet they could not breach this ethereal barrier, ultimately encasing him like a colossal lightning cocoon. As the sun rose in the east, the first rays of dawn illuminated Su Chun's form, and his fingers stirred slightly. Exhausted, he opened his eyes to greet the morning light, laboriously propping himself up on his arms. His gaze swept across his body, and Su Chun was astonished to find that his previously ruptured form was now miraculously intact. Beneath his skin, he perceived a faint luminescence coursing through him, prompting a broad smile to spread across his face. Hey, wake up, wake up. He gently nudged the girl's shoulder with his fingers, a sensation akin to a soft electric shock igniting a spark within him. Such smooth skin. A soft sigh escaped her lips as Su-chun extended his hand once more. However, before he could touch her, the girl, previously curled up, suddenly stretched out as if awakening from a deep slumber. Lying on the ground, she arched her back in a languorous stretch, her fair skin and the two prominent curves on her chest momentarily leaving Su-chun breathless. With her lively eyes now open, the girl glanced around in confusion. But when her gaze landed on Su-chun's face, it froze in place. "Master!" she exclaimed with delight, springing to her feet and leaping onto Su-chun, overwhelming him with her sudden weight. In an instant, caught off guard by her exuberant leap, Su-chun found himself toppled onto the ground. "Madam, please descend. Let us converse rationally. Do not be agitated." Reluctantly disengaging the maiden from his person, Su-chun hastily sought his storage satchel. As he was presently imbued with ardor and in dire need of attire to conceal this mortifying spectacle. "Guffaw, what, madam? Good sir, dost thou not recognize me? I am Dabao." Concealing her mouth with a giggle, the maiden's words instantly caused Su-chun to stagger. "Thou art Dabao?" Regarding the maiden with a dubious countenance. Though she remained unclad, Su-chun was utterly devoid of desire, for this revelation struck him like a thunderbolt, rendering him impotent. "Ergo, thou hast not yet attained the transformation stage. It is the efficacy of the 9 revolutions golden elixir that hath precipitated thy premature transformation? So that is the matter. I questioned why yesterday's celestial tribulation was so peculiar. Dost thou realize thou nearly caused my demise?" Rolling his eyes in vexation, Su-chun finally comprehended why yesterday's celestial tribulation had been so terrifying, for it had not been prepared for him alone, yet he had endured it single-handedly. As it transpired, Dabao's elder brother, the three-eyed wolf king, had suffered an accident several years prior, and Dabao, in her naivete, had rescued him. Upon recuperating, the three-eyed wolf kings, in gratitude to Dabao, had acknowledged her as his sister and bestowed upon her a 9 revolutions golden elixir, intending to assist her in transforming prematurely following a period of seclusion. However, Dabao, who was inherently restless, grew weary of waiting after 2 years and consumed the 9 revolutions golden elixir. However, only after consuming the 9 revolutions golden elixir did Dabao realize the folly of her actions. The elixir's potency was far beyond her control, and its activation would immediately summon the heavenly tribulation. Chapter 103. Golden lightning. As night descended, Su-chun sat in his dwelling, meditating and keenly perceiving the transformations within himself. He harbored profound questions about his survival amidst the tribulations. He had faced his own foundation establishment tribulation coupled with Dabao's transformation tribulation. Despite Dabao's assertion that her true cultivation was below the transformation stage, thus diminishing the tribulation's intensity, it still exceeded the power of a core formation tribulation. Surviving such an ordeal seemed improbable. With his consciousness submerged within, Su-chun meticulously examined every aspect of his being. His muscles and bones were significantly more robust than before, a change he had already noted. However, the alteration in his meridians astonished him. They had broadened considerably. What was once a winding stream had become a vast river. Yet, to Su-chun's knowledge, the foundation establishment tribulation did not affect the meridians. Strengthening them required diligent cultivation and unwavering effort. Choosing not to dwell on the inexplicable, Su-chun was content with his survival. The improved state of his meridians was a boon, not a cause for excessive scrutiny. However, another question lingered. His spiritual energy had undergone a transformation. After transcending the tribulation, Su-chun distinctly perceived that the thunderous spiritual power within him had intensified, not in a chaotic manner within his body, but rather in the magnitude of the force he could now unleash. Previously, Su-chun's spiritual energy manifested solely as white lightning. However, during his recent experimentation, he discerned a glimmer of golden radiance intertwined with the white bolts. This phenomenon piqued Su-chun's curiosity, as he sensed that this golden lightning possessed far greater potency than its white counterpart. If possible, he would indeed wish for all his spiritual energy to transform into golden hues, as this would elevate his prowess by several tiers. Yet, he remained unaware of the cause behind this transformation and decided to refrain from further speculation. Next, he turned to his dantian. Following the foundation establishment, this was the aspect that excited Su-chun the most. In the past, his dantian had been filled with spiritual energy, but now, at its very core, there appeared a droplet of water shimmering with electric brilliance. This droplet symbolized the foundation establishment phase. Countless cultivators in the realm of immortality had sacrificed their very lives for the sake of this nearly imperceptible droplet. Yet tragically, many had departed this world without ever witnessing it manifest within themselves. Now, however, Su Chun had successfully acquired it, signifying that he had truly become a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. I have successfully established my foundation. Mother and father, rest assured, I shall avenge our family's grievances. Those adversaries shall not enjoy their freedom for long. Drawing his consciousness from his physical form, Su Chun inhaled deeply. Countless nights had passed where Su Chun dared not conjure the scene of the Su family's massacre. It wasn't that he had forgotten, but rather that he couldn't bear to remember, for each time the memory surfaced, he was overwhelmed with shame before his parents. For nearly 3 years, Su Chun had remained inert regarding vengeance. He dreaded facing his parents. But now, having established his foundation, though Su Chun couldn't yet assure himself of a successful reprisal, he at least possessed a modicum of strength. Who's there? As he contemplated his next course of action, Su Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he darted out of the cave. Show yourself. I've already detected you. His eyes were fixed on a pile of rocks before him, and a ball of lightning was already forming in Su Chen's hand, which was concealed behind his back. Haha, young master, you're so gullible. I'm over here. Suddenly, a triumphant laugh echoed from the side. Dabao bounded forward and appeared before Su Chen. This. Su Chen glanced at Dabao, then peered suspiciously at the pile of stones. It was gone. The fluctuations that had been concealed behind the rocks had vanished. Ah, that was me. Young master. You're so easily deceived. Here, this is clothing for you. Seeing Su Chen's face still etched with doubt, Dabao pursed his lips and thrust a bundle of clothes into Su Chen's arms, then mischievously cupped his chin, deliberately being mysterious. Oh, you've learned to bargain with me. Have you? Is your backside itching again? Su Chen rolled his eyes and feigned raising his palm. Alas, how vexing. Now that I have become a young lady, why must you still spank me? As Su Chen raised his hand, Dabao's figure flickered and vanished from sight. This scene rendered Su Chen speechless once more. Where could she be? Hee. Dear sir, I am right behind you. Dabao's playful voice echoed from behind Su Chen as he wandered about the cave, mouth agape. Teach me. Dabao, please teach me quickly. Su Chen exclaimed, rushing towards the giggling Dabao, wrapping his arms around her waist. Concerned that she might vanish again, he tightened his grip slightly, causing Dabao to press against him. Sir, you are holding me too tightly. Dabao's voice softened. Her cheeks flushed from the warmth of Su Chen's breath. I got a bit too excited. Noticing Dabao's sudden change in demeanor, Su Chen realized that their current position was rather indecorous. With Dabao's slender waist pressed against him, their legs entangled, Su Chen could distinctly feel himself pressing against the junction of her thighs. Not being foolish, he understood the implications of this situation. With an awkward smile, he promptly set Dabao down. Chapter 104. Escalating tensions in the mountains. There are no cycles of decades. The days and nights of the world persist endlessly. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Over the past 6 months, Su Chen has been immersed in the study of cultivation techniques. In the past, he was merely at the Qi refinement stage, with very few spells available for his practice. However, the situation has drastically changed. Su Chen has now established his foundation and is fully capable of learning a greater array of spells to enhance his power. Suddenly, a swift azure figure darted past the tranquil entrance of the cave, and Dabao appeared directly before the meditating Su Chen. Young master, we must leave at once. This place is no longer safe. Just moments ago, I saw several sects capturing loose cultivators outside. It is only a matter of time before they discover this location. Dabao exclaimed anxiously, her eyes fixed on Su Chen. If it weren't for his current state of meditation, she would have dragged him away without hesitation. Yes. What is the level of their cultivation? Su Chen inquired, opening his eyes from his practice and nodding slightly. Over the past 6 months, he has grown somewhat numb to such occurrences. Although he has been diligently cultivating, he has not been oblivious to the outside world. Thanks to Dabao, unable to remain idle within the mountains, she would venture out every few days, allowing Su Chen to stay informed about external affairs. Previously, it was only disciples at the Qi refinement stage who undertook such activities, but now even foundation establishment cultivators have emerged. This indicates that individuals at the foundation establishment stage are appearing on the battlefield, and a great conflict could erupt at any moment. Dabao, pack your belongings. We must depart from here and seek refuge elsewhere. The situation has evolved to this point, and Su Chen finds himself in a state of helplessness. However, If these sects truly intend to target the Foundation establishment loose cultivators, Su Chun has no choice but to depart. After all, he has only recently entered the Foundation establishment stage, and although De Bao is a transformed demon cultivator, she relies on the power of the 9-turn golden pill. Her cultivation level is no different from Su Chen's, both being at the Foundation establishment realm. Should they encounter a horde pursuing Foundation establishment loose cultivators, escape would be improbable. To avert unforeseen circumstances, they must leave this place for now. Well, sir, where shall we go? Upon hearing Su Chen's intention to leave, De Bao immediately exhibited great excitement. After spending half a year here, she was more than ready to depart. You go ahead and pack your belongings. I have already decided on a destination. We will retrieve the items first and then find a place. Retrieve the items? I understand. De Bao exclaimed with enthusiasm. Is it the formation left by Wu Min? I thought you had forgotten about it. Hee, I will pack my things right away. Leaving Su Chun in a state of astonishment, De Bao swiftly dashed into the cave. Su Chun could only feel speechless. Her confidence was truly astonishing. He had nearly forgotten that De Bao had lived with Wu Min for an extended period. Although she had not yet transformed at that time, she retained those memories. Furthermore, De Bao is well aware of Su Chen's experiences, making it nearly impossible for him to maintain an air of mystery in her presence. Under the cover of night, Su Chen, accompanied by De Bao, departed from the cave they had called home for 6 months, heading directly towards the location left by Wu Min. For an extended period, Su Chun has refrained from visiting, primarily due to the considerable distance and the cautionary words of Wu Min, who had previously advised him to be wary. Although this may have been a jest, Su Chun took it to heart. The thought of becoming ensnared in a formation, given his then nascent chi refining stage, was indeed alarming. However, having now attained the Foundation establishment stage, he feels capable of confronting any formation, provided it is not exceedingly formidable. After 2 days of traversing thousands of miles, Su Chun and De Bao finally arrived at the unremarkable village of Wujia Town. Frustration welled within him. Had it not been for the crowd, he would have taken drastic measures against that old man. They descended into a grove just outside Wujia Town, where De Bao continued to seethe over recent events. Not long ago, they had encountered a squad searching for loose cultivators. This group comprised 3 Foundation establishment cultivators and a dozen or so chi refining practitioners, whose affiliations remained unclear, whether they were rogue cultivators or disciples of some sect. The encounter with the squad was inevitably fraught with tension, especially upon learning that Su Chun and De Bao were indeed loose cultivators. They boldly declared their intent to take Su Chun and De Bao, claiming that the demonic faction was currently on the offensive, urgently requiring reinforcements from all cultivators. As they implored Su Chun to join their cause, they spoke with righteous indignation, insinuating that refusal to combat the demonic forces would be a betrayal of the protection and nurturing provided by the righteous path over the years. Upon hearing such rhetoric, Su Chun could hardly contain his amusement. Protection from the righteous path? What were these individuals doing when over 300 members of the Su family were slaughtered? The cultivation of righteous individuals? Nonsense. Su Chun could hardly fathom how his current achievements bore any relation to the so-called righteous. Had it not been for his extraordinary luck, he could not even count how many times he might have met his demise. The audacity of these individuals to speak so grandiloquently left Su Chun with a profound understanding of why outsiders labeled them as hypocrites. Their pretentiousness was simply unbearable. Of course, Su Chun was no naive child, and he remained skeptical of their empty rhetoric. If they were so steadfast in their convictions, why did they not lead the charge themselves, instead of sending others to their doom? The inevitable outcome was a complete rupture of civility. In this context, a lecherous old man at the Foundation establishment stage grew even more brazen, boldly proposing that De Bao's become his dual cultivation partner, claiming that should she acquiesce, he would ensure she would not be thrust into battle and would grant her a sect identity. This proposition nearly infuriated De Bao's. She couldn't even bear to look at the old man's repulsive countenance, let alone entertain such a suggestion. The fact that she managed to refrain from confronting him in that moment spoke volumes about her patience. Chapter 105. Array within an array now. These individuals came with ill intentions. Having finally evaded them, we must swiftly retrieve the insights left by Wu Junzi regarding the formation. We cannot linger here, as there may be imminent arrivals. Faced with the visibly upset De Bao's, Su Chun could only offer her a reassuring smile. Anyone would be incensed by such a predicament. However, They had more pressing matters at hand, and no time to dwell on this issue. Humph. I sincerely hope I do not encounter him again. Otherwise, I shall strip him of every last hair on his body. As Su Chun surveyed his surroundings, he made his way directly toward the town. Wu Min cursed under her breath and quickly followed suit. Wu family town was quite small, merely a remote village. Su Chun found it perplexing that a master of formations would reside in such a place, yet this would not deter him from his quest. "Excuse me, madam. We are visiting relatives from out of town. Could you kindly direct us to the residence of Master Wu Jinzi?" he inquired, stopping a woman who appeared to be in a hurry. "Oh dear, I have no idea. Who is this Wu Jinzi? I've never heard of him." The woman regarded him with disinterest and impatiently walked away. Su Chun couldn't help but scrutinize himself. Was there something amiss with his appearance? Why was it that a simple inquiry could elicit such disdain? "Giggle. You're so foolish, young master. Allow me to handle this," Dabao chuckled, covering her mouth as she approached an oncoming middle-aged man with a spring in her step. "Excuse me, sir, may I ask you something?" Su Chun was at his wit's end. This was proving to be more challenging than he had anticipated, especially as Dabao resorted to her charms, which seemed to go unacknowledged, a blatant affront to her pride. "Am I sick?" "You guessed correctly. I am indeed quite unwell." In front of Su Chun, Dabao's pride took a hit, and her expression shifted dramatically. In a swift motion, she extended her hand and seized the man's throat, vanishing with a whoosh. "Dabao!" Sigh. Observing the sudden movement of Dabao, Su Chun let out a resigned sigh, stamped his foot, and directly pursued him. "Pray tell, where is Wu Jinzi's residence? If you fail to provide an answer today, I shall take your life." With a menacing glare, he grasped the man's throat. By the time Su Chun arrived, Dabao had already incapacitated the individual in the corner against the wall. Releasing his grip, Dabao remarked, "You would have suffocated him." Noticing Dabao's actions, Su Chun stepped forward and intervened. "Ahem. Who are you?" I know nothing." The middle-aged man, completely taken aback by the sudden turn of events, trembled as he gazed at Su Chun and Dabao, his entire body quaking. "Rest assured, dear sir, we bear no ill intentions. We merely wish to ascertain if there exists an elderly gentleman named Wu Jinzi in your Wu family town." "Oh, no such person." Su Chun's forehead immediately furrowed in confusion. It was implausible that Wu Min would deceive him regarding this matter. "Have you heard of Wu Min? She is an exceptionally innocent young lady, of similar age to yourself, and her family consists solely of her and her grandfather." Pointing at Dabao, Su Chun reiterated his inquiry. "Wu Min? Just the two of them?" Upon Su Chun's pointed gesture towards Dabao, the middle-aged man fell into deep contemplation once more. "Strangely enough, your description has indeed jogged my memory about two individuals. However, they are likely not the ones you seek." After a brief moment, the middle-aged man finally identified a matching pair in his mind. "Oh, why do you say that?" Su Chun expressed mild surprise at the man's statement. "Indeed, you may not comprehend, but within a grove outside Wu family town, there reside two individuals strikingly similar to your description. However, these two are rather peculiar. They seldom venture outside, and outsiders are unable to access their dwelling. The last time I encountered them was approximately 2 years ago. Had you not mentioned them, I might have nearly forgotten." Upon seeing the middle-aged man speak earnestly, Su Chun and Dabao exchanged glances, realizing they had found their leads. After inquiring meticulously about the location of Wu Jinzi's residence, Su Chun bade farewell to the man and proceeded directly with Dabao to the enigmatic grove. "Dabao, are you not well-versed in formations? Can you discern the nature of this array?" In the woods outside Wu family town, Su Chun and Dabao stood side by side before a swirling mist. "I must admit, I have little knowledge of formations. However, this illusion array does not pose a challenge for me. What say you, young master? Would you like my assistance?" In response to Su Chun's inquiry, Dabao earnestly shook her head. While she indeed lacked formal study in formations, she possessed an innate sensitivity to them, allowing her to navigate through typical arrays with ease. Even the palace of the ruthless Tutu Tianxiu could not deter her, let alone this modest illusion array. "Never mind. Wu Jinzi has perished, and from this day forward, no one shall remain. An empty array may prove inconvenient for the nearby villagers. I shall dismantle it to prevent anyone from inadvertently wandering in and becoming ensnared." In light of Dabao's kind intentions, Su Chun gently shook his head and then stepped boldly into the illusion array. Boom! The sound of thunder reverberated through the mist, growing increasingly resounding. Suddenly, a crackle pierced the air, and from the white fog emerged a dazzling aurora, illuminating the entire forest with its brilliance. As the light faded, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing that the formation had evidently been forcefully dismantled by Su Chen. Young master. Once the haze completely cleared, Dabao leaped agilely to Su Chen's side. Shoo! Su Chen signaled her to be silent. For not far in front of them lingered another wisp of mist, which was clearly another formation. A formation within a formation? Dabao furrowed her brow in confusion, soon realizing the peculiarity before them. Like Su Chen, her expression turned solemn. For this formation was not empty. The swirling fog indicated that it was not merely an illusionary trap. Moreover, the defenses of this formation were evidently strengthening, suggesting that someone was indeed present within. Chapter 106. The Disguised Master. How shall we proceed, young master? Should we call him out and eliminate him? Dabao's heart brimmed with discontent upon discovering that their arduous journey had led them to a location already claimed by another. Let us not be hasty. We are unaware of the opponent's intentions and cultivation level. We should observe for now. Gently shaking his head, Su Chen resolved to approach. May I inquire which esteemed friend is present? I mean no offense. I simply wish to discuss a few matters with you. He stepped forward, bowing respectfully before the formation. Humph. Depart hence, a venerable voice echoed from within the formation. I am in seclusion and wish not to be disturbed by outsiders. As for your trespass, I shall pardon it. Upon hearing these words, Su Chen's countenance underwent a marked alteration. What jest is this? He inwardly exclaimed. He had journeyed from afar, his sole purpose being to acquire insights into this very formation. Could he be dismissed with a mere utterance? I have no desire to disrupt your cultivation, esteemed Taoist. Su Chen responded. I come at the behest of a friend to retrieve certain articles. Once these are obtained, I shall promptly take my leave. How does that strike you? A jest indeed, the voice retorted. What possessions of yours could possibly reside within my abode? Depart swiftly, lest you incur my displeasure. A surge of indignation coursed through Su Chen's veins. Such brazen audacity. This was, by all accounts, the domain of Wu Junzi and his cohort. Yet it was being occupied with such unmitigated gall, cloaked in a veneer of righteousness. Young master, Dabao interjected, gently tugging at Su Chen's sleeve as the latter was about to protest. His cultivation is assuredly wanting. Should he truly possess strength, he would not be so preoccupied with reinforcing the formation. Let us make short work of him. Dabao cast a furtive glance at Su Chen, making no attempt to conceal his words from the occupant within. Humph, the voice seethed. I am merely in seclusion and wish not to be disturbed. Should you persist in this course, know that you have been duly warned. A swirl of mist billowed within the formation, the aged voice laced with palpable ire. Make short work of him, young master, Dabao urged. He is surely feigning strength. Disregarding the individuals within the formation, Dabao had become increasingly convinced of their inadequate strength. Humph. Since my companion is unwilling to intervene, let them not blame me for taking action. Nodding in agreement, Su Chen extended his palm, conjuring a sphere of lightning that coalesced in his hand. Go. With a flick of his wrist, the electric orb soared into the formation. Hey, do not press us too hard. As the lightning sphere entered, it detonated with Su Chen's command, igniting a fury among those within the formation. Following a cacophony of shrieks, a sudden flash of fire emerged from the roiling white mist, hurtling towards Su Chen. Humph. Observing the approaching flame, Su Chen's expression turned more disdainful. He reached out and caught the fire in his hand. With a flicker of electricity, the flame dissipated instantly. I shall count to 3, then you will exit. Casting aside the remnants of the fire, Su Chen's countenance darkened. Judging by the intensity of the emitted light, the individual could only be a Qi refining stage cultivator. 2 foundation establishment stage cultivators were actually intimidated by one in the Qi refining stage, which only fueled Su Chen's ire further. 1. Glaring at the formation before him, Su Chen began to gather his spiritual energy. 2. Sparks of electricity crackled as a layer of lightning enveloped his entire being, yet the formation remained unresponsive. 3. Upon uttering the final word, Su Chen leapt into the formation. With a thunderous explosion, the violent surge of lightning erupted forth, shattering the illusionary array with sheer force. HM? Though the illusion was dispelled, the formation revealed itself to be devoid of occupants, presenting only an empty thatched cottage. Young master, please wait, I shall pursue him. In a flash of azure light, Daba soared into the depths of the dense forest. Be cautious. Observing Daba's swift movements, Su Chen offered a word of caution before swiftly entering the thatched hut. After a thorough search, he found the interior of the hut utterly barren, evidently. The items and insights regarding the formation had been taken away by the person who had just departed. Damn it! Frustrated by the fruitless search, Su Chen swiftly exited the thatched dwelling. Young master, I have brought the person. At that very moment, Dabo reappeared, resembling a majestic beast, grasping an elderly man with hair as white as snow. The two soared through the air and landed gracefully before Su Chen. With a thud, Daba extended his hand, unceremoniously tossing the elderly figure at Su Chen's feet. Senior, please spare me. I did not mean to offend. I realize my mistake. I beseech you, grant me mercy. The man knelt before Su Chen, his head striking the ground with fervor. Su Chen's voice was cold as he inquired, "Why did you impersonate the master of this place?" Faced with the man's demeanor, Su Chen scoffed. It was shocking that a practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement had been so thoroughly mocked by another of the same level. Senior, please show mercy. I had no choice. I was compelled to act thus. I implore you, spare me. The man trembled on the ground, his body shaking under Su Chen's disdainful gaze. No choice. You audaciously occupied another's territory and dare to claim justification. How did you come upon this place? Chapter 107. Encountering a strong adversary. Forget it. I shall not pursue the matter further. Hand over the items you took from here, and you may leave. Reflecting on the affairs of the rogue cultivators, Su Chen felt an inexplicable annoyance. In comparison to the situation with this cultivator, he deemed it unnecessary to dwell on the matter. Items. What items? The kneeling cultivator stared blankly at Su Chen's outstretched hand, momentarily bewildered. Do you wish to court death? With a darkened expression, Su Chen's voice turned frigid. I recall now. Indeed, there are 2 books here. Observing the sudden change in Su Chen's demeanor, the cultivator trembled and quickly retrieved 2 books from his storage bag, presenting them to Su Chen. Depart quickly, and do not let me see you again. Su Chen glared at the 2 books in his hand, his expression filled with indignation, causing the cultivator's face to pale in fear. Wait. The cultivator hastily rose, intending to leave, but was abruptly halted by Debao's call. Debao, let him go. Understanding Debao's intentions, Su Chen realized her motive. Let him go? Young master, you are too kind. Do you truly believe he has returned everything? Pouting slightly, Debao leaped to the cultivator's side and with a swift motion, seized the storage bag from his waist. Clatter. As Debao appended the cultivator's storage bag, an unexpected array of thick books tumbled out, numbering in the dozens. Did you see that? With an innocent gaze directed at the scattered books, Debao shrugged her shoulders. I warned you to be honest. Turning away, the cultivator was swiftly kicked to the ground by Debao, resembling a typical brawl where fists and feet were unleashed upon him. Grandmother, I was wrong. Please, spare me, he cried, cradling his head, appearing much like a bullied elder, curled up and writhing on the ground. However, Su Chen did not intervene this time. You deserve this. With nearly 20 books, at least bring forth 10 to substantiate yourself. To think you only presented 2, you truly need to be taught a lesson. After a moment, once Su Chen was assured that all the insights into the formation were acquired, he finally attempted to halt Debao, who had already left the cultivator battered and bruised, on the verge of unconsciousness. If it weren't for my reluctance to shed blood, I would have surely ended you. Hearing Su Chen's words, Debao, still dissatisfied, delivered a couple more kicks before approaching Su Chen's side. Young master, where shall we go? Acting as if nothing had transpired, Debao transformed back into a docile demeanor. In response to Debao's inquiry, Su Chen murmured, uncertain of where to head next. Senior, please take me with you. Do not abandon me, lest I be captured to fend off the forces of the demonic path. Before Su Chen could contemplate a destination, the battered old cultivator scampered over, looking rather pitiful. Get lost. I do not wish to see you again. With a furrowed brow, Su Chen held a decidedly unfavorable impression of the old man, deeming his character despicable. He truly wished to avoid his presence. Please, senior, take me away, or I shall surely be captured. With a thud, he fell to his knees, nearly brought to tears. Oh, you fear being caught by them? Are you not afraid that I might end your life instead? In a blink, Debao appeared before the elder, her hand firmly grasping his throat. Debao, no? Su Chen urgently interjected, alarmed by her serious demeanor. He knew well that Debao would heed his words without question, yet when it came to outsiders, she acted on her whims. If he did not intervene, the old man would undoubtedly meet his demise. My lord, what purpose does this man serve? Just look at his lecherous appearance. He is surely of no good. It would be merciful to end his suffering. Debao expressed her discontent at Su Chen's command. No, to take a life so casually contravenes the natural order. Let him go. After all, out of sight, out of mind. Amused by Dabao's displeasure, Su Chen shook his head with a smile. Meanwhile, the kneeling elder could hardly miss the implication. Although the young master's command wielded considerable authority, this young lady was intent on extinguishing his life. Being near these two was exceedingly perilous. Stealthily glancing at their faces, the old man seized the opportunity to flee, thinking, if not now, then when? Fortune favored him, encountering such a benevolent young master. Had it been his own decision, he would have torn the old man into pieces. Observing the retreating figure of the elder, Dabo stamped his foot in frustration. Well, there's no need to be vexed with someone at the chi refinement stage. Let us depart from here and seek a secluded spot to lay low for a while. I have an unsettling feeling that turmoil is brewing in the cultivation world. With a melancholic gaze fixed upon the distant sky, Su Chen shook his head, burdened with thoughts. Having acquired the insights on formations left by Wu Jinzi, Su Chen and Dabo soared directly into the depths of the mountains. Their objective was straightforward, to find a hidden place for refuge. However, fate had other plans. For Su Chen could never have anticipated encountering a team searching for rogue cultivators in this secluded area. A late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator led the group, accompanied by 3 disciples at the 9th level of chi refinement. The two factions regarded each other from afar, neither daring to act impulsively. Fellow cultivator, let us ease the situation. Though you possess late-stage Foundation establishment prowess, we have 2 Foundation establishment cultivators on our side. If you truly intend to engage, the outcome may not be as favorable as you think. Facing the 4 adversaries, it was Su Chen who ultimately broke the silence. The longer they delayed, the greater the risk of unforeseen complications. Who could say whether there were indeed only 4 of them? Should others be lurking nearby, the situation would become even more precarious. Humph. The demonic path seeks to invade our righteous way, and you dare speak such words? Are you truly worthy of your cultivation? With a grim expression, the elder's countenance revealed no discernible emotions, but his intent was unmistakably clear. So, it appears there is nothing left to discuss? With a cold scoff, Su Chen consciously chose to disregard the lofty righteousness of the late Foundation establishment cultivator. To invoke the great righteousness of both the righteous and demonic factions so casually was nothing short of ludicrous. Did he take him for a child? There was no room for negotiation. He was to obediently follow, and Su Chen would pretend he had not overheard their prior conversation, lest today mark their demise. Maintaining his stoic demeanor, the elder's words, however, were laced with an inexhaustible intent to kill. I will hold him off. You eliminate these 3 chi refinement stage cultivators. At this juncture, Su Chen found no need for further discourse. After relaying a message to his companion, Dabao, he activated his white jade golden silk shoes, and a streak of light surged forth as he ascended into the sky. Chapter 108. Endless talismans thinking of fleeing? A fool's errand. With narrowed eyes, the elder's face bore a hint of derision as he pursued Su Chen's fleeting figure. Witnessing this, Dabao, who had remained silent until now, suddenly sprang into action. Her objective was crystal clear, to swiftly eliminate the 3 chi refinement cultivators before hastening to Su Chen's aid. For she understood that he could not withstand the onslaught of a late Foundation establishment cultivator alone. Form the formation, in the face of Dabao's silent approach. The 3 disciples at the 9th level of chi refinement displayed no fear. With a collective shout, they charged toward her. Observing their movements, which coalesced into a peculiar formation, Dabao's expression darkened. In an instant, her figure surged once more, transforming from a discernible silhouette into a fleeting azure afterimage. Ah, young one, it would be wise for you to surrender. Being sent to the battlefield does not necessarily mean death, but should you resist in my presence, demise is certain. High above, the face of the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator finally revealed a change, albeit one marked by a sinister expression. Humph, old man, you seem rather overconfident. The outcome of this hunt is still uncertain. Allow me to teach you a lesson. Those who look down upon others shall meet a grim fate. With a crackling sound, a layer of lightning, resembling a silver dragon, began to manifest around Su Chen's body. In his hands, 2 massive spheres of lightning materialized. He did not conceal his intentions, for Su Chen needed to ensure that the cultivator before him was fully captivated, thus granting Dabao ample time to deal with the 3 chi refinement stage cultivators across from them. Could it be that he possesses a lightning attribute spiritual root? The elder exclaimed in surprise, but his composure quickly returned. What of a lightning attribute spiritual root? It is merely the cultivation of the early foundation establishment stage. Although the lightning attribute is reputed to be the strongest among spiritual roots in the cultivation world, I believe that before my late-stage foundation establishment prowess, even a lightning attribute will have no chance of turning the tide. With a flicker of azure light, a verdant spear materialized in the elder's grasp. Today, let me confront you, the supposed strongest spiritual root in the realm of cultivation. I shall see if the lightning root truly possesses the legendary might. Successfully lured in by Su Chun, the elder flicked his wrist, and in an instant, dozens of azure spear phantoms surged forth towards him. Humph! Thunder whip. As he beheld the swiftly approaching shadow of the gun, Su Chun dared not be reckless. With a sudden tremor of his hands, the two enormous thunder spheres transformed into two whips of lightning. With a swift motion, his figure spun, and the conjured thunder whips sliced through the air, producing a resonant hum as they surged toward the elder. The initial confrontation saw the ethereal gun shadow dispersed in an instant by the sweeping arcs of Su Chun's lightning whips. Though this scene appeared effortless, Su Chun recognized the grim reality before him. The depletion of his spiritual energy was severe. This was hardly a sustainable solution, for it would not be long before Su Chun himself would be rendered powerless, as his internal energy would be entirely consumed. Should he reach that point, he would find himself akin to a fish on the chopping block, vulnerable and at the mercy of his adversary. Oh, as expected from the strongest spiritual root in the realm of cultivation. However, I shall see just how long you can endure. The elder, having discerned Su Chun's predicament, felt no urgency. With a flick of his fingers, he unleashed 3 wooden spikes. Talismans. Su Chun's expression shifted as he cursed inwardly upon witnessing the approaching wooden spikes. What a shameless individual. The elder intended to exhaust Su Chun's spiritual energy without expending any of his own. Despite the fury bubbling within him, Su Chun had no recourse. Faced with the 3 incoming wooden spikes, he could only raise his thunder whips once more. With 3 crisp sounds, the wooden spikes were shattered in midair by Su Chun's lightning whip. However, before he could catch his breath, another ominous sound heralded the arrival of 3 more wooden spikes. Damn it! Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Chun once again wielded his lightning whip to disperse them. Ha ha ha, how amusing. I wonder how long you can endure this. The elder, seemingly entertained by the spectacle, made no move to intervene, instead gesturing to unleash yet another trio of wooden spikes. You shameless scoundrel, do you dare to engage me in a genuine duel? Are you not brave enough? The flames of fury within Su Chun blazed even brighter as he shattered the incoming spikes once more, letting loose a string of curses. How many talismans does this opponent possess? Su Chun felt utterly uncertain. At this rate, wouldn't he have to wait for the elder to strike? He might exhaust himself first. Ha ha, curse all you want. Soon enough, you will be the one weeping. Rest assured, I want to kill you immediately. I intend to crush your body inch by inch, for I am most curious about the differences possessed by those of the lightning spiritual root. In response to Su Chun's provocation, the elder merely chuckled, unfazed, and with another wave of his hand, sent forth 3 more wooden spikes. Bastard! With a scowl, Su Chun raised his lightning whip against the incoming spikes, but with his other hand, he conjured a lightning orb. Boom! The orb surged towards the elder, detonating upon contact with an unseen barrier that flickered into existence around him, leaving Su Chun enveloped in a sense of despair. Ha! Can you not hold on any longer? Allow me to present you with a final display of brilliance. 3 on the left, 3 on the right. The old man was thoroughly engrossed in the game. When he noticed Su Chun once again dispersing a wave of wooden spikes, his body already exhibited signs of fatigue. In that instant, he swung both hands vigorously. The chilling sound of air being sliced filled the atmosphere, causing Su Chun's complexion to turn pale. The multitude of wooden spikes descending upon him instilled a profound sense of despair. Could this wretched individual possibly be running a talisman shop? Drawing upon the remaining spiritual energy within, Su Chun desperately lashed out at the wooden spikes before him. However, his internal energy was far too depleted to shatter these spikes effectively. Still, he hoped to diminish their numbers, as he did not wish to become a mere sieve. Chapter 109. Golden Spiritual Energy. Be careful, young master. In this moment of peril, the Bao's voice suddenly rang out, and a green figure swiftly positioned itself in front of Su Chun. The wooden spikes that had been flying towards him had already been mostly dispersed by Su Chun, yet 5 remained unbroken. Facing the rapid onslaught of these 5 spikes, the Bao pushed forward with both hands. releasing streams of spiritual energy that directly shattered the remaining wooden spikes. Observing this scene, Dabao opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained. She understood that Su Chan was about to reveal his final trump card. Once unleashed, he would be rendered weak for several days. Yet, there was no alternative at this juncture. All she could do now was to buy Su Chan as much time as possible. Humph. Young girl, your movements are quite swift. You have managed to eliminate them so quickly. I truly underestimated you. With a grim expression, the old man realized he had been deceived upon witnessing Dabao's intervention. His attention was completely captivated by Su Chan, and in a moment of distraction, the 3 Qi refinement disciples he had brought with him were all vanquished by Dabao. Humph. Old fool, spare me your prattle. Dare to harm my young master. And today, I shall not let this matter rest. With a fierce glare directed at the elder, Dabao waved her hands gracefully, causing her garments to flutter, enveloped in a dense layer of spiritual energy that concealed Su Chan behind her. At that moment, Su Chan remained tranquil, standing silently behind Dabao, as if in a deep slumber, devoid of any movement or disturbance. For he was gathering the last remnants of his internal spiritual energy, the golden spiritual energy. Ever since its emergence following the heavenly tribulation, Su Chan had relentlessly pursued its study. He had once endeavored to separate this golden spiritual energy from the ordinary kind, a task that appeared deceptively simple, yet took him nearly a month to achieve with great difficulty. Moreover, the quantity of golden spiritual energy was exceedingly rare, approximately 100 times scarcer than ordinary spiritual energy. However, the potency of this golden energy was astonishing, with spells cast using it boasting a strength several dozen times greater than those employing ordinary energy. The sole lamentation was that the scant amount of golden spiritual energy within Su Chan did not increase with his cultivation. It remained fixed. Whenever he exhausted this golden energy, he would succumb to a state of weakness, and only then would the golden energy slowly replenish, but once restored, it would cease to grow further. After a considerable amount of time had passed, Dabao had already engaged in combat with the elder. Under the looming presence of the elder's spear, Dabao deftly evaded. Relying on his agile physique, although he excelled in nimbleness, he faced numerous close calls against the elder's relentless onslaught, nearly being pierced through the chest by the spear on one occasion. Just as Dabao was on the brink of exhaustion, Su Chan finally stirred, abruptly opening his eyes. Su Chan was devoid of the previous weakness he had exhibited. His resolute gaze shimmered with golden light, and his aura radiated as if he were a colossal being, unyielding against the heavens. Allow me. His voice, imbued with unwavering confidence, resonated. Upon hearing those succinct words from Su Chan, Dabao felt a wave of relief wash over him. An intense surge of spiritual energy erupted from him, temporarily forcing the elder back. And he swiftly positioned himself behind Su Chan. Be cautious, young master. That old rascal's spear is no ordinary weapon. Upon reaching Su Chan's side, Dabao did not forget to offer a warning. I understand. Su Chan nodded lightly. In truth, he had already discerned from the outset that the elder's verdant spear was not merely an ordinary artifact, but likely a treasured one. Humph. You are at the end of your tether. This must be the last of your spiritual energy. Very well, I shall grant you a swift demise. Standing firmly with spear in hand, the elder stroked his beard with one hand while his gaze remained fixed on Su Chan. For some inexplicable reason, upon witnessing Su Chan's current demeanor, a surge of fervor welled up within him. It is evident to any discerning observer that Su Chan has reached the limits of his strength. However, his indomitable fighting spirit at this moment instills a sense of peril in the elder. Suddenly, without any wind, a roar erupts as Su Chan's garments billow dramatically, and his hair rises as if caught in an unseen tempest. His furious gaze resembles that of a madman. Come, receive my final strike. With a deep voice, Su Chan lunges forward. Humph. Seeking death. The elder's expression darkens in fury, realizing that he had been momentarily intimidated by Su Chan's demeanor. It is indeed laughable that a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator could be frightened by one in the early stages. Channeling his spiritual energy, the elder's spear expands significantly, whistling as it hurtles towards Su Chan. Thunder explosion. Unfazed by the incoming spear, Su Chan suddenly bursts forth in a blaze of golden light, his speed multiplying exponentially in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he evades the spear and appears directly before the elder. How is this possible? Without warning, a look of terror washes over the elder's face as he witnesses Su Chan's sudden approach. In a flurry, he hastily retrieves a white shield. But before he can activate it, Su Chen's golden lightning strikes with ferocity. With a sharp crack, the Elder's outer layer of defense crumbles as if made of paper, obliterated by the force of Su Chen's golden lightning, which continues to surge forward unabated. Beneath Su Chen's menacing expression, a peculiar scene unfolded as a golden lightning bolt struck the old man's chest. Strangely, upon contact, there was no explosion. Instead, the lightning penetrated his very being. In the next instant, the old man's countenance froze, his skin transitioning from pallor to crimson, before ultimately igniting in flames. Chapter 110. Dabao captured time seemed to stretch indefinitely, as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from his body. When Su Chen finally stirred from the abyss of darkness, he found himself reclined within a cavern. Struggling to prop himself up, he surveyed the dimly lit sanctuary, a frown creasing his brow as a pungent odor of mildew assaulted his senses. He pondered the rationale behind Dabao's choice of such a dismal hideout. Dabao, he murmured softly, caressing the bandaged wound on his shoulder, yet met with silence. How curious, where could Dabao possibly be? Gazing around the desolate cavern, Su Chen muttered in confusion before striding towards the exit. However, as he approached the mouth of the cave, his expression shifted to one of gravity. The darkness within was profound, and he discovered that the entrance had been thoroughly obstructed by branches and debris. Could it be that an unforeseen calamity had occurred? With a surge of determination, he cleared the impediments barring the cave's entrance. In an instant, as the branches were swept aside, brilliant sunlight poured in, its blinding rays forcing Su Chen to squint in discomfort. It was midday. A heavy sensation enveloped Su Chen as an ominous thought took hold of him. At this hour, had there been no pressing matter, Dabao would never have strayed from his side. Furthermore, the crude concealment at the cave entrance suggested carelessness. Had time not been of the essence, Dabao would not have acted with such disregard. It was paramount that no unforeseen incidents occurred, lest trouble ensue. She must realize that, upon my appearance, capture would be inevitable, which compelled her to hastily leave this note. Scoundrels, you would do well to heed my warning. Should any misfortune befall Dabao, regardless of your affiliations, you shall rue the day. With a fierce determination, he reduced the letter in his hand to ashes and turned, plunging into the dense forest. Though still recovering from his earlier weakness, Su Chen felt a surge of urgency at Dabao's capture. Yet he knew he must first restore his spiritual energy. 2 days swiftly passed, during which Su Chen immersed himself in relentless cultivation. He tirelessly drew upon the spiritual stones around him, depleting a substantial quantity in the process. This period of training became the most extravagant of his endeavors, yielding nearly 1,000 spiritual stones, all consumed in the pursuit of recovery. Such expenditure, although considerable, proved worthwhile, had he not utilized the stones. A return to form would have taken at least 10 to 15 days of conventional practice. Finally, opening his storage bag, Su Chen found the time to examine the spoils of his previous skirmish. The first item he retrieved was a verdant spear, the very weapon wielded by the Elder. As Su Chen extended his hand to caress the resplendent spear, a flicker of excitement coursed through his heart. He was certain that this spear was indeed a treasured artifact. Unlike ordinary magical weapons, when he attempted to infuse spiritual energy into it, he felt a distinct resistance, clearly indicating that the spear bore the mark of another, an emblem of its status as a precious item. After a moment of playful examination, Su Chen refrained from hastily refining the spear and instead stored it within his spatial pouch, proceeding to inspect his findings further. He retrieved a white shield. A slight furrow appeared on his brow. It was evident that this shield was merely a magical tool, for its tactile quality and material were significantly inferior to that of the cloud-piercing spear. Holding the palm-sized circular shield, Su Chen channeled a modicum of his spiritual energy, and to his astonishment, the shield expanded to over 3 meters in size. This remarkable transformation suggested that the shield was not an ordinary magical tool. It was certainly superior to the one he had wielded during his tribulation. Satisfied, he placed the shield into his pouch and continued his search. However, after a thorough investigation, Su Chen felt a tinge of disappointment, as aside from these 2 weapons, the remainder consisted solely of some neatly cut papers and various jars. Yet, beneath these familiar-looking papers, he finally unearthed a jade slip. A surge of exhilaration washed over him as he realized it contained talismanic knowledge, something Su Chen had longed to master. He vividly remembers the first time he encountered talismans, spending a considerable amount of time with the elderly man who ran a talisman shop in the secular world. all in hopes of mastering the art of talisman creation. However, it was evident that the old man could not impart the secrets of this craft to Su Chun, leaving him with a lingering sense of regret. Yet, unexpectedly, among the spoils of today, Su Chun discovered a talisman manual, a stroke of serendipity indeed. Reflecting on that lecherous old man, during their battle, he had flung talismans with reckless abandon, sparking a flurry of questions in Su Chen's mind. How could he possess such an abundance of talismans? The answer was clear. He was a talisman maker himself. Carefully placing the jade slip into a corner of his storage pouch, Su Chun resumed his search. To his dismay, the subsequent exploration yielded nothing but jars and paper inscribed with talismanic symbols, save for a singular, dark token. The token, forged from mysterious iron, was palm-sized yet weighed a staggering 100 pounds, emblazoned with the characters for Xianming. Su Chun speculated that this might be the name of a sect. Initially at a loss, the sight of this token provided him with newfound direction. In the enclosed cave, Su Chun sat in quiet contemplation, with the verdant cloud-piercing spear suspended before him. At that moment, the spear was enveloped in a layer of fine, crackling lightning. The challenge of refining this treasured weapon proved to be far more formidable than Su Chun had anticipated. Half a day has already elapsed, and throughout this time, Su Chun has not paused for a moment. Yet, only half of the marks left by the old man have been worn away. There is little that can be done. After all, the old man is at the late stage of foundation establishment, possessing significantly higher cultivation than Su Chun. Even so, this pace is quite astonishing. As night falls, the dark forest is filled with the roars of wild beasts. It isn't until the moon hangs high in the sky that a figure, swift as lightning, suddenly darts through the woods, silencing all the chirping insects in that instant. Have you heard? An elder from the Xianming Palace was killed a few days ago, and now they are searching everywhere for the murderer. Oh, I knew about it long ago. I heard it yesterday. You only just found out? In a small tavern in Fengyuan City, Su Chun sits quietly by the window, his gaze seemingly indifferent as he observes the passers-by outside. However, his ears are attuned to the conversations around him. Arriving in Fengyuan City the previous night, Su Chun did not anticipate the fortuitous coincidence that this city is the territory of the Xianming Palace. Upon entering the tavern early in the morning, Su Chun needed no inquiry, for everyone in the city was engrossed in discussions about the murder of an elder from the Xianming Palace. He found it perplexing that the assassination of an elder, an affair of the cultivation world, could elicit such excitement among these ordinary folk. Gossip abounds. The elder of the Xianming Palace was slain by an unknown assailant under peculiar circumstances, leading to a fierce confrontation between the two. The details of this clash have emerged, including rumors that the elder was embroiled in a conflict with a mysterious cultivator over a woman. This altercation escalated into a 3-day battle, resulting in the flattening of several peaks. Ultimately, the elder succumbed to exhaustion and was decapitated by a single strike. Absurd indeed. Upon hearing such rumors, Su Chun found himself at a loss for words. However, it was not merely idle gossip. Despite spending a quiet half-day in the tavern, he gleaned substantial information about the Xianming Palace. After savoring the last drop of his drink, Su Chun produced a piece of broken silver and prepared to depart, only to be met with a sudden commotion within the tavern. Look, it's someone from the Xianming Palace. Hush, are you seeking death? Lower your voice. The once tranquil tavern erupted with excitement as two individuals entered. Surprised by the arrival of Xianming Palace members, Su Chun turned his gaze toward the entrance. There stood two practitioners at the 9th level of Qi refinement, scrutinizing the patrons within the tavern. Just Qi refinement cultivators. Does the Xianming Palace send them to their doom? With a disdainful smirk, Su Chun feigned indifference, redirecting his attention to the window. As the two celestial beings entered, the taverness attendant had already hurried to the back to inform the proprietor. Moments later, the tavern master rushed out in a state of panic. We are here in search of someone, my good sir. Have you ever encountered the individual depicted in this portrait? Ignoring the tavern owner's courteous demeanor, the two men produced an image and placed it before him. I have never seen a woman in this tavern, the proprietor replied, shaking his head in evident discomfort. Hey, have you seen her or not? A sharp voice interrupted Su Chun's contemplation. As he raised his gaze, it met the penetrating eyes of the two cultivators. Oh, no, I haven't seen her, Su Chun stammered, resembling a startled, ordinary person as he quickly shook his head. Never seen her? A hint of suspicion flickered across their faces as they approached him. Well, never mind, let's explore another place. Casting a glance at Su Chun, one of them nodded in agreement, and they turned away, leaving the tavern without another word. Debeo hasn't been apprehended, so where could he have gone? Watching the figures of the two men recede, Suchin furrowed his brow slightly. He placed a few silver coins on the table, settled his bill, and exited the tavern. Chapter 112. Soul Refinement Technique. As evening fell, golden rays of sunlight bathed Fengyuan City. The bustling city, lively throughout the day, now descended into tranquility. Alas, yet another day wasted in vain. I wonder how long this will continue. Indeed, who knows what the sect is thinking? If they truly expect us to scour every town, it would take at least a month. A month's time, and that demoness would likely have vanished beyond reach. On a government road outside Fengyuan City, two disciples of the Xianming Palace, who had been searching for an entire day, were making their way to the next town. However, they suddenly noticed a solitary figure, silhouetted against the setting sun, standing not far ahead with its back turned towards them. This unexpected sight instantly heightened their vigilance. How peculiar! Just moments ago, there had been no sign of anyone. How had this figure emerged so suddenly? In a flash, before one of them could grasp the figure's neck, he found himself being lifted off the ground by an unseen force gripping his throat. A numbing sensation coursed through his neck and spread throughout his body, and he realized, with horror, that he was utterly powerless, unable to channel any of his spiritual energy. Is it you? The abrupt turn of events prompted the disciple trailing behind to summon his flying sword, but as he discerned the figure's appearance, astonishment flooded his face. This was the ordinary person from the tavern, was it not? Was he not a mere mortal? Yet, as he beheld the scene before him, everything became clear. They had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. The individual before them was no ordinary mortal, but a genuine Foundation establishment cultivator, who had merely concealed his aura while at the tavern. This was disastrous. Reflecting on their previous rudeness in the tavern, his hands began to tremble. Who could fathom the temperament of a Foundation establishment cultivator? If this person had come seeking retribution for their earlier indiscretions, their fate today was undoubtedly grim. Ah, my dear fellows, it has been quite a while. I happen to have some inquiries I would like to discuss with you. Confronted by the terror etched on the man's face, Suchin offered a slight smirk before casually tossing him to the ground. Senior, I sincerely apologize for any offense caused during our encounter at the tavern today. We are disciples of the Xianming Palace and had no intention of being disrespectful. Observing his senior brother, who lay sprawled on the ground convulsing like a sheep afflicted by epilepsy, the man's heart raced to an unprecedented pace. In his fright, he hastily revealed his sect, hoping that this individual would show leniency, considering their affiliation with the Xianming Palace. Xianming Palace? Ha, fret not. I shall regard the events of today in the tavern as if they had never transpired. However, there is one matter upon which you must be forthright with me. Noting the man's fearful demeanor as he bowed his head, Suchin's expression softened as he gently patted his shoulder. Rest assured, I am not an outsider. Seeing the man in distress, Suchin retrieved a token from his storage pouch and handed it over. The Elder's Token? Senior, how could you possess the Elder's Token of our Xianming Palace? The man's astonishment was palpable as he recognized the characters inscribed on the token. Shoo. Suchin gestured for silence, feigning an air of mystery. In truth, I too am a member of the Xianming Palace, albeit with a unique status, so. Do you comprehend? Ah, the disciple understands. Upon catching Suchin's meaningful gaze, the man nodded in sudden enlightenment. To my astonishment, it appears that my esteemed senior is also a member of our Xianyuan Palace. Regarding the events of this afternoon, I acknowledge that I acted impulsively, and I kindly ask you not to take it to heart. Alas, I have already stated that it is of no consequence. Please refrain from bringing it up again. Finding the situation rather amusing, Suchin did not anticipate that he could evade scrutiny in such a manner. As he observed the individual before him preparing to bow in deference, Suchin promptly intervened. Enough, I have limited time. I shall refrain from further discourse. I have heard whispers concerning that enchanting woman. You must now divulge all pertinent information to me so that I may expedite the capture of this enchantress. Yes, I shall promptly relay everything to you, esteemed senior. Noticing Suchin's earnest demeanor, the individual felt no hesitation and proceeded to recount the entirety of Dabao's situation. In truth, he lacked a comprehensive understanding of the matter's origins. As far as he was aware, it involved an elder from Xianyuan Palace who encountered an unfortunate incident while seeking out wandering cultivators, resulting in the demise of himself and the 3 Qi refinement stage disciples he led. Could it be that the enchantress possesses formidable powers? How could she possibly escape confinement? Feigning ignorance while furrowing his brow, Suchin continued his inquiry. This disciple is unaware of that. I have never encountered the genuine disciple of the enchantress. However, I have heard from other senior brothers that she is quite peculiar. Although her cultivation appears to be merely at the foundation establishment stage, even 3 nascent soul stage elders, when uniting their efforts to employ the soul refinement technique upon her, could not extract her primordial spirit. It is indeed strange. The soul refinement technique. The individual failed to notice that when he spoke of the 3 golden core cultivators collaborating to wield the soul refinement technique, Su Qin's expression shifted ever so slightly. If Su Qin recalled correctly, this technique was deemed forbidden. Indeed, within the realm of cultivation, numerous techniques are prohibited due to their insidious nature. The soul refinement technique is one such art, notorious for its malevolence. This technique is employed to delve into the memories housed within a person's mind. A cultivator of considerable prowess can, through the soul refinement technique, forcibly penetrate the consciousness of the target and extract the desired information. However, once this technique is invoked, the target's spirit often dissipates. Should a person's spirit vanish, no matter how advanced their cultivation, they ultimately become but a shell, an animated corpse devoid of true life, though their power remains intact. Yet, this is merely a secondary concern. The crux lies in the fact that if a cultivator's body lacks the guidance of a spirit, it can be easily transformed into a puppet. Frequently, individuals who employ the soul refinement technique do so not to unearth secrets, but rather to forge a puppet. In the past, the soul refinement technique stirred considerable uproar in the cultivation community, evoking dread in discussions, which is precisely why it was universally banned. Furthermore, there exists a long-standing decree within the cultivation realm. Any practitioner found utilizing such a technique would face relentless pursuit from all. However, this is but an empty threat. Su Qin remained skeptical that anyone would genuinely enforce this decree. As long as no significant upheaval ensued, who would truly care? It is evident that the individuals from the Xianming Palace are employing the soul refinement technique on Dabao not for the purpose of crafting puppets, but rather to uncover secrets. Indeed, after that enchantress fled, her whereabouts became unknown. It is for this reason that I, as a disciple, have come to search for her at the behest of my sect. If the esteemed elder truly wishes to uncover information about her current status, I can make inquiries. As he spoke, the individual produced a communication jade pendant. Observing his actions, Su Qin merely nodded slightly, refraining from any opposition. After a brief moment of private discourse, the person stowed away the pendant once more, yet his gaze upon Su Qin was now filled with trepidation. What news? Su Qin inquired coolly, his expression unchanging. Why yes, there are indeed some leads, the man stammered, a shiver coursing through him. Speak swiftly, Su Qin urged, meeting the man's bewildered gaze. Something has occurred? What exactly has happened? Is he not an elder of our Xianming Palace? The man, clearly confused by the recent events, faltered after being injured by Su Qin's lightning. Please, spare me. I just spoke with the sect, and they revealed that there is no secret elder within our Xianming Palace. He is an impostor. What? The injured cultivator was taken aback by this revelation. Then what about the elder's token he possesses? Could it be? Realizing the implications, his expression froze. Indeed, it must be that he has murdered our Xianming Palace elder, which is how the elder's token fell into his possession. The sect is currently dispatching personnel to our location. We must find a place to hide quickly. Without further ado, he grasped the somewhat dazed senior brother, and the two of them plunged directly into the dense forest by the roadside. Dabao had unexpectedly been forced onto the battlefield, yet he was uncertain of her current predicament. With a sullen expression, Su Qin felt a profound anxiety upon receiving this news. The battlefield could have transformed in unimaginable ways, and cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage had already joined the fray. He surmised that it would not be long before Golden Core cultivators also appeared on the battlefield. If Dabao were to encounter a Golden Core powerhouse, she would surely be met with dire consequences. It was imperative that he locate her as swiftly as possible. As he pondered, he advanced towards the battlefield. However, a sudden eagle cry echoed from behind him, causing Su Qin's expression to shift dramatically. Could it be that the people from the Xianming Palace had caught up? In a rush, he descended from the air and dove into a thicket, then cleared some rubble to conceal himself. Covering his body with stones, Su Qin held his breath, suppressing all signs of his presence. Gradually, his heartbeat slowed to an almost imperceptible rate, beating merely 2 or 3 times over the span of a quarter of an hour. This was akin to the tortoise breath practiced in the mundane world. It was said that when perfected, one could appear as though truly deceased. making it an ideal technique for concealing oneself at this moment. At last, accompanied by a clear eagle call, Suchin peered through the crevices between the stones and beheld a black eagle, several yards in length, with an elderly man clad in Shinming Palace attire perched upon its head. The elderly man, with hair as white as snow, fixed his gaze intently below, evidently searching for Su Chun. It seems he has truly come. A silent smirk crossed Su Chen's mind, and he promptly closed his eyes, rendering himself akin to a lifeless corpse, even suppressing his breath. At this level of cultivation, one possesses an innate sensitivity to attention from any direction. Even the slightest inadvertent gaze could betray Su Chen's presence. Thus, he had no choice but to shut his eyes and await the departure of the individual above. Chapter 114. Earth Escape Talisman. In the blink of an eye, several days had elapsed. At the intersection of the righteous and demonic factions, atop the towering peaks of Broken Cloud Valley, a man and a woman stood, their expressions grave as they silently surveyed the vast sea of clouds before them. The demonic forces had become increasingly audacious, and the daily toll of fallen cultivators continued to rise. This situation was unsustainable, as the scattered practitioners could only hold out for so long. Finally, the female cultivator broke the silence. Indeed, the blood demon blade, a weapon of the slaughtering sky Azura, rightfully belonged to the demonic faction. Now that it had fallen into the hands of the Ice Palace, they would undoubtedly seek retribution, making a decisive confrontation inevitable. In response to her remarks, the male cultivator nodded knowingly. I did not expect you to still hope for a peaceful resolution. Upon hearing his words, the female cultivator scoffed lightly. You are well aware of the nature of the demonic practitioners. If the blood demon blade were to fall into their possession, who could withstand the emergence of another slaughtering sky Azura? I wonder when you will come to realize this truth. With a disdainful roll of her eyes, the two ceased to acknowledge one another. A message arrived from the revered master, indicating that a foundation-building rogue cultivator sought to enter the battlefield and slay those of the demonic path. At that moment, a streak of light flashed by, and a figure clad in azure robes appeared behind them. Pardon? What did you say? Both turned in unison, their faces etched with disbelief. As they questioned whether they had misheard, the notion of a rogue cultivator voluntarily arriving at the battlefield was astonishing. Esteemed masters, I bring news from the rear. Indeed, a foundation-building cultivator wishes to enter the fray. In response to their renewed inquiries, the messenger reiterated the information. Bring him forth at once. Confirming she had not misheard, the female cultivator promptly commanded the arrival of the individual. Understood. Upon receiving the order, the disciple who had delivered the message swiftly descended the mountain. Observing Su Chun's respectful demeanor, the female cultivator nodded slightly and then scrutinized him from head to toe. Indeed, though you are a rogue cultivator, you are a person of righteousness. Given the frequent disturbances caused by those of the demonic path, who aim to invade our territory, it is a responsibility that all cultivators should shoulder. Upon learning of this situation, I hurried to respond. To be honest, I am terrified. Su Chen cast a glance at the male cultivator speaking and feigned embarrassment by lowering his head. If you are so afraid, why have you come? Are you not aware of the dangers here? The male cultivator inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. Indeed, although I am terrified of death, the shame of merely surviving is far greater. I would rather perish in battle than live in such a wretched state. However, enough. Faced with Su Chen's lofty rhetoric, the male cultivator was about to retort, but was abruptly interrupted by the female cultivator beside him. Do you think everyone shares your fear of death? You coward. I truly do not understand why I was ever attracted to you, to have become your dual cultivation partner. With indignation, the female cultivator glared at the male cultivator, seemingly infuriated by his inquiry. Suit yourself. After all, we have not been together for over a decade. Confronted by the woman's somewhat furious gaze, the male cultivator scoffed dismissively and then turned to soar into the distance. You scoundrel! Do not think that I am unaware of your entanglements with other women. One day, I shall make you pay. Staring in disbelief at the female cultivator before him, Su Chen did not expect such an unexpected turn of events. Wait here, I shall return shortly. Ignoring the other cultivators within the cave, the female cultivator left Su Chen behind and entered deeper into the cavern. Alas, fellow cultivator, were you also captured? No sooner had the female cultivator departed than a lecherous old man approached. Ah, so you are all captured loose cultivators? With a sudden realization, Su Chen nodded, grasping the origins of these individuals. Alas, we are all unfortunate souls. Fellow cultivator, let us speak no more. This is merely fate. Assuming Su Chen was also a recently captured loose cultivator, the old man compassionately patted Su Chen on the shoulder. With a faint sigh, Su Chen refrained from offering any explanation, merely responding with a resigned smile. Indeed, once a rogue cultivator finds themselves ensnared in this place, escape becomes nearly impossible. Su Chen had initially perceived this locale as a chaotic battleground, yet it differed significantly from his expectations. Behind the boundary between the forces of righteousness and demonic paths, numerous cultivators stood vigilant. This line of defense was established to thwart any incursions by practitioners of the dark arts, but it also effectively prevented those seeking to flee the battlefield from doing so. Any rogue cultivator attempting to escape, if captured, would face immediate execution. They were, in essence, trapped within the confines of the battlefield, a sentiment Su Chen could deeply relate to. Even he, despite willingly entering the fray, was apprehended and questioned before being released. The external defenses were so stringent that escape appeared utterly unattainable. Moments later, a female cultivator emerged from the cave, her fair visage glistening with beads of sweat, as if she had just endured a fierce battle. In her hand, she held a radiant jade talisman shimmering with an ethereal glow. Upon seeing the talisman, Su Chen felt a flicker of confusion. "This is the Earth Escape Talisman I forged for you. Hold on to it tightly. In times of peril, it may save your life." Even from the hands of a core formation cultivator, she explained, a playful smile gracing her lips as she placed the talisman into his hand. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for bestowing this talisman upon me. I shall not disappoint your generous expectations," he responded with earnest gratitude. As Su Chen observed the remaining cultivators in the cave, all of whom were gazing at him with eager eyes, he promptly stowed the talisman into his storage pouch. Wealth should not be flaunted. Had this scene occurred under ordinary circumstances, these individuals would undoubtedly be scheming to eliminate Su Chen. For the allure of the talisman was simply too potent. It was akin to a life itself. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. I trust you. Time is of the essence, and I have a task to assign you. You may choose a fellow cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage to accompany you." With a wave of her hand, the female cultivator began to outline the task for Su Chen. "Allow me to select? Then, I shall choose this companion." Upon hearing this, all the Foundation establishment cultivators cast warning glances at Su Chen, their expressions as frigid as ice. After a resigned sweep of the room, Su Chen pointed directly at the elderly man who had spoken to him earlier. "Fellow cultivator, we have no grievances from the past nor enmity in the present. Why must you oppose me?" On the edge of the vast sea of clouds, the elder, now singled out by Su Chen, regarded him with evident discontent. However, he dared not retaliate in the presence of the female cultivator. He would only voice his complaints after they had departed. "Ah, fellow cultivator, do not misunderstand me. I harbor no ill intentions. I simply wish to lend a hand, seeing your amiable nature." Gazing at the endless sea of clouds, Su Chen paid little heed to the elder's grievances, for his thoughts were consumed with pondering the whereabouts of Dabao. Beyond this concern, he was indifferent to all else. "Lend you a hand? What do you mean by that? If you truly believe me to be amiable, you ought to select another. Do you take me for a fool?" With a dismissive roll of his eyes, the old man appeared quite incredulous at Su Chen's words. "Hee. It seems my friend has truly misunderstood me. There is something you should be well aware of." Shaking his head with a wry smile, Su Chen spoke in a calm demeanor. "On the battlefield, those of profound cultivation are increasingly numerous. Once the core formation cultivators join the fray, we Foundation establishment practitioners will become nothing more than slaughtered prey. The sooner we enter the battlefield, the more advantageous it will be for us. At worst, after the battle, we can claim to have sustained severe injuries and require recuperation, while those who follow will have no such justifications. Indeed, my friend is remarkably astute. How could I have overlooked such a notion? I am Ji Wuqing, and I have resolved to be your friend." With eyes wide in realization, the old man was evidently convinced by Su Chen's argument, wearing a look of excitement. "Ah, Su Chen," staring blankly at Ji Wuqing. Su Chen returned the gesture with a bow. "Wait for me, Su Chen." As he watched Su Chen's figure vanish into the sea of clouds, Ji Wuqing's form flickered and he pursued after him. In the Duanyun Valley, which spanned several dozen miles, a perpetual mist enveloped the area, marking a boundary between the righteous and the demonic. Originally, there had been an agreement between the two factions that neither would trespass upon the other's territory. However, since the discovery of the remnants of the slaughtering heaven Azura, that pact had been rendered null. For the sake of the blood demon blade of the slaughtering heaven Azura, Those of the demonic path would disregard any such agreements. Su Chen, I believe it would be wise to exercise caution. The stillness here seems rather eerie. Emerging from the mist-laden sea, Su Chen and Ji Wuchen found themselves deep within a dense forest, a notorious battleground for the forces of righteousness and evil. At that moment, Ji Wuchen grasped Su Chen's arm, resolutely preventing him from advancing further. Dear Taoist Ji, your caution is excessive. After enduring such prolonged conflict, the ordinary creatures of the air and land have long since vacated this area. It is only natural for it to be silent. Besides, we have a mission at hand. If you are fearful, you may remain here. Irritated, Su Chen shrugged off Ji Wuchen's hands and leaped into the forest. He had come in search of Dabao, and the more perilous the surroundings, the more urgent it became for him to locate her. He could not fathom that, after enduring the torment of Xinming Palace, Dabao could possibly remain unscathed. She must be severely weakened. Should she encounter practitioners of the demonic path, her situation would be dire. Alas, Taoist Su Yu. Ji Wuchen gazed at the direction in which Su Chen had departed, wishing to utter more, yet finding him already too distant to call back. Reluctantly, he chose to retreat in another direction. In truth, this had been Ji Wuchen's plan all along. Throughout their journey, Su Chen had exhibited an unwavering sense of justice, constantly speaking of their mission. Their task was to eliminate a foundational stage practitioner of the demonic path, and Ji Wuchen was no fool. He had no desire to engage with such adversaries, particularly those at the foundational stage, who could possess unknown powers. What if disaster struck? However, he soon realized that he could not dissuade Su Chen, and thus he resolved to part ways, allowing Su Chen to pursue his righteous quest while he sought refuge in a safer locale. In the depths of the encroaching darkness, two lecherous voices echoed through the woods, accompanied by the desperate resistance of a young woman. You vile beasts, you shall meet a dreadful end for your actions. Release me. As her garments were on the verge of being torn away, a spear crackling with lightning suddenly pierced the air, pinning the two assailants to the ground. Ah, please spare me, esteemed sir. I am not a practitioner of the demonic arts. In truth, we are merely righteous wandering cultivators. Upon witnessing the glinting spear, the female cultivator felt the chilling breath of death upon her. Fortunately, she uttered her plea just before Su Chen could drive the weapon through her skull. What? You are not of the demonic path? Su Chen paused, glancing at the corpses strewn upon the ground, then back at the woman, incredulous. This is utterly absurd. Chapter 116. The shameless righteous who would have thought, having arrived here, that even among wandering cultivators there exists such treachery? If this continues, it would indeed be a wonder if we could withstand the invasion of the demonic forces. In the secluded woods, Su Chen listened impassively to the woman's account, only offering a cold chuckle in response. The woman, known as Bai Yun, had been captured a month prior. During this time, she had faced numerous threats to her life, half of which originated from fellow captives, a revelation that left Su Chen utterly speechless. The current state of affairs is disheartening, rather than uniting. The scattered practitioners are turning against one another, which is utterly absurd. As the elder rightly pointed out, if this continues, we will be unable to withstand the encroachment of the demonic path. Furthermore, those from the demonic path have begun to gather en masse, preparing for a grand offensive. Even if we, the scattered practitioners, unite our efforts, we would inevitably falter against such an onslaught. In response to Su Chen's sardonic smile, Bai Yun cautiously replied, as his decisive demeanor had cast a long shadow in her mind. She feared that a single misstep in her words might provoke him. Oh, the people of the demonic path have indeed begun to assemble in large numbers? Su Chen's expression shifted to one of grave concern upon hearing this. Indeed, just days prior, he had inadvertently overheard two individuals from the demonic path discussing their plans, indicating that the righteous practitioners were unprepared and that they intended to catch us off guard. Observing Bai Yun's sincerity, Su Chen hesitated. With Dabao still unaccounted for and the demonic forces gearing up for a massive assault, the situation had escalated beyond his expectations. The potential for a surprise attack from the demonic path left the timing uncertain. Thus, should Su Chen linger here any longer, he risked an encounter with the advancing demonic army, a confrontation that would undoubtedly be perilous, with the possibility of demise looming large. Elder, are you all right? Speak clearly. Su Chen's tone remained icy. There was no time for riddles. Indeed, upon witnessing Su Chen's current demeanor, Bai Yun felt compelled to reveal the hidden truths. After listening to her revelations, Su Chen's expression grew even more somber. It became apparent that the individuals from these sects had long suspected that the captured rogue cultivators would not fight to the death once on the battlefield. They would inevitably seek a means of escape. Thus, prior to their entry into the fray, the sect members had uniformly inflicted upon these rogue cultivators a sinister parasite known as the heart-piercing goo. Should any of them dare to flee beyond the designated boundaries of the battlefield, this malevolent creature would awaken and devour their hearts, leading to their demise. Such cruelty was inhumane. With a dark countenance, Suchin withdrew his hand from Bai Yun's wrist and unleashed a torrent of furious expletives. During his earlier examination, Suchin had indeed discovered a thumb-sized foreign object nestled against Bai Yun's heart, a living entity no less. Given its proximity to the heart, should it suddenly activate, it would undoubtedly pierce through the organ. Had he not conducted the inspection himself, he would have found it hard to believe that the sect members could commit such heinous acts. Gazing earnestly into Bai Yun's resigned eyes, Suchin finally comprehended the reason for the internecine strife among the rogue cultivators in this place. With parasites implanted within them, despair had taken root in every heart, extinguishing any glimmer of hope for survival. Faced with such dire circumstances, these individuals had resolved to abandon all restraint, for they were already on a path leading to certain death. Remove your clothing. After a prolonged silence, Suchin ultimately found himself unable to stand idly by in the face of suffering. Senior Yu. Upon hearing Suchin's words, Bai Yun's expression froze, and she instinctively covered her chest with her hands. If you wish to survive, hurry and undress. I have no time to squander. Seeing the panic in Bai Yun's eyes, Suchin rolled his eyes in annoyance and swiftly approached her, extending his hands. With a decisive tug, he tore her garments apart, revealing her delicate form. You have a child? Suchin momentarily paused, realizing the distinction between a woman with a child and one without. He was not an ignorant youth and immediately sensed the anomaly. Yes, the child is not yet a year old. Bai Yun, eyes closed and filled with embarrassment, nodded slightly. Truly despicable. Suchin's anger flared once more. It was unfathomable that those who prided themselves on being righteous would capture a mother of an infant. What separated them from beasts? Bear with it. I will do my utmost to extract the parasite. Taking a deep breath, Suchin ceased his words and pressed his hand against Bai Yun's chest. With a slight bite of her lip, Bai Yun could not help but emit a soft whimper as Suchin's hand made contact. Chapter 117. Encirclement. As spiritual energy flowed, a strand of golden energy was meticulously guided by Suchin, surging toward Bai Yun's chest. At this moment, Suchin tightly closed his eyes, completely unaffected by the softness he felt in his hands, for he had concentrated all his mental energy on Bai Yun's heart. The surge of spiritual power he had previously unleashed had enveloped her heart, yet the peculiar parasitic insects within her body proved to be extraordinarily resilient, rendering ordinary lightning energy ineffective against them. Reluctantly, Suchin was compelled to harness his golden spiritual energy. A soft murmur escaped his lips as the golden energy surged into Bai Yun's body, causing her complexion to turn ashen. In her current state, a single miscalculation on Suchin's part could turn her heart to dust. Moreover, the agony of being invaded by foreign spiritual forces was indescribable. Yet she had to remain utterly still. Do not move, he commanded, sensing her body trembling uncontrollably. Suchin then directed the golden energy to strike at the parasitic insects within her. With a crack, the golden lightning flashed, and the targeted insect was instantly reduced to ashes. At that moment, Bai Yun's body convulsed violently, and she coughed up a mouthful of foul blood, splattering it onto Suchin's garments. Following this, she promptly lost consciousness, gazing down at Bai Yun, who lay unconscious on the ground. Suchin gradually withdrew his spiritual energy and wiped his clothes clean. He appeared to disregard the fallen Bai Yun entirely, his eyes sweeping towards the depths of the dense forest as he leapt forward into the shadows. The venomous insects within Bai Yun's body have been eradicated, yet the fierce lightning energy has still inflicted injury upon her. Fortunately, it is not severe, and she shall awaken shortly. Her choices and experiences following her revival are now beyond Suchin's control. In this vast wilderness, where could Debao have ventured? Or perhaps she never arrived here at all. Standing solemnly atop a high mountain, Suchin allowed the biting wind to whip across his face. For 2 days, he has been devoid of any leads regarding Debao. Instead, he encountered several practitioners of the demonic path. Aside from a foundation-establishing cultivator from the demonic faction, Suchin had no desire to engage with him. The other practitioners he encountered were swiftly eliminated by his hand. Those of the demonic path are indeed peculiar. Their spiritual energy is tainted with an inexplicable malevolence. However, due to his unfamiliarity with these practitioners, Su Chun could not discern the reason behind it. Nor did he possess the inclination to investigate. His sole focus is to locate Dabao. Over the past 2 days, Su Chun has sensed an ominous stillness, akin to the calm before a storm. The armies of the demonic path could strike at any moment. If he fails to uncover Dabao's whereabouts soon, he may have to contemplate retreating, for he cannot afford to risk his life here. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the air, Gagaga. I've spotted a solitary one. None of you shall contest with me. This cultivator's prowess is perfectly suited for my practice. It was only then that Su Chun realized. Having been too distracted, he had found himself surrounded. Without hesitation, he grasped his Chuanyan spear firmly in hand, with cautious eyes scanning his surroundings. Su Chun silently lamented the dire situation he found himself in, observing 3 malevolent figures from the demonic path who were eyeing him intently. He chided himself for his carelessness. How could he allow himself to be distracted in such a perilous place? Judging by their cultivation levels, these 3 were all at the foundation establishment stage, with one particularly formidable elder clad in black robes, whose cultivation Su Chun could not discern, at least at the mid-foundation establishment level. It appeared he was in for a fierce battle. Resolving himself, Su Chun began to fervently channel his spiritual energy. Young one, consider yourself fortunate. To perish at my hands is a privilege. I see that your weapon is quite impressive. I shall grant you a complete corpse as a token of your tribute to me. With a flick of his folding fan, the alluringly sinister man stepped forward, his gaze fixated on the cloud-piercing spear in Su Chun's grip, clearly recognizing its extraordinary nature. Tribute? Do you possess the capability to claim it? Su Chun retorted, noting that the other 2 figures remained motionless. In a flash, they charged toward him. How audacious! You dare to resist before me? I shall grant you a swift demise. The sinister man, far from angered, reveled in Su Chun's approach. With a flourish of his fan, a swirl of black mist surged forth to meet him. Humph! Su Chun scoffed at the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, the cloud-piercing spear in his grasp blazed with a brilliant lightning aura, piercing straight into the mist. Be careful, young master. Do not confront it head-on. The sudden transformation instantly widened the eyes of the other 2 individuals. Yet, by the time they uttered their words, it was already too late. As Su Chun's rapid ascent left the beguiling man with no time to mount a defense. I'm infuriated, absolutely infuriated. I must capture him. I shall personally see to his demise. The folding fan in his hand had torn a substantial hole, and his garments were similarly rent, particularly exacerbated by Su Chun's final words, which ignited the beguiling man's fury. Without a moment's hesitation, a gleaming artifact appeared beneath his feet, propelling him in pursuit of Su Chun's fleeing figure. Young master, be cautious. This is a thunder cultivator. Do not underestimate him. Before they could intervene, the other 2 hastened after the beguiling man, yet his flying artifact was evidently extraordinary. Even the enigmatic elder, whose cultivation level Su Chun could not discern, struggled to keep pace. In mere moments, Su Chun and the beguiling man had left them far behind. Coward, do you dare to face me in a fair fight? Or is fleeing your only recourse? Although Su Chun donned exquisite shoes of white jade and golden silk, they were clearly not as swift as the beguiling man's flying artifact. The gap between them gradually closed, and soon the beguiling man commenced his assault on Su Chun. Fool! In response to the taunts from behind, Su Chun's figure flickered, effortlessly evading 2 strikes before countering with a bolt of lightning. You have enraged me beyond measure. I am determined to see you flayed and left to perish. The velocity of lightning is extraordinarily swift. In response to Su Chun's intermittent counterattacks, the sinister man consistently evades with a palpable sense of urgency. However, each time this occurs, the distance between him and Su Chun only widens. Observing Su Chun retreating once again, the sinister man could no longer contain himself. With a swift bite to his tongue, he spat forth a mouthful of blood onto the flying artifact beneath him, causing his speed to surge once more. Chapter 118, The Handmaid of the Rakshasa Gatehumph. It appears you possess some skill, but I wonder if you can withstand this next onslaught. After several futile attempts at attack, the sinister man steeled himself, his eyes gleaming with malice as he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy infused with dark essence. Buzz! The energy struck the flagstone, causing it to swell dramatically, expanding to over 3 feet in size. The empowered flagstone was then hurled towards Su Chun from behind. Boom! The resounding impact echoed like thunder as the flagstone collided with the shield, producing a deafening explosion. Damn it! Startled by the noise, Su Chen's expression hardened as he swiftly retracted his shield. Given such commotion, even if he could withstand the sinister man's assault, the sound would surely attract unwanted attention. If it were to draw the attention of other practitioners of the demonic path, it would spell trouble. Run! Why aren't you fleeing? Prepare to perish. As Su Chen lowered his shield, the sinister man glared at him with fury. A sinister grin spread across his face as he unleashed another wave of spiritual energy towards the flagstone. Overconfident fool, today we shall see who meets their demise. As the brick hurtled toward him once more, Su Chen narrowed his eyes coldly. In an instant, a flash of lightning erupted beneath his feet, allowing him to evade the projectile. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward to confront the alluring man directly, thrusting his cloud-piercing spear toward the man's head. What a splendid opportunity! To Su Chen's thunderous strike, the enchanting man responded not with fear, but with delight. He opened his mouth, and a black orb was expelled forthwith. Bang! The tip of the cloud-piercing spear struck the black orb, yet Su Chen was astonished to find that no force reverberated back to him. The orb, ejected by the charming man, had been detonated at his touch. It seemed that even the slightest contact would cause it to shatter. A once-in-a-millennium lightning cultivator, huh? Indeed. You possess a certain audacity, yet today, even with your celestial prowess, you shall meet your demise. No one can harm me, Nangong Han, and live to tell the tale. Eliminate him. With the black orb consumed into his being, a murderous intent flickered in the enchanting man's eyes. He pointed a finger at Su Chen, and two other cultivators swiftly surrounded him, attacking from both flanks. Truly shameless. Who was it that sought a one-on-one duel just moments ago? It appears you are unworthy to be my opponent, a mere turtle retreating into its shell, with the spear's tip angled toward the ground. Su Chen displayed no hint of fear amidst the encirclement. On the contrary, electric sparks danced along the cloud-piercing spear, indicating he was more than prepared for the confrontation. Kill him. In response to Su Chen's furious proclamation, Nangong Han's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Those three words seemed to be forced through clenched teeth. Cease this. As the two Foundation establishment cultivators flanked Su Chen, each brandishing their respective magical artifacts, their advance was abruptly interrupted by a sudden voice. Who is it? With a furrowed brow, Su Chen turned towards the source of the sound, revealing a woman clad in a colorful dress, gracefully soaring towards him on a gray flying sword. Her face was partially obscured by a black veil, and it was evident from her movements that she was merely a chi refinement cultivator who had recently mastered the art of sword flight. Who are you? What do you mean to obstruct me from carrying out my intentions? Under the watchful gaze of the four Foundation establishment cultivators, the woman appeared almost as if she were incapable of flight, her approach slow and unsteady, which had already begun to test Nangong Han's patience. Impudent. I am but a maidservant under the command of the young master of the Rakshasa sect. This man is of great use. I intend to take him. Pointing a jade finger at Su Chen, the woman showed no hesitation, casually tossing a token into the air, gazing at the unfolding scene in disbelief. Nangong Han's expression soured instantly upon deciphering the inscription on the token. Is this genuine? May I inquire, young lady, why your master desires this individual? He respectfully returned the token to her, clearly still holding on to hope. What does it concern you? The woman responded with an air of arrogance, while Nangong Han maintained his affable demeanor. No need for your concern. I possess my own means of controlling him, so there is no need for you three to trouble yourselves. Ignoring Nangong Han's ingratiating smile, the woman confidently approached Su Chen, seizing his wrist with an air of familiarity. Come with me. The soft voice resembled a tender whisper meant for a lover, her watery eyes gazing at Su Chen, exuding an indescribable gentleness. Without the slightest hint of resistance, captivated by the woman's lively gaze, Su Chen gently nodded and soon followed her away from that place. Young master, silence. This matter ends here. The Rashomon is not one we can provoke. Let no one utter a word about this again. As the two figures faded into the distance, one of the attendants could no longer contain himself. However, before he could finish, Nangong Han interrupted him, casting a cold glance towards the direction where Su Chen had vanished, having etched Su Chen's visage firmly in his memory.